Back to the beats. We back to the beats. I hope everybody can hear me pretty good. What I'm gonna be doing tonight is um I'm gonna be taking a few samples and flipping them and then just adding my own stuff to it. You know, kind of showing how I do that. Just take different samples and kind of put my own spice to them. How to just turn a sample into something totally different. Just with the stuff you add to it. I'm gonna be looking for a few things to kind of chop up. I already found something that I like. I'm gonna work with the MPC, chop up the samples, and then we're gonna use Ableton kind of like the sequencer, to sequence the beat out and do everything. I'm gonna be chopping up most of the stuff in the MPC, doing my thing. So yeah, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Let's get right to it. Let me drag this one in that I found. What I like to do is when I first start out with the first idea, I don't want it to be too crazy, because remember we about to add some stuff to it. So I don't want it to be too crazy, too off the wall. Just give us a solid basis for something. So I got this right here. As simple as that sounds, that can give me a nice basis for something to know what I want to do and add some stuff to it. So I'm gonna give myself a little bit more volume with that. Now what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna time stretch it and kind of slow it down a little bit. The key to getting a good sound out of a sample is to know where you want to chop it. You know, that's one of the key components of getting a good feel for a sample. You know, you have to know the places that you got to listen to it and kind of hear the places you want to chop it. You know, so I'm not only am I chopping it, you know, and y'all go kind of see me do that. Like not only am I chopping it, but I'm getting a feel for the sample. That's why you hear me doing this. See, I'm playing the pads over and over. You see what I'm saying? I'm playing it over and over and over. Not only am I adjusting where I want to chop it, but I'm getting a feel for it. I'm listening to it as I hit them pads over and over. And it's like I'm multitasking. I'm doing two things at once. I'm chopping it where I want to chop it. But as I'm chopping it, I'm hearing what I want to play with the pads in my head. I'm hearing it. So it's like every time I hit a pad, I'm forming something in my head. See what I'm saying? That's why I keep hitting it over and over again. Okay. I'm getting a feel for the sample. I'm getting a feel for it. So that's how after I'm done chopping it, I could lay something down quick. You know, I don't have to sit there and think about it's because I played me chopping it. I played it over and over and over again in my mind. You know, just hitting the pads over and over and over again while I'm adjusting where I want to chop. And the thing is, when I hear something in my head, then I'll move the marker. I'll move it to fit what I hear in my head. I'll move where I want to slice it to fit what I hear in my head. When I hear one pad and then I hit another pad, I'm like, ooh, if I move it over slightly, I can get this to add on to that other pad. And then I'll chop it on I'll chop the third pad. And then I'll play them other two. And then with that third one that I just chopped, and I'll be like, okay, well, if I move this one back a little bit, I can get this piece of the sample with them other two pads. See what I'm saying? So I'm getting a feel for it as I chop it. So as we make these beats, that's what y'all gonna see me doing. Y'all gonna see me, you know, I like sometimes when I'm just chopping a sample, it's hard to kind of picture what I have up here unless I tell y'all. You see what I'm saying? Most people would just look at that and be like, oh, he chopping a sample. No, there's like two different things I'm doing at once. I'm chopping it, but I'm getting a very, very good feel for it. And that's how I'm gonna lay something down. Instantly when I'm finished chopping it, I'm gonna lay it down quick and easy because I already got a feel for what I want to sample. I was chopping it according to what the feel I was getting from it. Not just, you know, any markers on the sample, any specific places of the sample. I was chopping it according to the feel that I want of it. That last pad, if I keep it right here, I can't really hear nothing else that I hit connecting with that. None of the other pads connecting with that. But if I take this and move that slider over some, the beginning part of it, see, watch, you're gonna start to hear it, watch. See? See, the beginning changed. This is where it was before. Start moving it over. See? Now I hear that fit with some of the other pads. I hear it fit a little bit better. Right, let's convert that, do it. He already is, see? Man. Let's lay that down. We're gonna lay that down. Real simple, real easy, like just like that. Oh. All right, so let's go to Ableton, turn on the metronome. I need something a little faster. Something like that. Well, can't see my record button on the keyboard. I can't see it. Do something like that. Something like that. Y'all hear it? Ooh, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Let's go. And the ending part gonna be this. That last pass, see? The one that I slid over, that is gonna be that. See what I'm saying? I wanna go up. I wanna go up. And now I'm gonna go into program edit and see if I could get the sample of the title. The chops of the title. See, that's it. Now check this out. Let's see if I could get a different sound. If I go to wave and hit reverse on all the pads. I like that, but we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it normal. Okay, so we got our first sample. All right. Let's drag that into Ableton. Give ourselves a audio track. Color that one blue, because that's gonna be our main sample. All right. And let's drag that in there. Render it out. Bam. And drag that into Ableton like that. Then we mute the track in the MPC. That way it don't play twice. And now we good. Excuse me. Yeah. Ain't that a complex? Take walk on and off. Bam. Now we good. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to duplicate another instance of that track right here. Bam. So I got the same track just duplicated. All right. So now I'm gonna reverse the sample. I'm gonna reverse it. Okay. Let's hit reverse. Okay, boom. And then I'm gonna pitch it up 12 semitones. And then I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it underneath the sample and see if I can catch some pieces that I like. Hold up. Hold up. Reverse it back. I gotta cut this off. Boom. Then we're going to consolidate clip. Bam. All right. Now I can reverse it. Is that I shouldn't have a tail now, right? No tail, right? Yep. Good. Okay, let's go. Hit reverse. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I say I hear that. Dun dun. What I'm saying? That's nice. Let's do that again right here. Again. Again. And then we're going to do, I need that higher part of the sample. Right there. What's hey Siegel, how's it going, man? I'm sorry, I didn't even have the chat pulled up, man. I'm sorry. Hey Siegel, how's it going, man? What's up, Print Titan? How's everything, man? Mm-mm. So we're gonna boom, switch that around like that. Nah, let's put that back. Ooh, that's it. That's it. See, I got another piece, right? Oh wait, hold up. Before I do that, But we do that, let's see if we can affect it a little differently. Okay, so let's make, I'm gonna get confused. Let me make this a different color. Make it a different color. There we go. All right, so let's do this. Okay. All right. Then we're gonna duplicate that over. Like this. Dum dum dum. You know what I'm saying? I'd put a little chop right here. Just a little chop right there. we got our thing right there. Now let's go ahead on and affect it. We're gonna affect it a little bit. Right, boom. Let's do this. Let's make it a little weird. We're gonna turn it into like a texture sound. So let's pull up Portal. Where's Portal? Mm-hmm. Oh. I like that. I like that. I like that. Let's put a little delay on that. Nice. Nice. Now I'm gonna go ahead on and put a little. Let's put a little. Let's do an EQ. I'm gonna automate the EQ or modulate the EQ, not automate. Modulate. I'm gonna make it do that. I'm gonna make it do that I'm gonna sync it to the tempo where it do like this. See? Let's do that. Boom. Look at the LFO. Bam. That's gonna be a, what wave is that? That's gonna be a up wave. You know, straight up, going straight up. All right. Boom. Then we're going to, I'm gonna find a parameter, which is right here. It's right here. See the low pass frequency right here. So I'm gonna hit map, boom, and then drag it to that one right down. Bam. Now it's gonna make my EQ move like this wave right here that's moving down here. So I'll make my EQ move like that. Then I can adjust how much I want it to be, like the depth. If I just want it to slide just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I can adjust the offset. If I want to bring it more to the right, I'll make it open up more to the left. See? All the way to the left as the offset. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna make it do that to the beat, see? All right, so I'm gonna put it to the tempo. There it is. Now you see when it jumped back, when the EQ jumped back to the left, it make that little zip sound. Zip, zip, zip. It make that little zip sound, you know? We don't want that. Sometimes that's cool in effect, but we don't want that. So the way to do that is you hit the smooth right here. They got a smooth button to kind of is gonna smooth off the way the EQ goes back to them different points. So you're gonna notice it turned from a zip to more of a little fade out, like a record fade out. Instead of that zip, zoop, zoop. You're gonna notice it turn, you know, it turned into that little record fade out the more I hit the zoom. So this is without the smooth. See that little zoop, zoop, zoop. We don't so let's increase the smoothness. See? See, it's more like a fade. Boom. All right. Now that we got that. Okay, so now I'm gonna take another EQ and I'm gonna modulate that. Well, let's see if I can do it to the same one. Let me see. Nah. So I'm gonna take another EQ, put it on there. Well, let's render this out. Let's render this one out. Bam. That's our whole bar right there. We're gonna join it. Let's join it with Control J. We're gonna join all the audio clip. That way it's one audio file. Boom. And then we're going to hit Control B and render that. That now it printed our modulation onto the tray. It's gonna print it onto the tray. So now we can modulate it again. Boom. So I could delete the old one. Now we got the new one here with the effect. All right, we're gonna do that same thing again. I'm gonna take the EQ, bam, and then I'm gonna give myself a bump like this, and I'm gonna make that bump. I'm gonna make that bump sweep back and forth fast, like a tremolo. It's gonna sweep back and forth fast like this. Look. See? It's gonna sweep back and forth to kind of give our ramp up a little shake, you know. So let's set our LFO like that, and then we're gonna route it. I'm gonna grab the LFO. Okay, open up the EQ, open up my parameters of the EQ. Okay. Bam. I'm gonna find this right here. I'm gonna move it around until I see something move down here. See this down here is all of the controls of the EQ. It put them all down here, enabled. It mapped them all. If you pull up a plugin that don't have this right here, then you can map it yourself. You can map it yourself by hitting this this configure button right here. That means anything you touch on the plugin is gonna put it right here for you to map it. But this particular EQ, Ableton can pick up the mapping of it already. So I'm gonna move this around until I see something move down here. See, y'all see this right here? Look right here. This one right here is moving. When I move it, see? When I move it right to left, it's moving. See? So that's our control. That's controlling that. So we're gonna hit the map right here and then go grab that. Boom. See, now it's moving it according to our wave table right here. It's moving it. All right. So we obviously don't want it going all the way back and forth, sliding all the way left to right. That's too much going on. I just want it to stay right here in this middle section right here. Let's work with the depth. See? Get it right down that middle section to where it's going right back and forth in that middle section. Now that's obviously too slow because remember we want to go wop, 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 you know, to the tempo. So I'm gonna take it off of this yellow icon right here and I'm gonna put it on time right here. That means that it is gonna sync it to the time, to my tempo. It's gonna sync it to that. And then I could change the rate right here, how fast I want it. But it's gonna sync it to the tempo. See? So I want it to move to the tempo. Like that. So let's hear it. See? Okay. This is without love. This is without. See, regular. This is with. Now this is the trick. This is what I'm gonna do. All right. So I'm gonna duplicate. I'm gonna give myself 2 versions of this. So my first version, I'm gonna give myself. I'm gonna turn off that LFO. So it's normal. It's normal. See, and then I'm gonna chop it at 9. I'm gonna chop it at 9 right here in the middle. See, right here in the middle. And I'm gonna do it only to this half right here. So it's gonna be normal at the beginning, and then it's gonna have that wobble in the second half right here. So that's gonna give me 2 sections. So the way I could do that is I could duplicate the track. Boom. See, take this one off. See, because this is gonna be the normal, and then take this one off. See, so I got 2 versions. See what I'm saying? That's two different versions. So what I could do now is I could turn it on the second one, on this one right here. I'm gonna go to that track. Remember, I duplicated the track, so it duplicated all my LFO set, everything. I got it right here on this one, and I got it right here on this one. So let's go turn that on. Let's go turn this one on the second one. Boom. See? All right. Now there's a part now where get it where the volume hit a little bit too much. The volume ramp up a little bit too much. Right there. See? Whoop. See, it go a little bit up, it go a little bit too much. So we're gonna put a compressor to control that. It's gonna squid where it ramp up like that, and the reason why it's ramping up like that in volume is because it's hitting up. See how high I got this peak right here? That mean that this peak is hitting a part of the sample that raises the volume up too high. See what I'm saying? Too high. Because this peak is so high. But I want to put this peak high because that's the effect. That's the effect. The higher you raise that peak, that's the better you're gonna get that effect. So instead of pulling this down, I don't want to get rid of my effect just to lower the volume. What I'm gonna do is put a compressor to control that. So when it hit that peak, that compressor gonna knock it down, and it's gonna keep everything else level. So let's go. Let's do it. I'm gonna use I need something hard that's gonna slam it. I need a compressor that's gonna slam. It's gonna hit it hard. So I don't want nothing smooth like the style, the 2-way, all of that. You know, that's smooth. So I want something that's gonna knock it down quick. That compressor gonna react quick. So I'm gonna use let's just use the compassion. That's the compressor of DMG. I use DMG audio EQ, and I use this. This is the compressor of DMG audio. This right here. So this is like the attack on this is very, very sharp. The attack is how fast it's gonna hit when that peak, when you hit that threshold, when that volume hit that threshold. That's how the attack is, how fast it's gonna knock it down. This compressor right here has a very, very quick, it's a very, very sharp attack. Them other compressors I use, like the style like this right here, this one right here. You know, y'all see me use this one a lot. You know, and the reason why I use this one, because I know this, I know this the sound of this compressor really, really well, and I got another version of this one. But yeah, I use this one a lot. Y'all see me use the DBX, which is this. See, all of them is smooth compressors. They smooth. I use the DBX for bass, you know, because I have the hardware version of the DBX, and that's what I use it on. You know what I'm saying? So I use this right here. This is the DBA. Y'all see me use that one a lot. You know, and also the 2A. Y'all see me use the 2A a lot. You know, y'all know that one. The 2A right here. See, that's all the different compressors I use. You see what I'm saying? But this one is harsh and smooth. I mean, it's full. It's smooth, but it's full. The 2A. So I don't want that. This one right here is too smooth. It's literally butter. So that ain't gonna work. You see, not for what I'm trying to get. This one right here, way smooth. That's why I use it on bass. I use it on anything that don't have a transient. So bass, you know how bass is smooth, it don't have a transient hit like a sharp hit. It's bass is smooth. You know what I'm saying? So I use it on anything that got a smooth sound. And that's what I use on this one for. This one right here is I use for melodic stuff. Because it's smooth, but it doesn't dampen the melodies. That DBX is smooth, but it dampens the melodies. It dampens it, which is why I use it on bass stuff or lower end stuff or anything like that. This one right here is smooth, but it don't dampen them. It actually brings the melodies out, and it's really, really smooth. That's why y'all see me use this one a lot on pianos and guitars and anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So let me erase all of them. I just want to show y'all the difference between the compressors I'm using, just so y'all know. So we're gonna use this Compassion one right here. The attack, like I said, the attack is very, very quick. Hey, my boy say Ring of Fire. Okay, so let's bring that down. All right, so y'all hear that part right there where it get hot, where it peak? Right here. Right here. This little part right here. So we're gonna get rid of that with this right here. We're gonna get rid of it with this compressor right here. All right, so let's do it. Man. Y'all, it's gone now. It's gone. See that little peak right there? Right here? It's gone now. That spike. This is without the compressor. Let's turn it off. See that spike? Put the compressor on. Gone. And if you notice, it didn't touch nothing else. So what I mean? That's what I told. The attack is sharp. Now, if I'd have did that with another compressor, you'd have heard a little fade in my effect. The effect would have been leaving. It still would have caught that peak, but you wouldn't hear too much of that effect, like that wobble. You wouldn't hear it because them other, like I said, them other compressors is smooth. It's gonna drown that out. It's gonna make that wobble effect smoother. I don't want that. I want to still hear that wobble effect as present as possible. So I need a compressor with a sharp attack that can react very, very quick. As y'all can see that this one did it. It still kept my wobble. It still kept the effect that I want. It still kept it, but you don't hear that peak no more. But you hear that wobble. See, wah, 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 wah. You hear it, all of it. It actually bought it out a little bit, to be honest with you. The way I set the release, the ratio, it actually bought it out a little bit. So we got that. We got that peak out the way. So we good. See, so now what I have now is I have a regular version right here, and then I got the wobble right here. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to solo just those tracks right there. I'm gonna solo just those, okay? Just these two right here, these two tracks right here, and I'm gonna record them back into Ableton as one file. All right, so I'm gonna give myself an audio track. Give myself another audio track, and then I'm gonna change the end to resample. Engage the record button. This is the track I'm gonna record it to. I'm gonna record both of these into one file right here. All right, let's turn off the loop so we can catch all of the effect. They're gonna have a tail that's at the end of this. I want to catch all of that. If I leave that loop on right here, the loop marker is gonna cut that off and then go right back to the beginning. So I'm gonna disengage the loop. That way, when it get to the ending right here, it's gonna keep going, but you're gonna hit the effect tree a lot. I want all of that. as much of it as I could get. All right. See? That's how it's gonna sound. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's hit the master record up here, and we're gonna record both of these tracks right here. See? Boom. Got everything. There we go. So now I have both of these tracks in one file. So now I can get rid of these. I don't need them no more. This track is good right here. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna EQ this right here to fit what we want, to match our top melody, our top track. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to make this our purple track, the one that we created. I want to make that like a background sound, an ambient sound, a texture sound. That's what I want to do. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is see if I could cut off a lot of that bottom stuff. See, see this down here, this stuff down here in the EQ, all this right here. That's what I'm trying to tame. So if you notice, if I keep it level, see you see all of this. But if I take this and push it down, see, I'm not trying to catch none of this right here, because I'm gonna show y'all what I'm gonna do with that. I want all of them peaks that's right here. I want all of that, but I just want to tame this stuff right here. So I'm using this as a gauge, and I'm gonna push it down. Y'all gonna, as I push this down, y'all gonna start seeing this decrease down here at the bottom. That stuff right here. Okay. See? See, you can barely even see it now. If I disengage the EQ, see, put it back on, it's gone. So I'm gonna show y'all why I'm getting rid of that, and why I'm gonna EQ it to turn it into a texture sound. Check it out. Okay, so we got that first EQ, good. Okay, so now what I want to do is shape the tone of it. Right now the tone is going anywhere. It's going anywhere it wants to with all them effects and stuff that we did. So I'm gonna shape it a little bit. Remember, I want to keep my wobble effect. See, so I'm letting it play out. In the second part, we got the wobble effect. See, in this part, that's what a wobble effect is. All of this is the normal part. So I'm letting it play, but I'm making sure I let it play through the wobble part to make sure that whatever I'm doing with this EQ, I still got my wobble in there. I still got that tremble. See? So it's still there. This is without the EQ. See, sharp, very sharp. This is with the EQ. So you can still hit a wobble, but not as sharp. All right. Next, what I want to do is give it a shitload of space. Let's do it. do that with the EQ. I mean, with the reverb. Boom, got the space I need. Okay, now this is where the trick come in, or the sauce, if you will. You know, and this is just mixing type of stuff, you know, understanding, you know, how to work how to do your chain whenever you're mixing stuff to get whatever sound you want out of what you're mixing. All right, but check this out. With that reverb, it brought a whole bunch of space to it, a whole bunch of space, you know, to the thing. This is without the reverb. This is without. That's without the reverb. This is with the reverb. All right. Now check this out. This right here. All this space and everything. The space, the reverb, my sample is mostly here. If you look at the whole spectrum of everything, the whole spectrum is this. This is the whole spectrum. Picture this whole thing. My original sample is here. I put the reverb on it, so it bought all that space here. See, so I got my sample here. I got all of the space here. There's still space in the covering the sample as well, but most of the reverb space went here, out here. See, so my sample here, reverb space out here. What I want to do is if I want the texture and not much of my sample. Remember, we turned this into a texture. If I want the texture of my sample, then what I'm gonna do is figure out a way that I could take my sample that's in the middle, push that down, and then bring this up. See? But the thing is, remember, my wobble is in the middle. Y'all remember that? My wobble is in my sample that's in the middle. So I'm gonna remember, I want to keep my effect, but still turn it into a texture sound. Right now, it's just another sound on the beat. I want a texture sound that can be incorporated into the background and everything, not another sound in my beat. We're gonna do that. We're gonna add some more sounds to it. So I gotta figure out a way to take that middle, that thing in the middle, push that down, and then bring all of this up. See what I'm saying? That way, I'm killing the main tone of it. I'm killing it, so it's not a main tone no more, and I'm bringing up all that ambience that makes it a texture sound. See what I'm saying? So I gotta figure out a way to do that. You push this down, bring this up. Now here's the trick. I still want my effect. My effect is in the thing in the middle that I'm pushing down. I still want that effect. So I wanted to explain that to y'all, so now y'all gonna understand what y'all gonna see me do with how I get that. Okay, so follow the concept. We trying that all that effecting that we did, making stuff move and do all of that. It don't make no sense for it to do all of that and then lose it. I'm pushing it down. It don't make no sense for it to do all of that. But we still want to texture sound, so we have to push them in order to do that. Okay, we have to push it down. But as I bring it up, y'all gonna see me do something that's gonna give us our effect back. The only difference is the effect gonna be out here instead of being in the middle. It's gonna be out here now. What I'm saying? Right now is in the middle, that thing we about to push down, and we gonna bring up this out here, all the atmosphere out here. Cool. That means that I push my effect down and I brought this up. I need that effect to transfer from here, the thing we push down, to be out here now with all that space that's moving. So basically, it's gonna go from moving like this in the middle and all that space just sitting still to reverse. The middle gonna sit still and the space is gonna start to do this. It's gonna start to move out here. You see what I'm saying? We about to reverse that. Okay, so let's do it. Does that make sense? I hope y'all got that. I didn't confuse the shit out of y'all just now. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is push that middle down. All right, so let's do that. I'm gonna grab my EQ. Okay, let's turn on the analyzer. See, y'all remember when I told y'all in that other process I was doing, I want to keep this in this EQ right here. And this, see, when I told y'all we're gonna push it up, but I want to keep this right here, and I'm gonna show y'all what I'm gonna do with that. This is what I'm about to. This is why I didn't do nothing with this stuff right here. Okay. So now we gonna handle it. Okay, check this out. Let's take the middle. Let's take the middle and handle it. So I'm gonna take my EQ. Oh, let me get rid of this right here. Get rid of all this stuff down here. Okay, so I'm gonna take my EQ, take it, put it in mid right here. Instead of EQing the whole sound, it's just gonna EQ the middle of the sound. Okay. All I'm gonna do is take all this, catch as much of that as I can by widening my curve. See? As much of that them peaks as I can. I want to make sure that my curve encompasses all of the peaks. So this will be narrow. See, I'm missing some of the peaks. I'm missing them. So I'm gonna make my curve encompass all of the peaks, all of them, as many of them as I could catch. Okay. Now this is what I did. Listen to what I did. If you got headphones, you gonna be able to hear this really well. You know, in some cell phones or whatever, might hear it. You might. Okay, but if you listen to it, you're gonna notice that the fullness of the sound drops. Okay, so I'm gonna disengage this. See? And then I'm gonna put it in. See? Back in. Oh. See? So now my sound, you remember the middle of the sound. I'm now pushing down. I'm now dropping out the middle of the sound. Remember our idea that we're trying to do? Middle, push that down, bring up the space here. Only thing is I'm pushing my effect down because my effect is in the middle. That wobble effect, that's in the middle. So I'm getting rid of that. If you notice, if you listen to the second part of the sample, that wobble, it took that out. It took a little bit of that wobble out. Listen to the second part of it, look. See, you can still hear, but it kind of left versus this. Look. See, now you can hear it. This kind of got rid of it a little bit, but we gonna bring it back. But I'm still not finished with the middle. Okay, I'm still not finished with it. I just wanted to catch all of them peaks right here that I can. And remember, what we did is we turned our EQ into mid side. We put it in mid side mode. We're not using just the regular EQ. Stereo EQ. We actually EQ in just the middle of the stereo field, not the whole entire stereo field. All right, just right here. Boom. Okay, so now this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my compressor. I'm gonna take my compressor. Okay, I'm gonna use the DBX, and I'm gonna show y'all why I'm gonna use the DBX. The DBX has the same exact thing. It has a mid side on it. It has a mid side, so you can compress the mid. You can compress the sides. All right. But that's what I'm gonna do. Stereo, and then you got MS. You got duo right here, and then you got MS right here, which is mid side. Okay, so what that does is stereo means that if I move a knob right here, if I move a knob up here, see how both of them move in the same. The up and down, both of them move the same. See, if I move on, see, any knob I move, both of the left and right gonna move to. I mean the both of the channels gonna move together. Left and right gonna move together. See what I'm saying? But if I switch this down here from stereo to mid side, okay, See, they now move independent. So what it did is the top channel is now the mid, the bottom channel is now the sides. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna be working with obviously the top, the mid. See what I'm saying? Same way we did with the EQ, the mid. See, the mid, we switched it to mid right here. That's what we still want to work with. Okay. But check this out. I got my EQ in mid side. I got my compressor in mid side. Okay. All right. So I brought the threshold down, but if you notice, I don't have that much compression going on. So I'm gonna start bringing more compression in. Okay. You're gonna the way you know is if you watch that needle gonna start moving, it's gonna start jumping a lot. This needle right here, this top needle. Remember, we're not dealing with the bottom channel. We're dealing with this top, the mid channel. When we put it in mid side, it took this channel. This top channel is now mid. This top channel is the side. I mean, this bottom channel is the sides. Okay. So that I got a lot of compression. Like literally, I cranked the compression up. But remember, this EQ is smooth, so you could do that. You remember what I told you about the EQ? This one's smooth, so you could literally drive shit through this EQ, and it's gonna maintain that smooth feel. So that's why I'm using this EQ. I don't know if I said. I told y'all I was gonna tell y'all why I'm gonna use this EQ, but I don't think I did. That's why I'm using this one. I mean, not the EQ, this compressor. Sorry, not EQ, compressor. I told y'all that this compressor is a smooth one versus the other one that I use, this one right here. This one. I used this one before, the Compassion, that has that sharp attack. Remember, I was using that one because I got that sharp attack. This one got a smooth. It's smooth. All right, so that's the one we're gonna use. Okay, so and it got that mid side. Okay. So I got the compressor. I got the compressor literally squashing down on that thing. See what I'm saying? So now what I could do is I could take the input of the and push drive more input through the compressor. See, I turned the compression all the way up. Look, bam, it's all the way up. So I'm slamming the compression. And then I got my threshold cranked all the way down. So basically what I'm doing is, to the compressor is, I'm doing this. My threshold, if let's say my sound coming through the compressor, this is my sound, my level. The threshold is where you want the level to go, where you have what you don't want the level to go past. That's the threshold right here. So if my level is going up and down like this, I could bring that threshold down to where it's going to start. See, instead of my level going up here, it's not going to pass the threshold. It's not going to pass it. So I pull that threshold all the way down. See? So my sound literally just kind of squeezing underneath that threshold. That threshold ain't letting the sound come up here. It's not letting it go past that threshold. It's not letting it come past that. And then the compression I put, that's just the threshold. I crank the compression up. So while it's underneath that threshold, I'm getting that smoothness that compressor does because I turn the compression all the way up. So I'm getting that smoothness with it down here, and it's not passing that threshold. Okay. So now what I could do is the input of the compressor, I could push it going into the compressor. If I push it out, if I push the sound, if I turn up the output, it's going to take my sound, and anything that's happening with what I did inside of the plugin is just going to take that whole thing and amplify. If I take the now on the out and turn the out, it just has an in and an out. If I take the out and turn it up, if I slam it coming into the compressor, if I take that and turn it up, it's gonna keep my sound down here. See, it's not doing anything coming out of the compressor and taking sound and raising it out of the compressor. It's doing it coming in, so it's still underneath my threshold. I'm taking it and I'm slamming it all underneath here, underneath that threshold. I'm bringing more and more sound, but it can't pass that threshold. So it's like I'm clogging it up down here. So what I'm saying, that threshold, my level. It can't go past that threshold, but I'm bringing more sound into this, more sound. I'm cranking, and it can't go past that threshold. So you're going to start hearing this weird sound that it brings. Check it out. See? Let's turn the compressor off. See? See? So I still got my sound. What I'm doing is I still got my sound ducked out right here in the middle. Remember, we want a texture sound. I still got my sound ducked out in the middle right here. I'm slamming it coming through the compressor right here, pushing more and more sound through it. But I got that threshold set so tight. It ain't letting the sound pass through it. It ain't letting that happen. So basically what I'm doing is, in effect, what I'm doing is I'm doing exactly what we started out to do. I'm pushing down the mid and I'm bringing up the side. See? Bringing up all this. Pushing it down, pushing down that middle and bringing up all this. So if you listen to it, when I turn that compressor off, what you got to listen for is the middle popping out again. When I turn the compressor off, the middle is going to pop out and match the sides. It's going to do that. See what I'm saying? When I turn the compressor back on, the middle going to drop back out. You're going to hear the sides come out. It's going to be like this air that comes out. See what I'm saying? So let's listen to it and see if that's what it does. This is on. I mean, this is off right here. This is off. See? See how the middle is down? The middle is here. Now, when I turn it on, you're going to hear the middle go down and you're going to hear all this come up. Look. See? And all this go down. Off. All you hear is just the middle. See, all you hear is just the middle. Watch all the space. The middle gonna go down, but all the space come up. Let's turn it on again. See all this. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this. Let's give it a little noise too. There we go. Now with this right here, with the monitor on, I can monitor what's actually see this down here. Let me show y'all. This down here is if I want to hear only what's happening to the compression. This right here. Not the whole entire sound. So you can monitor you can monitor what's happening. See? So this is how much I'm compressing. See? If I put it back in stereo, you hear everything. This is the monitor. So you can hear what the plugin is doing. You can hear it. See? That's what I'm compressing. Relieve the compressor. See? Now you hear it a little bit more. Boom. Squash the compressor down again. Give myself a lot of compressing. See? So I can monitor what's happening with the compression. I can monitor it if I want. Okay, let's put it back in stereo. Okay, we good. We good with that. We good with that. Pull this down, the mid. Oh, let's slam it. Let's slam it. Boom. And then we're gonna push the sides up some. Nice. See? This is how you know what we doing to the compressor. Let me show you. Let me show y'all. See this input knob right here on the mids, the middle. Remember, we put it in mid side, so everything top. Oh shoot. I'm muted. My bad. What did I mute? How did I mute myself? Hello? Hello? How did I mute myself? Oh, there's no audio. Oh, can y'all hear that? Are we back? All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Mean Looks. Appreciate that, man. I keep forgetting that there's a shortcut on here that turns if I hit the wrong shortcut. See this right here? The way I switch the screen like this. The way I switch the screen, I got a shortcut mapped to my keyboard. I got a shortcut to do that. But if I hit the wrong button, it's the mute shortcut. I keep forgetting that. If I hit the wrong button. And it's right next to it, so I gotta remember that. Okay. Okay, so what I was saying is this mid right here. What I was saying is this mid, this compressor right here. This compressor right here. Remember we put it in mid sides, so the top right here is the mids, the bottom right here is the sides. We're squashing the mid. We're driving it, and you can do what I was going to show y'all is you can tell that we're driving it because this is the input of the mids. This knob right here. That's the input of the mids. So we can drive sound going through the compressor, coming into it, not leaving it. If we put, turn up the volume, leaving the compressor, we're now going to give our DAW some more volume. We don't want that. We want something. We want to drive sound coming through the compressor. That way, it can now start making this needle move and squashing it with these settings that we set right here, squashing the compressor down. So if we drive it through the compressor gonna start working overtime and doing its job because we pushing sound coming through it into the compressor. Gonna start working overtime. On the output of the compressor, if we raise the volume on the output of the compressor, if we drive sound coming out of it, it's just gonna take everything we did and turn up the volume of it into the DAW. You know what I'm saying? Remember, we got the chain is audio, compressor to the DAW track. See? So audio, our audio file that we have on the track, that file we're messing with, going into the compressor, coming out of the compressor into the DAW track, into the actual track of the DAW, the level of the DAW. So anything coming out of the compressor, we feeding it to the level of the DAW. It's gonna bring the volume up. But coming into the compressor, see, we got the audio track. We're feeding sound coming into the compressor. It's now squashing. It's now making the compressor work overtime instead of bumping volume out of it. See what I'm saying? So this is how you could tell. If you look at the plugin, this knob right here, boom, this knob right here is the mid of the level, the level of the mids. Now, if I take this down, you're gonna see this needle right here, our mid needle. Remember, middle at the top, sides at the bottom. So keep watching this level, this meter right here, this level meter, as I bring up as I start pushing sound into the compressor. See, this is with no sound. See, it's not doing nothing. See what I'm saying? Let's start driving sound through the mid of the compressor. Okay. Now this is the thing. This is how you know the compressor is keeping the sound tamed. Now with all that input, remember I'm bringing more of my sound on the track. That audio file we have on the track, I'm pushing more of that through the compressor. So we're supposed to hear volume get louder as we bring it up. You're supposed to hear that. See what I'm saying? But if we set the compressor to clamp down on everything as we feed that sound through it, you're not gonna hear no volume, but you're gonna see the compression happening. That's what we want. You're not gonna hear no volume, but you're gonna see that needle start moving like crazy. Okay, so check this out. Let's see if we right. Okay, so let's start feeding sound through the compressor. What we looking for to make sure we got the effect that we want is we want very little volume increase, but we want to see this needle moving like crazy. It's top needle. Let's start increasing it. Y'all tell me if the volume change. Y'all see the needle moving? See? Is the volume changing? See? Let's bring it back down. That's down. No needle moving. See? No needle moving. Let's start bringing it up. We bringing up the input. Do y'all hear any volume changing? See? Compress off. I mean, not wait. Let's bring the input down. Bring it back in. See? Remember, we want very little volume change, very little, but we want to be able to crank it back in there. See what I'm saying? Very little volume change, but crank it in there. So we got our needle moving. We got our top needle moving. See? Take it out. See? Put it back in. But you don't hear that much volume difference. See what I mean? You don't hear that much. And that's a lot that we cranking it through. Look how much that needle jumping. See? But look how much that needle jump. J elevated. Look. See? You see how much that needle jump? So we know we cranking a shitload of sound through that compressor. We know just visually what we seeing. But if you notice, you don't hear no volume change. You see what I'm saying? And this right here is a good example of this right here. What y'all saw here is a good example of be careful how you've heard this from producers and from mostly producers, you know, to mix with your ears, less with your eyes, mix with your ears, less with your eyes. Well, you just saw here that there's an actual place in your mix that you can't follow that. You see what I'm saying? You can't follow that to mix with my ears and not my eyes. See? The reason why is because I can't mix if I'm not hearing no volume, if I'm not hearing nothing happen. I'm going to mix with my ears. I'm not hearing anything happen, but I need to make sure it's happening. See what I'm saying? For the other stuff that I'm going to do to it, I need to make sure it's actually happening. So the only way I can make sure it's actually happening without listening to it, without hearing it, without being able to hear the difference, is my eyes, the visual. See? So that's what we did here. We're not mixing with our ears, we're mixing with what we see. I need to be certain that this is what's happening in the plugin, even though I can't hear the volume diff. I can't hear. I need to be sure of what's happening in the plugin. It's no different than the outboard gear. That's where I learned it from, this actual piece of outboard gear. Then I have both of the DBX compressors, or two of them. See what I'm saying? So you have to visually look at the compressor and less of what you're hearing. See? Especially when you're working with mid-side. It's less of what you're hearing and more visually of what you can see with mid-side compression, not EQ and mid-side compression. It's more of what you're seeing, less of what you're hearing, because you're going 90% of the situations you're in, you're not going to hear the volume change, but you need to make sure it's actually happening in the plugin. And the reason why a person would say, well, if there's no difference in the levels of what's happening or no difference in the sound, I can't tell anything about the sound. Why are you doing it in the first place? Well, we're doing it because of what's going to be coming next. See, I need to visually see this happening in the plugin to make sure it's happening, even though I can't hear it. There's no change in volume, no nothing. See, very, very, you can't even hear. But I need to look at the plugin and make sure, look at the meters and make sure, okay, there's my compression, that needle. I could see that needle jumping hard. It's literally swinging left, is going crazy. There's my compression. I'm seeing it. I'm visually seeing it happen. See? So now I know, even though I can't hear it, I know in the plugin it's actually happening. See? And it's for what I'm going to be doing next to it. So what's coming next in the chain. I need to make sure that that's actually happening. See? So the reason why I'm explaining that to y'all is because even though you're hearing people tell you to mix with your ears, less with your eyes, less with your, mix with your ears, mix with your ears. I'm here to tell you that there are places in your mix that you're going to have to mix with your eyes. You're going to have to. I'm not saying not to mix with your ear, but I'm just saying don't take your eyes completely off the table. Because there are key elements in your mix that you're gonna have to mix with your eye. It's based on what I'm seeing because I can't hear it. But I need to make sure it is visually happening. See what I'm saying? And if I can't hear it happening, then if somebody asks, well, if you can't hear it, why are you doing it? Well, I want to make sure it's happening because there are some things that's coming next. And I need to make sure that's happening first, even though I can't hear it. There are some things that's going to be coming next. And that has to happen first. That mid compression has got to happen first. Or else it's going to make my job harder with what's coming next if I don't see that happening. But I can't hear it. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? Because you hear that a lot from different people, to mix with your ears and not with your eye. Mix with your ears. It's with your ears, with your ear. No, there are absolutely, there's multiple places in your mix to where you're gonna have to mix with your eyes. Especially if you're mixing professionally, or you're mixing for some type of goal in mind. If you're just randomly mixing stuff, you know, like for an amateur maybe, and you're just randomly mixing stuff, this right here probably won't apply to you. You see what I'm saying? But if you're actually mixing, see, part of mixing is not just what you hear, or it's not based on what you're hearing at the moment. See, that's only a small part of mixing. What you're hearing at the moment, when you tweak a knob, when you pull this down, when you EQ something, that's what you're hearing at the moment. When I cut this high and off, I'm gonna hear that instantly as soon as I do it in the EQ. When I cut this low and off, I'm gonna hear that instantly as soon as I do it. There are parts in your mix. That's not the only part. That's just the part that people pay attention to. That thing that I'm about to do and I can instantly hear when I do it. There are places in your mix to where you mix for what's next. Not for what I'm hearing now. I'm a mix for what's coming next. I need to make sure all of this is happening for what's coming next. See, the thing later is what's going to do that thing that I hear. Not what I'm doing right now, immediately. That ain't gonna do it. I'm not gonna hear no change in no volume, no change in nothing when I'm tweaking all of this. What I'm hearing right now. See? So for that part, I gotta mix with my eyes. Now what's coming next in that chain, that's when I'm gonna be able to turn on because I'm gonna start hearing stuff happen now. But the beginning part was me not hearing anything and preparing it, that prep work to get it to that next stage. See what I'm saying? So be careful about what you hear when you hear people saying mix with your ears and not with your eyes. Mix with your ears or less with your eyes. Mix with your ears, less with your eyes. That is true. That is true. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. What I'm telling you is there are some people that take that literal face value, and they forget the parts of my mix that I'm gonna have to mix with my eyes, because there is no way I'm gonna be able to determine it because I can't hear it being done. But I need to make sure it's actually happening. I need to make sure of that. So the only way I can see that is the visual. The only way I can understand it is the visual of it. Even if it's hardware gear, I can crank a knob and crank like limiting on the L2 limiter in a DAW. You could take that L2 and squash that down. Instantly, you're gonna hear an effect. Instantly, you're gonna hear it in the digital space and on a computer. Instantly, you're gonna hear it. But see, if you got the L2 limiter hardware, which I have, if you have the L2 limiter hardware, you can literally squash that thing coming down. You can squash that, you know, and you can almost come down half on the threshold, and you won't hear a piece of volume. You won't hear a piece of volume increase versus the waves L2. As soon as you bring that threshold down, you hear the volume jump up. Like instantly, you hear the volume jump up. That's why people use the limiter. They know when I bring that threshold down, it's gonna make my sound louder. But anybody that has the hardware gear, the hardware version of it, you could start bringing that threshold down like a lot. Like you ain't gonna hear no volume change, nothing. But it's limiting your track though. It's limiting it. You know what I'm saying? You could take that thing and drop it all the way down, and literally the sound came up just a little bit, but it's limiting the shit out of your track though. It's doing it, literally. But you can't really hear the difference in the volume. You see what I'm saying? Until you crank the gain up, then you can hear the difference in the volume. See? So let's say if I was limiting a track on that piece of hardware gear, I would have to bring that threshold down a lot in order to start mixing with my ears. See what I'm saying? But see, if I visually look at the meter, I know even though I'm bringing that threshold down on the compressor, even though I'm bringing that threshold down on the limiter, if I look at the meter, I know it's limiting. It's doing that. Even though I don't hear it, even though I can't hear it, it's doing it. See, and that's for what's coming next, that limiter. It's for what's coming next, not for what I can hear instantly, immediately. It's for what's coming next. See what I'm saying? So, you know. Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Okay. So now here we go. Here we go. Let's keep going. I want to let before we move on, let me let you guys know this. Nobody made y'all click on this video. Nobody did that. Nobody made you click on this video. You did that of your own accord. Nobody put no gun to your head and made you come here. Nobody done. I just want to stop and let y'all know this. Nobody made you come here. In the same way you got here, you can leave. Very simply put, you can leave. But just understand, that's the only two choices you got. That's it. That's the only two choices you got when you pull up here. I want y'all to understand that's the only two you got to either stay or leave. But a lot of the people that pull up here keep trying to interject a third choice in there. They keep trying to interject a third choice. That third choice that they keep trying to pull up with is tell me how I'm going to do this. That's the third choice they keep putting in there. They pull up here and tell me how I'm going to do it. How I'm going to bring it to y'all. Meaning that they tell me how fast to go. See? They tell me how to talk, how to speak, all of that. That's the choices you don't have when you pull up here. See, if that makes sense to y'all. That's the only two choices you got. Either you could be here or you could leave. That's it. And nobody gonna hold you for either one you make. No one. Everybody got that choice, and it got to be respected. But the third choice that people keep trying to bring to the stream, you don't have that choice. Understand? You don't that choice don't exist. That's the choice of telling, when you pull up here, telling me how to run it, how to do it, how to bring you this information. You don't have that choice. So my suggestion is to implement one of them other choices. Either stay or leave, because that's the only two. You don't have the other one. It doesn't exist. I'm just clarifying that so you guys can understand my mentality, you know. And the thing is, I'm when I pull up here giving this information, I'm not going to tolerate the third choice being. I'm not going to tolerate it. No way, shape, form, or fashion. None. And that's just me standing on business as a man. And I'm sure y'all stand on business for a few things I did in y'all life. That's just me standing on business with how I decided to go live and bring y'all this free information. See? I'm making sure that third choice don't exist. It doesn't. See what I'm saying? It don't exist. So all you left with is them first two. That's it. Just understand it. Whenever you pull up here, either I could go or I could stay. But the third choice of pulling up here, telling me how to do this, how to talk, how to speak, how fast to go with it, all of that don't exist. It doesn't. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I make sure that we have a respectful interaction here. I'm giving you your options, and I'm also allowing you. Allowing you to chat, to give to give your input in the chat. I'm also allowing that. But when you implement that third option on telling me how to do this, understand you just crossed the line. You just did it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think a lot of people make that very, very clear to the people that are watching what they're doing. You just crossed the line whenever you pull up here telling me how to do it, how to bring you that information. You did. Because the only two choices you got is to come or go. That's it. Just remember that, man. Whenever y'all here, that's the way I maintain my respect to you, and that's the way you maintain your respect to me. And everybody in this chat could get along fine. Everybody, just as long as you keep that in mind. I do not have the option to tell him how to do that. I do have the option to ask him questions. I got the option to ask him if he can repeat himself. I got the option to hey, I didn't understand that. Hey, can you explain that again? All that you got the option to do. But you do not have the option to pull up here telling me how to run it. Don't exist. I don't let nobody in my company do that, and I for damn sure ain't gonna let people do that here. Just say this. No, you don't have that option. You can either come or go. Period. All right, let's keep going. Just remember that. All right, let's go. Okay, mid side, boom, we got it. We pushed down the bottom. We pushed down the middle. We bought up the sides. Let's go. Okay, what's coming next? What's coming next in the chain? Now with all that affecting that I did, with everything that I did, push the middle down, bought up the sides, with all that affecting that I did, and we got that accomplished with the compressor. Now what I want to do is I want to make sure that sound is in its own space. All this did was took care of the tone of what I want. Now I got to address the sound. Tone and sound, two different things. Tone is how you're hearing. Sound is what you're hearing. So we took care of the how part, how we're hearing this. We took care of that with all that stuff we just did. Now we got to take care of what we're hearing. That's the sound of it. So we dealt with the tone. We got the mids, what we want. We got the sides, what we want, all that stuff. Now we're going to deal with the sound and put it in its own place. Let's do it. Okay, now for me to do this, I have to gauge it with something. In order for me to put this sound in its own place, I have to gauge it with something. So I'm gonna gauge it with the other sound that we got playing. Let's do it. Okay, boom, we got it shaped. All I did with that EQ is just, all I did with that EQ is just ducked out the middle. See, took out this right here. And the reason why I took this out is because I don't have to raise this up to know what it's doing. Like, but if you want to know what it's doing, the reason why I ducked that out, I'll raise it up just so you can see. See? I just knew to go there. I didn't have to do this. A few people might have to do this to raise this up and sweep this around to hear it. I knew to go there, and I can just tell from this sound. So that's why I put that little dip right there. That little dip right here. You know what I'm saying? I just knew to go there and do it. Which the more you mix, you're gonna get comfortable with knowing stuff like that. You're not gonna have to do all this like this and sweep around. For the person that can't, that isn't too familiar, this is what I would suggest to find bad frequency. You know that hunt, boost and hunt. They call this boost, hunt, and kill. So you're boosting, you're hunting for frequencies, and then you're killing them by dropping it. So boost, hunt, and kill, do that. But the more you get better at it, you're gonna just be able to listen to a sound and know the places to go in it to bring to drop stuff out. You're gonna be able to tell. So that's just by listening to it, I knew to go get that wonky sound right here. Okay? And this is what that is. See that? That's what I don't want now. All right. So check this out. Boom. So let's decrease all of this. That's our sound before. So our sound is literally competing with our main sound. It's competing. Literally. Without none of this processing we did. Okay. Now let's engage all that processing, the EQs, the compressors, everything, the space that we get, all of that. Let's put that in, and I want y'all to tell me the difference, what you hear that happens to the sound. Just drop the comment in there once you hear whatever happens to the sound. Okay, so this is without. Still without. This is with. What do you hear? Without. With. Do y'all kind of get the sound that we gave ourselves just with this right here? Basically what we did with all of this stuff right here, the reason why I wanted to show y'all this is because basically what we did is we took a sound, and we put a sound inside of a sound. See what I'm saying? We put a sound inside of a sound. We didn't do this to the sound. If you think that all your sounds need to be like this, separated. You know what I'm saying? That's amateur mixing thinking, that all of my sounds can't be on top of each other. So I got to give them their own space, so to speak. So I got to take this sound, move it away from there, and take this sound, move it over. Okay? What we did is we kept our sounds like this. We kept them just like this. All we did All we did is just made one sound. We made one sound. When we layered one sound on top of the other one, we took one sound and we put it inside of the other sound. We took our main sound and put it inside. We cut out, basically we cut out room. If you look at the sound like this, we cut out room. We cut out some room without degrading the sound. See, if I would have done that without knowing how to mid-side compress, mid-side EQ, do all of that, and I would have tried this, I would have a loss in my sound. Not what I was trying. I want the tone to differ than the first sound. If all I knew how to do was just EQ and I didn't know anything about mid-side compression, mid-side EQ, and how to go inside of a sound, carve out, without degrading the sound, carve out something about the sound, push this down, bring this up here. See, that's all in the middle of the sound. I didn't touch the full sound. See, if I put this EQ on, if I just EQ'd that sound and started cutting stuff and dipping stuff out, see, I'm doing it to the whole sound. So anytime I decrease something, dip this out, I'm degrading the sound. I'm degrading it. I'm not boosting, I'm cutting this out and curving it and cut. I'm degrading the sound. See? But if you notice what we did is we shaped the tone of the sound. We kept the sound how it is. We shaped the tone of it. We gave it its own tone, but kept the quality of the sound. See what I mean? The tone of it. The tone now is no longer in the forefront competing with our other sound. It's no longer doing that. We now brought it back and gave ourselves a nice hollow feel, the tone, a hollow tone, to where it now has a space to where our other sound fit inside of it. This right here gives y'all an idea that you can now, that if you understand this right here, you don't have to take every sound and put it in its own space. You don't have to do that. You don't have to. You can take one sound and put it inside of another sound. We just proved that right here. I just have to know how to do it. I have to know the things to prep the sound on how to do it. And there's going to be a few things that I can't hear. I have to visually understand what my plugin is doing because I'm not going to be able to hear it. But it's for what's next. I have to make sure this is being done for what's next. That's coming, that I am going to be able to hear. See how we can hear the stuff now what's happening? See? But when we was on the compression part, we couldn't hear that. We couldn't hear the stuff that was happening. So there's a part in my mix I got to mix with my eyes. Then I got to mix with my ears to understand, even though I can't hear this happening, I need to know it's actually happening. You know what I'm saying? So that's just, again, this just gives y'all an idea that you can take a sound and put it inside of a sound. Now here's what that opens up for you. This is what that opens up for you. If you can understand what was done here, your basses, your kick in your 808, see? All of that. No more do I have to worry about side chaining this to this, making the sound leave so this one could play. See? I don't have to do that no more. I got to make this sound duck out so this one could play. No, I can make them both play together. Your basses, your guitars, all that. Here you go, right here. See? You can now put all of that sound in your stuff. And now you're giving them their own tones, where they sit. I don't have to make a sound leave so the other one could play. And sidechain, that's what sidechaining is. I'm a sidechain my kick to my 808. Make this duck out so this could play. That way it don't have all that stuff clashing. That low end. Nah. I just gave you an idea of how you can get that done. Just an idea of how you can get that done. Now there's a little bit more incorporated with this when it comes down to basses. There's a little bit more. We did this with instruments. There's a little more incorporated with this because I don't want to give people the idea to go back and watch it and just follow this and boom, my bass is going to be mixed. You're going to have a few problems because there's a little bit more incorporated with this when it comes down to basses to blend basses together. Make my 808 play when my sub bass is playing. Or my synth bass, my 808 could still play. My synth bass is in its own tone. My 808 is playing, and they both hitting at the same time. Nothing is ducking out. See? But it can be done just from this simple concept right here. Absolutely can be done. That was my purpose of showing y'all, taking the time out to show y'all that. We're gonna make the beat in just a little. We're gonna make a few beats, but I just wanted to give y'all an idea of that. And I figured what I'm about to do, y'all have heard me say many times on the live stream that, you know, just be careful of the things that you're there's the YouTube definition of what you're hearing, the mixing and all this stuff. There's the YouTube definition of it. And then there's an actual definition of it. See what I'm saying? It's just that a lot of people stop on the YouTube definition of stuff. They don't know how to do something. They go look it up on YouTube and get that from wherever, tutorial, whatever. Your eventual goal is to learn the actual things you can do with your music or in your mix. Not just stop at a YouTube version of what I could do, YouTube University, and learn that way. No, learn the actual things of what you can do with your music. See, the YouTube definition is, hey man, if you ask somebody, check this out. This is what I mean. If you ask somebody, you know, hey man, how do I get my kick in my 808 to play good when I'm making my beats? How do I get it to play good? 90% of the people going to say, oh man, sidechain that. There you go, sidechain that. See, there's your YouTube definition. Sidechain that. Sidechain your kick to your 808. That way is what it's going to do is it's going to make this duck out so this could play, and then you're going to hear your 808. You're going to hear it play after that kick hit. You're going to hear it. So it ain't going to clash. It's going to duck your 808s a little bit to where the kick in here, and boom, then your 808 going to play out. You're going to hit a bass of your 808. The actual definition is that's something you can do, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't look at things as a matter of right or wrong. Do that if you want. But there's an actual definition that I can get both them sounds to play well together. Nothing leaves, nothing ducks out, and I have all of my sound. I just put them in their own tones. I made sure that the tones were different. But I got both of them playing. Nothing is leaving my sound. Everything is nice and full. Nothing, no ducking, none of that. And I got all of them playing well together. There's your concept that you just saw. You can actually take a sound and put it inside of a sound if you know how to do it. That's the actual definition of what you're doing. So just remember that in all of your in everything that you're taking in about what you're learning, what you're clicking on, what you're watching, just remember there's a YouTube version of what you're getting. All this YouTube stuff that everybody teaches, and then there's an actual definition of what you can get. Everything that you can go research that yourself. What I did, what them compressors do, what that mid-side mode can do, all you can go research it yourself. And it's going to basically explain to you the same thing you saw here. See, now you're getting the actual definition of things. I'm going past YouTube. Yeah, I know they said this on YouTube, but let me go past YouTube a little bit and see what's up. See, that's what you're doing now. Just a little bit past that. And all that is just your work ethic. That's all that is. And it's like my boy tell me all the time. If you love what you do, then it ain't gonna be considered work. You're gonna do that, go do that research or getting that information from somewhere or somebody if you need to. It ain't gonna seem like work to you. If you love what you do, it shouldn't be work. You should not go do it because it's what we claim to love. You know, our sound and the music, all that's incorporated in it, all that. So it shouldn't be a chore to go do it. It shouldn't be something that you don't want to do, that you don't want to find out. It shouldn't be something that you're running from. It shouldn't be. You actually should be drawn to it, to know them things. Not just stop at the surface level YouTube thing of what you get. There's an actual definition of what you're doing. There is. And that happens a lot in music production and mixing. I hear it all the time. Sometimes I have to deprogram a lot of stuff when people want to learn things from me and learn the actual way it's done or the way it can be done, not how it's done, because there's multiple ways to do things. So I'm not going to say how it's done. I'll say a few other ways than what they know to get something done when they want to learn stuff from me. I make that very, very clear that I may have to deprogram a little bit of what you already took in on YouTube, because I know you did. Anybody, I know you did. I'm gonna have to deprogram a little bit of that. And the reason why I have to deprogram it is because it's gonna be hard for you to grasp this concept if all you stuck on is that YouTube concept. That's all you stuck on, and that's all you know. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit of deprogramming before I could program this in you, before I could program this, put this piece of information in you. And it's only right. Because if you try and keep them both in your head, they're gonna conflict with each other. You're hearing this over here, but then you're seeing this done over here. You're hearing this done on YouTube. You're looking at it and you see it's done. And then you go watch somebody do something totally different, totally opposite, and it worked 10 times better. But then you go back in, your wife did see, you're gonna easily get confused. You're taking it in and you're seeing that done. You're taking it in and you're seeing that done. I'm taking in this on YouTube by that. Okay, yeah. But then I see it done like the way. Hold up, that kind of debunked that what I just saw on YouTube, what I just saw right here being done. See, that's gonna start to conflict, and that's what's happening to a lot of people just because of this platform we on. They're getting the YouTube version of stuff and missing the actual definition of what of their what goes on with their music or sound in general. And it's just because they stopped. You know, by no means am I telling you that the people out here are misleading you or they're telling you some false stuff. If you notice, I haven't said that about anyone or no one, and I won't, because that ain't my job to gauge what somebody else telling. It ain't my job. You know, it is part of my job to give you another way you could do stuff. Not just that thing you seeing on YouTube. There's another way you could do that. And it might be a bit more efficient for you. It might be. It might be a bit more effective if you tried it that. Not just go search it on YouTube and see what's up. If somebody could tell, nah. I'm gonna go a little bit past YouTube. I'm gonna do a little bit of research. I'm gonna possibly connect with the people I need to connect with to see if I can get that information on how to do that. All of that. That's gonna bring you a little bit past the YouTube thing. That's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? So just understand that, man. Just understand that, you know? And it'll help your music. It helped me out. I mean, it helped me out to learn the craft of engineering. You know, I was, you know, like I told y'all before, I was mixing records long before I actually before I actually started learning at an intern. I went for 2 internships. I was mixing records long before that. But see, when I went for the internship, I started to learn things that it was debunking or deprogramming the stuff that I had already, because I was seeing it happening. You know, right in front of, okay, wait, hold up. How I was mixing this and how I understood this myself, what I just saw you do, you see what I'm saying? The engineer, what I just saw the lead engineer do, I was like, okay, that kind of deprograms that thing that I've been doing all the time. I just saw you do it. You see what I'm saying? And so I would always ask myself, what if I stayed stuck with that? What if I just stayed on that and never ever went get that? What if I did that? See? That's what I started at. Every time I would learn something new and understand something new about what I was doing. It doesn't mean what I was doing was wrong. It just means that I never ever would have went get an efficient way to do it. I would have just settled on that. See? And if we're trying to get better at our craft, which we all claiming to do, get better at our craft and get better and better, I can't settle for shit. I can't keep doing that. If I claim to want to get better and better at my craft. If I see something new, I'm going to go get more information on that. If I see something that can help me out, I'm going to go get more information on it. See, that's me living up to the thing I say when I want to get better and better at my craft. That's me living up to it. Not just saying that shit, but just going run here and getting my information all the time. No, I'm going to go a bit past YouTube. I'm going to go a little bit past that. Because I want to get better at my craft. See? Just always remember this. If all of us keep pulling up to the same place to get our information, if all of us keep pulling up to the same place to get it, all of us, everybody, don't be surprised when we all start sounding like robots. And isn't that what we hear in music? 90% of the music sound the same. It's people repeating. It's people that are either copying or trying to be like, trying to have a type something. Type, meaning a type sound. This person's type sound. A little baby type sound, they're trying to have that. A little whoever type sound, they're trying to have that. But it's because you can tell that they came here to learn. They came to this platform to learn whatever it was. So they ended up sounding like that person over there, because that's what they were trying to have, that type sound. Have that type sound, that type sound. But see, what's going to happen is when you break free from that place that everybody go to and learn something and start learning things from that person and this person right here and that person, when you break free, you're going to start to notice that you have your own sound. And it's simply because the pieces of information I'm taking in ain't where everybody getting it from. That it ain't there. That's not where I'm going to get it. Or that's not where I'm settling to get it. I'm not saying stop looking on YouTube for stuff. I'm just saying I'm no longer settling for that place anymore to get that information from. I'm not settling for it anymore because I know there's more for me to learn. There's more for me to understand. Not just going type in a prompt on YouTube and seeing what somebody can show me. Now there's more for me to understand. See what I'm saying? So if you know that and understand this right here, what y'all saw should give you a proof of that. What we just did should give you a little bit of proof of that. If not 100% proof, then at least some sort of proof that there are things about this that I might be missing simply because I keep going to the same place everybody going to get the information. I keep doing that. There might be some stuff I'm missing about this. As beautiful as this platform is and as much information as it provides, I still can be missing a bunch. You know what I'm saying? I could be missing that. I can't. Simply because I'm not living up to what I said when I say I want to get better at my craft. I'm not living up to it. I'm not going past that one place. I just keep going to it. I'm not going past that. I'm not going beyond that. You know what I'm saying? Well, just remember that, man. That's just me giving y'all that game. Okay, so let's go on and get to the beats. Let's do that. Hopefully, we got the tutorial part out the way. you know. So hopefully this kind of helped y'all. Go back and watch this part of the video if y'all need to. The stuff that I was doing. You know what I'm saying? All that. Go back and watch that. What I told y'all before at the beginning of the stream, when I made it very, very clear as to how it operates here, just understand that me giving y'all that idea of what happens on this stream whenever I push that live button and you guys show up and want to take in or see whatever it is that's going on, just understand I'm gonna maintain a very, very high respect for you. I don't have to like you, because respect and like that, it's not mandatory that you like something you respect. So that doesn't mean I have to like you. Doesn't mean I'm gonna just maintain a high level respect for the people that's watching. I'm gonna try and do that. See, I'm gonna try and do that. And I don't know you, and I don't have to like you. I don't have to have some type. Even enemies can show respect. I don't have to like you to do that. I'm gonna just maintain some type of respect for the people that I know that hit that link that YouTube and pulled up here to watch something. I'm gonna try and maintain that. So that's all that I ask from you. That's it. When you pull up, that's it. Have fun in the chat. Do whatever you want to do. Say whatever you want to say. But just remember that thing that he's showing us, I have to make sure I do that. That respect that he's showing us. Okay? What he could do is hit that live button, and any question that's dropped in there, he could just keep doing this thing. Don't answer nobody. Don't talk to nobody. Don't even say hi if y'all say hi. Don't even say what's up. He could do that. But that's that respect he's showing us. By trying to answer the questions, trying to show us a little something, trying to do that. That's that respect he's showing us. So I got to be very careful of when I decide to do whatever in that chat. I got to be very careful that I'm not stepping on that respect he show us. That's all I'm asking, bro. And if you got a problem with it, if for some reason that's rubbing you the wrong way, that I'm stating that and making that very clear. If for any reason that this is rubbing you the wrong way, then there's a reason why it is. There's a reason why. Maybe you don't have that type of respect in you. Maybe you don't. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's not. Maybe you don't. Yeah? Respect is not like. Always remember that. You ain't gotta like me. You don't have to. Hate me. Do whatever you want. That's between you, the mirror, and Jesus. However y'all figure that out between y'all. But just understand, if you're gonna pull up here, that level of respect gonna always be shown. That's it. That respect for the time, that respect for the way it's done, the respect for how it's done, all of that. That respect is gonna be shown. Absolutely, 100% at all times. And as a result, I'm gonna try and make sure I keep that same respect for you when you pull up here and I don't know who you are. I'm gonna try and make sure I keep that same respect by trying to help, by answering anything that you ask, if I can. I'll point you into some direction to get the information from. I think that's a fair exchange of respect. I think that is. Just always remember that, man. And everybody will get along fine. Anybody that pull up here will get along fine. I promise you that. They will get along fine. But the second something start creeping in you, start creeping up in you to infringe on that and give and tell me how to do it, hurry up, speed up. You said that 3 times already. All that. See, you're crossing the line. See, you're crossing it. Because I didn't tell you how fast they hit that live button. I didn't tell that to you. I left that open to your interpretation, however you want to hit it. Whenever you want to come here, leave, go, and I left that. I didn't tell you that. And I'll tell you when I go live, make sure y'all here in 5 minutes. I want all of y'all in here in 5 minutes. If y'all not, that's it. I'm not doing it. I didn't tell y'all that. So I didn't rush you to come here. I didn't do that. So why you rushing me when you get here? Make sense? Why you doing that? I didn't rush you to come here. I didn't go call you and say, hey, man, I'm going live. Make sure you hurry up, pull up, hurry up. Nah, man, quit that. Just hurry up, man. See, you're taking too long, man. Hurry up. Hit the live button. Hurry up. Come, hit the video and get on. I didn't do that to you. That's what I mean. We're going to have to show each other that respect. We're going to have to do that. That's how it's going to have to work. So just remember that, man. Just keep that in mind. A lot of people forget that. They forget that type of respect. They don't have it. They either weren't raised with it. They don't know what I'm talking about. And the reason why it's rubbing them the wrong way right now that I'm saying this, the reason why it's pissing them off right now that I'm saying this, is simply because nobody ever tore that ass and put it in them. You know, they wasn't raised in that fast to where somebody tore that ass up and put it in. See? So quite possibly, it's going to be somebody else out there that do it to them. But the parent didn't do it at home. They didn't tear that ass up and put that respect in them. They didn't do that. So somebody else going to teach them that lesson out here. Somebody else will. They're going to run into a bunch of other people that teach them that lesson. And they're not going to like the way they teach them that lesson. When mom and daddy could have did that in the house. They could have done that. They could have taught you that. See? Possibly it's going to be some dude out here, somebody else that's going to teach you that. And that's going to result in you being in a hospital or something like that. And when they teach you how to show that respect, possibly there's going to be a cop out here, you know, cop out that's going to show you that you came out, that you stay in your lane when you're speaking to people. It's going to be them type of people that put that teach you that respect. And you're not going to like the way they teach it. When mom and daddy could have taught that to you at home, taught that respect to you at home. They could have done that. What I'm saying? The reason why I got this type of respect is because my people put that respect in me, so I didn't catch it out there. I didn't learn that lesson out there with a cop whipping my ass. He gonna teach me that respect. He gonna teach it to me. They taught it to me in the crib. They would rather put them licks on me. They would rather do that and make sure I got that respect than me walk out here and other people keep doing it to me and put me in the hospital or possibly killing me. Because I never learned how to show that respect, even to enemies. I never learned how to do that. I ain't gotta like you. So remember what I said? I ain't gotta like you. So I don't have to like that person or like this person to understand respect. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense to you. I don't know if it does, bro. Just remember that, man. All right. Are we still? Can y'all hear me? I thought I hit that button again. My bad. I thought I hit that button again. I thought I did. My bad. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's start. Let's keep going, man. We got our desired sound we want. Let's go. Let's see what we're gonna do, man. Let's see what we're gonna do. gonna see if we can. I'm gonna see if we can find something else. Remember, we taking some samples and doing some stuff. So let's see if we can find something else. What do y'all think when y'all listen to this right here? Y'all listen to the reason why I'm playing the sound right here. Y'all listen to the sound right here and give me an idea of what's happening. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that mean looks. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, bro. You said I like watching you and EA Ski. Y'all are very straightforward and honest. Yeah, man. I have spoken to EA Ski on Instagram, man. Very, you know, and I just wanted to let him know that I know I listened to his production. I listened to his production, you know, long time ago, and I like his style. I just wanted to let him know that. And he actually hit me, but you knew who I was from YouTube. He knew, like the MPC community. You knew. I didn't know you knew. You know, but you knew who I was. You like, yeah, oh yeah, man. I know your channel. I know your YouTube. All of that, man. I've seen your videos. You know, and he said the same thing, man. I like how you kind of, you know, you just you're right down the middle with it, man. Just stay that way. Because online, you have to be though, like online, because people are trying to bully you online. They'll try and shame you online, and it's because everybody behind the screen, nobody's standing up in front of your face. So people assume roles that they wouldn't do out there in real life. They wouldn't do that. They know they can sit comfortably on a phone and say some shit. But half this shit they saying, they wouldn't dare say that in public to somebody. Like if they was face to face with somebody, they wouldn't dare say that. And y'all gotta know that. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't watch it, whenever you do stuff like this online, whenever you do that, people will literally bully you. They'll try and rush it. They'll try and do all that shit to you just because they know they comfortable behind the screen. They can do that. They can type whatever they want, say whatever they want, and no consequences. You know what I'm saying? They know that, and people start to get comfortable with that. But they start letting shit fly out of their mouth that they would not speak a word of that to you if they saw you face to face. They wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? But just remember that, man. Just remember. Even if y'all out here doing this type of stuff, if you online doing your streaming or doing anything like that, just always remember that, man. People get nuts on them when they know all I gotta do is type it in. I ain't gotta see that dude. I ain't gotta see him. I just gotta type it in. Oh, trust me, they grow some nuts that they ain't got. They do. You know what I'm saying? But big shout out to big shout out to EA Ski, man. Big shout out, man. Respect to EA Ski, man. You know, I don't really know him, you know, like know him behind other than music, but you know, man, respect to the sound that he got and everything that he do, man. The movement that he got going on and everything, man. I wish him the best of success with that, like the best, very best of success with all of that. Absolutely. I want to give it like a hard type of sound, so I'm looking for a hard sample to put in there. Ooh, y'all want to put the strings in there? Look. Y'all think we should put the strings in there? Look at the strings, man. I think we could chop. Let's put the strings in there. Let's do that. Let's do that. We're gonna chop the strings up and put it in there. Let's put the strings in there. Let's do it. Let's do that. Let's do the strings. Let's do the strings. I'm with the strings, dude. I am definitely with the strings. Let's get it. I got the strings. Let's do it. I think we might need a little volume on that. Let's chop this up. My bad. I was just trying to see if I could get a different type of feel for it. Let's chop this up. Chop it up. Okay, let's get. I want to get rid of some of these pads. All right, all right, all right. We got some chops. We got some chops. How should we do this? Yeah, that's it. There we go. Got it. Oh, nope, nope. I forgot it already. There we go. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Stop that. Stop that. There we go. Woo, let's do it. Let's do it one more time. One more time. One more time. I got it though. In the world. Nice. Mm. Got it. Got it. Walk on and off. Did I render that texture sound out? Oh no, I didn't. I didn't. Let me render this texture sound out, man. That way I can get rid of them plugins. So let's hit Control B on that texture sound. I think I forgot to do that. Render that texture sound out, man. Now I got the sound I want. I can get rid of the audio track. Now I got that sound. Are we going with the bass next? Y'all ready to go with the bass next? Can we do that? Can we give ourselves some bass? Let's give ourselves some bass, man. C, D, E. Ooh, let's do it. 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 I like it. Got it. I don't know about that bass. Let's see if we can find a smoother bass, huh? Let's see if we can do it. Something a bit smoother. Not really in that realm, but just a bit smoother. I have to assign knob 1 to the filter, the attack right here. I like that sound right there. Let's give ourselves 2 basses. Let's do it. Let's give ourselves 2 basses. Let's duplicate this like that. We're gonna give ourselves 2 basses. That's gonna be the bass that play. That's gonna be the bass that play in like the verses and stuff. And then this is gonna be the bass that play. Let's switch them. Bam. This is gonna be the verse that. Okay, so let's change this up. We're gonna change this to another preset. And we're gonna do a little different version of a bass. Okay, so let's grab this. Bam. Bam, bam. Okay. So basically, in essence, what we're going to do is we're going to grab this right here, this track right here. Bam. We duplicated both of these basses right here. So we got 2 of the same bass, right? We're going to keep this one right here, which is the one we played. We're about to change this one up so we can have a different bass playing in the intro, right? If that makes sense. All right. So let's find a different bass. I use the same MIDI track because I'm going to kind of use the same notes, but I'm going to just kind of do them a little differently. Go in there and tweak them a little differently to fit the bass that we got, that we're going to pick. Let's go back to the browser. We're going to try and pick another bass. You know, probably like something a little bit more sharper maybe. I'm saying just something a little bit more sharper. I like that. I like that. I like that too. Oh, that might work. That might work. That might work. Let's see if we could. Let's start off with that. Start off with that. That might work. Let's go. Let's bring this over here like this. Yeah. Make that come. Let me bring up the velocities a bit more. Pull this out. Like this, bam. Bring this down just a little bit. Come on, man. That's cold-blooded right there. That's cold-blooded right there. Let's go grab all this like that. Bam, like that. And we're gonna drag this here like, oh, nope, 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 nope. Let's move that here like that. Bam. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Starter. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Wow, let's go. Let's fill in this. All right, let's do the same thing. Now we got the bass. Let's go back in it. I'm gonna go back in the Triton preset, and I'm gonna kind of work with the attack of the bass, kind of give myself a little bit more of a little bit less of that edginess. I'm gonna go to this button right here and map that. Assign, right click on it, assign knob to amp attack right here. Now this knob, we're gonna control the attack of the sound so I can make it smooth at the bass. Is that the right one? Ooh, okay. We working with it. Okay. Let's filter that bass. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the EQ. Let's go to the EQ, right? And we're gonna do our LFO again. Okay, so let's grab our EQ and we're gonna make that bass kind of sweep a little bit. We're gonna do a sweeping bass. right there. Boom. That's why I want that right there. Okay. First, you set off your resonant point. What I'm doing. Whenever I do sweeping stuff, you know, I want my resonant. If you do sweeping stuff like this, it's not gonna really have like that sweeping feel. You know, if you just do it like this. See? But if you give yourself a resonant bump, meaning that you pick a frequency in the bass that you raise up right here, give yourself a bump. And now you're going to hit as real. So it's all about your where you can place your resonance. Whenever you do like moving or modulating stuff, you want sweeping type of stuff. You make sure it's even like that. That is even like that on the synthesizer. You know, whenever you got your cutoff and you got your resonant, your resonant knob, that resonant is this right here. How much you boosting this. Just remember that. Your cutoff is how much of this you're doing. See, cutting off your sound. See, so that cutoff gonna come with a high pass or low pass cutoff on your synthesizer. See, so you're cutting off like no different than cutting off an EQ, cutting off the high end of an EQ, or cutting off the low end of an EQ. See, so you could change that cutoff knob to cut off high or low end. So that's what your cutoff is doing on a synthesizer. But if you notice right next to that knob, you're gonna have a resonance knob. On any damn near 95% of synthesizers, even your plugins, your synthesizer plugins, you're gonna see that resonant. That resonant is this right here. This bump is how much you bumping this up right here. See? So basically what you could do in a synthesizer is you can control this or this. See, with the resonant. You know what I'm saying? Just remember that. Just in case y'all didn't know that about y'all plugins or, you know, all them synthesizer plugins y'all may be going to have. You know, you can go find that cutoff and that resonant. You can do this type. You could create like sweeping effects with that cutoff and that resonance. You know, you bump up the resonance, however much you want, and then you use that cutoff. You modulate that cutoff knob to do this, to go back and forth, and it's gonna create that sweeping sound like we're about to do. We just gonna do it with the EQ. Same exact deal, cutoff and resonance. Okay. So I pick my resonant point that I want first. I find it, and if you can't find it, all you do is just bump it up. Bump it up like this, give yourself like a little curve like this, and then play the sound and then sweep for it. See, so what I'm looking for is that initial hit of the bass. Not really what's going on while the bass is playing. If you notice that bass got an initial hit. The initial hit is that beginning hit. It got that. So I keep listening to that. And that's how I'm finding my resonant point. So watch how it change. See, that's the initial hit. Bring the resonance out a little bit. See? Bring it out some. See? So I'm picking the point that I wanted. You know, which I think that last point was good. I don't want it to be piercing to where it's like this. That's too sharp. I want it to be like somewhere here. See, that's where it's gonna start. And then it's gonna go into the sharp sound. Round, round, round. See what I'm saying? So you pick your starting point. And I'm just listening to that first sound, that first hit. That's good. I want it to start low and then zoom into the high part. So I want it to start low right here, and it's gonna sweep over here. So that's why I want it to start. All right, let's grab our LFO. Boom. Okay, y'all remember how we did that before with the other sound? We engage this right here, hit this little arrow, it's gonna show all our plugin, all our parameters on the EQ down here. So all the different parameters on the EQ. So y'all remember our cutoff, our low pass, our high pass or low pass filter. That's this going left and right. That's right here. See our low pass filter right here? Bam. So we hit map. It's gonna start flashing, and then we click on that. And then this parameter should start moving to this line right here, this wave, this squiggly wave right here. It's gonna start moving according to that. So let's click it. Bam, there it is. It's now moving according to that wave. So we can make this move according to that line right here. So all we got to do is sync that line to what we want. All right. So y'all remember what we trying to do is, see, this is where we got it starting. What we wanted to do, see how it's going, is going all the way left and right. See? See? It's going all the way left and right. That's not what we want. What we want is for it to do this. We want for it to stay like right here and just go like this. Not all the way like this. Just right here. From here to over here. Womp. Then back. Womp. Womp. Just like that. All right. So let's use the plug. Let's use that LFO plugin to do that. That's going to be our first. We're going to take down our depth. Okay. You got look. You can look at depth as a kind of drying wet knob. If you know a drying wet knob of a plugin, a wet knob will give you all of the effect of your plugin, whatever that is on any plugin. That's what wet is. Wet is all. So when you see wet on the reverb, that's gonna give you all of your reverb. The more you blend it in with dry, that's gonna give you your dry sound plus some more of the reverb, plus some of the reverb. If you go all the way dry, that's just your dry sound without the reverb. See what I'm saying? So that's any plugin. I'm just using reverb because you'll see that dry wet knob on a reverb plugin or most reverb plugins. So wet is giving you all of your effect. Dry is giving you none of your effect. If you put it in the middle, you have your sound, your dry sound, plus a little bit of the effect. So your depth knob is kind of like a dry wet knob. It's doing kind of like the same thing. The more depth you have, that's the more of this movement you're gonna have. That's the more of it. The less depth you have, that's the calmer it's going to be. See? But it's doing it this way. That's why it's called depth. See? Basically what it's doing is the more depth you have, you're going to have bigger peaks and valleys. It's bigger. See? It's going all the way down, depth, all the way down, and it's coming all the way up. Bigger peaks and valleys. That's the depth. When you decrease the depth, it's going to start decreasing in peaks. See? It's not going all the way down and coming. It's just kind of doing it just a little bit. Okay? And the more you decrease it, the more it's going to start seeing. The more you do it until it's a straight line. There's none. See? Now you don't hear no more of the effect. The more you decrease it, it's going to start moving. See? The more you decrease it, it's going to start going more. See? Up and down bigger. The more you decrease it, the more you increase it, it's going to start going. See what I'm saying? So it's like a dry wet. You're giving yourself more of the effect, the more depth of the effect. So you can use like a dry wet knob. Basically the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Okay, so you see how that's moving? It's no longer moving like this. Nope. We got it now moving just in that from that low part. We want it to that low part to that high part. Okay. Now this is the thing. With the depth. What it's doing with the depth, okay? It brought it in from like this. If you look at it, started like this, moving wide like this, from here to here to here to here, wide like the depth shrunk it here from the left ways and the right ways. It shrunk it. So now we're just moving in like this. But see, what we want to do is we want to take that whole thing, that whole movement, and shift it over a little bit, the whole thing, not just this part of it. We want to take that whole movement and shift it over to go more towards the high, because remember, we want that zip on the high end. If we leave it like this, we just catching a little. See how it's moving? Look how it's moving. We catching a little bit of low mids. We want to take that little movement that it got and shift the whole movement over to the right. Keep it just like this, but move the whole entire movement over to the right a little bit to catch a little bit of a high end. So that's what the offset knob is for. On the LFO, the offset knob. The offset is going to keep this same movement like this, but it's going to shift the movement over here a little bit to wherever you do the offset. So if you increase the offset, you're going to notice that it's going to keep that same movement left and right, same exact movement, but it's going to shift it. See? Shifting it. Same exact movement, but it's just shifting it. This is over here. Less of the offset, more of the offset. So I can shift where I want this left and right to go. Man. Now the only thing is now what we wanted to do, if you notice, is not sync to nothing. It's not synced to nothing. It's just moving randomly. No matter what the beat is doing, it's moving randomly. Okay. But if you go down here, if you go to this button right here, this yellow button right here on the LFO, right here, the small yellow button, they got a small black button underneath that syncs it. So let's turn on the metronome. It's gonna sync that. You're gonna start seeing this move to the metronome. Okay. Let's turn it on low. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. See how it's moving? It's moving to that 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to make this slower. See, right now it's just moving 1, 2, 3. We want it to ramp into that bass. So basically what we want is we want that not fast. This is a little bit fast right here. How it's moving. Even though it looks slow, that's fast. We want it to do one of these, not two. 1. So let's bring that. That's what the rate is for. The rate is how fast you want this thing to move. So let's bring it down. I mean, or increase it, look. See? Maybe if we change the wave file, let's change the wave to the up to make it go up. Right now we got a squiggly line that's happening with our wave that is following that squiggly line. See this right here. Let's change that to the one that ramps up. See, now it goes zoop, then it come back down. See how the thing moved? It ramps up, then it goes back down quick. Ramps up, go back down quick. That's that up. You can do a down one. This is down. That's ramping up. This is ramping down. It's going the other way. And it's going to go back whoop, to the right real quick. See, so these different shapes right here, that's your different shapes you got to make this thing move a different way. You know, they got pulse. They got the square. You know, the square is the pulse. You know, the blocks like this. Square. See, that's the pulse. See, it's gonna move in increments, not smooth. Whoop, whoop. I just got it slow. If you increase it, it's gonna start jumping. See, that's the pulse width one. Difference, you know. So once you learn your waves and all of that, that's how you start modulating sound and synthesis. When you learn your different waves, like what they do, pulse wave, sine wave, triangle wave, square, you know, all of that. Okay, so let's go back to the ramp. Boom, pop. Move this over like that. Nice. I like that. I like that. Let's hit it with the let's. Let me shape that a little bit. Let's shape it. So we're gonna put our shaping EQ on that. We're gonna shape that sound. Still want to keep the effect, just shape the sound a little bit. Do that. Nice. Okay. Y'all remember the DBX? DBX compressor? Our bass compressor? Let's get it. Let's get it. The DBX can be used for different things, but I use it for bass mostly. It can be used for melodic content as well. To me, it kind of dampens my melodies. It dampens it a little bit, just a bit, to where it will take the life out of your melodies very quickly. But for a bass sound, you kind of want that. You want that smooth, damp kind of sound on your bass, and then you just crank up some type of saturation or something to give it back that zest, however much zest you want. But your object get to make the bass smooth as you can. Now you give it whatever type of tone you want with some type of saturation or some type of tape plugin or something, tape emulate something. So that's why I use it for bass a lot. This compressor right here. Okay, that's not the right one. It's this one right there. There we go. The right track. Now we're on the right track. Okay, so I'm gonna slam my bass through this thing. Okay, I'm gonna show you how I do that. Okay, I take my threshold like halfway down into where I know I'm not gonna be able to hit a bass. See, you can't hear it. My threshold is slamming down on the bass to where it's not letting the sound come through. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work with this compression right here. See, I'm giving myself a lot of compression. To the right is a lot of compression. To the left is a little bit compression. Okay, so I got it kind of all the way to the right. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving myself a lot of compression. So that's why it's compressing the hell out of this bass. You can't even hear it now. So what I do is I can hear a small tone that I want. What I'm listening for is while it's compressed, what I'm basically doing is I'm taking the bass, squashing it down, compressing it a lot. And I'm compressing it, and I'm gonna keep letting off the compressor till I can hear a pop. That pop, that bzz, bzz, that, almost like a mosquito. Bzz, bzz. When I can hear that, underneath all of that squashness, when I can hear it, that's how I know to go to the gain and start giving myself gain now. See what I'm saying? Right now, you can't, all I can hear is just the muffled bass. Listen to it. See? All I can hear is just the muffled bass. See? See? Yeah, I can't really hear that pop. I can hear the bzzz, I can hear all that, the movement, but I can't hear that pop. That pop is the initial hit. Y'all remember the initial hit we was talking about when that bass first hit, bzz, bzz, that spring it got? I want to hear that. All I hear right now is just the twistiness, round, 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 all that in the bass. See, look. But I want the initial when I hear that pop, bzz, bzz. So I'm gonna keep backing off this compressor until I can hear that pop. When I hear that pop, that's how I know to stop messing with the compressor and go to the gain and start. I got the sound I want. So the reason why I do it this, why I use this method right here whenever I'm dealing with heavy basses, with synth bass and stuff like that, is because you can. I don't want to gauge how much I compress a bass based on the whole entire bass I'm hearing. If that makes sense. If I hit a whole bass coming through my head or through my speakers, and I'm trying to gauge how much compression I want to put on the bass to make it even out and level with the track. If I'm trying to gauge that by hearing a whole bass, I can easily misjudge it because that's a full sound I'm hearing. Misjudging means that I could pull a threshold down this much. Well, how I didn't know it could go down this much? How I didn't know if I never tried it? I didn't know it could go down a little bit more. See if I didn't try. See what I'm saying? So I could misgauge with just because I'm hearing this full sound. I could take the threshold down and be like, oh, that's good. And then I stop right there. Well, you never know. Like this would have probably been better. You don't know. Because you decided to stop here because that seemed good to you. Well, you never know. That might have been a little bit better. And this might be even a little bit better. See? So that's how you'll deal with a compressor. It's almost like you're guessing if you're trying to gauge it based on a full sound you're hearing. Or me. I'm not going to say y'all, but me. If I'm trying to gauge it based on a full sound I'm hearing, especially a bass. See? So my job is to squash it. I want to hear it muffled, condensed, not a full sound I'm hearing. And then I'm going to release the threshold and I'm going to start to hear things pop out. It's almost like I'm soloing them small things that's popping out in it. And if I can hear that, that's how I know, okay, where you at, where you need to be. See what I'm saying? Start backing off that actual, start backing off the compression and start giving yourself the gain. So bringing it up in the track. That's the output gain of the track. You know what I'm saying? So let's go. That's what I'm hearing right now. But the thing is, you got to do the reason why I could do a gate bass like this, but you got to do it based on the music you hear. You know what I'm saying? Do it based on something. Match your bass with something to your track. I do not suggest mixing bass just listening to the bass, just like this, or trying to mix your bass just solo. You have no clue how it's fitting into the rest of your meal. So match it with, it don't have to be the whole beat, the whole entire track, but match it with something. One of the best things to match it with is your main instrument when you're mixing it. Try and match it with whatever whatever the heaviest instrument is. Not drums, whatever the heaviest instrument is. Okay? So if you got a very dark piano or a full sample or whatever, match your bit, turn on, so mute all the other tracks and match it just to that. Because if you can get it to set well with that, all you got to do, if you can, let me rewind. If you can get it to set well with that sound, with that full sound, get your bass to set well with that full sound, all you got to do now is match that sound, that full sound, with the rest of your track. See? And your bass is going to fit because you matched it to that full sound. So now you can you can mute the bass track after you matched it to that full sound. Not just go match all your other sounds that start unsoloing them or unmuting them and bring them into the mix and just start matching it with that full sound. Just start matching with that full sound and they're going to match with the bass. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, let's go. Let's put this in. So I'm a unsolo the bass. So this would be the full sound right here. This would be the track. That would be the full sound right there. So that's what I'm gonna match the bass with, that sound right there. Let's go. See, so what I'm doing is, remember what I said, I'm working with the threshold. It's right here. I'm working with the threshold. And I'm gonna start backing off to where I can hit that bite on the initial hit. Not yet. You can hear that bounce coming in on the initial hit. You can hear it. See, it's not there yet, but it's coming in. See? Keep back. All I'm doing is just backing off the threshold. See how y'all can hear it? See? That boom, boom is coming in. See? I can hear it now. See that brown. That's what I want. Okay, so now that I got that, now I know to start backing off, I can start dealing with the compression now. See, that's a lot of compression that's happening. You can tell by my needle, look. See how it instantly that needle instantly go to the left? That's a lot of compression. But see, I got the compression turned all the way to the right. That's a lot. But now I know where my threshold need to be set. And I did it based off this squash compression. So now I can start backing off the compressor, and that's gonna start I got my tame peak where it's gonna hit. That bounce is where it's gonna hit that peak of the sound. Brown. That's where my highest point gonna be. That's why I was gauging it to that. My highest point in my wave file gonna be there. That initial hit. Brown. So that's what I was setting my threshold to. The initial hit. That first hit of the bass. See? I don't want to set it to the rest of my bass. Picture how an 808 file look. Y'all know how an 808 file look like this? You know, an 808 file is big here and then it kind of tape off. If you look at your 808 wave file, it's big at the beginning. If you're looking at it from left to right, it's big, it's thick at the beginning, and then it kind of tape off into a little point. See, that big part is the initial hit. So I set my threshold to that beginning point. I don't want to set it to the part that's tapering off. If I set it to that, and you could do that by just listening to your bass track. You're listening to it and trying to set your compressor. You're listening to all that in there. You solo into one part about the bass. So the hit of it, the initial hit of it, you can solo into that. Or the smoothness of it. That's not going to be the initial hit. That's going to be anything in the middle. So if your bass is connected, like synth bass, see, all of that's the middle of it. All that's connected. That first hit is just the initial hit. So there's different places that you could set your threshold in you can set it. You just listen to different places of your track. See? And if you can solo one of them different places, that's how you can set your threshold on your compression. I could set it to the initial hit of a track. I could set it to the middle of a sound, to where it's longer, it's more full. I could set my threshold to that. You know, it don't make no sense setting it off to the tail end of a sound where it's tailing off. It don't make no sense set it to that. So that's what I'm saying. So you solo different parts of it, and you can kind of. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you could basically set any compression threshold that way. You're soloing a part of the sound. So if I have a piano sound, there's gonna be initial hit of that piano. You know, see, that's the initial hit. There's gonna be some sustain in the middle of that. In the middle of the piano that carries the sound out. Then there's gonna be an ending part that tails off of the piano sound. See? Listen to the parts, and that's how you set your threshold. You're going to start to hear it. The more you back off your threshold, you're going to hear the beginning of the sound kind of dampen a little bit. The beginning of that piano, kind of like this. When you start engaging that threshold, it's going to start dampening that initial hit. You're going to start hearing dampen. Now you're not going to hear it. If you raise that threshold up, you're not going to hear it too much. Back off of it, you're going to hear more of it. But see how you just focus on just that threshold, just that beginning sound, that beginning hit? Or you could set it to the middle. Listen to the middle part. Block out the beginning hit and just focus on the middle of the sound. Block out the beginning hit of the piano. Don't block that out and just focus on the middle sound. After that hit, just listen to the middle and set your threshold of that. You're going to start noticing your transient get smaller, but your middle sound start coming up. You know what I'm saying? Based on how you set that threshold. So that's a good way to understand how to deal with a threshold on a compressor. Just in case y'all don't know, like, and nobody ever gave y'all a way to set it or a way to kind of look at it to set it, or if you're just guessing, just pulling that knob down, just guessing by what you hear. No, you can actually set it. You can. Just based on what you're listening to in the sound. Okay? Whatever you're paying attention to. So me, particularly with this bass, I'm paying attention to the initial hit, not the sustain of it and not the tail end, the release of it. Just the initial hit. That's what I'm setting my threshold to. So let's start backing off the compression. Now that I got my threshold set. If you notice, you're gonna start hearing more of the fullness of the bass come out. Because I'm no longer squashing it with all that compression. I'm backing up. I got the threshold set, so it's not gonna let the bass go past that. But not so it's gonna keep my bass like this below a certain level. My bass trying to come through that threshold. It's not gonna let it pass it. It's gonna keep knocking it down with that threshold that I got set. Not gonna let it pass it. So now what I'm doing with the compression is anything that's happening below the threshold, that's all the compression that's happening. What I'm doing with that compression is I'm opening it up. So you're gonna start hearing my bass get full down, but that threshold gonna keep it down here. See? I'm dealing with whatever is below the threshold with the compressor. This middle knob right here. So let's do it. This knob right here, the compression. So let's back off of it. Let's put it down. Let's start backing off of it. You're gonna start hearing the bass increase. See? See, it's doing what we said. It's doing, see how it's keeping it below, it's not letting it come past that threshold, but you can hear it opening up all under the threshold. You can hear it opening up down there, but it's just not letting it pass that. It's not letting it happen. See what I'm saying? There you go. So when I'm gauging this, how full I want. This would be a lot low. See? Can't hear it no more. All muffled. Let's back off of it. It's opening up. Still below the threshold. Opening up. Remember what I'm looking for. I'm listening for that bite. So all I'm listening to is that beginning hit. No matter what's playing in the bass, all I'm listening for is when it loop back into that beginning hit. I'm focused on that. Either I could solo in on it while the bass is looping, or I could just put it at the beginning of the track and keep pressing play and listening to it. See, that's the initial hit. See? Or I could just let it loop. If you're good enough to focus on a certain part while the track is loop, you could just let this keep looping and just pay attention to the initial hit every time it loop back around. So either way you could do it. But a person that can't, you know, like you get distracted a little bit, or you don't really know, I would suggest doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm showing to you this way, doing what I'm doing, and just going to the beginning of the track and just keep hitting play. That way you're locked into that beginning part, see? And just set your compressor, just keep setting it and keep pressing play as you set it. See what I mean? You're gonna keep hearing that brown, 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 brown. It's gonna get louder, whatever, just based on what you setting. What you setting here with your compressor. See what I'm saying? So, backing off my compression. It's getting full. Once I get to the certain fullness that I want underneath my threshold, then it's gonna be time to hit the end, to hit the makeup gain. So that's pretty good. Let's hit the makeup gain. Nice. We can go back to our LFO plugin, and we can work with the depth if we want some more of that high in the coming, that zip, you know, that where the sweep happens with the EQ. That sweep is happening with this EQ. See? We can start bringing in a little bit more. I can even increase my resonance, so I can turn the LFO off. That way it stop moving, and I can bump up my resonance a little bit. See? Because remember, it's under the compressor. That compressor's net is feeding into the compressor. So I can give myself some more resonance, and that threshold of the compressor gonna keep it where it's supposed to be. All it's gonna do is just bring more sound to that sound underneath the threshold of the compressor. See? Let's bring it back in. That's our bass right now. Bam. Check that out. All right, so I'm gonna take my last two plugins. All right, let me show you how I do this. I'm gonna take my last two plugins, which is this EQ that's shaping the bass, and then obviously that compressor that we just set. Okay. I'm gonna highlight those two plugins at the end by holding shift. I'm gonna highlight them. I'm gonna hit Control X. That's gonna cut them from the track, meaning that they are no longer on this bass track. We now have this. That's our bass. No more EQ, no more compressor, but it's on my clipboard now, so I can paste it whenever I get ready. That's what Control X does. It cuts stuff. It looks like it's deleted, but you delete it, but it's on your clipboard. What I'm saying, to paste, to get rid of the paste. So the reason why I cut it is because I wanna render the audio out before I put them effects on. I just set it with the MIDI. So let's hit Control B, Render the audio out. That's our LFO audio, the sweeping sound. That's all we're rendering out. Then we're gonna put the EQ on the audio file instead of putting it on the MIDI file. See? Now I can delete the MIDI file of my bass and then go to the audio file and paste them to my two plugins back on. I compress in my EQ, see? So I'm back to the original sound, just audio. Okay. See? That's my bass with the compression in my EQ on. Okay, so now here's what we got. We have to level these two basses with the rest of the track. Because remember, we have another bass right here. Look. We got our other bass right here that's going to go into this bass. Okay? So we have to level them to make sure that we don't have one bass that's going to be playing a certain way, then the other bass is going to go into the other bass and it ain't going to be set. So the way I do that is I loop a part of the track like this. Okay? See, to where I can hear one bass going into the next one. See? This bass right here, this second bass right here that's starting, let me make that a different color so we know. Just so we know. I'm gonna make that a, let's do a darker red, something like that. Like a burnt orange color, okay? See, so if you notice, the bottom bass, this one right here, the darker one right here is a little bit louder than this one. See, so watch listen for when it comes out of this one into this one. See how we got a volume increase? So let's level match it. Let's do it. I'm gonna go to my second one. I remember I already got this one where I want, this top one. So I'm gonna start gauging the other one based off of what I did with that one. So let's go to the second one. And that's how we gonna EQ it, and we gonna EQ it based on this bass right here we made. EQ it, level match it, do all of that. So let's first let's go handle the EQ. Let's do it, which ain't gonna be too much because I want to keep the fullness of this bass. Okay, so obviously I'm hearing a lot of low end. This one don't have that much low end, see, look. But I'm hearing a lot of low end with this one. See, so we're gonna try and match it a little bit. Just so when the track comes out of this bass into this one, it don't seem like some weird thing happened to the track. Like some, you know, it sounds like two different beats playing almost. Two different basses. We don't want two different beats. You know what I'm saying? Nice, nice. So that kind of puts me, it's still not the level I want, but that's the tone that I want. And again, if y'all notice what I'm doing, I got this part of the track looped where I can hear as it's leaving one bass going into the other one. So I can match it. Okay, so what I'm hearing in the other one, this bass right here, this one has a lot of spring that this one doesn't have. It has a lot of spring, meaning that brown brown sound, that spring sound. It's still bass, but this one has a bit more of a bite, we call it. See that brown? This one is more full, more lush. So what I want to do is bring a little bit more of that bite to it. What I'm saying, just a little bit more of that bite to match this top one. Bring a little bit more of that bite just to match it. Let's do it. So for that, I'm gonna get an obvious little synth warmer. You know, anything warm is gonna give you that bite. So this is my synth warmer right here. They have the drive. That's gonna definitely increase that bite. So let's listen to it. See, there you go. See, instantly we got our bite now. See what I'm saying? Okay, so now we gotta kind of level match it a little bit. So the more drive we give it, that's the more the out we're gonna bring it. I'm not doing anything with any of the rest of this. All I need is just that drive. But the reason why I'm using this plugin, I could have used like a saturation or anything like that. But the reason why I'm using this plugin to do it is because it got two knobs easy that I could tweak, and they right by each other. The more drive I give it, the more that bite I could give it, that's the more the output I could take down to level match. See what I'm saying? And they right here. Any other plug, I would have probably had to use two plugins that give me a drive, plus go get another plug that I now get a volume on it to where I can level match, or go to the mixer to use my fader to level match. I could do it right in this plugin right here. More drive I give it, more output I could decrease to level match. Level match means the more level I bring it, that's the more I can account for it with this knob right here. Decrease it. You know what I'm saying? The more I give it, I can offset it with the output. It decrease it. Let's go. So let's give ourselves the bite. See how they matching? You can hear the spring in one, you can hear the spring in this one, and you can hear the spring in this one too now. No longer smooth. See, listen to it. See that spring, that bite. So let's hit the output. Bring the output down. Boom, look. Nice. Would you compress that bass with a hardware channel strip? Which bass you're talking about? The first who was that? J elevated. Which one you talking about? The first one or the second one? The springing one up at the top, or the full one at the bottom? If you're talking about the springing one, I would probably with a channel strip. With a channel strip, I would probably deal with the springy one with a channel strip. If you wanted to, you can compress it with a channel. There's a compressor on a channel strip. You can. You know, depending on what channel strip you use, you don't really. There's a certain sound you can get from a few of them, depending on what you want to do with your bass. See what I'm saying? But the reason why I would compress the springy one, the top one, the top pink one with a channel strip, is because if you notice, the top one got more melodics than the other one. It got more melodic, meaning that it has more of a tone than the bottom. When the bottom one is full, the top one has a more of a springy melodic type tone. So I would use a channel strip. I would use a channel strip with that, because a channel strip will give you more control over that tone. See, you got an EQ on it to EQ the tone. You got to see what I'm saying? And it's just simply because that bass got a little bit more tone to it. What I'm saying? It has a little bit more tone, a little bit more of a melodic tone to it. So I would obviously use a compressor if I wanted to deal with the melodics of it. I would use a compressor that allows me freedom over the melodics of the bass. Now, if I'm dealing with a sub bass or something, see, that's not much of a melodic tone. That's more of the low end you hear, not more of a melody in the bass. Melodic is more of the more of the less of the bass. The low end of a bass, and more of the mid high end of it. That's where your melodic tone gonna lie. More in the mids and highs, less of the bass. So in a sub bass, for instance, you're gonna have more of the low tone than the mids and the side and the highs. So there's no sense in me. I could, if I just like using the channel strip, but there's no sense in me using a plugin that gives me all that control over a sound that doesn't have See what I mean? It has not that many melodics in it. Why am I pulling up a plugin that allows me control over melodics? It allows me all that control. Why am I doing? See? I could do it just because that's the compressor I use. It's on a channel, and that's what I like to use. I could do it because of that, you know. But you understand if that makes sense? Why am I pulling up a plugin if I'm gonna use a channel? So why am I pulling up a plugin that allows me all this control over melodics of a track, all this melodics that can happen in a sound? But the sound I'm doing it to don't have that much melodic. It don't have that. Like a sub, it don't have that much. But on the other end, this first one, like you say in the comment, you talking about this first bass right here. It has a melodic. See, so I could use a channel because if I wanted to tweak that melodic tone. See, listen to it. See, it has a lot of mid and high and sharpness. It has that. It's just not all low end, boom, boom, boom. So yeah, you could actually use a channel strip. A channel strip would be a good if you wanted to do. I'm not worried about the melodics of the bass. See, so I don't need a plugin that gives me all of that in it. I'm not worried about the melodics of it. I've already taken care of that with my EQ sweeping. That EQ sweeping. You know, I want the melodics so when that EQ sweeps, it's gonna catch a bit of the melodic. We already rendered it out. So I don't have the EQ, the moving EQ. I remember when we did that with the LFO, we made that EQ sweep over the bass. So I'm not worried about my melodics in there. I'm just worried about if that thing could sweep enough to where I could get that room with the melodies. And we got that, see? See how the bass is moving? So to answer your question, I wouldn't exactly use a channel strip to do anything, just for the goal I'm trying to accomplish. Okay, now let's say a bass guitar, maybe. Let's say that, something like that. You know, a nice Rickenbacker bass guitar. Rickenberger. The Rickenberger bass. You know what I'm saying? Let's say the Rickenberger bass guitar. You know, like that got a really, not only does it have that bass, but it got that nice melodic. When you hit that string, boom, it get that mid and that high. That's why people like it. It's like full of bass, but it has that melodic quality to it. So it blend good with guitars and piano. It blend good with that, but it still had that bass. That right there is a good thing to go pull up that channel strip on and do some damage with. You know what I'm saying? Because that channel strip gonna allow you all. Did the stream turn off just now? Did the stream disconnect just now? Oh, no, did it? I think it did just now. It looked like it just disconnected and reconnected. I don't know. It is still here? Okay, still here. Okay, cool. I thought it just looked like it. It looked like it went off. Something happened, right? It's a way it went off, and it looked like it went off, but then it came back on. Like everything froze for a minute. My camera wasn't moving. Even the stream didn't say live no more. I didn't see the live button on the thing no more. And then it kind of did a little spinning thing, and then it all popped back up. So we didn't disconnect, right? It didn't disconnect. Y'all still here? I still see y'all in the chat. I see everybody's there. It didn't disconnect or nothing, right? We still good. Okay, all right, let's go. So yeah, what I was telling you about the plugin before we got disconnected, I wouldn't really use to deal with that. Not for the goal that I'm trying to accomplish. That bass guitar that I talked about, yeah, definitely. You know, like a Rickenbacker bass, definitely I use a channel strip for something like that. You know, I don't really, a channel strip would be a good thing, but to be honest with you, I don't really use it. Like you'll pretty much never see me pull up a channel strip in my mixing. You'll never see me do it. You know, and the reason why is because the reason why I don't really use channel strips no more is because, or I tend to not use channel strips that much. Let's put it that way. Is because a channel strip puts a lot of things in front of me that I don't want to see. Put it that way. You know, the way I stay locked into mixing or whatever goal I'm trying to accomplish in mixing is I make sure that whatever I'm working with gives me specifically that goal that I'm trying to accomplish. Okay? I don't need to be looking at anything else on a plugin, and I'm not gonna fool with that. I'm not gonna mess with that. So I tend to stick to plugins that accomplish a specific goal. Whatever I'm trying to go, I know this plugin does it, and that's all it does. Just that thing I'm trying to accomplish. See? So that's pretty much how, you know, and I've learned to get that way with my mixing. You know, I've learned to make sure that and what it does is it helps me stay focused on what I'm doing in the mix. It helps me stay focused on it. That's when I started to learn that mixing isn't a game of skill, it's a game of focus. When I was being taught that it's a game of focus, when I started to understand what that means, mixing isn't a game of skill, it's a game of how focused you can be in what you're doing. What I'm saying? It's in a game of how well do I know how to make. No, it's how well you can be focused on what you're mixing. How well can I lock into that bass tone? How well can I lock into this piano tone and understand the difference and the similarities between the two? See, that's all focus, not my skill level of what I can do. See, how well can I recognize these frequencies that's happening over here versus these frequencies that's happening here? I could cut these, but I could boost these. See, that's a game of focus, not my skill level. See what I'm saying? I started to learn that the more I was being taught that mixing isn't a game of skill. It's a game of how focused can I be in what I'm doing? Can I move around in my mix very focused on the areas of it? That, you see what I'm saying? When I move to the low end of my mix, can I be focused enough to deal with whatever needs to be taken care of in that low end? When I move to the mids, can I be focused enough on that? See, because you got a bunch of stuff that's happening. That's why focus happens. That's why focus needs. You got a bunch of stuff that's happening. When you press play, you hear all of that stuff that's happening. I need to be able to just hone in on that little thing right there. Even though I'm hearing a whole, 4, 5, 6 different instruments, can I zone on just that thing right out and hear just that? This instead of soloing it, just solo that instrument. See, because now I can't match it with nothing else in the mix. But if I can keep all my instruments running and soloing on that, see, now I can start matching the two. I can start matching this thing I'm focused on with everything else I'm hearing. But I gotta be able to solo that thing out in my head, focus on it. Just that there's just that particular thing I want to achieve, no matter what I'm hearing in the mix. See? So let's say I'm trying to gauge my stereo field to see if my stereo field gonna be, it's wide enough to cover a full range of a speaker set, but it's not too wide to where it now starts to bleed over into everywhere, out everywhere. It starts to bleed. See, if I'm trying to gauge that, I need to listen to the whole entire mix, everything that's playing. I need to listen to it. But the thing is, I need to be able to solo in on a piece of it while I'm listening to the whole thing. See, focus on just that specific area of it while I'm listening to the whole thing. Now I can gauge how my stereo field fits with this particular piece of music that's representing it, that the stereo field is representing. See? And I got to be able to focus like that on every single track, because this track right here, the stereo field may be wider than this track right here. This track over here doesn't even have that much of a stereo field. So I got to bring that to it if I want that, if I want it to match with this album. This track sounds this way, this track sounds this way, the next track can match with it. Well, the producer that made that and he rapped on it, whoever didn't really give it that much width. They didn't do that. So when you hear this track, I'm talking about if you're mastering like an album, when you hear this track and then you hear this track, then you hear that next track follow it, what you hear is an emptiness in sound, even though that next track followed them other two, them first 3 that's on the album. That next track followed. You hearing an emptiness in sound. Something happened between them tracks. But if I want that album to flow smoothly, I got to be able to focus on the stereo feel of this first track, the stereo feel of this second track, the stereo feel of that third track, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way down to track 18 in the album. Now I have not a whole entire album has a consistency of what you're hearing when it comes to your whatever speakers you put it in, whether that's a car, whether that's your laptop, a phone, or whatever. It has, the whole album has a consistency. It ain't one track sound like that, one track sound like this, one track sound like that, one track sound like that, one track a little left ear heavy, the other track, you know, is a little right ear. The other track is way out here, you know, in the stereo field. The other track is way right here, you know, which I hear a lot of people, you know, that's mixing, you know, that I'm an engineer, ain't went learn from nowhere, nobody. YouTube is their school, you know, but in their bio, I'm an engineer. Ain't went nowhere, ain't got a piece of certification, no. To do nothing from nobody. You know, but you hear that in their song, and it's just simply, I'm not saying anything that's wrong with that, you know, because some of y'all might be moving like that to where y'all engineers, but y'all haven't really went anywhere to get certified on anything, you know. But you have to understand, there's a lot that somebody didn't teach you a game of folk. They didn't teach you that. They didn't show you how to focus on all of the stuff you're hearing. Chances are what you picked up was the skill of it. That's what you did, chances are. By watching YouTube videos and watching it, you picked up the skill of it, not understanding that it's not a game of skill when you make it's a game of focus. It's about 20% skill, honestly and truly. It's about 20% skill. But it's about 80% focus, how well you can focus on all of that. You know, on this part of my mix, on that part of my, if that makes sense. Just remember that. Most people, the reason why I kind of broke that down is because that's what, even when I'm explaining this type of stuff, most people trying to pay attention to the skill of it. Skill. What I mean is you're looking at what plugins I got, what he did to that EQ, or what he said about that compressor, what he said about this compressor. The difference between the two. All that's good information to have, but that's not the key point of what you're watching here. That's not the key point. The key point that you need to walk away from it, how did he stay focused on all of that to literally take care from step 1 all the way down to step 2500 that he was telling us? How was he able to do that? It's like he didn't forget nothing about step 1 that he did. Everything was fluent into the next step. It either complemented or it didn't erase nothing he did. Meaning that he didn't go from step 1, and because he got all the way with step 500 in what he's showing us, it just erased what he did in step 1. He didn't know it. See? That takes a level of focus to maintain that from move 1 in your mix all the way to move 25,000. Because you could easily, like right now, just look, we ain't even finished the track yet, and we probably already in move 2,000 right now with all this stuff we're doing, plugging, shifting this, pulling this down, turning this knob, turning that. That's all a move in your mix. All a move. We ain't finished the track yet, and we probably on move 2,000 right now. How was he able to stay focused on from move 1? Understand this, from move 1 all the way down to 2,000. He didn't erase nothing he did with just that's easy to do. I did this over here and move, you know, trying to take care of this with my mix, and I did that over there. Now here it is, 30 minutes into the mix, I'm all the way in move 500. And whatever I'm doing with that, I'm literally canceling out what I did with 1. And I don't know it because nobody ever taught me how to be focused on my mix, how to understand how to make this thing fit. I could literally be canceling out what I did just because I'm on this part of it now. And that was 30 minutes ago that I was handling. I just canceled that out. I just did that. You know, I bumped it up over here in the high, when I first started. I bumped, let me get this low end tight. Let me make sure, man. See, and I did this and I did that to the low end. Here it is, move 500. I'm over here saying, you know what? I need to flatten out the low end some because why you did that over there? If it need to be flattened over here now, why you bumped it up over there? And move on home. Why you see you just canceled that out what you did. If now all of a sudden it move 500, it need to be a little flatter now. It need to be. See why you bumped it up if it need to be. Why you did that in move 1? Why you did it? See, so I literally I just canceled out what I did to the bass in move 1 all the way, and that's simply because it's 30 minutes later, and I forgot. See, that's the game of focus I'm talking about. If y'all don't understand what I mean, that's the game of focus, not a game of skill. It's 20% skill. I'm serious. It is. Mastering, you're gonna need a little skill. See, notice what I'm saying. Mixing, mastering, definitely you gotta have skill. 100%, 100%. You understand what I'm saying? It's a game of focus and more so a game of skill. See, because mastering is a bunch of checks. It's not only a sound you're achieving, but it's a bunch of checks on that sound. Remember, that sound got to leave and represent everywhere out here. That's a lot of checks you got to do, not just the sound you deliver. You got to represent everywhere out here on whatever platform. I got to make sure when you play that in the US, it represents a certain way. Now, when you bring that to England, which has a different system altogether for radio play, see, it represents well there. That's why I got to make sure. So that's a bunch of checks, and man, it's literally a bunch of checks. You're achieving a sound, but you have to check it as you're achieving it, and check it as you're achieving it, check it to make sure it represents this way, make sure it represents that way. Mastering, definitely you need skill, but mixing isn't a game of skill. It's not. It's 20% skill, 25 to 30% skill to mix. It is absolutely 80% focus. What I can stay locked into while I'm hearing it, what can I retain? Because I heard it 20 minutes ago, and just because I'm not hearing it now, I need to be able to retain that sound here. That way, when I'm dealing with this particular part of my mix, I still got that sound playing because I can retain it very, very well. See? Because I was dealing with it 30 minutes ago. I could still retain it. The tone of it, what I wanted to do to it. I don't have to go, oh, wait, let me go listen to this over again and let me make sure then now let me go back to this part of my mix and listen. No, I could retain that sound very, very well that I was doing 30 minutes ago. And I could move on to this sound right here and start mixing it. I got that tone in my head. It's locked in there. And I understand if I do this to this track and this to this track, it's going to match that tone. And I'm not even listening to it no more. It's not even there no more. See, that's a game of focus, not skill, not really skill. Yes, you do have to have some skill to get it done, but it's a game of focus. And when I started to understand that, when I, like I was mixing before when I first started learning, when I was teaching myself basically how to mix, I was worried about the skill of it. 100%. It was all skill. Like, it was like, I didn't even know, I had no clue that focus existed in them. That it required that much focus to do it. I had no clue. Is what I'm saying? None whatsoever. I was just mixing according to what I learned, what I was teaching myself, and I was doing my thing and thought I was doing well. Like literally, I was, I had mixes out there, all that. Absolutely. Which is what a lot of y'all probably know. I was the same way. I had mixes out there. I had, people uploading their stuff, and that's coming from my stuff. But then when I started to learn, actually put myself in the presence of people who were certified instructors of it, who taught me not only how to know, not only how to understand it, but taught me how to teach it as well, how to explain it, how to teach it to people. As different than learning how to do it. You have to be taught a different way to learn how to teach it to people. For somebody to teach you as an instructor, a lead audio engineer, if you will, to teach you how to teach it to other people, you got to learn it a different way. See what I'm saying? Learning something and learning how to explain it is different. It's very, very different. Learning how to get it across to people. So when I started learning from them, they taught me how to, some things that I can do, and also taught me how to teach it to someone if I wanted to do it myself, to teach it to other people myself. They kind of helped me understand the level of focus it takes, bro. Like, and I was shocked when I started to understand that. So as such, I affectionately developed this term, this phrase that y'all hear me say. Mixing is not a game of skill, it's a game of focus. I kind of came up with it. You won't really hear anybody say that. I'm not saying you don't need skill to do it. What I'm saying is you're gonna need a level of focus to understand what you're doing here and why you did it. And now you're all the way down here and you need to do the same thing without canceling out what you did a whole hour ago, or a whole 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, without canceling that out. You actually complimented and helped it. What I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense or not. Game of focus, man. All it is. Okay. But hopefully that's what y'all kind of get from this, not just the skill. And I know, like I said, most people gonna lock into the skill of what I'm doing. Hopefully y'all get the fact that, okay, that takes a measure of focus for him to start that one way and stay on track that whole entire time he was doing it. He didn't cancel nothing out. He didn't accidentally do something that he forgot he did over there and then he overdid it here, or he wiped that out what he did a while back because he doing something new 30 minutes from. None of that y'all saw. That takes a level of fun. And I see that with pretty much, I'd say 60 to 70% of people will mix. If you just follow their process of what they're doing, just follow it. Like when I help people on my sessions, and the first thing I need to do is assess your skill level of what you know how to do. I don't just jump in and start teaching people how to do some stuff. I assess. So I have them mix a track. Like, just show me how you start, what you do, all of that. For instance, that's what I do. I'll start with that. Show me what you do. Like, whatever you learn. And I don't care what skill. I don't care if you don't know, if you know 2% about it. Just show me. What do you do now? What do you do? That's going to help me to understand where I got to start in showing you something, or getting you to understand a few things about what you're doing. So I have to mix a track. So let's say somebody pulls up and I have them do that on me to learn from me. And I have them do that. Show me what as I follow what they're doing, I can follow it. And I'm seeing what they're doing, what they EQs, what they compare, all of this. I'm making notes on what they're doing and how they're doing it. And then there's a point in time that I tell them, okay, hold on. Okay, let's stop. Okay. Now let's go through the steps of what you're doing. And in them steps, I'll be able to pick out the points to where, see, when you got here and when you did this, see, why did you do that before? If that's what you're doing now. See, that wasn't even 30 minutes in. That was literally like 5 minutes in. You kind of forgot what you did right here. Why did you just do that? It's like you just canceled it out. See how you did that here? Now 5 minutes later, you did that. Well, I was trying to get this and trying to get this sound, but you, I understand what you was trying to get, but you literally did this before. So you did this and you canceled that out, what you just did. It doesn't even make a matter that you did that before. It doesn't make a matter that you did that before because of what you did just now. See, that's what I mean. Now that's the level of focus for in 5 minutes. At the average per in just 5 minutes. Now just imagine 30, 40 minutes into a mix. Just imagine if you can understand what I mean. Just imagine that. That's just 5 minutes of me watching, about 10 minutes of me watching. You know? That's what I mean. And I see that happen to a lot of people. And I'm not saying they're bad mixes. It has nothing to do with their skill level or how good or bad they are. It has nothing to do with that. Like I said, it just has something to do with not many people learn the game of focus that it is. They don't learn that. They stuck on the skill of what I got to do. They don't really understand the game of focus that it takes for me to take them 25,000 moves I made in an hour or 45 minutes of mixing. But every knob I twist, every fade I moved, every this I did, whatever I did here, whatever I did, what I muted, solo, all that's a move in your mix. So you can easily end up with 25,000 at the end of a 45-minute mix, 20,000 to, 3. I mean, I'm not going to say 20,000, but 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 moves. You could easily end up with that easily at the end of one mix. Your drums, your instrument, all that. Every fader, every notch, every small tweak, every knob you twisted, every, whatever. Anything you did in there is counted as one move. Anything from the smallest to the biggest thing. Anything you did. I don't care if it was just a little twist of a knob. Boom. That's a move. You can end up with 3,000 mixes in 3,000 moves in 40 minutes. So think about the level of focus that takes for me to remember what mission I was on with move 1. Now that I'm here in move 2,500. See what I mean? And everything you did complemented the last thing. It complemented. It didn't wipe it out, negate it, or make it obsolete that you did it. It complemented the next thing from move 1 to 2, complemented from move 2 to 5, complemented move 5 to 10, complemented what you did, move whatever. Bought this to it, moved this to this, bought this, it's complemented. It didn't wipe nothing out. Because I wasn't focused on it. I just was kind of locked into what I was doing now and forgot what I did 30 minutes ago. That type of thing. If you can understand. Okay, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get this right here. I'm sorry I took long to explain that, or but I wanted to make sure that y'all understand, because a lot of people can misjudge what I say. They can misjudge that if you're not paying attention to what I say. That's why I go in detail of explaining it. They can misjudge what I'm saying. Yeah, what do you mean mixing things? You don't need those skills. Yeah, you need a lot of. I didn't say that. So you can easily, if I don't explain it very, very well, go in detail to explain. You can easily misjudge what I'm saying or misunderstand what I'm saying. No, it takes skill. But you have no idea the level of focus it takes. You have no idea. I didn't understand the level of focus it takes to achieve a certain sound. You know what I'm saying? If I'm trying to do specific things in my mix, if I'm not trying to do that, then I could do this in 15 minutes. I'm not trying to do that. There are going to be some times to where you want to achieve a specific sound. Specific. Not just mix the track. If I want to just mix a track, 15, 20 minutes, done. Then you're on your way. Good mix. Nice. I don't just mix the track. But there's certain things that I pull up and I hit them, I hit instruments in it. And I want to I want to pull a certain feeling out of you when I mix the track. See? I don't just want to mix it. I wanna enhance what the producer did. See, that's different. I want to enhance that. I picked up when I pressed play on the track, I picked up on the vibe so well because that producer made so much of a cold ass track. Even if it's just the beat that I'm mixing, which I mix a lot of beats for producers. You know? Even if it's just the beat. No artist, no nothing. That the producer did that so well that when I pressed play on it, I was like, okay, I'm about to let me mix this track for him real quick. I started out with the idea that let me just mix this real quick for him. Let me get that rocking for him. He busy making beats. He don't want to mix. It's not that the producer can't mix. He just don't want to mix his tracks. You know, they got producers that's like they sell so many beats that they want to lock in on selling their shit, not mixing it. That's 10 more beats they could have made in the time that they took to mix one. So they outsource that to people like me. So they could keep selling their beat. They would rather go make that money instead of their time being, I gotta mix this track and I gotta mix 30 beats that I ain't doing that. I'm gonna make him part of my monthly expenses. Let me send that to him. That way I could take that time and make more of my profit, make more of my beats to make my profit. That's a very, very smart business decision. If you're a dude that's selling beats like that, very smart to value your time more than your stuff. But anyway, if the producer made that track so nice, when I press play on it, they got some times that I don't want to just mix it. I want to bring to life what he just did, if that makes sense. I want to bring that to life because I picked up on the vibe. He gave me so much. That's what he delivered to me. You know, when he said, hey, man, mix these beats. I just clicked on one or maybe 5. And I was like, damn, the way that guitar just do that and the way the piano was just kind of, and then he got the beat. Ooh, he made that track so well to where I owe him a courtesy, if you will. It's a courtesy that I have that I'm going to deliver. I'm going to continue to vibe you. So I ain't finna just mix this. I ain't finna just mix this. I'm about to continue what the hell you did. I'm about to cap that off. You know, I'm about to put that nice cap on that shit because of the sound you deliver. See what I'm saying? They got certain pieces of music like that. That's what I mean by they got times that you're gonna want to mix. If you're not doing that, if every track you put, you just, let me just mix this real quick. And then I'd suggest you rethink your music production because you're supposed to have some pieces of music that make you feel like, I definitely got to handle this when I mix it. Yeah, I gotta make sure this shit tight when I mix it. This ain't gonna be one of them tracks that I just mix, get the mix straight, and then I'm good. Nah. I'm gonna continue what I did with the music production when I mix this thing. Gotta have some pieces of music that make you feel like that. You know what I'm saying? They hit different, if you know what I'm saying. They hit different. Music hit different. So you're like, nah. This gotta be done. It's gotta be done when I do it. See, that's what I mean. So they got certain pieces of music that I connect with. That's like, you know, and it's from people out there that send it to. I connect with it, and it's like, yeah, I'm about to continue what he did with the music production. Like, definitely, there's gonna be a continuation of it. Not only just mixing, I'm finna literally bring a vibe to this thing, and you could do that when you're mixing if you know how. You can do that. You can bring a certain vibe to music if you know how to deal with the audio very well. It's just not the producer that bring the vibe. A good engineer will absolutely give your shit a whole nother level of a vibe if you got a good engineer. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy, but I'll tell you this. And I don't know how this came about. I don't know where it popped up from. But now it's no longer just artists that have their own engineer. I don't know if y'all noticing this. And as a matter of fact, when I say this, let me know if y'all notice it. It's no longer artists that have their own engineer anymore. Producers now have their own engineer. They have one. I have never heard like I heard of artists having an engineer they bring their songs to. That I'm the engineer for a lot of artists, different artists. Our studio is where they bring their music to be mixed or send it to be mixed. You know, or even record. You know, I haven't recorded an artist in quite. Oh yeah, I did a girl a while back. You know, I did her session. But I don't really record. I'm too busy, you know, doing the other stuff, mixing and mastering. I don't really handle session anymore. But anyway, Yeah, the art producers are now having that own engineer. Have y'all saw that? Like producers have their engineer. And I believe it was Metro Boomin, I believe. That was I heard him say that. And I was shocked when he said that because I thought I was the only one noticing that. But he said the same thing in one of, you know, he said, yeah, I was making beats, and I think the dude name that he mentioned was his engineer Jeff or whatever. And he said, man, I was making beats, and yeah, I was going off and doing my thing. But he said, man, my shit really, really went to a different level when I got an engineer. And when he said, I'm like, what? Because I thought I was the only one seeing that. Producers now have their own engineer now. See what I'm saying? But when he said, I'm like, oh, so I ain't the only one see. Like, that's actually a thing now. Like, you're like, yeah, you know. And the dude that was interviewing even asked him that. Like, what you mean? Like, you have an engineer? Like, yeah, man. Like, I would just make my beats and just do my thing. He said, but yeah, man, I got an engineer now too. You know, because the dude thought he was talking about for his rapping, for his, you know, anything that are the rappers that record to be. You got to, oh yeah, get an engineer. No, you're like, no, like me as the producer, the making the beat. Yeah, man, I go through my engineer now. You know, I was like, damn, you know. So I was noticing that before he said it, that producers now have an engineer. It's just not artists that have an engineer, you know. And I'm hoping that, you know, a lot of people, people that are in music production, start to understand the value of that. It doesn't mean you can't mix your songs. That's not what it means. It just means that you value your work so much that I want it in the hands of someone who deals with that. I'm the music producer, the engineer, sometimes the artist too. Sometimes this, that, I'm all of that. I value my work that I want it in the hands of somebody who actually deals with that. That's what I want to put out here to the public. I want to put on my beat store. I want to put there. Somebody who actually deals with that come out of their studio, that come out of, you know, how they dealt with this. You know what I'm saying? And that was crazy for me to hear, dude. Like, I'm serious. Like, when I heard that, normally I don't really pay too much attention to what, you know, to what's going on out there. But that was crazy. I'm glad I actually heard that. And I don't know how I heard that. I mean, it's almost like I was supposed to hear that because it was something that I was noticing long before he said that. That producers now have an engineer. You know, not the artists. We all knew that long time, you know, for years. You know, the artist got this particular engineer they deal with. The artist got that particular, not a producer. You ain't really heard of producers having an engineer they deal with. Not much. But I started to hear that. And I was like, damn, I thought it was just me. That was in. But yeah, that's a thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's actually good though, that's happening or should be happening. It's actually good. You know, that people are starting to value that craft or that work so much that they want to bring it to a place to where that person deals. That's what he specializes in. I can do it. Doesn't make me any less of a man if I don't do it myself. I can do it, but he specializes in that. It's like the difference in bringing my car to Walmart to get my oil changed or bringing it to the actual dealership to get it changed. See? Both of them could change it, but one of them specializes in that. They in your particular make and model of your car. See? But both of them could change all. You know what I mean? People starting to value their car like that. Their car with their music. Like, I value my car enough that, man, I even though Walmart can change my, I'm going to bring it to the dealer because they specialize in my car. My particular make and model, my fix, everything about my car. It come from them. They specialize. But I can go over there and get it. I can. They'll change it, and I, you know, chances I'll be good to go. But nah, go deal with the dealership. I'm glad that people are actually looking at their music like that, are taking that into consideration with their music. Or they're producers with their beats, you know. Because we was heading, you know, if that's something that's actually happening, if that's something that I'm not pulling out of my ass and I'm noticing, you know, I'm glad that it's actually happening. Because, like I said, we was heading to a time to where that producers were doing that, you know, like it was getting to a point to where, like, any and everybody just willy-nilly with this shit that y'all seeing that I'm doing it. Like, any and everybody just willy-nilly with this shit, dog. And y'all know what I'm talking about when I say that. Any and everybody just, you know, Everybody throwing audio engineer up there in their bio like that's a like just because they watch a few videos and mix a few dudes tracks in the hood, now they engineer. It's that's what we going with. You know, and I'm not saying nothing wrong. Do cool, do that if you want, but just understand they got some people that actually put in the work. They actually did that. If that's what you're doing out there, you know, like you did mixed a few tracks for you, whoever, whatever, and now you an engineer, and everywhere you an engineer. Just understand they got a lot of people that actually put in the work. They did it. They are certified in it. They went the distance. They did that. Just remember that they got people like that. Because if you don't understand, it's easy for you to start walking around thinking that you could do something. Just believe that you can, and clearly that's not what you're doing. That's not it. It's easy to do if you forget that they actually got people out there that put in the work. They did it. You know, certified by a professional place that did that they actually put in that work. They interned in certain places to learn specific skill sets that is no different than any job out there. They did that to get a specific skill set for this type of mixing or this type of sound, or that they put in that work. You watch YouTube, see, that is what you did. So if you putting that in your bio and doing all of that, you could easily be disrespecting a bunch of people and not know you're not doing it purposely. But just because you didn't do something purposely don't mean you didn't do it. You could be doing that. Yeah. If you don't understand what I'm saying, imagine me coming to your job, whatever job you work at. You a man, you let's say you a mechanic. Yeah, you mechanic. Now here I come to your mechanic shop that you work 15 years to build, 20 years to build, blood, sweat, and tears. You went to school for it. You learned all of the things that you need to do to run that mechanic shop. And you know the struggle you went through to do it. The time you had to sacrifice, all of that to do it. Okay? You know that you put in that. Now check this out. Here it is, I come rolling into your shop. I don't know the time you put into that. I have no clue of the time you put into it. None. Because I don't really know you. I don't know who to, all I know is you got a mechanic shop. I don't know the time you put into it. But I come rolling in. Okay? Now, here's the conversation that you hear me and my boy talking about. This is the conversation you hear in your mechanic shop. This is the conversation you hear between me and him. Yeah, dog. Yeah, man. Oh man, yeah. I'm a cold ass mechanic, dude. Like for real, man. Yeah, I can handle business, bro. I could do it, man. I could do it. And my boy asked me, so how many cars you worked on? Yeah, I worked on a few. You know, have you been anywhere to get certified to actually be certified man? No, I ain't no. I just worked on a bunch of cars and I did that. So imagine if you heard me having that conversation with him, but I'm telling him, oh man, I'm a hell of like, see. And then I tell it to you, the dude who actually put in the work. Oh man, I'm a cold ass mechanic. See, you didn't mean to disrespect. I didn't mean to disrespect you when I said that, but I did though. Because I'm assuming the position that you work for, and I'm assuming that position. I'm assuming it that you work for. You put in the work for, and you actually got it. But I'm assuming it because I worked on some stuff out there. That's what I did. That's what a lot of people are doing. They stepping on the toe and don't know they're doing that. They don't, and like I said, I didn't do it purposely to you and your mechanics. I didn't do it purposely. I just didn't stop to think that they actually got people who put in the work that I'm assuming to do. I didn't really put it in that type of way. I didn't do that. No, by nowhere of the sort. I watched a few videos, learned how to change a carburetor and, mess with a few oil pans, change some spark plugs. And now I'm calling myself, shit, I'm a hell of a mechanic. I could, when I walk in your shop, I could be disrespecting you, dog. And I did not mean to do it, but I did though. I didn't mean to do that. I did. And it's just simply because I'm forgetting what actually goes into that. I'm forgetting it. What actually goes into that. The actual time and the sacrifice that goes into me learning that craft. I forgot that. And just because I watched some videos somewhere and I learned how to do, I learned a few things to do, and I actually went do it. I'm assuming your title. I'm assuming it. Yeah, that's what's happening. People just not thinking about it. They're not thinking about it. I might be hitting a nerve with a bunch of y'all in the chat right now. I might be it because that's probably what you got you, and you ain't done none of that. What I'm saying? But if you just pay attention to what I'm saying, I'm not saying you're wrong for them. I'm just saying that you could be stepping on a few people's toes that you have no clue who you're doing that to. And it's just simply because you assume something that they actually went work for. They actually put in the sacrifice for it and put in the reps and the time that it take to actually officially get that done. They did that. And you just calling yourself that because you went, you watch a bunch of videos. Nobody's saying you don't know how to do it. Nobody's saying you're not good at it. It's just that somebody else put in something other than you. They did that. And now you assuming that you did that. Could be. You could be, possibly. You could be stepping on a few people's toes and not knowing who toes you're stepping on. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? Boom. All right, let's render this track out right here with the bass. Boom, boom. Render this track out here with the bass. I'm gonna render the side. I kind of got the tone of this sound that I want. If y'all remember, we was trying to level match the basses. We got two basses we were trying to level match. So I kind of got the tone that I want right here. This bass right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to now do the final stage. Now that I got the tone I want, I can render it out to audio. Okay, so I got the audio track now. So now I got this bass up here and this bass right here. Boom. So let's listen to one going into the other one. This is the top one. Oh. Yeah. I need this bass, I need this bass, and I need my main soundtrack. There we go. Let's go. Oh, I like that. I like that. Oh, I like that. I really, really like that. I really, really like that. As a matter of fact, I can kind of give it a little bit more volume. Let's do that. Let's give it just a little bit more volume. Too much, too much. Let's listen to it going in. So that's how this is how I would do two basses in a track if I wanted to match what I was doing. You know, like, because sometimes you have one bass playing, right? It could be a guitar bass, like with a melodic track, you know, like with a pain beat or something. You can have a bass guitar playing in the beginning and then it go into your 808. You know what I'm saying? That's two different bass sounds. But if you could kind of match them a little bit to where they both have similar characteristics, they're not the same sound, but they both have similar characteristics. Now when your track switch from the bass part to now you hear the 808, it don't sound like two different beats playing. They fit a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Pain beats is known for that. Pain beats, because you might have a bass, a synth bass, or a guitar that start off the track. And then when in a drop at the beginning, when the drop happened or the hook happened, boom, it go into into the drums and everything with the 808. It could literally sound like two different beats. Was like you had one soft thing playing in the beginning. And then just because the 808 hit right here, all of a sudden it changed to a hard ass trap beat. See what I'm saying? But what if you could get the whole thing to kind of flow? You know, this is how, this is a good way you could do that, by listening to your different sounds and matching, level matching it, matching the different characteristics of them. That way they kind of flow into each other. Basses particularly. Okay, so let's go. We need another sound, man. We need another sound. We are going to finish this beat, bro. I knew this was going to be a tutorial. Like, that was the whole purpose of the stream. You know, I told y'all sometimes I don't pull up make beats, sometimes I don't pull up with a tutorial, kind of like go into depth with some stuff. So that's what I wanted to do tonight. Give y'all a full out tutorial on something. You know, the only thing that I can pick that I have that I can think of that was worth, you know, the time I was willing to spend on this, that was worth it, you know, to put in however long it takes me to do it, was this. You know, how to take samples and get different tones from them to match well in your beats. So that's basically what y'all taking in with this video. You know, you can take tone samples, melodies, your own melodies, blend them in with samples. You know, you can take, you know, melodies that you have made with no samples and blend them together. You know, it's all audio once you do it. It's all audio. So just understanding different ways to get them to match very, very well will help you. It will, 100%. It's all audio. No matter if you made it with MIDI, you got it from a sample pack, it will all be audio at this somewhere along the line. It will all be that. So how well you can blend it together and match it will help you out, man. So I wanted to do this whole kind of tutorial thing. I guess you can call it a tutorial, kind of live tutorial. So y'all gonna hear more of the sound. We, you know, if y'all notice, we discussed more sound than we are the actual making of the beat. If y'all notice, we're not even finished making the beat yet, but we've covered a lot about techniques about the sound you can get. We've done that since the time we first got on here. See what I mean? So it's less of the beat making and more of the actual sound of what we're doing, which we about to get some more sound and put it in. Okay. So far we got 2 basses, 1 bass. Let's go through the sounds we got, just in case y'all got lost. 1 bass. We're gonna call that our motion bass. Matter of fact, let's go on and label them while we doing it. Let's label them. We're gonna call this our motion bass. Okay, let's type. Boom. Okay, we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna call this the track motion bass. We're gonna call. I'm just giving it the motion because it moves. Not really a name of a track that I would name it, but it's just a motion bass. Okay, and then boom. What we got? Bam. This is our second bass right here. What we gonna call that? We can call that what? Let's just call that what, bass 2? Guess we can call it bass 2, right? Bass 2. Because it's technically our second bass, right? So let's call that bass 2. Boom. Okay, that's our second bass. This is the first sample we created. Okay. That's the first sample that we chopped up. We chopped that up in the MPC. Okay, so let's call that what that sounded like. What was that? What that sound like? Like, what that sound like? A synth, I guess? We can call it a synth, right? Let's just call it a synth. Let's call it a synth. Let's call it synth keys. Because it kind of sound like a keyboard type of sound. It's all weirded out. But let's call it synth keys, right? Synth keys, boom. We're gonna call that synth keys. Okay. Bam. And then this sound right here. This is the second sound we created. Y'all remember that? That's the sound we did with our LFOs and all that. Okay. That's the sound we did with that, with our LFOs and all that. So we can call that our texture sound, right? We can call it our texture sound. Okay. Boom. I'm just labeling all my tracks, getting everything organized before we move on. Boom. That's our texture sound. Let's change the track. Same thing. Texture sound. why am I putting sound in there? Okay, and then our strings right here. We chop that up. That's our strings. So let's call that strings. Or let's call that string hits. That way we can, just in case we put some other strings in there, we can know what this is. So we're gonna call that string hits. Oh, let's call it stabs. String stabs. That's what it's really called. My bad. Call it string stabs. Let's do that. Okay. Bam, we got stabs. Okay, so that's the 5 instruments we got so far. Really, the bass would be considered 1. Both of the basses. It would be considered 1. Okay, so basically all we got is 1 main instrument and the rest are just kind of like accent stuff. So we got this main instrument right here. This is a texture sound. Okay, and this is accent strings. So basically we got 1 main instrument on the track. We need some more to fill out the track. Okay, so I'm gonna let y'all listen to the track and then maybe y'all can give me some ideas of what we can get. What y'all think? What y'all think? Yo, King, I'm at work, a bit distracted. I missed a plugin name. And was it Sturgis or something? Sturgis or something? I will just replay it then. What plugin are you talking about, man? Which one? Or do you know which one it was? What sound were we on? If you give me the sound we were on, whatever sound we were doing, I can tell you the plugin. That way you can kind of go straight to it. Ain't no problem. But you got to tell me what sound we were on. I pretty much remember how I processed all of this. So what sound were we working with? Was it the basses? Was it the main instrument? Was it the texture sound? Or was it the strings? While you doing that, let me go use the bathroom real quick. It's some it had some yellow color with some 4 or 5 knobs. Must be the texture. Some yellow color with 4 or 5 knobs. Is it this one? Yellow color, yellow color. Is it this one? Is it this? Bam. This one right here. Is that one? See the yellow color knobs? Is that what you mean? That one? Yep, that's it. Okay, this is Lufticus, the Lufticus EQ. So that's here. It's a bit hard to spell. It's really hard to. So I'm gonna get the link. Look, this is it right here. Bam. Look, I got you, dog. I got you. Look, check it out. Bam. That's it right there. It's in the chat. It's hard to. It's when you say it, it's hard for people to find. Like, trust me, there's been many people that I've told that plugin to, and they can't find it because they can't spell it right. So they looking for all type of weird shit, and it never come up. You know, so it's weird to spell. And I think it's German, or so I think maybe about some German people, or you know, some German dudes. So I think that's German, maybe, or something like it. Something I don't know. But that's it right there. That's it in the chat. The link is in the chat right there, man. Yeah, and it's free. It's free too, dog. So y'all can go get that thing. That's a free plugin, bro. You know, I can't even, but like, I will not even begin a mix without this plugin. That's literally, that's a hell of an EQ right there, dog. Like, for real, man. I first saw this EQ from Mr. Pensado. Dave Pensado. If y'all know him, y'all know him, you know, mixing engineer. I saw that EQ from him. Maybe I'd say 8 years ago, 9 years ago. I saw that EQ from him. That's how I found out about it. I saw it from him. And he was doing a seminar in Texas. And I was invited to it. You know, only like 20 engineers was invited to the seminar. And I was actually invited. I went and got a chance to meet it, and he was using that as my first time seeing that play, him using. And what I saw him do with it, because what they did at the summit, they gave us all headphones. That way we can not only see what's going on, but they had all of our headphones plugged up to a master input. Had all of our headphones plugged up to it. So they handed us out these headphones, and we could literally hit. Not only was we sitting there watching him, his back was to us. So picture me sitting at his desk. I'm tell y'all how what. Picture me sitting at his desk. All of us was lined up in the back of him, not close to him. We was a fair ways apart, probably like 4-5 feet away from him. But he was sitting at the desk. We was in his room, in this big room. You know, it wasn't even a mixing studio. It was kind of set up like a mixing studio. Okay, it was set up like one. Okay, so we was all in the back of him, and we were lined up in the back of him. And he was facing the mixing board, you know, and he was mixing on a computer on a computer. See what I'm saying? But he was on. It was the computer, the keyboard and mouse was on top of the mixing board, so he was in there. So it wasn't a studio, but it was set up like a studio. It was like literally, but you can tell it wasn't a studio. It wasn't. Dude mixing, okay, and we had headphones, and he did something with that plugin, dude. He did something with it when he hit that keep gain button, and he took like all of the mid range was all wonky, and he hit that keep gain button and took that mid range and cleared it up in a matter of you to blink. If you blinked, you would have missed it, dude. Now that's a problem in mixes, dog. That mid, and it's simply because damn near every sound gonna have mid in it, gonna have mid stuff in it. So your mids will be an issue in your mix. It will be. Every damn sound you put in there gonna have mid stuff. It may not have too much low information, may have too much high information, but it's gonna be in the mids. Pretty much guitar, piano, whatever. Anything you put. So the way he cleared that up, and he kept pulling that plugin up. So I did exactly what you did. Exactly what you did just now. I did that. Nobody in there wanted to bother him or ask. You know, we was kind of just, everybody was a spectator. You watching it, like you said, do the legend. So you just watching him, dude. Nobody really want to bother him or don't want to, you know. But he said at the beginning, if you got questions, just let me know. But here it is, we watching him for 25 minutes and ain't nobody spoke. Nobody said nothing yet. So he did that, and I seen him pull it in a matter of 25 minutes. He pulled up that EQ damn near on every track he was touching. and he was mixing a rock track. I learned how to mix rock and roll music free in the studio I was in, and with the interns that I had. So he was mixing this rock track for some dude, some dude that he was in town. He was the dude engineer. So he was mixing the track for him, an artist. And it was some dude, I forgot his name, but it was some dude, and he was mixing, and that's the track that he was showing, that he was mixing on. And he did something with them guitars and that piano with this plugin right here, and I was like, huh, look. And when I'm here, I'm listening to my headphones, and when he did it, look at me. I'm looking at the screen. And I'm like, and when I'm seeing what he's doing, and I'm hearing it through the headphones, and when he did that with the plugin, I'm like, and I'm listening to that. Look, I adjusted my headphones. Like, did I just hear that? Like the mid just got, it just went away just like that. So I'm thinking, damn. And then he did it again with another bus group of tracks. Like it was a whole bunch of like, I think it was like, some percussive instruments that he was mixing or something. He had them in a bus, and he put that plugin on the bus, and he did it again. Like I'm saying, splits, all of the mid was just cleared. And I'm like, okay, I thought I probably missed it the first time he did it. So maybe I created that in my mind because I'm watching a legend right now, and I just kind of created that. Oh, he did something amazing in my mind. But then I saw him do it again. I was like, okay, this ain't an accident. I know I saw what I saw. I know I saw that. Understand what I'm saying? I know I saw what I just saw just now. There ain't no accident. So, I'm looking around and waiting for, I'm kind of looking at the deal about, I think it was like 17 of us in there, or 16 of us in there. And I'm looking around at everybody wondering, did y'all hear that? Like, anybody gonna stop it? Did y'all hear what he just now, So after nobody, I finally just spoke, bro. I broke the silence in the room. I was like, excuse me. Excuse me. Not to, and it's almost like everybody looked at me in the room. All 16 of the people looked at me like shut up, dude. Like, shut up, dude. Like, let him mix. Don't bother him. Let him in. I was like, I have to, because, yeah, this brain right here, I gotta know. What was that you just did? And this is the funny thing. Now, check this out. I spoke. This is why I always tell people, don't be scared to ask people shit. Don't be scared to ask stuff. Nobody, so all of them looking at me like, hey, bro, shut up and let him mix. But I spoke. And I asked him about what he did on them 2 buses, what you did. Like, first, and when he said, oh no, go ahead, ask your question. So I said, listen, just like a little while ago, you was on the buses with the guitars. And I saw you pulled up that square. It's a blue plugin. I kind of described it like you described. It's a blue plugin. It's square with yellow knobs and green nine, right? You were like, yeah, that's an EQ. And I said, yeah, I heard you put that on a bus, and you did something. I'm talking about literally in a matter of a split second, the mid was just clear. In a split second, like that's something you be in that mix for 30 minutes trying to easily by trying to get the mids to, all them instruments to kind of have their own little thing. But you did something in a matter of two, literally a split second, and it was clear. And I saw, and you did it again just now with this percussion bus with the same plugin. What is that you doing? Now look, check this out. Just because I spoke and said something, you look what he said. He said, did you hear that? You heard it, right? I'm like, yeah, I heard. He said, I was waiting to see if somebody was going to hear that. That's what I'm saying. That same thing that people looking at me, telling me, like, hey, bro, don't interrupt him. That's exactly what he was waiting for. He was like, he said, did you actually hear that? You heard it. I'm like, yeah. He said, yeah. And I said, I didn't mean it. I told him, I didn't mean to disturb you. He said, no, that's why we gave you all headphones. So you can ask questions. So you can hear the same thing I'm hearing, and you can ask questions. You can ask questions about what you're hearing. So when he said that, I look at everybody like, hey, y'all motherfuckers looking at me stupid for asking a question. Like, y'all gonna be the idiots for not talking to this dude. Y'all got a chance to talk to this dude right in front of y'all, and y'all zip lip. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, you like, to me, that's some idiotic shit. Y'all got the dude sitting right in front of y'all all sitting here too scared to ask some shit. So just that I kind of broke off from that to tell y'all the experience, because that was like a highlight when I was younger, a little younger mixing music. That was like a highlight when I first got into actual learning and mixing music, not teaching myself some shit. Actually put myself around professional people. That was one of the highlights of it. You know what I'm saying? To be able to see that dude, and that's why the reason why I'm telling you this story is because that's where I got this plugin from. It was that plugin he did it with. This right here. He did it with that, and he explained to me what it was. You know, but the weird thing is that he was looking to see if someone heard that. That's what I'm saying. And the weird part about it, you know how after somebody said that, not everybody want to chime in now. Oh yeah, I heard it too. I heard it. Well, why you ain't say nothing? And that's what he asked. Well, when were y'all gonna say something? When y'all heard it and didn't say anything? Y'all heard y'all and didn't say nothing? You know, he was like, this gentleman right here. He pointed to me. This gentleman right here. You mean to tell me he the only one in here? He's the only one that heard something that amazing and spoke on it and said something. You see what I'm saying? Now that was fun. And I'm the same dude that everybody looking at me like, hey, bro, shut up, man. Let him make. Let him do his thing. That don't make no sense to me, man. Like, I'm serious. All of them in that. You can tell by the looks they was giving. Like one of the girls in there was like this. You know, she shook her head like don't say nothing. Just let him in. I'm like, why, bro? You know, as a legend sitting right there in front of us, dude. I got some questions. I got a few. Hey. Listen, and what all he could do, even if there wasn't time, that all he could tell me is just save your questions for after or whatever, or you know, I'm gonna have a time for you. You see what I'm saying? You know, and the reason why I did it because people, you know, like most people scared of the rejection. That's why they never go try something. They're scared of it. I wasn't raised like that to be scared of being told no. No is a part of life, just like yes is. I can't walk around expecting the cheers out of everything, the cheers and not the boos. That's what I was raised. That's how I was raised. I can't walk around just scared to get the boos because all I'm looking for is the cheers out here. Nah, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to ask people stuff, and regardless of what your response is, I'm still going to ask. Whether it's yes, no, whatever. I'm still going to ask. You see what I'm saying? Fortunately, his response was, I was waiting for somebody to ask. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm gonna replay to get that. I'm gonna replay that the last two lines to get the texture. EQ sounds awesome. I'm gonna replay your last. Yeah. You can, yeah. Or you can, you know, you can always, if you ever want to get more of this, absolutely, man. You can lock in with me. You know, you can go to my website and lock in with me. Yeah, I'll take you through a few things, man. No problem. I really heard that sound and I was like, must stop. Yeah, see, you saying you heard something that happened, you know? Now just imagine if you sat there and just be like, nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. Don't disturb, no interrupt him. You see what I'm saying? Like that type of shit, you know, that ain't gonna really, you know, you're training yourself to do something that's hurting you when you do that. When you're sitting down there taking in a bunch of stuff and something fly over your head or you didn't catch something, or even if something was amazing that you actually did catch, you're training yourself to do something that isn't going to help you out when you keep quiet. You're training yourself to do something that's not going to help you out. See, just because my boy spoke up, he got a valuable piece of information. Because I spoke up, I got a valuable piece of information from it. See what I mean? So that's what I was taught. And 17 young people in there ain't going to get me to believe that what I was taught was somehow wrong by some people way wiser and way older and wiser than them. They taught me a different thing, not to sit there quiet, with your thumb in your mouth, like my mom used to say, with your thumb in your mouth. You ain't saying nothing. No, you speak up. And you take whatever come with that. You know, whether it's a no, a yes, or whatever. You take whatever come with you, speak up. Don't let the reason you didn't get information be because I was quiet. Now I missed some shit. Don't ever let that be the cause. That's the reason why I didn't get some information. Because you're gonna keep playing catch up in your life. That's what's gonna keep happening. You're gonna keep playing catch up in your life. Everybody gonna keep moving, but you always trying to catch up with everybody. And it's because you're just sitting there quiet. You're sitting there quiet. You know, everything you're trying to figure out is up here. Everything you're trying to figure out up here. Not here. You're trying to figure it out here. Everything. And clearly life not like that. See, in school, you had to figure some shit out up here. Plus you had to talk. You had to speak to the teacher. You had to do that to learn and understand some stuff. It was a combination of them. Here and here. But most people gonna sit there and just zip and just try everything. 99% of shit is they trying to piece together. But no, I'm gonna have to say, hey, what is that? Hey, can you tell me what that is? All right, let help real quick. What is that? You see, I'm gonna have a combination of the two working. That's what I was taught in order to get information, to understand what's going on, especially if you're not good at retaining information. Absolutely, you put these two things to work together. But most people gonna sit there quiet, trying to figure it all out, whatever they seen, trying to figure it, just quiet, trying to figure it all out. Oh man, you're gonna miss some shit. Like guaranteed 100%, you're gonna miss some shit. You will. Just imagine if you'd have sat there quiet in school the whole time. You wouldn't say nothing. Not even to the teacher. Just imagine. You wouldn't say nothing. Nothing at all. The whole entire school year. It would be a bunch of shit you missed in school. A lot. But see, that question you asked her and that thing that you did here, you understood it a little bit better. And it's simply because you was putting this and this working together. You was putting them working together. Not trying to do it all here. Trying to figure it out all here. That's what they were doing in that room. They was watch them do a bunch of shit and trying to cipher it out all here. Watching him do all that. All that he was doing with the mixes. All that amazing shit they was, and they was trying to cipher it out all here without using this. And you got to learn to use them in connection with each other. What I'm saying? So that just a little something I learned. My little story that I had with that, man. But that's where I got this plugin from, and him. That's why I first heard about this plugin. Like probably I wouldn't say it was 8. This was probably like 10 years ago. Maybe not even 8. I'd say about 10 years ago. Like literally about 10 years ago. You know, something like that. Cool plugin, man. Really good plugin, man. Really good EQ. It's more like a shaping kind of deal. I wouldn't try and be too detailed with that plugin. Doesn't mean you can't. I just wouldn't try because it'll throw you off a little bit if you're trying to do some detail work with that shit. You know, it'll kind of, I've tried it, and just because I was using it so much when I first got it, I was using it like a mug all the time. So I started trying to do detail shit, like when I wanted to get frequencies, or do this with a frequency, I do that with. I started using that because I just like using it. It's easy to use, it's easy to read. I like the tone it gives you stuff like a smooth kind of EQ curve. I like that, so I started using it for everything. But they got some things that, you know, grab one of these, you know, grab something like this, you know, anything like this, you know, and do your detail shit. You know what I'm saying? Do your detail stuff. You know, you see what I'm saying? Your low, your bull, you know, all that detail work you want to do, you know, y'all, you know how you get with EQ, do all you do, but I wouldn't try and do that with this. I tried it, it didn't work out well. Yeah, it's not really designed for detail shit, but it will definitely, you know, if you got that's why I call it a shaping EQ. It's a shaper. It can shape your sound really well. You know, so if you want to round off some edginess about your sound, if you want to enhance some you know, some fullness of your sound, if you want to, you know, if you want to bring a certain tone out of your sound, you got this thing that's happening in your music, but it's very faint. You know, so inside you want to bring that particular tone. See, that's what EQ good for. Detail work, nah. You're gonna confuse yourself a lot. It did not work out well. Good plugin, man. Good plugin. Very good plugin. Okay, let's go. We need another sound for this one. I mean, damn, like this almost there, but we need something to kind of bring it together though. So what we thinking? I'm thinking maybe first let's level this thing. Let's get a few levels. We done done all this stuff. We getting the tone that we want out of everything. Let's get a leveling going on. So let's go to our mixer. We're gonna level a few things, man. Let's do it. Let's level a few things. This is our track, right? I'm gonna show you how we do that real easy. I'm gonna grab everything, all of my instruments. So go up here, grab everything. Bam. 4 tracks right here and pull them all down to 0. Wow. All right. And then let's start bringing them in one by one. First, I'm gonna bring in the main sound. Let's grab that one. I don't know if anybody ever showed y'all this, but when you're leveling your tracks, when you're leveling them, try to stick to, or try hearing nothing first. You know, easy way to level without overdoing it and to be very calculated with what you're doing. Start out hearing nothing. I don't advise hearing all your sounds and just trying to pull these faders somewhere. You're hearing all your sound playing, but you're trying to pull a fader somewhere. You're trying to put, you know, just put them somewhere according to what you hear. No, I don't suggest that. Hear nothing at all playing. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then you start bringing your sound in one by one. Okay, so that's what we're going to do with this. I brought all of my faders down. Okay, let me bring this one down too. All of my faders down. Okay, so let's loop this part of the track right here. And then we're going to start with our main instrument first. I'm going to start bringing that in. Right? Nice. Yeah, I got it at a nice little ear level, not too loud, but still present. Okay. Now I'm gonna find an instrument that matches that, something that matches it, which obviously is the texture sound. You know, okay. Now with every track that I bring up and mix, with every track that I bring up in volume, they got 2 questions I'm gonna ask myself while I'm increasing that fader. Okay. And if you stick to this, you can level your sounds very easily and very, very well. And just stick to these 2 things as you bring that fader up. Ask yourself where you want it to be, and ask yourself where do you want it to sit. Okay, and I'll show you the difference between the 2. Where do you want it to be? B is positioning in the mix. So where do I want it to be? Meaning, do I want to pan it? Do I want it to be center? Do I want to pan it to the right, the left, center? See what I'm saying? Or do I want the level of it to decrease? See? That's the second one. The second one is where do you want it to be? And the third one is where do you want it to sit? Where do I want it to sit is the in relation to the sound that's playing. It's in relation to that sound that's playing, the one that you're matching it to. That's where I want it to sit. So the first one, difference. The first one is I don't have to hear the other sound to play, to position it. I don't have to hear that. I can hear just the sound that I'm raising up to determine where I want it to be in this mix. And that's just me and my taste of what I want. See? But in order for where I want it to sit, I have to be listening to something else. I can't just be listening to that one sound that I'm raising up. That's for me to determine where I want it to sit. So if you remember those 2 things, where I want it to be, I can deal with the individual sound. Just hear that as I'm deciding what I want to do with it. Where I want it to sit is always in relation to something else. It's in relation to that. So I can't be listening to that one sound that I'm lifting up, trying to figure out where I want it to sit. I'm confused. See? I can't be figuring. I have to be listening to something else with it to understand where I want this sound to sit. Set means in relation to whatever else is there. So how can I figure that out if I don't hear anything else that's playing? I just hear that one sound that I'm raising the volume up on. So you remember those 2 things, it'll help you to level your sounds. I see a lot of people do understand the concept of start from low and bring things into the mix because you can hear it a little better versus hearing all your sound and then trying to drop the faders wherever you want. I'm hearing everything. No, I want to hear nothing. When I start raising this one fader, see, is my ear gonna click where I want it to stop. because I was hearing nothing before. Then when I bring this sound in, see, I'm gonna be able to tell when it creeping right where I want. Boom, stop. See, so bringing things into your mix gonna help you out a lot. Not just hearing all your sound and then just trying to pull these faders down where you think they should go. You know what I'm saying? But while you're that's the part that a lot of people miss. While you're raising those faders up, those two questions. Where do I want it to be? And where do I want it to sit? Where do I want it to be means that I can listen to just that sound and I can pick what I want it to do. Hand, left, and right. Whatever I could just pick whatever I want to do. And that's your taste, your preference of whatever you want. No rule book on how to do it. Whatever you want. If I want it to be this one to be in the left ear, I want this one to be here. If I want it, whatever. You know, just watch your stereo field. Watch that. The more you start doing that, pan and shit, that's the wider your stereo field getting. So you're gonna have to deal with that some kind of way. You know, and that's a whole nother tutorial on how to deal with your stereo field. You know, but the second one is where do I want it to sit? That's in relation to another sound. So you must be listening to at least two things. Trying to figure out where I want to sit. So let me show y'all what I mean. If y'all can understand that, I'm gonna show y'all what I mean. Okay. So this first sound that I raised up, this is my main sound right here. See how I'm listening to just that one sound? So I can gauge where do I want it to be. Not where I want it to, because I'm only listening to one sound. I can't gauge where I want it to sit just yet. Where I want it to be. See? So I'm listening to just this sound. So where I want it to be, I want to pan this sound to the little bit to the left. Just a little bit. Not much. See? Okay. I can't gauge where I want it to sit just yet. I can't. And I'll show you what I mean by sit. And it's the reason why, because I'm only listening to one track. Okay, so let's find a sound that matches this. Okay, here we go. Obviously, that's our texture sound. Now I can tell that because we only got a few sounds in here, you know. But if you about to do this with multiple sounds, you may have to kind of listen to a few of them to see, okay, what sound matches this? What sound match that way I could fit it to that. But we know is the texture sound. We know. Okay, there's only 3 other sounds in here. We know so far. Okay, so let's grab the texture sound and start lifting that up. Let's go. Now I can start gauging where I want it to sit. See, because remember, I'm listening to 2 things now. I can never gauge where I want it to sit if I'm only listening to one thing. I can only gauge where I want it to be when I'm listening to one. If I was listening to just this. See? If that's all I can't gauge where I want that to sit just yet because I'm only listening to one thing. See? Where I want it to sit is always in relation to something. See what I'm saying? So I have to be listening to more than one thing to gauge where I want it to sit. Okay, so just remember that. Okay, so let's put that back. But now I have 2 sounds playing. So now I can gauge where I want that second one to be and where I want it to sit. And I can also gauge the first one now. See, because I'm listening to that next one now. I can gauge where I want that to sit. Remember when we first did it, we only could gauge where we wanted it to be, not where to sit. Because all we had was just that first sound playing. That's all we had. Just this one. But now that we have these 2, now I can go back and see where I want this one to sit now. So let me show y'all how to gauge where you want it to sit. So let's take care of B first, where I want it to be. So I panned this one to the left a little bit. So let's pan this one to the right a little bit. Okay, so now that I got it panned, now where I want it to sit. In order for me to understand where I want something to sit, I have to be able to tell what part this sound plays in the mix. So is it a main sound? Is it a background sound? Is it a ambient sound? I gotta understand what position this is playing in the mix in order for me to set it in that position. See, B, I don't have to worry about where I want it to be. I don't have to worry about them questions if I want it to be somewhere in my mix. See? But as soon as I say when I say where do I want it to set in my mix, I now have to start understanding what type of sound that is. So the way you do that is just by asking yourself, what position does this play in my mix? What position does it play? Position meaning, think of it like a game, you know, like power forward, center, you know, whatever. What position does this play? So this particular texture sound is not a main sound. It plays the background position. So see, it told me where to set it. I'm gonna set it underneath this sound in the background. What I mean? That's why in order to set it somewhere, you got to be listening to two things, to multiple things. I can't set something somewhere when I'm just listening to just that individual thing. The only thing I can determine about it is where I want it to be in my mix. Where do I want it to be? Not where do I want it to set. I have to be listening to more than to more than one thing if I want to understand where I want it to set. Okay, so now that I'm listening to more than one thing, let's what do we want that to set? Background. And the question we asked ourselves to get that is, what position does this play? This is a texture sound. Listen to it. That's not a main sound. See? So not only do we want that to set somewhere, we not only do not the position that it's playing is the background. So not only do we want it to be in the right, we panned it to the right a little bit. We want it to be in the right, but we want it to set in the background. So we want it to be in the right, pan it a little bit, and we want it to set background instrument. That's how you figure that out. Let's go. So let's set it. Let's set it now. See? So now that I know where I want it to set, I could move this down, move it, and start bringing it up in the background of that sound. So we're gonna bring it up to where it now hits the background of our sound. Let's go. There it is, love. It just come in complimenting my sound. See? Take it out. See? Bring it back in. Just in the background, compliment my sound. See, so I now put it where I wanted it to be, and I also took care of where I wanted to set. Okay, let's go to the next sound. String. Only got one left. We only got what, two left? Or one. We got the string, yeah, and then the two basses. So let's take care of the string. The stabs. Let's go. Okay, so let's check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna let y'all do it. Whoever in the chat, I'm gonna let y'all do this. We listening to this. Listen to that sound and tell me what sound out of these two we have. The first question I want y'all to answer is, what sound out of these two that we have can we match that with? Which sound? Is it gonna be the main instrument, this one, or this texture sound? This one. Which sound does this string sound like the most out of them two? Texture sound or the main sound? Which one? Which one does it sound like the most? This string. I'm gonna let somebody in the chat, whoever want to do that, who want to take a stab at it. Which one? That string, does it sound like this main sound right here? Or does it sound more like this texture sound? Which one? Main sound? If you had to match them, you know that game, you know, where you turn the chords over on the floor and you got to match the two pairs? Which one would you match this string sound with? Which one of these two? The main sound or the texture sound? This is the main sound again. This is the texture sound. Which one would I match this string with? Which one? Which one sounds the most like the string? The texture sound, my boy. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to who that is. Augustus Drake. Let's get it. Why? You know I'm gonna get you, dog. You know since you answered it. And you answered it right. You know, I gotta ask you. You know, I gotta get you. I'm not gonna let you get away with just that. Why? Why does it sound like that? Let's see if you can tell us real quick. Just as simple as you could be. Though. I don't mean to put you on the spot like that, but since you answered and you got it, why? Why would you pick that one? Why? Why not the other one? Why you pick the texture sound that it sound like? Let me let you hear both of them. Why ask why when how is some we gotta know why. I mean, I get what you're saying, know how, but you know why? Like what's your reasoning behind it? That's what we want to know. How you're gonna be describing this? What's going on right here? Your reasoning behind it is giving me more of why you thought that way. I'm always interested in somebody. So that's why I asked why. How is you gonna be describing this? What's going on in here? Why you're gonna be telling me not only this, you're gonna be but you're gonna be telling me a little bit about you. Why you did, why you thought that way. You know what I'm saying? So why would you choose that? Just give us a quick little explanation real quick. Like why did you say, okay, yeah, nah, it's the texture sound. Why? Because the reason why is because I think if you might give us the answer to the next question I'm about to ask everybody. Where do we place it? See, you might give us the answer why I'm asking that. You might give it down like, see? You might give us the answer, you know? That's why I'm asking why. You know, you just might give it to us. They got remember, they got another question that's coming. Where we place, where we go place it at. See? It's coming. So your thought process on why you chose that sound might give us the answer to that question before we even ask it. So I'm curious to see if that was gonna happen. So why would you choose that? Why would you say the texture sound? Or anybody out there that would say this texture sound, it sounds just like it. Anybody. Why would you pick that? It don't have to be just my man Augustus right here. Anybody who would say, yeah, the texture sound just like, why would you pick that? Anyone, drop it in the chat. Which one? Why would you say, yeah, that one? What would be what would be your reasoning behind that? Listen to them both. My boy say you get into the deep recesses of my mind. Hold up real quick. Let me hit this blunt right quick before I answer that, dog. You get it. Let me take a whiff of this before I answer that, dog. For real. You're getting in the deep recesses of my soul right now. Okay, so before I answer this thing on a logical level with you, let me indulge in this cloud of smoke real quick. Let me get that. Do your thing, dog. Do your thing. Take your time, kid. Take your time. Take your time. You know. But anybody that's not on the anybody that's not on the yah right now, what y'all saying? Anybody that's not on the yah right now, what y'all saying? What y'all saying? Why this match? Why is always coming, man. I want y'all to understand that. Why is always coming. The reason why is because I can't have you sitting up here just randomly guessing shit. Nah, let me just throw a guess out there. And then you was right. Nah, why always coming? That's going to help me know that you was intentional with what you did, what you said. It was intentional. You know, you didn't just get, oh, let me just guess and pick down. And then, oh, I got it right. Nah. You can explain to me why some shit went down. That means you was intentional with what you was doing. So anybody out there that says that this texture sound, that this string sound sounds like the texture sound, tell it that's true. It does. Absolutely. 100%. My man gave y'all half the puzzle already. He gave it to y'all. The other half is, why would you say that? Why? So anybody out there that would pick this right here, why would you say that? Why would you say it's the same? And not this sound, not this one. Why not that sound? And why the Texas sound? Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Y'all. Use them. Use them. Use them. Use them. You know, use them. Use them. Use them. Use them. Why would y'all say that? That this one sound just like it? Those two sound alike. Nobody in the, nobody in the chat don't want to bail my man Augustus out. Y'all don't want to bail him. Y'all don't want to bail him out. They just gonna leave that on your shoulders, dog. They telling you, look, you started that shit, you gonna finish it. They say you started that shit, you gonna finish it. That's all on you now, kid. You wanted to answer that first question, go ahead on answer the second one too. Go ahead on. Okay. Okay, I give y'all a hint. Just to help y'all. I give y'all a hint. I give y'all a hint. Okay, this is just a hint. Don't think sound. Think tone. Don't think sound, what you're hearing. Think the tone. The tone is how you're hearing it, not what you're hearing. Okay? So if I say your name, if I say California Reed, if I say your name, you heard me say your name, right? You heard me say your name. That's what I said. The tone is how I say it. See, I can say your name sad. I can say happy. I can say it excited. See? All that is different tones I'm bringing to that sound that I just said your name with. Me just saying your name, that's just the sound I'm making. So take that and try and answer this question. Why does that sound, why do these two different sounds match? Think tone, not sound. If you can understand the example I just gave, the tone is how it sounds. The sound is just what I'm hearing. The tone is how I'm hearing it. So listen to these two sounds and tell me the characteristics of both of these sounds. What's some of the characteristics they have? See? That's going to tell you the tone of it. Remember the example I gave? I can make a sound, or I can give that sound some type of characteristic. I can make it excited, happy, sad. I can make it happy, sad. I can make it worried. See? All that's different tones I'm giving that sound that's coming out of my mouth. See? So if you think that with this, tone, not sound. That's why I probably confused. Think tone. Tell me some of the characteristics when I press play. Tell me some of the characteristics that both these sounds have that they match. Okay, check it out. Listen to them. What's some of the characteristics that they both have? Remember the example. Sound, me talking about sound is just what I'm hearing. Me talking about the tone is how I'm hearing it. Sound is just what? What's going on right here? Tone is the different things I'm hearing inside of that. What's the characteristics of the sound? What traits do they have? What some of the traits do they have? See? That's me now describing what the sound is doing. See? Same thing with my voice. I can say your name with my voice, and it's just me making a sound, saying your name. But how I say your name, that's the characteristic of it now. How I say it. It's happy, sad, excited. It's I can say your name worried. I can say all of that. I can give you a certain sense of something just by the way I said your name, just by the way I say it. You know, all they had there before. You knew when your mama was pissed off at you. You knew. Facts? You knew just by the way she said your name. Am I lying? You know? If you was somewhere in the house, you could tell what kind of trouble you was in just by the way she said your name. Lying or what? You could tell. Just by the way she said your name, you could tell. or if you was in any trouble. See, when that soft whatever came out of my, you was good. You knew you was good. But see, when she put that force behind it, when she said your whole name, when she put that force, see, you knew, oh shit, what I forgot to do. What I did, oh shit. You start cycling in your mind all the shit you didn't know. Did I take out the tray? Did I? Shit, hold up. Did I? What I forgot to do. You see what I'm saying? Because you just know, just by the tone she issuing with that name, you know something was up. So let's play this sound right here again. Tell me the tones of these sounds, what they have in common. Give it to me, what they have in common. What they have in common. What y'all think? What y'all think? What they got in common? He said, get your ass home before the lights turn. Yeah, you better, your little footsies better be on that porch before that street light come on. Your little footsies better be on that porch. Oh, you couldn't. Oh, if you grew up like I grew up, you couldn't even be turning a corner. You couldn't even be stepping foot in the yard when the street light came on. You was still about to get an ass whooped. See, like some would consider that being home. If I'm in the yard, I'm home. Nah, you had to be, your footsies had to be on the porch for that street light come on. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So if you was turning that corner and that street light came on, yeah, you about to get it. If you was just in the yard, if you was setting one foot in the yard and that street light came on, you about to get it. Anywhere but on that porch, you finna get it. You about to get it. Yeah. And y'all remember the time? Look, whoever grew up like that, y'all remember the times where you and your boy was negotiating? You know, you and your boys at the park, y'all was negotiating to see who gonna just take a ass whooping. Y'all, you remember that? But that game of hide and go get it. Y'all remember hide and go get it? Now hide and go seek. That was the rich people shit. We play hide and go get it. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember the hide and go get it? Yeah. See, that game of hide and go get it got real interesting because the girls came on the block. You know, so y'all all started playing right about the time that street light was come on. So the game got intense. So you had to decide if you just gonna take that. You remember that? You had to decide. You know, a little 8-year-old grown ass man making decisions, making life change. Like, hey, dog, listen. So what you gonna do? You gonna stay or what? You had to consult with your because you didn't want to be the only one that got their ass whooping that night. You didn't want to be the only one. You understand what I'm saying? So you had to consult with your boys. So you say, so look, you gonna stay? You know, cause Tasha and them, they came out. You know, I know it's getting kind of late, but they came out. We ain't saw them all, but they came out. Tasha and the twins, Tasha and Tashina. They came out. You know, and then they bought Dominique with them. They bought her with them. So yeah, so y'all leaving? I know the light about to come on. So y'all leaving or what? Y'all gonna just take it out? You had to consult with them. You know, and y'all literally make a decision. Hey, bro, I'm staying. I'm staying, dog. I'm staying. What you doing? What you doing? Oh, if you stay, I'ma stay. While y'all contemplate, because y'all know that street light finna come on in the next 15 minutes. But the girl's on the block now, so you're like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You leaving or what? You going or what? Man, I'ma stay, dog. I'm staying. You know, like literally turned into some grown ass shit going on right there between some 9-year-olds. It's like there's some grown ass decisions being made. Like, what you gonna do, dog? But that's an ass whooping for to take. That's you know, that could alter the course of the rest of your week. How it's gonna work. You know? If a punishment gonna come with that, if I'm you know, it could also, we gotta decide right now. Is staying on the block, because everybody didn't hit the block and it's already late. Staying on the block is worth it. What y'all think? You know? For real. So you take a look at them, you take a look at them girls, look. Everybody just look at them. Oh, I don't know, man. That's Tasha. She had the twins. They here and they bought Dominique. That's a plus. Man, you know, if they'd have bought Kelly with them, if they'd have bought her, yeah, we stay. We stay. It'd be two of them be like, yeah, if they'd have bought Kelly with it, we stay. If she was with them, we stay. But nah, that ain't enough for me to take no ass whooping tonight. So you was off the block, you know? Y'all remember that? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, back, y'all pulling me in, man. Y'all pulling me in. Back to the thing. Why would you choose these sounds? The reason why these sounds, the characteristic that both these sounds have, if you listen to them, what puts them in the same range is that they're both edgy. They're both edgy sounds. You listen to them, you have that sharp string, and then your texture sound is very sharp. See, they both have that characteristic. Listen to them really good. Look, it's almost like in both of them, you have that sense of you about to picture like you standing on the edge of a cliff and you about to go over. You know how you know how people say, man, you on the edge right now. You know, you on the edge. I'm on the edge. Right? So you're about to go over. See, look, listen to the sound. See, it's edgy, like it it give you that vibe like it's about to go over. You're about to go over. See, it's very edgy. Okay, now check this out. Look at the texture sound. See that edgy? I'm about to go over, see? See what I'm saying? Not quite, but I'm about to go over, see? Both of them got that characteristic, but that's why they both similar. They both similar. They both fit. Okay. So the reason why we determine that is because we need to know where we gonna fit it. You know what I'm saying? Where we gonna put it. Okay. So with that edginess of this sound right here, that characteristic that we gave it, that we said it has, of that string sound, this sound. We now have to know where we want to put it, where it needs to be. Remember the two things we determine whenever we raise them faders up when we leveling. Two things: where it wants to be and where we want to set it. Okay, so let's take care of what we want it to be first. Let's take care of that. I want it to be. I kind of want this one to be up the middle. I don't want it to be too much panned. I want it to be up the middle. And I also want it to be I want it to maintain that sharpness. I want it to do that. Okay. I don't want it to dull at any point. I want this to maintain that edgy, that sharp, you know, almost like a knife. I want it to maintain that. Okay. So obviously, I don't want it in the background if I wanted to maintain that. I don't want it in the background. So let's engage our other sounds, and we're going to make sure we set it up front. You know, not past the main sound, but still up front. Okay, let's go. See? What I'm doing is, if y'all notice what I'm doing, I still panned it. And the reason why I panned it is because if you look at the meters, you can't widen this track to where you can look at the meter. But if you look at the meters of this track right here, look at the meter. The sound is already panned to the left, even though my dial is centered. The sound is already panned. Remember, this is a sample we had. So whoever made this track panned it to the left. Whoever made this sample, right, the string sample, they got it panned to the left. Wherever they used it, it was panned to the left. See what I'm saying? So it's more in the left ear, and my knob is center. So that means in order for me to center it, remember, I want to keep it, I don't want to pan it anywhere. I want to keep it centered. That way it can stay in the middle of everything and maintain that sharpness. Okay, so in order for me to put it center, I have to pan it more right and watch my meters to where they level off. Right now, my left meter is a little bit higher than my right meter. So I'm gonna start panning it to the right and even that meter out to make sure it's dead center. See, I can hear it creeping into my right ear now. Creeping a little bit more into there. So it's leveling off now, see? Nice. See, so all I had to do was just pan it just a little bit to the right. Just a slightly to the right a little bit to get it to now be center. Okay. Okay, now we're going to take care of where do I want it to be. Y'all remember what we said? I mean, now we took care of where I want it to be. Now we're going to take care of where I want it to sit. We want to sit up front to maintain that edginess. Let's go. Let's listen to the rest of it. Remember, we can't place something where we want it to be without listening to some, I mean, where we want it to sit without listening to something else. Where we want it to be, we can listen to one thing. See? See how I took care of that pan and we're just listening to one instrument. I could do that. See? Where I want it to be in the mix. Whether I want it to be fully to the left, fully to the right, wherever I want it to be. I could make it spacious. I could do that by just some plugins I put. That's still where I want it to be. I can do all of that. But see, when I get into where I want it to set, now I need to be listening to some other things with it. So now that we get into where we want it to set, we got to listen to some other stuff with it. So let's engage the rest of the tracks. Boom. And set it. Where do we want to set it? Up front. Let's go. Nice. Now you can hear that edginess the track guy. You can hear that edginess just by that sound being up front, being present. It's not contending with the main sound, but it's very, very present, and it's going to be very, very present in the mix while the other sound is in the texture sound is in the background. So I wanted to stop and show y'all that real quick because that's a good way that you can level your sounds. Number one, first, keep in mind that you want to level bringing things into your mix. So hear nothing. Drop all your faders, all of them. Bring them in one by one. Your ear is going to pick up better where to stop something versus you hearing everything trying to lower it down. Your ear will pick up better where to stop something when I'm bringing it in. Stop it right there. And then let me bring this one in. Stop it. Oop, right there. Bam. Your ear will pick that up way better. Like 90% better than hearing everything and doing it and trying to level it. Okay, that's number one. First, keep that in mind. As you're raising those faders up, two things you're asking yourself. Number one, where do I want it to be? If you're asking yourself where you want it to be in your mix, you don't need to hear everything else to do that. You can if you want, but you don't need to. Just decide. Just literally decide. Where do you want it to be? Do I want to pan it left? Do I want to pan it right? Do I want to keep it? Do I want to make it spacious? Do I want to keep it up front? Do I want to all of that? Just where do I want it to be? See? Now when I now address the second thing as I'm raising it up, where do I want it to sit? Set means that I need to do it in conjunction with things that I'm listening to. So I need to engage something else about this track. I need to do that, something else. That way I can now see where I want this sound to be in relation to that thing I'm listening to. I mean, where I want it to set in relation to that thing I'm listening to, not where I want it to be. B, don't have to listen to everything else. Where I want it to set, definitely have to listen to a few things. Get it to set well. So just remember that. I know it's a little confusing, but if you understand it, you'll get it. Where I want it to be, one sound I can listen to. Where I want it to set, I must be listening to multiple things, more than one. I must be when I'm making that decision. You know what I'm saying? Easy way to remember. All right, there we go. There we go, man. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, let's grab another sound. Let's grab something else. what we gonna put behind this. We put the strings in. I'm thinking maybe we can put, let's see if we can get a pad sound to put in there, some type of pad sound. All right, let's do that. There you go. You got it, dog. Augustus, you got it, man. You got it. You got it, dog. You got it. Literally, yeah, that's it. You could set it. You could set it. You know, when you think of be and set, what do I want it to be and what do I want it to set? The way to distinguish the two is where I want it to be doesn't include the feeling of the music. It doesn't include that, the feel that the music has. It doesn't involve that. Where do I want it to be? I'm not taking into consideration if this is a soft sound, if this is this sound, if this is that sound, if this, I don't need to take that into consideration. I just got to pick where I want it to be in this mix. See, it's not that crucial what I want it to be. See what I'm saying? It's not going to involve anything about the sound, you know, just whatever sound it is, whether it's a guitar, piano, whatever, where do I want it to be? See? But where do I want it to set? Now you have to start diving into what position the sound is, what position is playing. Think of a team, a basketball. What position is this playing in my mix? Is it playing shooting guards? Is it playing small forward? Is it playing whatever? What position is this playing in my? See, I got to dive into a little something about the sound to make that what do I want it to set decision. I got to dive into a little something about the, but where I want it to be, I don't need to deal. I just need to pick and choose. See what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm making that very clear is because if you deal with your sounds in that manner, it's going to stop you from being confused about what I want to do with this sound. It's going to eliminate that confusion because you're taking care of two main things, 90% of what you want to do with that sound. The other 10% is just mixing it well, getting it to represent well in your sound, in your mix. See? But if you take care of them two things, you know, you even hear people that say it whenever you're mixing a track. They tell you, man, just level your, you see how they always start off with leveling? Man, just level your sounds well and then, you know, touch them up a little bit. You shouldn't have to do all that. You see people that tell you that? Even though they're telling you, man, you should have, even though they're telling you, man, you shouldn't have to worry about all of that, you know, EQ, compression, all that. Man, I don't do none of that in my beats. I just level my sounds well and I do that, but you see what they still start. No matter if that's the way they mix their beats, that they could do that. I'm not doing that. I'm not sending work out there that I didn't do nothing. I'm not doing that, but let whoever do that, whoever wants to. I'm going to make sure that I put some care into these sounds to make sure that they represent a certain way. You know, I actually brought some vibes to it, not just leveling and some vibe. I didn't do that. I brought some vibes to it where I wanted to set them. Well, how I want when they introduce to your speakers, I want them to melt in your ear. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm gonna do. Will come out of my studio. But whoever could do that, man, I just level my sound. And that's you. You know, I never let somebody's lack of something determine my willingness to it for it. I'm gonna say that one more time. I never ever let somebody's lack of something determine my willingness for it. See, and the reason why I think in that fashion is because when somebody doesn't want to do something, when they figure it's too much work or it's doing too much or whatever, they're never going to be satisfied with them not doing it. They always going to convince you not to do it. See? They will convince you not to do it. See? So they go, man, I don't do it. You don't need to do none of that. Man, you don't need to do it. See? Why you just don't stay with not doing it? You stay over there with that, not doing it. You stay over there. You don't do it. You keep that to you. Why are you trying to get me to buy into not doing it? Why are you trying to get me to do that? Why are you trying to get me to not pay attention to some things in my mix? You do that. See? But that's what people do whenever they think that something is too much. The first thing they're going to do, they ain't going to be convinced with themselves not doing it. They ain't going to be satisfied with themselves not doing it. The first thing they're going to do is get you. They want you to now join the crew of not doing it. No, man, you don't do it. If all you do is level your sounds and you don't do nothing else to it, you don't worry about no spacing, you don't worry about it. If that's what you do and you figure, man, that's too much. You know, I don't even use a compressor in my mixes. I don't even do that. If you feel that, if that's how you want to move, then you stay not doing it over there. You don't have no right to walk out here and try and convince everybody else not to do it. See, let them do it if they want. That's what I mean. Let them do it if they want. Let them do all of that till their heart content. Why are you so hell bent on trying to get them not to do it? That's the question I have for people that keep saying it. Why are you so hell bent on getting them not to do it? Why? You don't do it. You be satisfied with your not doing shit over there. And you do that all you want. But don't trying to get other people not to do it. Now, I'm trying to get you to not pay attention to some shit. I'm trying to get you too not to pay attention to them shit. I'm trying to get you to, and it's because I don't pay attention to none of that. I don't do none of that. So I'm trying to get you not to. Man, whoa, that sound like you're trying to con me, dog. Now you trying to help me out. Help me out with something. See? And you done heard a bunch of blue check marks and knowing people say what I'm saying. They literally they didn't say, hey man, I don't mix my, I don't worry about all that stuff, man. Yeah, you know, as them YouTube dudes taking you through all that, trying to do that. Man, I ain't no YouTube dude. I'm a full-fledged lead audio engineer of 4 studios, own and operator. You can go Google it yourself. The Drank Kang. You know what I'm saying? Me. See? But I just pay attention to sound. I like the care of it. So I'm not, so that's what I mean by I'm not going to let somebody's lack of doing something determine my willingness to do it. I don't care what type of fame or what type of shit you got, what type of accolades you got. I'm not going to let you convince just your lack of doing it somehow mess with my willingness to do it. Oh, you're not doing that, kid. I don't care who you are and what type of fame you got. I don't give a shit. So you stay over there not mixing your sounds. Whoever that, you stay over there not doing that. Please keep that over there. But I'm going to go make sure my shit's straight. You know, and I don't give a damn if you can mix 25 beats in the time it take me to mix 5. I don't care. But I'm gonna be very aware that my shit's straight. You know what I'm saying? But don't come over here trying to convince me not to do it. Somehow making what I'm doing too much. Oh man, don't do that. The reason why then is simply because you not doing it. Of course it looks too much to you because you're not doing it. Anything would look too much to you because you're not doing none of it. So if I pulled up 3 EQs, that's too much to you. That's too much. See, because you're not doing none of that. So anything gonna be not too much to anything gonna be too much to a person that ain't taking that care and they're not doing it. You know, and sometimes we let people's accomplishments do that to us. That's what we let that do. That's the reason why I'm telling y'all this. Sometimes we let people's accolades and their fame convince us not to do it. And it's because their accolades and their fame. Their fame is starting to dictate my willingness to do something. So if that famous person telling you that he got these placements and he don't do none of that, see, that's what you now let his fame determine your willingness to do it. Somehow he cut that out of your when you had the willingness, so you was doing it all before. See? You let him do that. You let that person do that to you. Take that out of you, that willingness to get it done, or that willingness to accomplish it, or that willingness to understand it, or get it. You let them take that out of you. You remember what you feel what I'm saying? Don't let these people do that to you, man, because that's exactly what they're doing. You just got to look at it in that fashion. That's exactly what they're doing, and they're not doing it purposely. They just don't understand what they're doing by telling you that. By getting on somebody interview somewhere, knowing that they known and they famous, and they telling you, man, that's too much, bro. You don't need to do all that. You don't need to do all that. Mixing all that, compare all that stuff. Man, just level your sounds, make sure they good, and I got all my hits and I ain't mixed none of my stuff. I get, see? Now think about this. Why they don't get on there and tell you, the person that's trying to learn, not them that already got their accomplishments and what they do. The person that's trying to learn and understand more about some stuff. Why they don't get up there and tell you, yeah, I don't really mix too much. But if you somebody out there that wants to do that to you, man, make sure you do that. Like, do it. I don't really do it too tough on my stuff. See, that's what I would do if I was in there. But I don't really do it too tough on my stuff. But anybody out there that wants to learn more about a compressor or EQ or one, that's going to absolutely benefit you. Also do that shit. Why they didn't tell you that? See? Because that's going to benefit. What it's going to hurt that you know about a compressor. You know what it could do. And you know how to use it. That's going to hurt you. What it see? Knowing more about the EQ and what it could, that's going to hurt you. See? So why you didn't tell you that? Why he made that seem like you don't need to worry about none of that. Why he did that? Why that? See, that's what you got to see, the stuff that ain't seen behind what people are saying. You got to see it. Why you did that? Why you telling me that? If you don't understand it, all you're gonna hear is just somebody telling you, "Oh, I don't mix my stuff. I don't mix." That's all you're gonna hear. You're not understanding what's behind that. That's all you're gonna hear. Oh, I don't mix none of that. So because that dude got fame and accolade, that's what you're gonna find. That's what you're gonna adopt in your shit. That, man, all you do is just love it. Man, mixing is overrated. It's mixing my chest overrated. And it's because you heard somebody, you let somebody fame dictate your willingness to do it. See? How did they take that out of you? How did they fame or they level of status where they at take that out of you? Your willingness to get something done, your willingness to learn more about something, to understand more about it. How did you let them do that? See, that's what you need to start asking. That's how you pull it up to them, thinking that mixing, yeah, man, I mix my style, man. But then you listen to them and they talk, man, that's too much, bro. So you stop. Or you didn't want to know no more about it, or you didn't want to progress because you figure, man, I'ma just go the way he's saying. Because of his fame, he got that. So, and he got some hits. So that's what he's saying, mixing it. So that's what I'm gonna go with. How did somebody's fame literally halt your willingness to go learn something or to go get something done? When clearly any of that you're doing can help you. It can absolutely help you. Why? See what I'm saying? They could have told you that and got the same point across. They just not trying to kill your willingness to do it. They're not killing that. They could have told you that same exact. I don't really mix my sounds too tough. I just like to level my stuff up. But if you out there right now and you mixing your stuff and you doing that, you know, you putting compress and EQing your sounds and doing all of that. Oh man, definitely do that because that's gonna help you. Learning all that stuff, learning and understanding what them plugins do and how they operate. That's gonna help. It's not gonna hurt you. It's gonna help. You knowing all that. How come they didn't tell you that? How come they killed your willingness to do it? See? That's the question, DJ. How come they did that? You wouldn't satisfy with you not doing it. You had to come kill my willingness to do it. Because before I met you or before I heard anything about you, I was willing to do all of that. Learn them EQ, learn them compress, do all of that. I was willing to do that. But you let some blue check mark take that out of you because he said that, man, I don't mix my sound, I just level that. That's all I do. You don't need to do all that. That's too much. As them YouTube dudes do all of that. Yeah. You don't need that to get no hit, to get no record out. You don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need that. You. I'm good with it. I'm gonna make sure I get all that shit done. You don't need that. You. See? That's what I mean when I tell y'all, don't let somebody's lack of doing something dictate your willingness to do it. Don't allow that. Don't. Because that's exactly what they're doing. They just don't realize they're doing it. I'm more than sure they're not saying that to purposely, intentionally harm you. But it's a lot of stuff that we do unintentional, not knowing we did, not knowing we doing it to other people. We don't know we doing it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff like that. We don't know that we're doing it to other people. We have no clue. So that's my point of just telling y'all, just be careful about, you know, what you hear, you know, like anybody that's out there saying that all this stuff is too much. All I'm doing is just trying to teach you that if you have that willingness in you to get to learn more about your craft, if you have that willingness in you just to learn more about it, I'm giving it to you. I'm giving you the information for it, or some of the information for it. I don't want to sound like I got it all, but I'm giving you some of the information that you can have to do that. Apparently that dude up there that you listen to that all he told you was, I don't mix my sound. You don't need to worry about none of that. That's too much. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do. Obviously he forgot the fact that there might be some people out there that actually want to learn that. He forgot that when he was telling you that. He didn't pay no respect to them people that actually want to learn that actually want to. You see what I'm saying? They actually want to learn that. He forgot all about you. That's what he did. He forgot all about you. That actually want to know what that compressor do. That's tired of looking at that attack the cases, that attack threshold and ratio and don't know what the hell them things do. He tired of that. I'm tired of seeing them and don't know what they do. So I actually want to know. He forgot you exist when he said that. See? By just telling you, man, you don't need to do that, man. That's too much. It's too much. That's too much. You don't need to do none of that. You don't need to just mix your sound, make sure they're good, and that's it, man. You good. If you got some good sounds, that's all you need. No, that's all you need. See how I'm making sure you keep that over there. I'm not gonna let your lack of doing something dictate my way. So that's all you need to do over there. Do that. But stop trying to get me to believe that I need to do that. That I need to kill my willingness to do something. That's what I mean. If y'all can understand what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You do that. You know how Jay-Z said it? Jay-Z said that when people can't do something, they're going to put their fears on you. Or when they don't know how to do it, they're going to put, that's all that is. Somebody projecting their shit on you. They doing that. No, you can't do it. You know how, what do you mean by that is when you say, yeah, man, I'm a own my own company. Somebody look at you, man, you can't own your own. Man, you can't do that. You can't do that. No, you can't do it. See, you can't. No, you can't. Don't project what you can't do on me. Don't do that. See what I'm saying? No, you can talk about you. You can't, not me. Let me see if I could go do it. Let me see if I can. See, that's what I mean. That person up there that's telling you that's too much with you. They forgot that. They forgot that you actually exist. The person that want to know some shit and want to learn something. They forgot that. That want to know more about what them little things is on the EQ. Them little dots. You know what them little things you call them. I don't even know what to call them. There's some little dots. I don't even know what to call them things. You know, the Q points, you know, you didn't know there was Q points. So you just call, yeah, the little dot that you move around on the EQ. As you see, like they actually got somebody that want to know what that is and how that works. So if you're going to get on a public platform, I wouldn't suggest telling people, nah, man, don't worry about it. I just love myself. All that shit is overrated. That mixing stuff and all that. That's overrated. That's them YouTube dudes that want y'all to believe y'all got to do all that and do all of that. I don't want you to believe nothing. Believe what you want about your music. All I'm saying is I just pay respect to the people that the people that I know that actually want to know that shit. I'm not sitting up there on some platform thinking that they ain't got nobody out there that don't want to know that. They ain't got nobody out there that want to know that. Or want to do that with their music. They ain't got nothing. I'm not sitting up there thinking that. I know just because of me giving a damn about people out here, I know that they got some people out there that actually want to know what the things do. Now, that's their choice to use them in their music if they want, but they actually want to know that. And me trying to get you to believe that me getting on a public platform somewhere and saying that, hey, you don't need to worry about that to do it, that's me now saying, I don't really care about the person that actually want to know that. When I could have clearly said, hey, you know what? I don't mix my music too tough like that. But if you doing that, then bruh, learn that shit, man, because it's going to help you. We do the same thing about learning piano, don't we? See? You got people that don't know the key. They don't know that, but they're in the MIDI grid clicking in notes. See what I'm saying? Now, a producer would go a little bit too far if they told you, oh man, don't worry about no music theory. Don't worry about no music theory. Don't worry about that. See, so you know what they do? Instead of telling you that and killing your willingness to learn, this is what they tell you. I don't know music theory too tough. And then when somebody be like, well, should I learn music? Yeah, absolutely. I learn. See how they didn't kill your they didn't kill your willingness to do it, even though they don't do it. Absolutely learn, man. If you got somebody that could show you that, or you in a position where you can up your knowledge on music, absolutely, because it's going to help. You see, why you didn't do that with mixing? Why you didn't do that? See? That's how you could tell a difference between people that know how to do something and people that don't know how to do it. Because the people that don't know how to do it, they're going to project it on you. They're going to do that. Same thing Jay-Z said, they're going to project it on you. And it's just simply because they either don't know how to do something or they scared to do it. So in their mind, you can't do it either. Or you don't need to be doing it. Nah. Nah, you don't need to be doing you. You stay over there with that no mixing your shit and get all your hits like that. Get all of them like that if that's what you're going to do. Just don't somehow get me to believe that the information that I'm willing to go get and learn some kind of way is bad for me. It's bad for me to, or it's not cool for me to do, or it ain't wrong. I don't need that, or that's me doing too much. Don't get me to believe that. I would respectfully, I would appreciate that if you don't kill my willingness to do that. Respectfully. You feel what I'm saying? Let me walk away from here knowing that that thing I'm willing to do, that's actually going to help you. It's going to help you. It's going to help you. If you learn it, it will. Learn what the things do, what that EQ do, what that compressor do, how they work, the different ones, what textures they give you. See what I'm saying? How smooth they are in comparison to how rough others are. All of that. That'll help you do some shit in your music if you know that. It'll help you. You understand what I'm saying? So that's me just giving y'all another way to look at this shit y'all hearing out there. Cause people sitting up down on a higher platform with blue check marks on the, you know, next to their name and 1 million followers. Just be careful, man. You know, people out here can easily do that to you, dog. They could kill your willingness to do something simply because you following their fame. They're gonna downplay something over here so you don't fool with it. Ah, nah, man. I never use no HP laptops. I don't use that. You got an HP. See, they forgot they got some people out there that got that. Yeah, man. All I use is like this type of, you know, that's what I use on my music. So see, they forgot that they actually got some people that got that. They do. See? So why didn't say, hey, listen, the laptops I get is like this. I get these type of, because I can afford that to get that. But if you got that type of laptop or whatever, then use that. Use what you got. It might be a lot harder for you because it's not, it don't have that much power, but use that. Why they had to kill your willingness to do something? See what I mean? Y'all get to play. Y'all understand what I'm saying? My man, Augusta Drake in the chat, he going off. Yeah, but y'all get what I'm saying though? Y'all, hopefully y'all get what I'm saying. Mixing and mastering is like that. Finishing touches on a paint. Yeah, man, of course. It is. It's like them. That's a good way to put, who is that? This world needs hit. That's a good way to put that. Yeah. It's like them final, you know what I'm saying? Them final little, even though I did a lot of stuff right here and I took care of this right here, it's just like that final little bad. You understand what I'm saying? Just that little, you know? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you need that. I'm just not forgetting that they got some people out there that want that. I'm not forgetting that. Oh, whoever told y'all that up there on whatever big, he forgot that they got some people like y'all that actually want to know that shit. And because it's a famous person, that's telling you that, he could easily make you feel like shit for going and get that knowledge, that you go and do something you ain't got no business doing. He could do that, and it's because of his fame. He can actually do that to you. See? Instead of him using that fame to encourage you, just like music theory. What producer you know get up there and tell you, nah, oh, you don't need no music. Yeah, don't even worry about that. See? You don't hear a music producer talk like that. I didn't hear multiple music producers, even if they don't know music theory. You don't hear a music producer flat out tell you, yeah, stay away from music theory. Nah, man. You're doing too much with music theory. You're doing too much. See? The same thing applies to mixing. Whoever thinking that's too much on beats, whoever thinking that's too much to do or too much to worry about on beat, mixing beat. That's same thing applies. You don't hear no music producer saying that about music theory. What you hear them say, see, they give respect to the person out there that want to know, that want to learn music theory. So what they say is, I don't really know music. You hear that on multiple YouTube videos, don't you? I don't really know music theory that tough, but they never ever kill your willingness to go do it. Even if somebody asks him, well, you know, should I learn a few? He absolutely, yeah. See, they don't want to kill your willingness to do it. But if you notice, mixing not like that. Now I wonder why that is. That's what you gotta ask. I wonder why that is. I wonder why somebody out here trying to get you to believe, or they got people out here trying to get you to believe that craft that people have spent 30 and 40 years of their life. Me, I'm going on 13. You know, I'm still a baby in the world of mixing, being professional, actually certified. I'm still a baby compared to the dudes I was around that trained me. But why is somebody out there, somebody professional or somebody in a certain level of status out here trying to get you to believe that mixing is doing too much. Why would they possibly do that? Eh? It can only be for two reasons. With me taking you trying to hurt me off the table, I'm gonna even give them their respect. I don't think you're trying to hurt me, the intention to hurt me with something or sabotage me in any way. I'm gonna give them their respect. So let's move that one off the table. What could be the only reason? Well, the reason why people do stuff like that is because either they're not informed of it, they have never walked the shoes of it, they have been next to people who walk the shoes of it, but they have never walked them shoes themselves. See? If they didn't dedicate their life to engineering, to learning, but they didn't do that. They dedicated life to music production. That's what they did. And clearly they did that very well because of the accolades they had. But they didn't dedicate their life to understanding what that is and the different things about engineering. See, that's why someone would do that. They're very they're misinformed of what goes into it. They're misinformed of that. No matter what position they're in or who they're sitting next to, what famous person they're sitting next to, who they work with. They haven't walked that path yet. That's why they may do that. And sometimes we forget that somebody's accolades and blue check marks does not mean they're golden in every aspect of this. That doesn't mean that. No. Some of y'all in the chat right here are better engineers than a famous music producer. You are 100%. Just because he got all them accolades don't make him the king of all this that happens when it comes down to music. You are a way better engineer than him. And he got all them accolades. You are. And sometimes we forget that engineer out there that has worked and mixed with all type of different people. You're a better music producer than he is. See, just because he has all of them accolades does not make him golden in every aspect of this. No. You are. With no records, no big accolade, no nothing. You are way better. You are a way better engineer than that producer. You are. See? Don't ever forget that. Just because somebody has a bunch of accolades does not make them Jesus in this whole entire game of mixing, mastering, or even producing. It does not make them 100% in every single aspect of this. No. And sometimes we forget that. We turn these people into gods, thinking that they have this whole thing sold up simply because, oh, he got records with him and he got records with him. You know, I'm showing respect to that. You know, I'm showing respect to the fact that you have accomplished all that. But now, by no means am I thinking you got this thing all sold up. You know it back falls and no, hell no. See what I'm saying? Some of y'all in this chat right now could outmix some very famous producers out here. You could outmix them. Put him next to you making a track. He might get you. But give both of y'all the same track. Both of y'all the same exact track. And I can promise you, your shit gonna sound way better than his if you put it in front of professional engineers, not a bunch of producers claiming to be engineers, a bunch of professional engineers. I bet you your sound got him beat, and you ain't got none of his accolades. See, that's what I mean. You're a better engineer than some of your favorite producers. Some of y'all like that. 100% you are, and don't ever forget that. Don't let nobody blue check marks nowhere, nobody accolades nowhere get you to forget that. That just because somebody got a bunch of shit means that they're the king in every aspect of this now. It's not how it works, my boy. That's not even in the slightest. You understand what I'm saying? That's just a little motivation for y'all, just so you understand that. What I'm saying? They got some engineers out here That's the easy one to understand. So if you can understand that one, you can understand the one in reverse. If you can understand the engineer, they got some engineers like you are a better music producer than they are. See? If they gave y'all both the same beat to mix, he will run circles around you. He would. But see, if they put y'all both in a room making the music, you would run circles around it. See what I'm saying? And he the one got all the accolades. See? But that one is more easy to believe, isn't it? When we put it that way. Yeah, an engineer. Yeah, I know, you know, like, because you could actually think of people like Dave Pensado. You know, as much of an engineer, as amazing as an engineer he is, and as beautiful as he can mix music, and as many accolades as he has mixing music, half of y'all in this chat probably a better producer than him. See? A better beat maker. See? If they put you in front of MPC and put him in front of an MPC, see? You're going to go ham. And you know that. In your heart, you know that. But see, that's not what he do. See? That's what you do. See what I mean? See? So if that's easy to believe, if that makes 100% what I said, turn that in reverse. They got some producers out here, see, in reverse, that you can engineer way better than, and they sitting up there with the accolades, and you can. You can mix music 10 times better than they can. You can. Do not let them accolades and them blue check marks get you to believe that they Jesus in everything that they touch. Please don't. Because the reason why is it has nothing to do with them. Remember, I'm showing respect to any accolades you have. I understand what it takes to get that. And sometimes you just in the right spot at the right time. You just hooked up with the right dude and you got a record. You know, like, you know, most of the time that's how it's happening. But I'm talking about for the people who had to ground up to get that. See, I ain't had nobody hand me my placements. None. I ain't had nobody hand me that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know nobody to get in nowhere to do it. Nope. That was just ground up billing and word of mouth. That boom happened to, you know, these people. There you go. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, you're going to forget that you have that skill to do that. Just because somebody out here on a bigger platform than you, you can easily forget that. That your skill is a little bit better than theirs at that. Don't ever forget that. See what I'm saying? But just remember that, all of y'all, man. I stress that. I can't stress that enough. Don't ever forget that, bro. It's very, very easy to look at all of them dudes up there and forget your skill level. See, you're letting somebody's lack of something determine your willingness. You're letting them do that. And it's because they famous. If he say, man, that's too much, you don't need to mix your music, and he famous, well, why am I doing that? Well, you should be, because that can't do nothing but help you knowing more. See? How did you let somebody stop you from doing it or trick you into believing that you don't do that? Don't learn more. You don't, that's too much. What? See? Huh? That's too much. That's too much. You know, that's doing too much. You're doing too much on yourself. Like, you don't need to do that because, you know, and then they tell you about them. Say, man, I got all my hits. And I ain't mixed nothing. All I did was just level my sound, made sure it was cool, and you know, and that's it. That's all. That's all you need. That's it. No, that's all you need. Why you keep presenting on me? You. That's all you need. I need a little bit more than that. Me. I need a little bit more. I like knowledge. I like information. I like that. Yeah. So that's all you need is just that. You know, big dog with your plex and all that. That's all you need is that. I need a little bit more. I need just me and how I move. I need a little bit more. Forgive me for wanting to feed that in myself. Forgive me. See? Forgive me for wanting to feed that in myself, just to know what that attack button do on a compressor. I just want to know. See? I just want to know. Whether I use it or not, that's up to me. But I just want to know. See? I want to know what, you know, why hertz exist. where that came from. Like, why do we measure frequencies in that? Like, why? Where did it come from? I want to know that, because that might unlock the key to me actually getting a good sound. It might do that, just me understanding where that came from and how it works. It might do that. I don't know. So I want to know. And I'm not going to let your lack of doing something to somehow dissuade my willingness to do it. Okay? Always remember that. Don't allow people to do that to you, man. You keep wanting to know, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with you wanting to know. Not a damn thing. Nothing. And anybody that leads you to believe that that's doing too much, I suggest you stop watching and get the hell away from them very quickly, because that's not all they can convince you. See? That's not all they gonna convince you of. Some more coming. See? I suggest that very, very, I don't give a damn how much, I suggest you move away from that very quickly. You know what I'm saying? Very, as in like quick, fast, and in a hurry. That's getting you to believe that me furthering my knowledge of something and me understanding something is doing too much in my music. That's doing too much. Yeah. Yeah. You stay over there with all that stuff you got. Respect, you know, keep pushing, get some more of them accolades, dog. But yeah, I'm cool over it. I'm cool. I'm good. I don't want to be around or even knowing the presence of somebody that's trying to get me to understand that, or trying to make it seem like that, and not knowing they're doing that. They don't know they're actually doing that, because they're not paying attention to what they're actually saying, or what's actually coming out of their mouth. They're not paying attention to that. You know, they forgot that it might be some people out there that want to know that. Might be. You know what I'm saying? Just understand that, man. Just in case y'all. That's just a little game for y'all, just to kind of think it through yourself. Just, you know, and y'all hear me tell y'all that multiple times. Just think it through yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? Not under the influence of somebody's fame or something. Just think it through yourself. Just think it through. Let me pick apart what was just said. Wait a minute. Hold up. Oh, wait. Yeah, been doing too much. You know, yeah, I don't mix my sound. I don't do none of that. You know, that's doing too much, man. Hold up. Why is me wanting to do that too much? Why is me wanting to get more information or more game on this craft that we all love and enjoy? Why is that too much to you? Something is odd with that, dude. You have something in you that you don't know is there. See, I think you've been, you know, there's something in you and you don't know it's there. You don't know it's something in you. You see what I'm saying? You know, some people call them demons, you know, like it's something in you and you don't know you're there. You don't know it's there. You don't know it's doing something to you. You don't really know. You know, them demons that be screwing around with you in your mind, you know, we all got them. You know, everybody got them. Something is in you, and it's kind of for you to think that you could tell Pete that knowing more of something is too much. That's too much, dude. That's too much. You got some hidden issues somewhere in your dog. You do. They hidden. They buried. You know, they is something in you, dog. That, for me to think that that's cool or just, yeah, man. Nah, we can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Just understand, I anything that got something to do with information, knowledge, and you furthering those two things, you will never ever hear me tell you or give any kind of connotation to you, indirectly or directly. You will never ever pick up that's some kind of way I led you to believe that that's nah, don't do that. You don't need to do that ever. And if there's any way you pick that up from me, any way you pick that up from me, please let me know so I can correct myself. Please do. You understand? I stand on that. 100%, 10 toes down. Anything that got something with you, something to do with you furthering your knowledge of something, you go get. 1000%, you go get. And don't let somebody's lack of not doing it determine your willingness to do it. They're not doing it, so that's going to determine if you do it or not, because they're not doing it. Don't allow that. You go get it if you can. Go get it. 100%. Go get as much of it as you can. Soak that shit up. Surround yourself with all the information, dude. You feel what I'm saying? 100%, man. No, that's not doing too much. That's me doing exactly what I'm put here on this earth to do. Sharpen this thing right here. That's me doing exactly that. It's not doing too much, dog. That's me doing exactly that. And that's what I'm here to do. Whatever they got out here, I need to sharpen this to understand it. Whatever that is we out here doing. Anything, not just music, anything. I'm putting my hands, I need to sharpen this enough for me to understand what's going on with it. But no, that's never too much. Ever. For me, I don't care what I learn, it's never enough. I look at it the opposite. It's never enough. I don't care what I get. It's never, I'm always hungry for the next thing. I want more. I want more of that. I don't care how much I took in before. I want some more. I'm greedy when it come down to information. You know? Like knowledge, I'm greedy as shit, bro. I'm greedy bro, I'll bite your fingers off, dog. When it come down to information. I will bite your fingers off. You mess with my information. You mess with my, I'll let you rob me and take all my money before I let you take anything that got to do with me learning something more. Yeah, I will let you do that. Yeah, here, you can have everything in my pocket. Just don't touch them dictionaries, dog. You feel what I'm saying? That's me when it come down to information. Don't touch that, dog. Yeah, here, take everything, man. Here, I got 2 racks in this pocket. I got another one in this pocket. That's 3 racks. You can have that, dog. Take that, bro. Yeah, here, take the jewelry, take it all, man. You can have it all, bro. Yeah. You touch the information over that, though, we going to war. See, that's how about, man, we going to war. Literally, we going to war. 1000%, we going to war. Capital WAR, we going to war. When you touch the information over there. You feel what I'm saying? All right. We gotta figure out another sound to put in here, bruh. I was looking for a pad and I clicked on one, but I started talking to y'all and now I don't know which one I clicked on, bro. It was a pad sound. It was. I don't know which one it was. I want to put something airy in here, man. So I'm looking for a pad. So remember, we taking different sounds, blending them together with our own melodies. So that's what we're doing on this right here. So I want to take a pad sound and we're going to see where we could chop it up and throw it in here and get it to blend well. All right. And the reason why I want to do a pad sound is because I'm going to take y'all through some ways you can make your stuff empty and more airy. You know, so it take up just that space. It don't take up too much of nothing else in your stuff. It take up just that space. So if I can find a pad sample, we're gonna chop that up, bring that in there, and then we gonna get it. We're gonna get it in. I don't know what. What's up, Fern? What's up, big dog? What's up, big dog? Been a minute since I jumped on your lives, man. You was here all the time. Well, I thought you was here on the last one I did. When I did 2 days ago, I thought you was here. I can't remember. What's Stacy? All we need is Stacy. Now, what's Stacy? Somebody go get Stacy. Where's Stacy at? Where's she at? I thought you was here though. I thought you was. Maybe I got it wrong. I don't know. What's up, bitch? What's up with you, man? How's everything, man? How's everything, bro? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. I think that's it. That's what I was looking for. Let me see. We're gonna play with the beat and see if it fit. Let me see. I think that's what I'm looking for right now. I just clicked on it. Let's see. Nah. Oh, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just pull up a, let's, instead of clicking for a sample, let's just pull up a VST. Let's just do it. We're gonna pull up a VST. And we're gonna grab a pad sound and drop a little airiness in there. Let's do that. How about that one? I don't see nothing wrong with that. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. So let's get cha. I like expand. I like expand for pads. I do. I like their pads. And the reason why I like their pads is not because of the sound it gives you. I like the sound you can create from the pads that this gives you. That's what I like about expand. You know, the pad sounds that this thing has, I pretty much never keep them as is, ever. Like, very rarely do I take a sound from out there and keep it as is. But it's just something about this VST where you could get some weird, if you just affect it a certain way. I don't know. Like, some VSTs I pull up, it seemed like the more effects I put on it, that's the more I got to try to get a sound. This right here, I don't know what they did to these sounds or how they, or what they, you know, what vibe they made them up, but it seemed like, you know, when I affect these, it just do something nice. You know, I never keep these sounds the way they are coming out of expand. Like, very rarely do I do that. The dry sound coming out of expand. It will be some effects put on, and I just noticed it just work. Like, I don't think there's been like maybe like no time that I pulled up sounds in here and have an effect, even if I don't like the preset. Once I affect it, it always do something. Like, oh yeah, that's it. It do it. And it's always this VST. I can't say that by no other VST I had, even though they got some other VST that's way more amazing than this. You know, way more amazing. This VST don't let you, like, it just don't let you down. It doesn't. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to become a staple. Like, you know, before I didn't really look at it like that. I just looked at it like another VST. It's just another cool VST. But now I'm starting to understand. It's starting to become a staple on my computer. You know, like I'll run through VSTs and delete this one, delete that one. This one ain't went nowhere yet. I'm serious. I'll go through my computer, like, you know, when I didn't just download, you know, like the 4 VSTs I got. I just purchased those 4. I got 4 new ones. I did my research, you know, and it took me about 2 months to do the research on. I'm just reading them, understanding more about them. You know, things that it had, any things that I didn't want. It was actually 5. One I striked off the list when I read about it. Not that. I wanted it, but then when I did the research, I'm like, nah, not that. So I got 4 new ones, you know, got them in there on this computer. I was cooking up with them the other night on the live, you know, 2 of them. Okay. This one don't touch none of that. It like them other ones way better than this. See? And when I got them 4 VSTs, I deleted some shit off my computer, just shit I ain't using. Stuff I put on there, tried it out. Maybe it was sent to me by the company or whatever to try it out. It's cool, but I ain't gonna use it. Deleting all them shits off my computer, all of them. This one never go nowhere. I noticed this one never. It never go nowhere. This, you know, like expand. Think about it. If y'all got expand. Like, think about it. You're not about to get rid of that video. You done deleted some other shit off your computer and off your stuff, but you ain't even get rid of that. You're not about to, you see what I'm saying? Like, think about it. If you got expand, you ain't even get rid of that VST. You're not. You know, I'm starting to realize that about, and I didn't look at it like that. I thought it was just another cool VST to have. But the more I use it over the years I done had, the more I start to say, wait a minute, hold up. That shit actually a staple on the computer. That ain't going nowhere for a hot minute. It ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I like expand, why I use it, man. I had a question, where do you find more plugins for the MPC? Which, but the MPC has its own set of plugins. It has its own set. So if you go to the Akai website, you can see the Air plugins, AIR plugins, Air plugins. Like where this is one of them. The Air Expand. It's made by a company called Air, AIR, Air. So this is one of them that come with the MPC. Man. Or you can get them separate. You can get them inside of the MPC, or you can get them separate to use just in any DAW like this, in any DAW. But on, you know, the MPC, I'm assuming you mean standalone, not the MPC software. MPC. If you mean the MPC, then it has its own set of effects. It has its own ecosystem of effects. They are doing that to it. You know, so just go to the Akai website and go check out their whole ecosystem of effects. It has its own ecosystem of effects, its own, which is kind of cool. You know, to be honest, which is kind of cool. They hooked up with native instruments too. So now now they got them and native instruments, you know, kind of integrating a few of they kits and all that, you know, they effects and all that. So yeah, just go check out our Akai website and just check out all of the you know, you'll see the ecosystem. You know, when I say ecosystem, you know how Apple got its own the Apple Mac got its own ecosystem of stuff that they use. Windows got its own ecosystem of stuff that go with Windows. The MPC is now has its they're developing their own ecosystem of plugins, effects, and all that. Just, you know, you can create an account on your, I don't know if you noticed, but how it work on your MPC is if you can create an account on your MPC on here. This hooks up to you have Wi-Fi on this, and you also have Wi-Fi on your computer. Obviously, you have Wi-Fi on this machine. You can hook your account up to your machine, up to this, to where you can get the plugins directly on here. That ecosystem of plugins, you know. And what I mean by ecosystem, when a company decides to go the ecosystem route, what they're gonna do is they're gonna have a hub where that you now install, and you can get plugins delivered to that hub. But you gotta install this thing. You can't go just buy this plugin and go buy that plugin. What they're doing is they're forming an ecosystem of their own stuff, which most companies are now doing. I don't know if y'all know that or not. That's what it means to have an ecosystem of your own stuff. Have this running on your own stuff. See? So you're gonna notice a lot of especially companies that keep delivering plugins to you. If you notice, they're going with an ecosystem to where you can no longer go to their website and download just that plugin, or just this plugin, or just that plugin, just this plugin. You got to go download this hub, and all of the plugins are there on that, and then you just pick what you want to buy from that hub. That's now the ecosystem of plugins. See, before you could just go to their website and okay, scroll through the plugin. I want that one. That is, bam. Let me buy that one. Scroll through. Let me buy that one. Nah. You know what I'm saying? And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a subscription type service that comes along with that. You know, to where you download this thing, and then I can get all the plugins if I pay this subscription, or if it's free, if the ecosystem is free, then you're going to go inside of that thing you downloaded, and you're going to see all of the plugins there. It's just that you don't have access to them. You're going to see them all, and you don't have access to them, and you got to go download them. That's kind of how the MPC is. You download that ecosystem, install it on your stuff, you know, with the installation, and then you now gonna see all the different plugins you could get. Some of them gonna be free, and some of them you can just go. You're gonna have to pay to get, but you're gonna see them all in that ecosystem. You're gonna see them all. That's what Akai has now. Just in case you didn't know, that's what they have, or that's what they're pushing towards. Which, that, like I said, is actually cool. You know, I think it's cool to do. You know, it's cool to have your own place to where your plugins are there, instead of people going just purchase all over the place. They go here and they can get them all. You know, any ones they want, they can just pick and download them, pay for them and download. It's actually cool. Oh, that's coming, man. Yeah, that's coming. You say, I wish expansion packs could via Bluetooth. Yeah, that's coming, dog. That's coming. You know, we seeing it kind of already. You know, like plugins like Arcade. Think about it. King Drew, plugins like Arcade, Output Arcade. That's what it is. That's what they're doing. What you just said. That's what Arcade is. Let me read it again. I wish expansions could download via Bluetooth like their plug. Oh, via Bluetooth. Yeah, you put that. I didn't see that Bluetooth word in there. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. It would be. That'd be amazing. But here, what you got to think about though. Um, you got to think in these terms. Sometimes the thing that we want can mess up the thing we already did. See? Sometimes you got to look at it from the company standpoint, not just me as the consumer. I'm ready to buy it or I want this thing. That's me looking at just the company. Sometimes that's the reason why you don't see companies do things. You don't see them push forward to do this thing that we want. It's simply because they figured out as the person who's going to deliver it. You haven't figured it out as the consumer because that's two different thoughts. But as the person that's going to deliver it to you, some kind of way they figured out that if we do this, what people can understand is that it's going to eliminate this thing we already did. It's going to make it harder for this thing we already spent this time organizing and doing. See? So that Bluetooth thing, remember, they already put Wi-Fi there for us to get some stuff. If Bluetooth now was to download, see, it might kind of erase a few things that they spent so much time doing with that Wi-Fi, with that actual internet connection. See what I'm saying? It might do that. It might step on some toe or step on some things that they put. See what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to look at it like that. That's why companies don't deliver the thing that we want. It's just simply because we can't see it as the consumer. But they figured out some way that even though people want this thing or they want to have, if we do what people can understand, if we do it, it's going to mess with that thing that we spent years putting together. It's going to mess with that. That they all loved when we did it. It's going to mess with that now. So then there's going to be a choice. Well, y'all wanted Bluetooth, so either we deal with this Wi-Fi in a certain way so y'all can have the Bluetooth download and upload. You see what I'm saying? So we got to do something with it. We got to take some services off this Wi-Fi for y'all to have. See what I'm saying? That way it match. Then people gonna complain that the Wi-Fi don't do that no more. The Wi-Fi don't do this no more. Now that we got Bluetooth, it don't do. See, like it's like, you know. So sometimes that's why we don't see the stuff that companies want. It's just simply gonna mess up something that they already did. They could do that, and as the consumer, sometimes we miss that. We're not thinking as the company owner all the stuff they gotta do and get together and make sure everything fit what they done already done for the last 10 years. This new thing they about to do, it fit that. It don't erase something that they did 4 years ago or mess with something they did 3 years ago or 5 years ago. That it don't do that. They got to make sure that sometimes we don't think of like that as the consumer, you know, but they have to as the company. So that's why sometimes we don't see stuff that we want. We just kind of want it, you know, if that makes sense, you know? So I don't know, man, you know, like, because there's a lot of stuff that I want to come to the MPC. It's a lot, bro. But sometimes when I sit back and think about the stuff I want, I can easily see how I overlook. Oh well, that might infringe on this thing that they did a while back. They already gave us this. Why would they do that? See what I'm saying? I gotta start because I think in that fashion. You know, I gotta make them same decisions with my company. Some type of them. Sometimes it's things I want to do, but I gotta keep in mind some shit we did 2 years ago. We spent this much time doing through 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Now this new thing that we want to do now kind of gonna kill 60% of that what we did 4 or 5 years ago or 3 years ago. See what I'm saying? So that's how I can understand. That's how I kind of look at that. Sometimes that's why you don't see the thing you want from a company, you know, because it's just that they didn't figure that out. That thing that we can't see as consumers, we can't see it. You know? But yeah. You don't make no more beats on the MPC no more. Yeah, man, that's what we was doing here. Yeah. This beat right here, all this came from the MPC, dog. Right, it came from the MPC. I just deleted the track that it was on. Did I? Yeah, I deleted the track that the MPC was on. Yeah, this whole beat is sample, dude. Like you probably wouldn't hear for the beginning of the video. Yeah, this whole beat right here, everything. Just not the bass. I played the bass, but this sample right here, chopped it up in the MPC. This right here. That's chopped up in the MPC. This texture sound we actually made in it. Oh no. Hey, remember we chopped this up too. No, I didn't put that in the MPC. I kind of just chopped that up in Ableton and made it. And this string sound we chopped this up in the MPC and put it in the beat. That's what we're about to do right now. Yeah, we finna literally take this. We're about to take some more sounds, put them in here, and boom. That's what we doing. You know, I haven't. Just for y'all that don't understand what I'm doing. You know, for some reason, in people's minds, they feel that because you're in something new, you stopped. I don't understand. I don't get that. You don't have to stop nothing just because you're in something new. See what I'm saying? Sometimes people get that confused. I don't have to stop doing something. Like I get so many of them questions. Like, you know, hey man, I see you mixing in Ableton now. You doing your beats in Ableton now. Why you stop using Reaper? Who said I stopped? Just because you see me on something new. Who says I stopped? See? It's called adding something to it, not stopping. I'm going to add this to my arsenal of what I do. I'm going to add this to my arsenal of what I do, of what I know how to do. More information. See, I didn't stop doing something. I just added I added Ableton to my arsenal of what I know how to do with my music production. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes we forget that. And that's why that question come out like that. You know, hey man, you stop using something. Why? Just because you see me something. Who said I stopped doing anything? Just because I'm doing something new. Doing something new. What I'm saying is just understand, just know that doing something new doesn't mean you got to stop doing what you were doing before. I just added it to it. I brought this new thing to this thing that I'll be doing, that I'm always doing. See what I'm saying? Just remember that. That'll help you to kind of understand the difference between somebody stopping doing something and somebody adding something. Well, just because we see him in Ableton now, why is everybody assuming he stopped using the MPC? But we see him in Ableton now. Now, who said I stopped? I just added this to it, what I'm doing. Who said I stopped? Who said, where that came from? Is what I'm saying? That's what it's called. That's called leaving your mind open to all things creative. You feel what I'm saying? All things creative. Man, I don't care what it is. You know, a year from now, in 2026, y'all can see me pull up with Studio One. See? First thing somebody gonna ask me, hey man, why you stop using Ableton? Who said I stopped? See, I want to know Studio One now. I want to know it. I want to add to my repertoire what I'm doing. See, that's what I mean. Just because it's like our mind trick us to believe because we see something new from somebody or they stop doing it. Who said they stop? I tricked myself. Who said they stopped doing whatever? Is what I'm saying. Who said that? So just know that. You feel what I'm saying? Like sometimes, you know, the reason why I'm telling y'all that is because I had to learn. Somebody taught me that I'm what y'all hearing. I got that from somebody years ago, and it made sense to me. Yeah. Why the hell? Like, who said he stopped doing? Why? I asked my like, yeah, that's true. How did I come up with that he stopped doing? He ain't said that. Nobody. I didn't hear that. No, he stopped doing something. He stopped doing no. How come I didn't think that? Oh, he just added that to what he doing. He didn't stop doing nothing. He just added that to it. See? You know what I'm saying? So it helped me to, you know, that's why I'm, you know, that literally was an eye opener when somebody told me that years ago. You know, and it was with mixing. I was asking a dude in the studio, one of the dudes that I know, you know, I was asking him, hey, you know, he shrunk his console. He had the desk, the console desk. He shrunk it down and got the instead of the 3-fit desk, he got the 2-fit. You know, the 2-fit console desk for his studio. So I asked him, you know, he was raving about that one, raving about it. You know what I'm saying? So every time I see him, I'm like, hey, dude, why'd you stop using, see? Why'd you stop using the other mixer? You say, who said, that's what you told, who said I stopped? I was like, well, I see you mixing music on you. You say, yeah, I added this to my work. I got the other one in my other studio. I had it moved. So I'm like, oh. Say, yeah. And that's when he broke it down. That's when he explained that. He said, you ever notice that whenever somebody doing something new, the first thing a person will think is that they stopped doing whatever it was. They never ever think that he added that to what he doing. That never crosses their mind that he actually added it to. He didn't stop. He added it to. You know, and I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I know. Even I do that. You say, yeah. You ever find that funny? I'm like, yeah, that's actually true. You know, so. Nah. And then that's when he told me, you know, taught me a lesson in that. You know, just make sure your mind stay open to all things creative. You know, and I picked up what he was saying. You know, I was like, yeah, that's true. You know, if I think that way, that means I'm closing my mind to a lot of shit out here. Closing, and I just don't know I'm doing it. There's a lot of other stuff I'm missing because I think in that fad that, you know, he said, keep your mind open to all things creative, bro. Everything. Everything. I don't care what it is, bro. Hardware, software, analog, digital. Don't cap yourself nowhere. Nowhere, bro. If you own analog right now, if you in standalone right now, make it a challenge to yourself to learn that software. Just like you know the standard, make it a challenge to yourself. And the reason why, even if you stay in standalone, just go learn it. The reason why is because that's you training your mind to stay open to all things creative. You'll be surprised at what that does for what you're doing out here and your beats and your music. Just me keeping the mind to stay, you know, to change my mind frame from people stopping stuff to they adding it. They adding it to what they doing. You'll be surprised at what that does to your experience of making music. That you just change your mind frame and how you think about some stuff. You'll be surprised, dog. I'm serious. You know, so stay open to all things creative. Don't cut yourself off to nothing, man. Nothing. Nada. You know, make it a point to learn a sort. Same way you know that stuff. Make it a point to challenge yourself. Like, let me see if I can learn that computer. Let me see if I can learn that software just as good as I know the actual machine. Let me see if I could do that. See? Even if I decide, you know what, I'm still gonna stay in standalone. I'm not gonna. Let me just learn it. Let me just learn it. Let me just do it. Let me just do it. Let me challenge myself to do it. If I can get that thing rocking. See, because that's not what you're doing. Is you're not doing it because you want to use the software. That's not why you're doing it. You're doing it because you're training yourself to stay open to everything creative. So that's gonna help you somewhere else in your music. It's gonna help you somewhere else. You're not really doing it because I want to know this. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just doing it to train me to stay open to anything out here creative. Stay open to it. Anything. I don't care what it is. You know, I'll mess around, pull up Audacity. You know, pull some shit in there and start checking out the editing features with it. See? Just in case. Now I don't plan on using that. I don't plan on, you know, I got way more shit that can edit stuff way better in a DAW and other program than Audacity. Way better shit. See, I just want to know it. That's me training my mind to stay open to everything, create everything. I still want to know what's up with it. So let me download it and just kind of mess with the control. Oh shit, you could do this, you could do that. Oh wow, that's good. Even if I never use it, I just want to know. I don't want to train myself in the other fashion of staying away from shit. You know, just because I got my mind fixed on this thing I always do. So I never went do that over there. And I never went do it. You trust me. You don't want to live your life like I never went do that over there. I never mess with that right there, man. I never mess with that because this. Yeah, bro. You're missing a lot in your life. You're missing a lot. Anybody that's moving like that, you're missing a lot. And it's just simply because you're not staying open to everything. Anything that cross your path, you're not really staying open to it. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean you gotta adopt it or take hold of it. Being open to something does not mean you have to adopt it or accept. No, I'm just open to the idea of it. See? So let me download Audacity. Check out the features in that thing. Oh shit, you can edit, you can do this. Oh, okay, they got control, paste, delete. Oh shit, you can chop stuff like that. Oh, I don't really like this right here. How they do this, how they got this little small space right here for your file that only see, and you can't log. I don't really like that too tough. But okay, you got a few things. See? Now I don't plan on adopting that but I know it now. See, I know some shit about it now. Train yourself like that. And you'll be surprised at what that does for everything else you touching out here. Not just your music, just your life, period. You'll be surprised at what that do. Just staying open to shit. Doesn't mean I have to adopt it or even accept it. Doesn't mean that. I'm just open to it. And I think that's why people are closed to a lot about people. They're closed to a lot about what they see from people. They're closed to a lot about what they hear. It's just simply because they've confused themselves that me being open to it means I have to accept it. No. No. Nope. See? I'm open to Audacity, but I don't plan on adopting that into my workflow at all. See, I was just open to the idea, to knowing more about it, to understanding about it. Doesn't mean I have to accept it. No. what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that think that way about the gay community. You know, there's a lot of people that they have the mindset. You have some people that have the mindset that I stay away from that. Nah, stay away from that. They have some people that have the mindset that they're not gay. They're not gay. They're not even thinking about being gay. But see, they open to understanding what somebody else going through. They open to that, even though they do not plan on accepting none of that in their lifestyle. None of it. See, that's what I mean. They open to understanding shit about other people. Just because I'm understanding something doesn't mean I have to accept it or even want to deal with it. I just understand it now. I get it. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why a lot of people don't think in that fashion is because it requires me to put myself in your spot, not just think what I want to think. It requires me to do that. And that's hard for people to do in some situations, to people, put myself in their spot. So they never, ever understand it. Even if they don't plan on accepting it, don't plan on adopting it, don't plan on dealing with it at all. No kind of way possible. They don't understand the concept. That doesn't mean that I can't understand it. Okay. Let me figure it out. Okay, that does that, that does that, that does that, that does that. Okay, are you going to do it? Nope. Not even, nope, not at all. Nope. Nope, not even in the slightest. Nah, I see, but I understand it now. I get it. I understand it. That's what information does. So that's all I'm telling you. Just stay open to information about it. It doesn't mean you have to accept it. It doesn't mean you have to adopt it. It doesn't mean you have to agree with it. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means I want to understand this better than what I do. Understanding is not agreement. And I think that's why a lot of people go wrong with other people. I can understand somebody and do not agree with them, but I do understand it. See, because in that instance of me not agreeing with you, I put myself in your shoes. I did that. I tried to understand your perspective of throwing that this way. I did that. Just in that instance that me and you was going back and forth. I did that. Instead of just staying stuck to my guns. No, I put myself in you just real quick without even telling you nothing. I was like, you know what? I can understand why he telling me that. Because he come from this background and he come from that. So I can understand why. Even though I'm still not accepting that. But I understand why. I get it. I get it now. I get why you would say that. I get it. I understand it. See? And there's nothing about anything that I agreed with it. I said no. Nothing. I think that's kind of where people go haywire. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he kind of showed me with that thing that he did in the studio to me. Just in that little instance, he kind of showed me. He was like, man, stay open to everything creative, dog. Everything. You know, and sometimes you could close yourself off without knowing you're doing it. You're not going to be aware that you're doing it to yourself. Closing yourself off to a lot of shit. Sometimes it's them little small things we close ourselves to that hurt us the most. Sometimes it's like that, you know. I don't know if y'all figured that out about life. It's not them big shits that we close ourselves. It's them little small things in life we close ourselves to. That's what hurt us the most. Simply because we don't want to take the time to understand that over there. Not agree with it or even accept it. Just understand it. It's that little small thing that I'm not understanding is hurting me over here with that bigger thing in life. It's hurting me. And I can't make the connection because they so far apart. I'm thinking they don't have nothing to do with each other. They're not even in the same world with each other, but they have everything to do with each other. And it's because I can't get myself to understand. I can't bring myself to understand. Remember, not agree with it, not accept it. I just can't bring myself to understand that. I can't bring myself to do it. It's messing with me over there, and I can't see. That's why I can't get this thing over here, this bigger thing I want to do over here. That's why I can't get it going. Sometimes life is like that. It took me a while to realize that about life. Sometimes it's like that. You know, them little small shits is what's doing it to us over here. And we can't understand it. We sticking ourselves, we literally punching ourselves in the gut with that little small thing right here. And we can't understand that small thing way over here that we not budging on and not moving on is why we can't get that huge thing that all our time devoted to. We can't get that pop. And it's because of that little small thing here. It's because of it. And because they so far apart and one is big and one is small, we never ever make the connection. That's what's doing it to me. We never make that. It'd be 30, 40 years before you figure out, oh shit, it was that over there. That's what my mind always not even trying to understand that shit right there. I do it. That's what had me. But the second I got that right there, I understood that. Now all of a sudden this thing opened up for me way over here that I've been trying to. It opened up. Floodgate just opened up. Sometimes like well, a lot of time. I'm not gonna even say something. Sometimes a lot of life it like where shit connect, you know, and we can't see it because it's so far apart. And one big, one huge, and one small. You know what I'm saying? I got that one from my grandmother. Like that made a lot of sense. And you know what she was telling me when she told me that? She told me, she said sometimes what happens to people, she was telling me about people that don't want to forgive. You know, like I had done something. This was a while back. I had done something. I done something I made a joke. I cracked a joke on this disabled girl. I was young, you understand? But I cracked a joke on this disabled girl. You know, being young and stupid. You know, you understand what I'm saying? I cracked a joke. And my grandmother, you know, I didn't know my grandmother heard me. I didn't know that she heard me. We were somewhere. I think we was at it was so long ago, dude, like years. I was small, you know, like young, stupid kid, you know, still very, very stupid, very immature, very stupid. But I cracked the joke on her just because of the way she was walking. You understand what I'm saying? And my grandmother heard that, and I didn't know she heard. Like my grandma was off in the corner, somewhere around the corner, or you know, right there by, and I didn't know she heard me do it. She heard me say that. So when I got home, when I got to my, well, not home, but when I went to my grandmother, it was like probably like a week later. Okay. The disabled girl, she lived a few doors down from my grandmother. Where she lived, a few doors down from her. And I didn't know that. I had no clue, you know? Okay, so when I go to my grandma's, my people drop me off at my grandmother. I used to like to spend time with my grandmother. You know, like I'd go over there just to chill with her. My grandmother funny. Like she hilarious, dog. Like literally, bro. But she's smart though. Like smart. You understand what I'm saying? I used to like chilling with old people when I was small. I don't know if y'all like that, but I love chilling with my great. I wouldn't chill with my aunts. I chill with my great aunts. I wouldn't chill with my uncles. I chill with my great uncles. You know what I'm saying? Them old players I'd be on the porch with, chilling, you know, 12 years old, just soaking up game. Look, just hearing them talk. Just, you know, you learn a lot when you be around them old, you like a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I used to love to be around them old people. Okay, so I go to my grandmother all the time. But she over there. And when I get there, my grandmother say, listen, I want to talk to you. I know I did something. No idea something. The fact that she ain't came swinging at me, let me know, okay, it might not be that bad. You know, normally my meal just come straight at you. She coming, you know, shooing all. She coming straight at you. No explanation, no nothing. But the fact that she want to sit me down must be something, you know, there's gonna be a lesson in this somewhere. So she sit me down and she say, listen, let me tell you something. She say, you know, I heard what you said about I forgot the girl name, you know. I think her name was Chantel or something like that. But she was like, I heard what you said about Chantel. I heard what you said. And look at me, I'm like, I don't remember. Because it was literally like, it was like 4 days later. So a kid, I forgot. I don't, you know, I'm like, what? Who? And who is Chantel? I don't know what you talking. She's like, you remember when we was at whatever that was we was at? She was like, yeah, you remember what you said about it. And when she said it, when my grandmother said it, she repeated what I said. That's when it hit me. Oh shit, yeah, I did say because she physically heard, like, repeated back word for word what I said. I was like, oh shit, I did say that. Ooh, so I got quiet. I'm like, you know. So my grandmother said, it's okay. She said, you know, she was like, you know, she was like, I'm not mad at you. I'm not, you know, she said, but I just want you to understand something. You know, she said that, you know, no matter what people are going through in life, you never know. Your journey isn't over yet. You could end up there. Same exact thing. It isn't over yet. You have a lot to go. So whatever you downing about somebody else or whatever you don't like about somebody else, you could easily end up in that spot. Easily. Just like this. See what I'm saying? That was the first lesson she taught. And then I was like, okay. I was like, all right, I get it. And then I told my I said, I'm sorry. I told her that. You know, and then I got up. And my grandmother was like, oh, no. Look, I turn around and look at it. She said, no. I'm not the one that you need to tell sorry to. And this was my response to my grandmother. I was like, well, you heard me. She don't know. She didn't hear me. I didn't tell it to her. I thinking I offended my grandmother because she was disappointed. That's why she having this talk. She don't know I said that. She don't know. The girl don't know how, And my grandmother like, no. You need to go tell her that. I'm like, well, why? Because I'm going to be telling her about, in my brain as a kid, I'm thinking, I'm going to be telling her about something she don't know. She don't know. She going to be looking at me funny. Like, what? And she was like, no, you need to go. So I'm in that house. I'm in my grandma, like trying to understand this. Like basically I'm kind of like, yeah, that probably not going to happen. No, that probably ain't going to happen. Because she don't know. I'm going to be going to introduce something to her that she has no clue about. None whatsoever. I'm dealing with the person that was offended by it. I'm dealing with, in my mind, that's how I'm reasoning. And the reason why my grandmother wasn't whipping my ass because I wasn't doing what she said is because she understood the reason I had as a little kid. Like, I'm taking care of the person that I offended. You. I didn't offend. She don't know. I didn't do nothing to her. I said that in front of you and it offended you. So I'm making sure I take care of that person. And this is what she taught me. Check this out. And she had to teach me this because it's easy for somebody to go on in life believing that because it's very logical. Even as a kid, I still had a brain on me. I still understood some shit, which my parents were scared of. Like, that dude, they always tell me that little one right there, yeah, something up with it. My daddy, my mom would always tell people that, yeah, this one right here, so yeah, something up with him, something like just something. It's clearly something is up with this one at a young age. You know what I'm saying? They were declining, but they would always say that. But my grandmother, it's easy for me to be, and that's what my reasoning was. I'm dealing with you. I offended you. If I go tell her I'm sorry, I'm gonna be bringing something to her that she has no clue of. That was my which is facts. I'm gonna be walking up to telling her I'm sorry about. Then I'm gonna have to explain the situation for her to now understand everything. See, I'm gonna be introducing something that she has no clue of, none whatsoever. See? So that's very, very fact and reasonable to draw that conclusion as a kid. So, but you heard it, you were offended by it. I'm saying I'm sorry to you. So my this is what she told me. This is what she said. Check it out. What I just told y'all, that's who, like I said, the reason why I'm telling y'all this story, because she the one taught me that lesson when I just told y'all. She said, look, this is what you got to understand. She's saying you might not understand it now because you're young, but this is what you have to understand about life. See that thing that you don't want to go do now? That's going to affect you somewhere else. And the thing is, you're not going to see where it's going to affect you because it's going to be so far apart. You're not going to see where it's going to affect you. You're not going to see it. And I say, what you mean? I asked her, what you mean? Because I'm interested now. Like, I'm in it. Me and my grandma would talk like that. She would say, you're not going to see it. That thing that's affecting you, you're not going to, and the reason why you're not going to see it is because because it's so far apart. I was like, what you mean? Like what? I'm not, I get it, but I'm not getting it at the same time. Like, what you mean? Like, explain it to me. And she said, see, you don't want to apologize to her right now. And that's fine. You don't want to do that. But what you have to understand is later on when you grow up, it's going to be something else that you're trying to take care of, that you're trying to desperately get done. And you're trying so hard to do it. And you're pouring everything into it. And you're going to always feel like it is close, but you're never there. It is close, but you're never there. It is close, but you're never there. You can even feel it inside. Sometimes I'm like, I can feel it. I'm just this to getting that thing, but boom, I'm right back to square one. I never can get there. She said, it's going to be like you're 98% all the time, but you never can seem to get over that hump to be 100, to get to 100. You never can seem to do it. And she said, you know what that 2% is? That thing you didn't take care of yet. That's what it is. And all you got to do is go fix that in your life. And boom, your dream open up to you. All you got to do is go fix that. That was she told. That's it. You're doing everything. You're putting in the work. You're doing every single thing that you need to do. You're putting in everything that you need to do. You're doing all, but you can't seem to get that, to get over that hump. You can't seem to do it. What I'm saying? That's the game, you know. She said it's gonna be something that you left undone in your life. You left it undone. And that 2% that you can't seem to get to make that 100, to get what you want to accomplish, that 2% is because that's what you left undone. That's why it always feel like you're almost, but you can't quite get it. You're just rounding that corner, but you can't quite cut it. You can feel it in yourself that, bruh, if I could just do this and do this, bruh, I'd have this whole music thing locked up, but you can't quite do it. That business you want to open, I always seem like I'm motivated to do it, and I want to, and then I get this kick to do it, and I want to be on it, but you can't quite get it. You can't stick to it. See? What she taught me is people think it's that situation they're in, but it's something else they left untouched in their life that they didn't mess with. It's something else. And because it's so far apart in time, it could be something when you was 10 years ago, but you left it undone. And you know you should have fixed it. You know you should have, but you left it undone. So now it's affecting that thing over here. It's affecting it. And the reason why you can't see it is because it's so far apart. The time frame is so far apart. And this thing over here I'm doing is huge. That thing over there is small. See, that's a small thing, me going over there and with something she didn't even know. She didn't even know I said. That's small, man. Like, I'm taking care of the big issue. You. I'm going to be going to introduce the issue to her to tell her I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be going to introduce the issue to her that she don't know nothing about. Think about it. Do y'all understand my reasoning on it? Even though I need to go say I'm sorry, I do. Do you understand my reasoning? I'm not asking if you agree with my reasoning. Do you understand my reasoning? I'm about to go introduce something on that she don't know nothing about. Basically, when I go over, think about it. When I go over there and say, listen, I just came to tell you I'm sorry. She going to ask me, what about? See? She don't know. Now I'm going to have to explain to her this whole thing. Now I'm going to have to explain it to her for her to now understand what I'm apologizing for. See? Why am I going to introduce something that she has no clue about? Let that girl go on about her life and let her not know. You know? Let her not know that. You see what I'm saying? Now the crazy thing is, after she told me that okay, why? But I love to soak in game from the older folks, even if it's mistakes. I'll just sit there, shut my, yeah, shut up and sit there. Yeah, I feel you, dog. I feel you. Yeah. I'm like that too, bro. Like, I'm like that too, man. I don't really vibe too well. I'm young. I'm fairly young. You know, but I'm always the youngest in situations. Put it that way. Always. See what I'm saying? And it's because I purposely do that. I'm purposely around people older than me. Purposely around older people. I'm always the youngest in any meeting I'm in. I'm the youngest. If me and companies is me, you know, my team and company, I'm the youngest. That's out of like 20 people, and I'm the youngest one. Like, everybody in there like 45, 38, you know, 36. I'm the youngest one in there. See what I'm saying? Always. My company, yeah, same thing. See, I'm the youngest one in this bit. I'm the youngest one. They got 9 people that's here regularly. Like, you know, this is where they come regularly for work. Out of them 9 people, I'm the youngest. And I own it. I'm the youngest. See what I mean? I'm always the youngest and shit. But that's what I mean. Same thing like Fern said. I like to be in the presence of people that have something that I don't have. I like that. You know, like I find it comforting. Most people will find that they'll run from that. They'll run from that. The fact that whoever there doesn't match them. They'll run from that. See? But see, this is the thing. If I'm always trying to find shit that match me, why would I ever want to understand anything about anybody else? Why would I? If I'm finding everything that matches me, I'm finding everything that there is nothing for me to understand. It matches me. I don't have much to understand about that person. See? That's what I understood about life. You see what I'm saying? If I want to put myself in every situation that's comfortable for me, or that I match with this, or match with this person, or we on the same page, I'll never ever make it my best effort to understand things about people. I was put in no position to do that. I didn't put myself in no position to do that, because everything that was around me, it's same as me. Same interests as me, same stuff as me, same goals as me, you see what I'm saying? So I don't be around people because they're on the same page as me. As a matter of fact, I enjoy when you're totally different than me. I enjoy it. I enjoy that when you're totally different from me. I'm not looking to go match with people everywhere. No. I'm looking for different. Like, I want to know because see, that's going to test my ability to understand something about you. I'm purposely putting myself in a situation that forces me to bring my understanding to the forefront, not just stay set in my ways of how I think about shit. Yes. So I'm not looking for somebody who matches me. I want you to be different than me. So now I can start to understand, oh, okay, I understand. But see, the reason why is because it takes less effort for me to put myself in your shoes if we both in the same shoes. Let me say that one more time, just in case y'all missed out. It take way more effort for me to put myself in your shoes. It take way more out of me. And it take way less effort if we both in the same shoes. So that's why people pick people that match. See, it's way less effort I gotta put in. Way less. To understand you, understand something about you. To humble myself enough to understand something about somebody else that I don't even deal with. See what I'm saying? Man, different is it? Yeah, look, oh damn, dude, I was just about to say that. Dog. Like he said it. That's how you get different perspectives on how you see. Yeah, see, different. I like different around. I don't like the same shit around that I do different. It's cool if you have some of the same interest. I'm not gonna run you away because we have the same interest. No, but I want to know the different thing about you, the different. You know, and you'll be surprised at how so many people are scared to do that. They're scared to introduce that different thing. Because like I told y'all before on my other stream, people run around trying to be accepted is the new thing now. You've been trained like that. Y'all been trained like that. To be accepted is the new thing now. And that like button trained y'all like that like button did it. Everything we on got a like button, see? So you got to do shit that people like. That they like. See? You're checking your likes all the time. Your views, how many people watch you see? All that trained us to go out here and start falling in single file line with everything so we could be accepted. That like button. You know? And even if you're telling yourself, oh man, I don't really do that. I don't really do it. Bet money you feel deflated when nobody listen to your shit, when nobody rock with it. See, you feel deflated. You do. See? You feel deflated. Like y'all ever thought about it? I could get on this live stream. And sometimes they got 15 people watching. Sometimes they got 25 people watching. Sometimes they got 40-something people. I don't know what, I don't, that happened to me a few times where it was 40-something people watching this on this live stream watch. I don't know if it was just the right time of day or what I was doing or whatever, but they have 40-something people, you know, close. The most I ever seen on my live stream was maybe 50. Well, it was like 40-something, 48, something like that, almost 50. That's the most I'd never seen on my live stream. But see, this is what you got to understand. When have y'all ever, no matter who on it, when have y'all ever saw me not do what I do? I don't feel deflated because only 2 people here. I'm going to still do it. I'm going to go ham. Me and them 2 people going to have a blast on this mug. We gonna go off. See? I'm not deflated because people ain't doing shit or ain't messing with it. I'm not. The reason why is because I made it for me. I made it for me. I understand what that means. I made it for me. I didn't make it for nobody to like it. I made it for me to like it. See what I'm saying? Now, whether you like it or hit the like bar or subscribe to it or deal with it, that's between you, Jesus, and the mirror, not me. That ain't between me. See, so I ain't got no business catching feelings by some shit that ain't between me and it ain't. I'm not even in it. So that's not my business to deal with if you like it or not. That's not my business to deal with that. And there's no disrespect to you out there, whoever you are. There's no disrespect to you. It's just that ain't my business. I stay out shit that ain't my business. That ain't my business to deal with if you like it or not. To be concerned with that. It's your business and your, whoever you're dealing with. See, I'm just staying in my lane. It ain't me saying nothing wrong, but it's just me staying in my lane. That's not my business. Same way if two people was over there fighting or over there doing something, it ain't my business. Like, it ain't my business. I'm not in that, so it ain't my business, dog. Same way. That's not between me and whoever is out there. If you like it, if you, and I think a lot of people then started trying to, they use the dislike button or the unsubscribe button as a get back to you. Like if you gotta tell them something, you gotta do it the way they get back. Oh, I'm gonna unsubscribe. I'm gonna unfollow him. Like that's supposed to hurt somebody, dude. Like that bro. You living too much in an online world if that's the first thing you run to whenever you upset with somebody. Oh, I'm gonna unfollow him. Like you literally believe that that's supposed to harm somebody. Think about it. Me going click a button supposed to harm somebody. So let me go. I don't fool with him no more. Or you told me, you somehow let me unfollow him or let me unsubscribe. Like you literally got shit twisted out here, dog. That clicking a button supposed to harm that person some kind of way, or do something to him. Like you literally living in some kind of fucked up world, bro. Like, I don't mean to cuss, man. I don't really, I don't really cuss too much, too tough. But you're living in some kind of messed up world, dog. Some kind of that you believe that's supposed to do something to somebody when I do that. See what I'm saying? I don't like that. Let me hit the dislike button. Like you in your brain, you thought that was supposed to do something to that, because if you didn't think it was supposed to, you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have been like, whether I like it or not, it ain't gonna matter. See, if I click this button, it ain't gonna matter. See? But for you to think that's actually harming someone or doing something that's a messed up. And you as the person that's receiving that, for you to think that it did something to you, you live in an even messed up world, and who did that to you? That's a button, dog. That's what it is. That ain't life. That ain't something out here that you just dealt with. You just done something. That's a button, bro, on a generated digital screen. That's what that is. You didn't touch my family or none of that. See, that's gonna hurt me. That's gonna get at me. You see what I'm saying? Just remember that out here, dog. Like, because it's very easy to forget that out here. Going back and forth with people in comments and shit and all that stuff, we forgetting that we actually think that's supposed to be hurting them or getting at them or doing something to them. Bro, you typing on a glass screen. Like, you see what I'm saying? You ain't doing nothing to me out here to physically do something to me or mess with my life in some kind of manner. You on the screen. So for you to be going back and forth, believing that you doing something to them, that you just hurt them because you sent that message, you just hurt them, or because you just did it because you sent that message, bruh. For you to believe that's happening, and then for you to be on the other side of that, receiving that message, thinking that oh damn, that person just stung me with something, I need to get back at it. For you to be believed, like you in a jacked up world out here, dude. Literally, some shit has twisted up here. It is twisted, dog. You understand what I'm saying? Twisted. And it's very easy for shit to get twisted and you just don't know it. You understand what I'm saying? You just don't know it. You know, like this is unrelated but still related. Same thing. I'm gonna show you how easy it is to be twisted up here, and we don't know it. Okay, now I want y'all to follow me on this. I'm gonna do it quickly, but just follow me on it. You're gonna get it. You will. Y'all all know that people have now normalized beef between people. They've normalized it, where it's actually an exciting thing to watch. You see so many people promoting it in the comments when beef is happening between people. Some type of beef. Or look at any comment section of any beef video or any something. You're gonna see people dropping their opinions. Who did what to who? Oh man, it's crazy. This crazy. Man, he said it. You're gonna see everybody chiming in and going off on that. It's become not to watch people at war. They're at war with each other. That is normal now. It has been normalized, and it is something that we do, you know, and literally think it's a sport or some shit. We get a right, same thing at a sporting event. It's like we getting a rise out of that, like seeing them two go at it. These two, Rick Ross and whoever, go ahead. I don't know the people that's beefing. I don't really, but you know, if I call some wrong names, then y'all would know better than me. But this one and that, when Meek said this with who, you know, and Kendrick and Drake or whatever, you see what I'm saying? Stuff like we getting it, we riled up and seeing who. Oh shit, let me listen to this song. Let me see, and that's riling us up. Now remember, we making a comparison of how your mind can get twisted real quick. Now here it is. I'm getting riled up, excited. You know, look in the comments, dropping and talking with my boys about that, man. Oh yeah, Kendrick said this, and it's getting, you know, war. Some destructive shit that people doing to each other. I'm getting excited about it. Now the funny thing is, I don't know if y'all know this, but do y'all know that's the same excitement pedophiles have? When they're looking at a 13-year-old girl, and an old dude looking at a 12-year-old girl, he get that excitement out of something that's negative. He get that same excitement out of some negative shit. A serial killer, he get a high, he get an excitement out of watching some destructive shit go down. See, you can easily be twisted and don't know that. You're getting this right and this out of some destructive shit between people. This rise you got in this thing that to see, but we looking at them because they're serial killers and pedophiles. Oh, that's not what I'm doing. I don't think again. Think again. They get that same urge and that same rise. Go do the research yourself. That's why they keep doing it. They get that same fear, that same urge, that same adrenaline when they look at that 12-year-old girl, or that 12-year-old girl. They get that same rush, that same adrenaline when they seeing that 10-year-old boy. A serial killer get that same adrenaline, that same rush you getting from that destructive shit you watch. They get that same rush from seeing somebody's life leave their body. They got their hands wrapped around it. It's like they got that rush, that thing. But you can't see it in yourself, though. You can't see it. That rush you get from some destructive shit that's happening. See, that's how we could twist shit. You understand what I'm saying? That's how we could twist our mind and don't know we did it to ourselves. We don't know. And the reason why is because we look down on them for doing that. Because we don't do that shit. I don't do that type. I would never in my life do that type of shit. You're not doing that act, but you got that same feeling though. How? No different. 100% the same feeling. I'm seeing some destructive shit, and somehow I'm excited off of this destructive shit I'm seeing between two people. That destructive shit over there. Some kind of way they're excited off that destructive shit they doing. They get a rush out of it. That's why they keep doing it. See the twist? We could do that shit to ourselves and don't know we did it. You see what I'm saying? We could do that shit. You know, and this ain't no spiritual shit or nothing like that that I'm talking. I ain't none of this shit. That's just common sense. When you start talking like this, people instantly think that, oh, he's some. I'm not talking. No, I don't. This is just common. I'm 2 + 2 = 4. If you just go do the research, just go understand the research about that type of feeling them people get when they do that. If you did that research on the type of feeling the people get, which is why they got to go to therapy and go do all of that, go to counseling whenever they like that, is because they get some type of rush off it. If you go do the research on that experience that they have when they doing that, and then you go pit that up against how you feel when you watching some destructive shit go down between two people jabbing at each other, verbally chipping away at people, at people mental health, verbally doing it, talking about this on mommy, and he a bitch, and he this, that, and he licked my nut, and he done this, and he did, F this one, F that, all that stuff, that physical, that verbal abuse that's happening between two people is exciting you. That's the same exact feeling. 1,000%. The same exact feeling. If you go do the comparison. It is the same exact feeling, dog. So how you looking down on them? How you looking down on them when you sitting there all in somebody comments talking about the beef that's going on between two rappers that literally verbally assaulted both each other, talked about everything under the sun, some personal issues with them, brought that out to light, say whoever is who can one up the other one with the best bar, who can do it. And they'll resort to taking some personal shit. What they did to your girl, if they dated your girl before a long time, they'll resort to saying all that. Like that's chipping away at people's mental health when you go back and forth with somebody at that level of destruction with your words, that level of it. And just because you put music to it don't make it better. What if that pedophile played music while he was doing whatever to that 13-year-old girl, he would be cool, he would be all right. You got music playing to it, so he good. You straight. Yeah. Well, if that serial killer played music every time he went do his business, he good, he's straight now, he good, he all right. Why are we looking down on them? But we can't see that same thing that's in us. That same exact thing, we can't see it. What's up with that? I get some kind of way, I get a rush, I get a high, off of this destructive shit that's happening between two people. It gives me a rush. Not, man, I feel sorry. Like, damn, dude, like, I don't get no feeling like I'm all in. Oh man, you heard what Drake said? Oh man, did you hear that song? Oh, Drake went off on. I think he got him this time. I think he got him. Oh, all that shit. Look, that's that rush. Did you hear yourself? That's that rush. I mean, you drop it. If it will, that's that rush. And it's all because you're looking at some destructive shit. So what's wrong with them? How come you're looking at them funny? Because they get a rise off their destructive shit. That pedophile, that serial killer. How come? Why are you looking at them funny? See? Hey, can't you believe in life after death? You believe in Jesus or just I don't really bring I don't really bring religion and politics to my platform. Religion and politics. So forgive me if I don't really get too much into that. When that's probably why you have to ask, because you never really heard me speak on. There's a reason why you never really heard me speak on that. You understand what I'm saying? There's a reason why. And if you understood if I explained this, I would explain that to somebody if I was talking to them one-on-one. I won't explain that on a public platform. I'll explain it to you if I was talking to you one-on-one. I would explain that to you. 100%. You would understand why. Oh, that's why I never really hear him, I never really hear him talk too much about, the politics, government, and religion and all of that. I never really hear him talk about that too much. You know, he addresses issues, but he never really talks about. You see what I'm saying? That's a conversation that I have with somebody one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because those two things have a lot to do with people's heritage, with people's, you know. So for me to have that discussion, and I don't even know you, I have never met you. I don't know your demeanor. For me to have that discussion with you and tell you what, you know, anything about it. See, I'm not lending that the weight that it deserves. You know, anybody would just jump in the comments and just start talking about, oh, well, I believe this and I believe in. See, I take that very, very serious, you know, and it's the respect that I have for you. That's what I take seriously, not me, the respect that I have for you. I want to make sure I understand you before we get into that conversation, because I don't want to say anything that will offend your heritage or how you. I'm not going to do that. And the only way I can do that is if I look to understand you first before I talk. See, so that's what I mean. I would talk. If anybody want to know that type of stuff, then that's going to be a conversation that me and you actually had. Feel what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense. You know, that's just how I make sure that I show the utmost respect to your heritage, how you was raised, what you all at. I show that respect to it. You feel what I'm saying? I wouldn't just generally talk about that on a just general, you know, no, that's going to be a comment me and a person, or me and a group of people had. You feel what I'm saying? Just so I can make sure I show that respect. I can't understand too much about somebody just over the chat and over this type of stuff. So it's going to be hard for me to have that respect and understand you first before I tell you some shit. It's going to be hard for me to do that. And it's just simply because we here on this thing right here. But if we was one-on-one or if we were together, I would understand some shit about you first before I just get to talking about politics and religion. You know what I'm saying? So that's why y'all pretty much never. And, you know, like I said, I think about a lot of shit. I think about the damage that could do. Most people don't. They just start blurting out their opinions, and I think about the damage that could. That's your heritage, man. That's how you know, whatever you believe and whatever you was brought up in. That's your, you know. So I ain't gonna just start spouting shit out just because I think this way. I ain't gonna do that. Nah, man. No, hell no. I ain't doing that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look to understand you first. See, that's me showing respect to you and how you was raised and your heritage and what you do. I'm going to look to understand you first before I start telling you what, let me understand you and how you get on first. See? We basically, what I'm telling you, the reason why I don't is because I haven't established that rapport with none of y'all. For me to understand y'all before I start spatting some shit out. I haven't established that rapport with none of y'all. So I stick to the things that we all familiar with. We all understand. We all get. I stick to them. I address them type of things. You know what I'm saying? That way, no matter what it is, it's still a general topic. That gets a little bit, that government and religion starts getting into people's heritage. For instance, what I mean by that is, for instance, you know, and this is just example, not real, just example. There could be some veterans right here in the chat. See, some veterans, some war veterans right here in the chat right now. But yet I start spitting out some shit about, man, the government do this. See, that's their heritage. That's what they've been born and bred into and raised into and fought for and all of that. See, so I start spitting out some shit, totally forget. See, I didn't establish any understanding for them first. So I could easily step on some toes in here just simply because of the shit I'm saying. See what I'm saying? I could easily do that. Now, if you get that's actual specific shit. If you transfer that to general topics that we talk about, see what I'm saying on here? We talk about a lot of general stuff. You transfer it to if you getting offended by general shit, the same way somebody get offended by specific shit. If you getting offended by general shit, then that's issue on you. You see what I'm saying? That's saying. I suggest you go somewhere and get that fixed very fast. You know, you see what I'm saying? That's different when we on some general shit. Just what general life is. But that type of stuff, politics and religion, starts to touch people's heritage and their roots and what they do and what they believe and how they feel. You know, the stuff that how they operate. That touches that. So yeah, we not, you know what I'm saying? I gotta know somebody. If y'all, you know what I'm saying? If you know, so I don't want you to think I'm avoiding your question. It's just that's why y'all never hear me mess with none of it. It's just showing respect to people like that. What y'all hear from me, it took me a long time to get like this, dog. Like, trust me, I was not this dude. if you knew me, you know, they got people that know me, and some of them here in this chat, you know, and I hear it all the time. Dude, it's something they tell me, bro. What I knew of you back then, that's amazing to see you up there talk, and you know, it's almost like the difference between Mike Tyson and what you see now, you know, Iron Mike and the Mike you see now, you know, like that's a different Mike. You know what Mike was spitting out on them platform, on them things before you was, you know, that's a different Mike. You know what you hear now. Now you see a Mike on some laughing and just, you know, he's still straightforward with some shit, but you see him on a different type of page, bro. And he understand that vicious mentality. He understand, he get it. Like, nah, man, I don't want to live my life. That was, you know, you even hear him get emotional when you talk about that, bro. You know, like y'all didn't see it. So they got people that kind of understand that about me. They got them, and some of them here, you know. So I can't never sell y'all no shit or because they could call me on it. They can. If I sell y'all some bullshit about my life, I say people can easily call and be like, "Hey, bro, like what the hell up? What you talking on that thing?" You know what I'm saying? So I can't sell y'all no shit. You know what I'm saying? So they got people that know I do what you hear. Like y'all know, dude. You know, this right here took a lot. You know, this right, it took a lot. I'm not even gonna hold y'all on that. It took a lot, dog. Like you know, like just understanding the era of some shit and just, you know, how I was thinking about some stuff and just, you know, it took a lot, dog. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just know that this was and still a work in progress. You feel what I'm saying? It's still but it took years of me understanding what I was doing and didn't know I was doing it. To the people I was doing it to, I didn't understand, you know, my mentality and how destructive it was to other people and to myself. I didn't understand that. And the reason why I didn't understand it because it was just so normal. I didn't get it. It didn't snap. It didn't click. You know, and I don't like my man. When you start talking like this, instantly somebody will think about religion, like, oh, he found God, or he did something like. No, bro. Like you will hear somebody say it when they start hearing somebody talk like this. They're gonna associate this with me finding some type of thing out here that did that to me. That's what they're gonna associate it with. No, bro. It was just me understanding some shit, taking a step back, taking a deep breath, getting off the controlled substances, you know, the weed and all that shit, the X and all. Just stop partying like a rock star and just thinking I ain't got no consequences or nothing. Because I want to do this, I can just get off all and just kind of sit back and think a little bit. You know, sit back and think a little bit. What I was doing, you know, just how. Like literally, that's what it was. No, oh, he found you or he didn't. No, none of that. Just me, just kind of, you know. And the reason why I knew I could do it is because I know I'm smarter than that. I knew I was smarter than what I was doing. That's what I knew. No matter how much money I was putting in my pocket, doing that shit out that I was doing. You know, I ain't gonna get into no details, but you know, the people who know y'all know. I knew I was smarter than that, and I was using them smarts for some very very messed up shit. I was smarter than that. I knew that deep inside. I knew it. You see what I'm saying? Like somewhere inside, I knew, man. You way better. You know, no matter how big my pockets is, no matter what type of money I'm getting off this, I just knew something else in me, not this, something else in me. I always felt that way, and it was hard to escape that. That was me actually finally just seeing that and realizing it, and just thinking about how long I spent not realizing that about myself. There's something else in me, not that. There's something else, dog. Where you came from, you know, the people that raised you, the shit that you got in you. You know, the shit that you knew by a certain age because you was around all these older people, all that. I carried that with me, and it just took it a while for it to click. There's something else in you besides this shit you in. Is in you. That's how that happened. Not me realizing some, you know, some stuff out here, or you know, some religious stuff out here. Nah, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what that was. But anytime, you're not the only, anytime I talk like this, whether it's in public, I didn't, you know, like I've been invited to career days at high schools. I've had to speak in front of gymnasiums of people, dude. Like I have. You know, as a person from where I came from that made it to this, And what advice can I give to younger youths? You know, I mentor, I mentor, I have mentorship. You know, I offer mentorship, you know, for teens. You feel what I'm saying? So like that's all that stuff that you don't hear me talk about. And the reason why I don't talk about it is because I don't do that shit for somebody to look at me different. That's why you don't hear me say nothing about it. And no video, nowhere, no nothing. I don't talk about it. As the shit that people don't know about you, that they think they know everything about, they don't know. All of that I do, dog. You know, this ain't just music to me, bro. This changed my life. That's what it did. It made me see some shit, other shit. That's what it did. And people just pulling up on you on a YouTube video, they think that they know you because they've just been around. You see what I'm saying? I told y'all just in that little bit of time some shit that y'all didn't even know. Y'all didn't even see it? But yeah, you've been watching me for 3 years. You didn't know my story. You don't see it? That's what people do on this thing right here. They think they know you. They think they do. Don't know shit about you, bro. Nothing. That's why I never assume nothing about people. I deal with you as you come. I don't assume nothing more, nothing less. Nothing. I deal with you as you come. Yeah? Because I understand that people do the same. They have no clue what I do, and this they don't know. They have no clue, none. So they sit behind the screen and judge and engage you based on shit. Man, you don't even know, dog. You don't even know. And if I explained it to you, that means I'm not confident in what I done out here. If I explain it to you, so I'm not. You're not gonna hear me explain. You know what I'm saying? That's how that go. But that's what we doing. I am, you know. But yeah, man. But about the girl, y'all remember we kind of got off topic. But about the girl, I ended up going to tell a girl, the disabled. I ended up going to tell her I'm sorry. I did. Well, y'all should have figured that out. I shouldn't have to say that about the story. I ended up going to do the whole spiel and explaining to her why and what, you know. Yeah. But that was a lesson that I learned. That's why I was telling y'all that story about me saying that. And then having my grandmother had me go apologize to her. And I understood it. She gave me an option not to, because she said that I'm not going to force you to go apologize. I'm not going to do that. That's what she told me. I'm not going to force you to go apologize. I'm not. Because that means I force you to do it. It's not genuine. You go do it if you want. If you don't want to, then don't do it. So for a minute, I sat there. It took me a minute. We had that discussion by afternoon. In the afternoon time, the sun was coming down by the time I actually walked my ass down and went, see what I'm saying? So I sat there for a minute, not, convincing myself, oh, nah, I don't understand. I get what she's saying. I get what my grandmother's saying, but it's just the logic of it. I can't see myself going to introduce that to that chick, and she don't know nothing about what I did, nothing. She don't know nothing about what I said. That's what kept stopping me from doing it, because I'm going to have to explain to her something for her to know. I'm going to have to explain to her a story that she has no clue of for me to now apologize for. Why am I going to do that to her? She can move in her life just as happy as she is and as jolly as she is, not knowing none of that. Like, just not, just nothing. And I still took care of the person that is offended. See, that's the only logic, and that kept rolling through my mind. So I just couldn't see going down there and tell her I'm sorry for something that she don't even know. But it took me a minute, but, I understood it. I kept rolling in my mind what she said about sometimes we, that's what led to that twisted count, how we twist ourselves. That what led to that. See what I'm saying? I was twisting my mind in that chair. I was twisting my own mind in that chair. Just because I wanted to act a certain way or be a certain way, I was twisting in my mind what that is. And that's what we all do. We just look at them pedophiles and them serial killers. We look at them. We look down on them because they doing that. See what I'm saying? And it's simply because, oh man, I ain't gonna do nothing like that. You don't even put me in the same boat with that, but we kind of can though. Not the act, just the feeling. See? They twist their minds to somehow get some kind of rise out of that stuff. When you can't even fathom that, you sitting there like, oh, that's disgusting. Like, what kind of excitement can you get? That's how you sitting there. What kind of excitement can you get out of that? How come you get you bathing in the blood of somebody when you kill them or when you do? How come you doing that? Oh. What is that, bro? You sick. See, that's how you looking at that. For the pedophile, what is that, dude? You sick? Looking at a little girl, you sick? Something is wrong with you. You off. Well, what if I told you, oh, what is that up with you that you get some kind of rise off of seeing two people be destructive with each other? Oh, that's sick, dude. What you gonna tell me? You gonna try and make that right in my mind? You're gonna try and convince me some kind of way that that's right? Because what if they did that to you? What if they started trying to convince you that that's cool to do? See? What if I told you that? See? That's what I mean by that twist thing we do to ourselves. Man, that's sick, dog. That you get some kind of rise off of seeing two grown men go at each other, verbally assaulting each other with all that shit. Pulling out they past issues, they drama, calling them different names. Bruh, like that's sick, dude. That you get a rise out of that. All I'm doing is the same. I'm doing the same thing you do to them because it's the same feeling. So I'm telling you that. It's the same feeling, same one. That you get some kind of enjoyment off of seeing two people destroy each other. Verbally. That's an excitement for you. And I'm talking about bad, like vicious. Y'all know the shit they be saying about each other. They girls and how they screwed this one and I got your girl and all that. You getting a rise out of it. Now when they dead and gone, because somebody acted off that. Now all of a sudden we in everybody comments with RIPs now. Bruh, really? Really? That's what we doing. Really? Oh man, RIP Drake, RIP Kendrick, RIP. We RIPing everywhere now. But you would just own it though when it was actually see. But see me promoting that beef shit now when they dead, now all of a sudden it's disrespectful. Me bypassing that they dead and gone and just worry about the beef. Oh man, when you said this one by that one, and this one said this one by that one, this one said this one by that one. Oh, and they dead and gone. See, people, somebody gonna see something. Okay, bro, you got something wrong with you, dude. That's now you doing too much, bro. You know that you bypassing the fact that they dead and you still on some beef shit on that dead. Nah, man, the dude's dead, dog. Like they dead. See, now all of a sudden we looking at somebody funny, but they was alive and you was doing it. They was alive and you was doing it. So what happened? What happened? How come you twisted your mind for that to be cool? That's all I'm telling you. And I'm not pointing at nobody out there. If you're taking offense to this because you have made them comments under people's stuff and you let that rise come out of you, that destructive shit you watching, like them pedophile and them serial killers do, that destructive shit they doing, they get a rise out of that. A rise, see? If you like that when you watching that type of stuff, see what I'm saying? Then don't think that I'm pointing at you. Notice I included myself in it with the girl, with the that's why I gave y'all example of the girl, the disabled girl that I was clowning. See, some kind of way I was getting a rise off of that girl destructive shit, off of the thing that destroyed her. That's not too cool. I got some kind of rise. That's something up with me, dude. And that's what made me go apologize. What my grandmother was trying to tell me is you're not apologizing to her. You apologizing to yourself for doing that. That's what you apologize for getting that rise off of that destructive shit. That's what you going to do. You taking care of that in yourself. That way that shit never grow into something else. Serial killer, it start with a kitten. It start with a little kitten. Burning the feelers off some ants. You know, they get a rise out of that, seeing that thing squirm around. Like then it evolved to some birds. You know, they picking off birds or going stomp on a bird. Not only did they shoot it out the tree, but they had to go grab it and twist the neck off of it. They just had to. Something in it just had to go see that as a kid. See, that's how all of that developed. See, it all starts somewhere. So my grandmother was making sure that I took care of some shit in me before it went somewhere else. Making sure I put that in him as a little kid. To have that compassion for that, to do that. Even though that chick don't know nothing. She don't know you did that. What she would, that's what she would teach. I understood that. I didn't understand that as a little. I understood that later when I got older. That's why she made me do that. That was taking care of that thing in me to where I never, ever, ever look at some destructive shit as getting a rise out of it. Because I ain't no different than them. That's the same feeling, dog. You can go see the facts for yourself, bro. I'm no different than them dudes that I'm looking down on because, oh, I don't kill nobody. I don't do that. I don't. But it's the same feeling. And if you think feeling not important, if you think it's not important, why are you always trying to bring that to your music if it's not important? If that feeling you have in you, if you're trying to downplay what I just said, if you out there right now and you hearing what I'm saying, you're trying to downplay that because the shoe fit for you, it fit. And you don't want to put it on, but you know it fit. So the next thing to do is to downplay what the dude's saying. I mean, downplay like that. So if you're trying to downplay it, I'm like, ah, man, I don't really act like that. I don't really do that stuff. I don't do that type of stuff. So I understand what you're saying about the feeling, but that ain't really that important. As long as I ain't doing that type of stuff, then how come if feeling not that important? How come you're always trying to bring that to your music? How come? It must be something important about it if we all trying to bring that to our music. We just want to sound good. We want to feel good. We want to create some kind of feeling. When you hear music, first thing you start doing is talking about how you feel. See? Oh, that's fire. Oh, that's describing your feelings. There it is. That's describing how you feel about the music. See, that's what we start doing as soon as we hear it. See? So how come it's that important then, but it's not important now for what I'm talking about? That same feeling that them people get, that rise that they get off of doing that shit. If you're trying to downplay that, oh man, I don't do that shit, man. Forget how I feel. Forget that feeling that they get, but I don't do that shit. That's the important thing. I just don't do that shit. No, bro, it's the feel, it's the act behind the feeling that you had. That feeling of a rise. Why does destructive shit seem to give me a rise? Why am I not doing this to destructive shit? Why it's not cringe to me? How come I'm excited about some destructive shit? Because that's what they doing. Just think about it. They excited about destructive shit. That's where you could twist. You could twist. And we do it all the time to ourselves, dog. You know? So saying, I for sure do question how is our body so made perfect? Do a lot made by human. I don't understand. Hell, am I reading that wrong? Hell no. There is a creator that is the highest. God, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know, like I said, I don't really get into too much of the religion. You know, like I said, it just showing respect for people. Just trying to understand somebody before I start spitting shit out. That's just me. Now anybody else could jump in this chat and start spitting out what they believe and what they feel about religion and about politics. You could do that. Me, I'm just gonna look to understand people before I spit out some shit. So that's why y'all don't hear me address that too much. You know, politics, religion, all that. You will touch somebody's hair. Like just that, what my man said. See how he's standing on bed. There's a you could offend somebody like that. And you might not care if you offended somebody. You might not care. But you could have done that. And it's just simply because you don't understand these situations. You don't understand what their life and what they're going through and why they believe what they believe. You know, even if it's considered not right to you or wrong to somebody else or whatever, you just don't know some shit about the people in it. See, and I don't want to ever approach people like that. Spend some shit and I don't understand nothing first. See what I'm saying? I just don't want to do that. Even if what I believe is firmly in me and what I is firm and it's real, I just don't want to approach without understanding first. I'm gonna always look to do that, you know, like I was taught. You see what I'm saying? It took me a while to understand that. That's how I got into the whole discussion about me, and what y'all hearing me say wasn't me. I was the dude that, man, I don't care what the hell you say, man. F what you say. See, that was me. That was me, literally, and to your face. And if you wanna go at blows, then you know, whatever. Let's do it. You know. If you want to go get some hardware and talk it out that way, let's go get some hardware and talk it out there, out that way. You know what I'm saying? They didn't stop making guns when they made yours. See, so if you want to go get some hardware and talk it out that way, let's talk it out that way. Let's let the hardware speak for it. If you want to go do it, let's do. See, I was all that, bro, and it just See, that's cringe to me now. See, before it was exciting to me. See, that's what I mean. I had my mind twisted, but you see, I'm talking now. It's cringe to me now. Like, man, I was like that. Damn, you see what I'm saying? That's what I mean by I understand how twisted by how we could twist our mind. So I'm not pointing at y'all for doing. I'm lumping myself in with that. You know, I'm just saying that, you know, just like I was man enough to put that shoe on and wear it. Why don't you do that? Just if it fit. If you getting a little I'm getting in your feeling. I'm touching a little bit of your feelings right now. You know, you catching a few little feelings in you, right? Because I'm saying some shit that actually fit. That's you in them comments saying that. Getting a rise off two people being destructive. Some kind of way is feeding me. What is feeding in you? That's the thing. I need to know that. Like somebody tell me, what is feeding in you? How come that's like energy for you? Seeing two people just be destructive and just talk about each other in a down manner and down him. And how come that seem like it's feeding you? Like when I see your comments, how come? What is feeding in you? What energy is giving you? How? See? I need to know that. That destructive shit. I'm trying to understand, like explain it to me. What energy, what fuel, what is get to where that's getting a rise out of y'all know what I mean by a rise? Like it excites you to see that. So you got something to say about it and something to, you know, talk about it and excite you. You see what I'm saying? What is it exciting in you? What piece of you is it exciting? That destructive shit between two people. Ask yourself that. See, what piece of me is it exciting? Is it exciting my good side? That don't match. See, that don't match. How that bad shit exciting my good side of me? How is it doing? That wild shit, that all that crazy wild. How is it? See? So what part of you is it exciting? Think about it. What part of you is it giving that rise? Same thing with them. See, all I'm doing is just asking the same questions that a psychologist would ask or a psychiatrist would ask a serial killer. That's all I'm doing is asking you the same exact question. When he look at her in her face and tell her, yeah, when I had my hands around her throat, it's like I felt empowered. And it gave me a sense of, see that rush he getting? All that psychiatrist asking him is, what's in you that is doing that to? What part of you? It doesn't match if you say that's feeding your good side. It don't match. How that wild shit like that could be feeding. So what else is in you that's feeding? That's the same question I'm asking you. How you getting that rush off of seeing all that shit? What is it in you? What is it? See, I need to know, where is it coming from? You know, not just what you're doing. What's behind that? And I gotta know. And it's funny how nobody asking this. We just enjoying it. But well, why? Why are you enjoying it? Why? Why are you enjoying? Oh man, it's just they're gonna instantly make light of you. Remember what I said? As soon as somebody can't do it, they're gonna make light. Oh man, it's just two people going. I couldn't say. I even heard somebody explain to somebody this. It's like a sport to me. It's like a sport. It ain't no different than like they going at each other. Dude. Even boxers. You know, after the fight is over, they respectful. They shake hands. They see. Them dudes ain't shaking hands. They talking about the next thing that they gonna do and who they gonna kill and what they ain't stopping to shake hands. They've been beefing since 2000 whatever, and now it's years later. Them boxers still ain't beefing. They shake hands after the match and understand this was a sporting event that we went at each other on, and boom, we got respect. Ain't what them dudes doing. Them dudes talking about personal shit and bringing up in people's lives and putting that all out for all of us to go crazy in the comments on it. Who one up this one and who done that? making some very direct statements about people's lives, and it's what dirt I could find on you to air out on this record and put it in a rhyme. So how is that exciting you? That's what I asked somebody to explain. See, it will be countless numbers of people that try and give you a reason for why that's exciting them. But at the end of the day, it's exciting you. Why is that destructive shit exciting you? Like, I don't care how you, the intricacies of it, just how is that destructive shit exciting you? What part of you is it exciting? Is it giving a rise? You ever ask yourself that? Just stop and ask yourself that. Which part? And why the hell am I feeding that part? Why I'm doing that? You know, like, you ever stopped and ask yourself that? All that shit started to make sense. Then, like, it started to click. Like, what the hell? Like, what am I doing? That's how it was. No God involved or me understanding no spiritual. No, it's just, I just literally started asking, what the hell am I doing out of here? That's what I started like years ago. What the fuck is wrong with me? It's like it all clicked. Not all of it, but just, I'd say a good 60 to 70% of what the hell I was out here doing. It clicked. Like, it just like, ding, like, the hell, what are you doing? You see what I'm saying? Y'all getting excited off of some shit that what makes you different than that right now? What makes you different? How you gonna explain that feeling being different? How you gonna do that? What you gonna say? Look at me, that's a different feeling. It's a different type of feeling. I'm watching people, I'm getting a rise off of people destroying each other verbally. Getting a rise of watching them, seeing it happen. I'm excited about that some kind of way. Kind of way it's giving me a rush. Like it's so much to where I gotta, oh shit, let me drop my comment. Let me do so much is doing that. Let me give my thought on what Drake said. Or ooh, this one got down. How did you get what I'm saying? What part of you is that exciting? What part? That destructive shit. Is that destructive shit? What you trying to get me to understand? You gonna explain to me that destructive shit that's literally destructive, like all the words, you can see it yourself. No dispute about that. It is all destructive. Going at each other back and forth like that. So what about that destructive shit that you hearing? What about that? Think about it. What about that? How you gonna get me to understand that destructive shit is somehow exciting your good side, the good side of you? That's what it's exciting. How you gonna make 2 + 2 = 4 to me like that? Well, you trying to do that to me. Understand that. You trying to make that equal 4 to me? That gotta be exciting something else in you? Like the good side, it's something else in you that's exciting. I don't know what that is, but it's something else in you. Like literally in your recesses of your that's exciting. You trying to explain to me that what that is exciting the good part of you? Is like just picture that pedophile, that serial killer trying to do that to you. Somehow trying to make that destructive thing you seeing that they do somehow get you to believe that it excites the good part of them. Yeah. Trust me, it's gonna a lot of crickets. A lot of crickets. Yeah, a lot of crickets right now. And the reason why it's a lot of crickets is just simply because you have to admit, boy, make it a little sense. Boy, make it a little sense though. I just really ain't took it in like that. You gotta admit. You have to. Even if you don't like what I'm saying, you gotta show some type of respect and weight to it. Because it make absolutely that, yeah, man, hold up. We be talking about them dudes all the time and that wild shit that they be getting excited off of and they be doing good because we don't do that type of shit. That's cringe to us. Like, nah, man, you wild with that shit. Get on with that, get out of here with that. Yeah, some kind of way we missing the fact that that same feeling they get is me excited in them comments about seeing two people destroy each other lives, destroy each other character, destroy their lives, destroy they sense of purpose out here as a human. And they just trying to go at it and destroy it with each other. And they doing it on a public stage for all of us to hear. Somehow we excited about that though. But we cringe at the feeling that they excited about. The shit that they doing. How is that, man? How we twisting that around like that to make it okay over here, but nah, not over there? How we doing that? You know? It just helped me to understand, you know, like all I'm saying. And like I said, you hear somebody talk like this, first thing somebody gonna think, religious. Oh man, that dude, you know. Nope. This just a little kid just literally stepping back. Just stepping back. You know, taking off the blinders, you know, all that blind shit I be doing to myself and just kind of, you know, growing some nuts and dealing with myself like a man in the mirror. Like a man. Like a grown ass man. Like, what you excited for with all that shit, bro? Like, why that's exciting you, dude? Like, what's up with that? Like, how come this? Why love can't excite you like that? You know, why is somebody fighting gotta excite me like that? Why that can't excite me like that? Me falling in love with somebody out here. Why that can't excite me like that? Why the good shit about life can't excite me like that? Why some shit like that got excite me? But here it is. I'm jumping from girl to girl. Can't get no relationship to work. Nothing. All of them hoes. See, that's what I'm doing. All of them hoes. They all want to see. How come love ain't that exciting? So, but that shit, I'm all over that. When it come down to these girls or these female, oh, watch your pockets, dog. Like, nah, man. I'm always looking at a girl under-eyed if that's how you move. The dude that's out there like that. You're always looking at the girl like, nah, man, you got a YD girl. I got like, how come? What like something twisted? Do you see what I mean? Something in your head twisted. The destructive shit is what I'm getting a rise out of, and the love is what I'm looking at under-eyed. That's what I'm looking at under-eyed now. Oh shit, watch that. But I'm out here with the destruct. That's exciting me. See how we twist it? Every time somebody want to show some love to me, I'll do something like that. Look, under-eyed. What the hell you want, bro? What you see? Every time somebody want to do, what you want, dog? Back up. What you know? Every time somebody, you know, come in the room and say, hey, bro, you know, let me shake your hand. I mean, that dude moving weird, bro. Like, nah, I just want to shake your hand, dog. That's it, man, back up. You too close to me, dog. See? How come the love out here? How come the love is what we cringing at? But yet we over here and we excited about the destruction between people. What's up with that, man? How that happen? I'm just asking. Take the religious shit off the table and all that. Take all that guy, all that shit off. Just man to man, me to you. How that happen? What's up? If somebody got to correct you about something, if somebody got to do that, or let you know that something wasn't right, you see, you're instantly on the defensive now. See, you're instantly on the defensive. Instantly. You didn't think that correction could be a gift. It could be it could be that. You know, correction is loving as well. Correction means that somebody give a shit about me. They're not just letting me run out there doing whatever I want to do. They actually care about how I move. But how come all you could see is just that somebody was trying to get at me when they correct? They was trying to do that, trying to shame me some kind of. How come that's all you could see? How come the other part is cringe to you? That yeah, somebody could be showing me love when they correct. They could be doing that. See, that's what happened. You know what I mean? Like I said, you know, that's what that twist does to her. That twist. It does that. That twist that we do up here to ourselves. And the thing is, we so busy pointing at pedophiles and serial killers. We so busy pointing at them Because we don't do that shit. So we pointing at that and cringe and cringe. We pointing and pointing at you forget who you know who we forgetting to point at? I'm forgetting. Because how I'm looking at some destructive shit in some kind of way, I get that same rise they get off of their destructive shit. That same thing exciting me at that I'm getting that same exciting feeling. I'm watching two people destroy each other's lives verbally. It's just a question. Don't hate me for asking, for just wanting to know what that is. I'm just inquisitive. I just want to know, what is that? That's it. Don't hate me for just wanting to know what that is. They got a lot of shit out there you want to know. Then that's one of them I want to know. What is that? How that happen? You know? But if it's, just remember, if it's rubbing you the wrong way, with your hand, if it's doing that, there's a reason. 100%, there's a reason. Absolutely, there's a reason. Whether you want to deal with that reason or not, between you, the mirror, and Jesus himself, that's who that's between, not between. Whether you want to deal with that reason why you getting offended by some shit that's being said right now. That between you and the mirror, where you want to deal with that. Don't, you know, you're gonna try and bring it to me. Oh man, I don't fool with that dude no more. You're gonna unfollow me, or you're gonna do whatever. You're gonna do that. Don't bring it here. It ain't between me. Why you getting offended? Or why you mad at what you hearing, or you not, you know, it's rubbing you the wrong way with you. There's a reason for, but I ain't the reason. Don't get that twisted, as you twisting your mind again. I ain't the reason. It's something else in you that's offended by that. Something else, not me. I'ma just be the scapegoat, you know. Just let me since he I don't like him no more because he said because he talking about me some kind of way, you know. He doing it. See, I'm gonna be the scapegoat, but just remember, just always, it ain't me. It ain't me you're pissed off at, dude. That's you doing something up here to yourself. It ain't me, dog. It ain't me. You need to figure out whatever that is up in here. Whatever that is, bro. that some kind of way I'm stepping on something when you hear me say this. I'm stepping on something to you, or you trying to protect something in you that I'm stepping on. So what you trying to protect? what is that in you? Like we just said, it ain't the good part of you. Because how you gonna take that destructive shit and convince me that that's feeding the good shit in you, whatever the good side of you is, that's feeding that. That's where that rise is going. That's where that energy, that rise that I get, that's where it's going, to that good stuff. So whatever that is inside of you, it's feeding something. See? So don't get, I ain't doing you need to be pissed off at, because whatever that is feeding. And we just proved that it can't be the good side. So whatever that is, whatever else you got in you that is feeding and that rise again, that's what you're trying to protect. Whatever that is, that's why you're pissed off. That's what you're trying to protect. And some of y'all gonna protect that at any cost, y'all will. Y'all gonna protect it, whatever that jacked up thing is inside you, that thing that you trying to hold on, whatever it is, dog, you gonna protect it, bro. You know, call it whatever you want. You know, some people call it our inner demons. Some people call it our unspoken thoughts, our unspoken feeling, you know, them truthful thoughts that we know that's not right about ourselves. We know them things. Some people call it that, whatever. We call it whatever you want, bro. I ain't gonna put no type, but whatever that is inside of you, that's what you're trying to protect. Instead of getting that shit the hell out of you. I'm just gonna be the one that you're directed toward. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be the one that you're directed to. Absolutely. 100%. I'm gonna be the one that you just directed towards. But just remember that. Me sitting on that couch, not going to apologize to that seat, that was me protecting whatever that thing is. I was trying to hold on and protect it in me. Whatever that is. Okay? Whatever rise that gave me out of saying that about that disabled girl, whatever rise that gave me not going to apologize after my grandmother told me all that, that was me trying to hold on to whatever that is in me. So tell me, if I'm making fun of a disabled girl, if I'm doing that, cracking jokes, how am I gonna convince you? How am I gonna convince you that whatever that rise is, that laughter that you hear while I'm cracking them jokes or doing whatever that rise is I'm getting out of, how I'm gonna convince you that That rise is feeding something good in me. How I'm gonna convince you of that? That rise I'm getting out of doing that. Like if I was to convince you, like how I'm gonna convince you of that? How? What I'm gonna tell you? What can I possibly tell you? Possibly to make that equal 4. That 2 plus 2 equal 4. That's some kind of way that right is feeding something good in me. That's what it's doing. Something good. Me laughing at that disabled girl, cracking jokes on. How can I make that make sense to you? That's about how much sense you make when you in the comment section trying to explain to somebody how this destructive shit between two people you watching battle each other, go back and forth at each other on a record, that destructive verbal shit that you hand and spit at each other, somehow that's giving you a rise. That's you trying to explain that to somebody. Just always remember that. That's you. Some kind of way it's feeding something good in me. That's what they're doing. That destructive shit I'm watching. That back and forth, literal, verbal heat, verbal assault, going back and forth for that two dude throne. That's exciting me some kind of way. That's you trying to explain that. Same way I couldn't explain to you by me clowning at that disabled girl. I wouldn't be able to explain that to you. How that's giving me a rise. That me talking about her like that, giving me a rise. I'm laughing at it. It's giving me some energy. That I wouldn't be able to explain to you how that's going, how that's playing to my good side of me. No way. None of y'all in this chat. And if I tried to explain it to you, the more I explain it, that's the more cringe you. That's the more you would be like, okay, wait, hold on, there's something off by this dude. If he can't see what he did, that's something off. See? No different than that pedophile or that serial killer. No different. If he tried to explain to you that somehow that shit that he doing, that rush he getting from it, is appealing to his good side in him. That's giving him some kind of good energy or some kind of, it's giving him that. It's playing to his good that he got out here, that his good side, what he doing. Him, just imagine him trying to explain that to you, that shit he doing. Him going after them 13-year-old boys and them 10-year-old girls. He trying to explain that to you. See? Or that serial trying to explain to you, you know, how when he do some wild shit like that, see? He trying to explain to you how that shit just appealed to his good side, that appealed to my good side of me some kind of way. The more he's talking, the more he talking, the more he keep talking, that's the more you're gonna be like this. Oh no, dog. Yeah. Shoot him. Don't even fry him. Don't even put him in electric chair. Just shoot him. Yeah, just shoot. Yeah. See, the more he keep talking, that's what you're doing when you in them. That's what you're doing. You trying to get people to believe that. When you in them comments that seeing two people go at each other, I'm serious. And you if you could downplay it, but that's the same type energy, bro. Go do the research yourself. Same type energy. Some kind of way me watching destructive shit is giving me a rise. People. I'm not gonna keep saying destructive shit, but two people destroying each other verbally, giving me a rush. Just keep repeating that to yourself. I want y'all to keep doing that. It's gonna be a point in time that you gotta stop. Because you're gonna see it. Just keep repeating that to see if you can. It's gonna be a point that you gotta stop. Because you're gonna start to hear what you're telling yourself. Just keep repeating, yeah, man. Me watching two people go at it, destroy each other verbally. I get excited from that. Then repeat it again. Me watching two people go at each other like that and go off on each, I get excited from that. Just keep repeating that. Sooner or later, it's gonna dawn on what you're telling yourself. Just like them, just like them. Just like that serial killer, that pedophile. Just like them. We talked enough today? We talked enough tonight? We talked enough? Talked enough tonight? Was that enough? Was that enough diving into some shit that we not seeing out here? Or we not doing? Was that enough? Or is this dude more weird to y'all than what he did when he started talking? He more weird now. Something wild about him. Something crazy about him. Oh, because you heard that. Which one? Which one you gonna end tonight with? Which one? He off his rocker? He gone? He something? Or you gonna do what I try and do? You're gonna try and understand first. Let's try and understand some of that shit he said. Let me try and understand it first before I go labeling it. Because I fit what he's saying. I fit that. Let me just understand it first. Let me read to that. Let me go grab a little bit of that first before I grab defense. Let me grab a little bit of that first. Let me just try and understand what he's saying. Let me see. Let me actually go do the research on what that feeling is. Let me see how psychiatrists and psychologists explain that feeling that they have. Let me just go do that before I condemn. I didn't even go do the research. Let me just go do that research before I just go at him and get defensive about what he said. See, that's you looking to understand first before I go at him. Before I go, you see, just do that. Okay? Go check it out and see what that feeling is, and then just ask yourself if you doing that same. See, that rush, that excitement, that part of the party. You feel like you part of the party now. You part of this whole thing that's happening. You in it. You feel like you connected to it, like because. Yeah, I watching them do this, and I get to leave what I think about this one and what I think what he said about that one, and what you feel like you're part. What you're part of though? You see? How is that exciting? What is it exciting? I need to know what is that? What part of you is it exciting? What part of you is it giving that rush to? What part of you? I don't get it. Is your good part? that's what it is. It's the good part in me. That's what is. You see, you're gonna have a hell of a time explaining it to me and making it fit. Same way that pedophile, that serial killer would have a hell of a time explaining to you how that rush he get from doing all of that, some kind of way that excites the good in him. See, the more he keep talking, the more you're gonna be like, okay, wait a minute, shoot him. Shoot him. Yeah, don't even put him in no chair. And you're like, just shoot him, dude. Just don't even waste the electricity. We could use that out here. Just bullet. The more he keep talking, trying to explain that to you. That's part of his good side. That's thing that he doing out there. That's exciting him. His good side. Yeah. I hope that you guys kind of got something from this. We got to put some drums. Don't we have to put some drums on this, man? We got to put some drums. Let's at least put some drums. We got off into our discussion, which I kind of knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But we kind of got off into our discussion. My man say Lil Trust saying a group freeze too. We got stem separator in 12.3. Yeah, in Ableton 12. I don't think I updated it. Is they what you talking Lil Trust? You talking about Ableton 12.3? Babe? Because I don't think I updated yet, dog. I'm still on like 12 point whatever, 1 or whatever. I'm bad about hitting that update button on my software. I'm bad about it, dog. But yeah, I did hear something, not recently, but I heard something maybe about a month ago or a month and a half ago that Ableton was definitely getting stem separator. They was getting like every other dog now. They was finally gonna join the party and get a stem separator. I did hear that. So I don't know if it can. If you saying that it came in 12.3, I know they got a new update 12 point. I know that's cool. Absolutely, man. I didn't know that. I didn't know that that actually came in 12.3 and 12.3. But I did hear like a month and a half ago that it did, that Ableton is looking to bring it into their software. They are. So hopefully that's it, man. Hopefully that what you talking about. I gotta go kind of read up on it and see if that's what's up, man. But if that is it, if it's in Ableton 12.3, then bruh, kudos for that. You know, I know a lot of people have been, you know, asking for that because they see it in other softwares, and Ableton kind of lagging on that, a stem separator or, you know, something to, you know, hash out a full track with different sounds in it, you know. Cool. Thanks for that piece of information, because I didn't even know that, dog. I didn't even know that, man. And group free, yeah, the group freeze I know about 100%. Which that didn't that come in the last one? That didn't come in 3 point in 12 point. I thought that came in the last. I thought I got that in this update right here. I thought I could do the group. I don't know, but I do know about that, the group freeze, how to freeze groups. Yeah, definitely. I was looking forward to that one. Absolutely. Good though, man. Good. Again, thank you for that piece of it, for dropping that info, bro. Like for real, because it's a lot. I know it's a lot of people that probably don't know that, because that update is very new. That 12.3 Ableton update is very new. Like it came out literally like maybe like 2-3 days ago. You know, no more than a week ago. So it might be some people that don't really know that just yet. But yeah, new update of Ableton, and they bring in some new shit. You know, some very new shit. I can't speak on it too much because I haven't really read. It's like I said, it just came out, so I haven't really read the update and what it has to offer. So I don't really want to speak on some shit that I don't know nothing about just yet. You know what I'm saying? But my man said that he says it brings stem separator and group freeze, so you could freeze group tracks, freeze the audio from group tracks. So if that's it, then good job, Ableton, man. You know, W for Ableton. Let me bring the bass in. I forgot to even bring the bass in. We took care of the instruments. We didn't even bring the bass in. we leveled the instruments and left the bass down. And let's go grab the bass track right here. Let's do that. And we're gonna bring the bass up right here. Let's go here. Boom. Bring this bass up right here. We got 2 basses in the track. right, let's do it. Let's drop some drums on this thing, man. We gonna kind of deal with this right here. I might jump into the little bit more and kind of drop some of the stuff on it, but for now we're gonna kind of deal with this right here and just drop some drums on this thing. All right, so let's what am I gonna do? Okay, let's grab the MPC software right here. Okay, we're gonna drop some drums in the MPC software if I can. You know, bam, bam, bam. That's what we're gonna do. I think I might chop up a drum break. What y'all think? I chop up a nice little drum break, chop it up and use the drums in the drum break. Not the drum break, but just lay down our own pattern with the drum break. I think that'll be cool. We could do that. Let's grab the MPC software. We're gonna put that on the track right here. MPC, bam, bam. Normally I would just click in the drums in Ableton like y'all see me do, you know, but I think I'm hearing some type of boom bap, maybe some type of kind of deal. Yeah, my man said it, trap or boom bap to Ableton, you know. Yeah, I think I'm hearing some type of soul boom bap on it, you know, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So we might kind of get that rock instead of trying to turn this into some trap shit. So let us do that. If I can. Oh shoot. Oh shit. I have to, let me see. I have to find them boom bap drums. I forgot where they at. Let me find them real quick. They somewhere. Where's my boom bap drums, drum kits? There they go. Boom bap drum. Bam. Ooh, let's go. Hold up. Hey, ooh. So let me see what it's at in my browser. My Ableton browser. I'm looking for that drum kit I got. So it's drum kits right here. Bam. What is it in? Drum kits. Drum kits right there. Boom bap drum. Hip hop. Where's my boom bap drums? What the wait? Whoa. Why do I not see boom bap drums? My drum kit. Is that the wrong folder? Oh shit, I think that's the wrong folder. Show in Explorer. No, that's the right folder. How come I'm not getting all of my drum? Oh shoot, because I got MPC typed in the search bar. That's why. Let's clear this MPC typed in the search bar. It should give me the rest of my stuff. Bam, there you go. All right. My bad, y'all. Boom bap drum, there you go. Vinyl drum kit, there it is. Bam. See? I mean, that's all right, but I should have another one that I can get rocking with, right? Right? Where is it? I should have another one that I can get rocking with. No, I don't. Hip hop drums. Iron Fist. No. No, where is it? Oh, no. I'm just making sure I got the drums for what I want to do. I don't think I got them on this. Oh shit. I don't even have my vinyl magic drum kit is not on here, dude. Damn. Okay, so we're gonna chop up a drum break. Let's just do it. Let's just chop up a drum break. Let's find one. Let me just search for it. Let me just open up a random pack that I got. Just type in, you know. And we're gonna just get a nice little, we're gonna try and find something with a nice little whatever for this track right here. Let's do it. Oh shit. Let me turn down the volume on that. Was that loud as shit? That woke y'all up. that kick right there. I love that kick right there. I definitely want the kick from right here. So let's drag that in. I definitely want that first kick from right there. Boom. Definitely want that kick from right there. Basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna listen to some drum breaks and just kind of down, you know, just kind of grab the drum breaks I want. And it's gonna be because I hear different sounds in the drum break. Like for this drum break right here, I don't really like the drum break, but I definitely like the kick in it. I love that kick. When I heard that kick, I'm like, yeah. So I'm gonna grab that kick from this drum break right here and put that on the pad. So let's listen to some more. Right now, I'm looking for a snare I can get. I want a snare that got kind of like a hi-hat attached to it. So that'd be nice if I could find that. See something like that. Let me see. Nah, it's too hollow. Too hollow. That's too sharp. That's it. I think that's it. Right here. Yes. I could work with that. Boom. Let's get that. That's gonna be our snare in this drum break. Nice. Bam. Okay. I need a hi-hat. That open hi-hat in this. Definitely want that open hi-hat. Let's go. I want that open hi-hat in this right here. Let's go. I need a hi-hat. Come on, man. Give me one. Nope. Nope. Like that. There it is. That's my hi-hat right there. There's my hi-hat right there. Let's go. Let's get it. All right. Okay, now just maybe what I should have did is I should have labeled them things to know which one giving me what. I just drag them in, but now I forgot which ones are. So we're gonna have to listen to them, that way I can tell which one I want. So let's start with this one right here, this top one right here. That's obviously the kick. We know that. That's obviously the kick we want from that, right? That's the kick we want from that. So let's get the kick off that. See that right there? We want that. So let's grab that. Bada bow. Bam. Damn. That thing now off the chain. It's a little bit too tight though. So I might end up doing a little bit of EQ to this or changing the pitch of it because it's a little bit too tight. A little bit too tight for my taste. It thump, but it's a little bit too tight though. Yeah, but I like that ting. I like that hi-hat it got attached to it. Look. You hear? It got that tinny sound to it. It's just not a thud. I like that. That's why I wanted this kick right here. But I might end up changing the pitch on this or EQing it a certain way to get that sound that I want. Right now it's a little bit too tight. You know, I feel like somebody tighten up the bottom of the kick drum, the bottom of the pan on the kick drum. They tightened it too much, and yeah, you know this what happens. So it give you that tight sound. I like that loose kind of full sound with a nice thundering kick. You know. A little bit too tight though, but we're gonna deal with that. We're gonna deal with it. But we got the kick. Let's go. So let's process this. Get the kick off there. Right. So how I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna extract it, and that way I can label it. So I'm gonna extract it. I'm gonna put it on extract, and then I'm gonna type in kick right here. Change the title of the kick, and hit do it, Hit do it. It's going to extract just that kick drum right there. So I got this on the pad. I got that on the pad, or I got it in my sample pool. Okay. So now let's go to the next sample, which is I think that's the hi-hat, wouldn't it? I think that's the hi-hat that I wanted off of the album. I don't hear nothing else in that album. Definitely ain't the snare, definitely ain't the kick. So I think this is the hi-hat. That's what I want from this one. So let's get that. This hi-hat right here. And it got a little percussion sound in that I might mess with too. That's gonna be a little gift that he give me. Let's do hi-hat. Boom, I got that. So I got my hi-hat. Boom. That's my hi-hat right there. Got that. Okay, and then I think I want this little percussion sound right here too. That's next to it. We're gonna kind of get that right there. This little percussion sound right here. See this? Y'all see that sound I'm talking about right here? The thing right here. What y'all think? Is that too minor? It's in there, but is it too minor? That right there? I could pitch that down though and do something with that. I can. I think I should take that too. Very minor though. I don't know. Yeah, let's just take it. We're gonna take it. We're gonna take it and we're gonna just call it a percussion sound. We're gonna do it. I keep hitting the wrong pad, bro. Okay, bam. There it is right there. Okay, so let's get that and we're gonna do process, extract, change the name. We're gonna call that perk. We're gonna call that perk 1. Do it, bam. We got that off of that. Now let's go to our next sample, our next drum break. What we want off this one. That's our snare. That's our snare right there. Oh, there's our snare right here. Let's catch this snare right here. I think I like the hats in this too. We're gonna deal with that after I deal with the snare. I got my snare right here. This is my snare. There it is. There you go. Bam. Make sure I get my in. The trick is to chop your snare. Like, see, I don't want to chop it like right at the beginning of the snare. See, this would be the beginning of the snare. Bam, right there. See, I'm gonna chop it like right here. What I'm saying, a little bit further away from this. That way, when I lay down my snare part, it's a little bit of space that come before my snare actually hit. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like offsetting your snare a little bit without moving it off the grid. You done it already in the sample when you chopped it. You know what I'm saying? So give myself a little bit of room before the snare hits. See, like that. Y'all gonna see the difference in me. All this is tricks that I learned from each other. This is what I came from. What y'all seeing right now, this is what I came from. Making beats. This, right? That's why I'm just doing it like nothing. Like, well, I know what I want to get. I know how I want to do it. I'm even hearing the effects that I like. These drums not gonna stay like this. They just the basis of the drums that I'm gonna build. These drums right here. They're not gonna stay like that. That's not this not the sound I'm hearing. All I'm hearing is just a basis for what I want to do. Now I'm gonna add some shit to that to make it the drums that I want from this basis right here. This basis of all these drums. You know what I'm saying? This what I this snare definitely gonna give me a good bass. Let's take that. Let's take that snare. I'm gonna hit process. Change the title to snare ARE. Hit do it. Bam, I got my snare. Okay, now I heard this right here too. They got a little sound right here. Okay, this little thing right here. I might get that too. This right here. See? Yeah, definitely want that. Okay, so let's make sure we tighten that up a little bit. Bam, like that. Okay, I'm gonna go to the beginning, leave a little air on that at the beginning. Nice. Hit process. And we're gonna call that, I guess that's what, a ride sound? That's a ride, right? A little ride sound? Let's call that a ride sound. Like a ride, I guess. Boom, we got that. Bam. Do we have any more samples to go to? What did I want out of that one? The open hat. That open hat right here. This open hat right here. That's what I want. I want to cut that one tight. I want to make sure it's tight. No air. I don't give it no air at the beginning. That has a little bit of that kick bleeding over in it, which I could EQ that out. I could literally do that and then thin it out some to get the open hat that I want. But this, like I said, this is a good basis. I'm gonna use these drum sounds, but remember, they are being used as a basis to build my own drums. Show y'all how I do that. Okay, bam. Okay, let's process that. That's a O hat. O hat, do it. Bam, got my open hat. All right, so we go with the samples now. All right. So, see how we rock this. Go back to the software. I got all of my samples. Let's go back to the home page. I got all of my samples right here. There they go. Boom. I got my hi-hat right there. I got my kick. I got my open hat. I got my perk one. Got my ride sound. And I got my snare all right here. See, this is the samples I took them from. The drum breaks I took them from. This is the samples that I relabeled, that I lifted from them drum breaks. All right, so let's go ahead on and start putting them on the pads. Let's do it. So my kick, obviously, I'm gonna want more of my kick to be right here on the first pad. Ooh, let's go. Ooh, let's go. All right. Before we handle that, okay, wait, let's just put them all on there. My kick. What's this one? That's my open hat. I'm gonna put my open hat up here, right here. Okay. That's my actual hat right there. Boom, I'm gonna put that right here. Okay, got the kick, got the old hat, perk, my perk sound. This perk sound right here, I'm gonna put that up here. Out the way. This right here, my ride sound. I'm gonna put that next to the perk. Right here. Okay, and then my snare, I'm gonna put next to my kick right here. Woo! Okay. Now it's time to build our drums. Let's go. So, first thing I'm gonna need to do. First thing I'm gonna need to do is find out the pitch that I wanted them drums. Okay, so let's play the beat. I'm gonna loop a part of the beat in Ableton, right? you know, loop a part of the beat. Basically this part right here. Or let's loop this part where everything is playing. Let's loop that. Okay, Control L, bam. All right. What I'm doing is while I'm playing the beat, I'm gonna start playing the drums and go to program edit and start playing the drums and figure out the pitch I want of each drum sound. This ain't gonna take too long, but just rock with me a bit. Pitch is everything. Everything when you building your drums. All right, let's do it. Bam. Obviously that's too damn loud. that's the first thing we can recognize about it. So let's go ahead and turn that down a little bit. All right, let's go. Let's play the beat, and then we're gonna start hitting this kick drum and see what we got. Let's take the pitch down. Ooh. Go down a little bit more. Nope. I like that. So that's gonna cover the low end. That's gonna cover the low end of my kick. Okay. Boom. Take the volume down on that. Okay. Now I'm gonna take that kick. I'm gonna take that same kick and put it on my second pad, on my second layer. So now I have two kicks layered on that same pad of the same kick. See, two kicks. Okay. So I'm gonna take care of the mid tone. Okay, so let me take the volume down on the first kick, the level on that first kick. So now I'm hearing my second layer right here, this second layer. This is my first layer kick that I brought the semitones down. I put it in a lower range. This is my second layer right here. But all I want to hear is my second layer so I can get the tone I want from that. That's my second layer. Same kick, second layer. Okay, I got my first layer turned all the way down, so I'm not hearing that volume. Let's pitch this one. Play the beat, and I'm gonna pitch it and get the mid tone. See, right out. Oh, a little bit more. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So let's take this down. Let's take the level down on that one. So now nothing should be playing. Nothing. Level down on both layers. Okay. Let's duplicate the kick to the third one. Boom. Same kick to the third one. Okay. Now I'm going to play it, and I want the higher tone in the kick. The higher tone. That's that zip on the end. That tinny sound, that ch-ch-ch. I want that. So let's play it. Let's bring it up, pitch it up. See that zip? You hear that? Y'all hear that zip? Hear that zip? That's what I want. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. That zip right here. That's what I want. Let me play it again. There we go. That's good. That's good. I just pitched up a little bit. All right, so let me show y'all what just happened. First layer kick. I pitched it down 4. That's gonna give me my low end tone. Second layer kick, I pitched it up 4. Okay, that's gonna give me my mid tone. Okay, and then third layer kick, I pitched it up 11. That's gonna give me that buzz on the end of that kick. This, that tinny sound at the end of the kick. Chi chi chi. That's gonna give me that. All right. So let's go ahead on and do it. Let's bring the levels in. Right. All we're gonna do is just mix these levels in. Then we're gonna drop an EQ on to EQ it how we want to get the punch of what we want. All right, let's go. So let's bring the low in first. I got all the levels turned down using this second to last knob right here. All the levels in each layer turned down. All right, so let's bring in the low in. Let's bring in the mid. See how I get my kick that punch? See, now right when I get to this mid, I'm gonna start playing the track and seeing how much of these other two I want to put in there. The low, I could kind of just gauge that by how beefy I want the kick. But now I want to hear the music playing, so where I can bring in the rest of this to match what I want. The mid kick and the high kick. Let's go. See? All right. I got that. Now we're gonna bring in the high kick now. We got the low one, the mid, high. Let's go. High one right here. Okay, let's start bringing it in. Let's play the beat. What I'm looking for is that zap. I'm looking for that zap that is gonna bring my kick. Right now, I hear a hiss on my kick at the end. If you listen to hello, so you hear that hiss at the end, like an open head at the end of that kick. What I'm saying? I want a zap. Like that zap. That's what that high gonna do. So that's what I'm listening for, that zap. That zap that's gonna happen. So let's lower that all the way. The high one lowered all the way down. Let's start playing the beat. We're gonna increase that high kick, bring it into these other two. Let's go. There it is. See, I overdid it so y'all can hear what I mean. Hear that zap? That pew, 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 pew with the kick. See? It's like that zap that's on it now. That look what happens when I take that high out. See? It's back to the third in the mid and the bass in the low. This is with the zap. Let me increase the zap all the way. See? I'm looking for my job is to start from nothing and increase that zap into that to where it come in, but it don't overpower the kick. I just did it all the way because I wanted y'all to hear what I'm listening for. No zap. Zap full throttle. Let's bring that in to where it kind of fit what we need. Let's go. This is none. Let's bring it in. There it is. Bam. We got our kick. There it is. Bam. That's our kick. Bam. That's our new kick sound. Let's go. Just 3 layers. That's it. Okay. Now we're going to go to, we got the pad right here. We got the pad. We're going to go to pad channel. Make sure it's on pad channel. That way we could put some effects just on this pad. If we put it on program channel, that means it's gonna affect all of our pads, whatever effects we put on it. We don't want that. We just want to affect just because we want to EQ this kick. So we switch it to program channel down here. I mean to pad channel down here. That way we can put it on just the pad. Any effects we put gonna be just on this pad. Right there. So we want to EQ. Okay. I want my shaping EQ. That's what I want. Let's do that. That is my Lupticus EQ, the one that y'all learned about today, earlier in the video. If I can find it. There it is right here. Bad Al. Let's go. Okay, so what I'm doing is I want to make this kick. I want to make this kick less study and fit with the beat. So what I'm hearing in the beat, I'm gonna play the beat. What I'm hearing when I EQ this kick is I'm hearing I want the kick to come to punch out of the beat, out of the melodies, but at the same time, I want to maintain that lowness of the kick to where it blends in with the bass. Listen to the bass of the track. Into the bass. This is the bass. See what I'm saying? So that's what we want. That is what we want. We want to make sure that we have that good to go. Okay, matching that bass. Okay, so why isn't it playing now? What did I do? Did I mute anything? Oh, I soloed it. My bad. Soloed it. Okay, so let's solo. That's why I soloed it. Let's solo the bass. That's this. That's this that we need. This is the bass. Okay, let's solo that bass, and then I want my piano sound as well. The main sound, this. So let's start EQing our kick. So we need to solo the MPC track as well. If we don't solo that one, we're not going to be able to hear the pad that we press. We need to solo that one and bring that into the solo group. See? So now I got 3 tracks soloed: my bass, my main piano sound, and the track that the MPC software is on. Okay, that way we can hear when we push this pad. Now I'm playing something. Okay, so let's go on and play the beat, play the bass and the instrument and the main instrument, and we're gonna get our kick to fit. We're gonna EQ our kick to fit. Let's go. Come on, man, what's going on, dude? There we go. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. That did 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 it. Snare. Let's go. Snare. Let's go. Let's do it. Same deal. Same deal. Let's go. Let's close this up. We on the snare now. Same exact deal. We might just need 2 layers of the snare. 3 maybe, but 2 layers. Go. Play it. We need the first one. That's my mid tone of the snare. I do my mid tone first because the snare is going to be mid tone heavy. So I do the mid for the kick. If you notice, I started off with the low part of the kick. Then I did the mid next, and then I did the high part. The snare, I'm gonna start off with the mid of the snare. So that's the mid. So what I ended up doing is pitching it up 3 to get this mid sound in the first layer. So I'm gonna layer my snare again. Layer it again, and then y'all guessed it, I'm gonna take care of the high tone of the snare. All right, so let's turn this down. Let's turn our first layer down. Now we got the second layer playing, and let's go ahead on and start pitching it up to get the higher part of the kick. Let's do it. I mean, the higher part of the snare. Let's do it. Damn. That's it. That's it. Right there. Right there. So that's pitched up 7. So the first one I got pitched up 3. This one I got pitched up 7. Let's go on and bring them both in. Like I said, I may need 2 layers, maybe 3. If we need 3, we're just gonna put it down here on this 3rd layer and do the same thing, you know, to get a more full tone. But I think all I'm gonna need is just these 2 right here, just them mids. Let's see. Okay, let's turn them both down. We shouldn't hear nothing playing. Okay, Let's play the beat and start bringing them in. Let's do it. Nice. Let's bring in the other one, the other level, the mid level. Oh. Oh, man, I like that. I like that. We're gonna need a third layer. Okay, third layer gonna be the low end of the snare. All right, that's gonna be light. Gonna be light. So let's put the snare again on the third level. Okay. I have to remember where these are. So 75 and 65. 75 and 65%. Top one is at 75 level. Bottom one is at 65 level. Okay. So I'm doing that because I may have to turn these down, you know, all the way to 0. So I want to remember where they're set right now, the level that they're set at. So top one 75 right here. Middle one set at 65 level. We good. You know what I'm saying? Middle one at 65 level. Now we're going to deal with this layer right here. So reason why I need to hear that is because I can't listen to all of these hitting and get my low sound from this snare right here. See what I'm saying? So I'm going to try and do it, but chances are I may need to bring these down. I'm going to start. So basically what I'm doing is I'm going to be listening to all 3 snares and just adjusting this for the low tone of what I'm hearing, instead of doing it solo, getting the low tone solo and then bringing it into the rest of these. See what I'm saying? I'm going to be doing it as I'm listening to all of them. When I hit this pad, all of them going to play. See? All of them playing. If y'all notice what I did with every layer, I did it solo. Every layer I did, I got the tone I want solo. I'm not going to do this with this because it's just going to take a little bit of time. So I'm gonna just bring it in, turn down the volume, the level. That's the first 2. I'm going to start bringing this, creeping this in. And as I start hearing it creeping, I'm going to start adjusting the semitone to give me a lower tone. See, so it's just like me bringing in a lower tone to my snare, to this. I'm going to bring in a lower tone to it. All right, so let's go. Let's do it. Let's play the beat. And then we're gonna bring in this level for the lower tone of the snare. Let's go. There it is. See? Woo! Nice, nice. So now I got my snare, I got my kick. You know what I'm saying? Nice. See what I'm saying? We got our kick, we got our snare. Boom. All right, let's go to the hi-hat. That's our hi-hat right here. Okay, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take care of the higher portion of the hi-hat. If y'all notice, with the kick, we took care of the lower portion first, and then we worked our way down to the higher part. The snare, we started with the mid first, then went to the high, then went to the low. See? So for the hi-hat, we're gonna start with the high part, and then go bring in the mid and bring in the lower hi-hat if we need it. All right, let's go. So the first tone, we got our hi-hat right here. First tone gonna be higher. Okay. So let's play the beat. See what we can get from that. See, remember we taking care of the high part. See? All right. So that I pitched up plus 14 to get that sound. Okay, so let's do the mid of the hi-hat now. Now that we got our higher part, we're gonna do the mid now. Okay, so let's bring down this level right here, the level of the high one, and we're gonna work with the level of the mid. Let's go. Oh, we gotta put it there. We gotta put that hi-hat right here. Put that another hi-hat layer. So let's layer the same hi-hat right here on this one. First hi-hat we got turned down. That's our high one. And then this layer hi-hat, we're gonna bring the mid-tone to the hi-hat. Let's go. Let's play the beat. Like that. All right. That's the mid tone. Okay. So now we're going to bring in the high tone with the mid tone. Let's go. Woo! That's our hi-hat. That's our hi-hat right now. Boom. All right. Now what we can do is we can bring a little bit of low end. I don't think I'm gonna need it though, but you know, let's just kind of do it just to see what's gonna happen. All right, so a third layer we got at a hi-hat. Okay, so we're gonna turn this down. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna turn this all the way down, and I'm gonna start creeping it in there, and then I'm gonna start adjusting for the low end of the hi-hat. Let's go. All right. So what I did, that took me a little minute, but what I did is I pitched it all the way down -14, and then I only brought the level in 4 decibels. That's it. It's 4. So it's literally creeping underneath my other hi-hats. It's creeping. That's what I'm saying. Like literally that low tone right here. See? But if I was to take it out, check it out. See? Put it back in. Put the hi-hat back in. See that low tone is giving me? Plus it has a little echo on. You know what I'm saying? And then I can adjust that to taste just by turning up the semitones. If I want it tighter, see? If I want it tighter, whatever. All right, so let's leave it like that. Plus 13. All right? This is my hi-hat now. Feel the beat? That's my hi-hat now. Okay? And then what we got? Open hi, we got open hat, right? Okay, so what I need from that is that's a little bit short. Okay. That's a little bit short. So what I'm gonna do with that is we're gonna warp it. Okay, we're gonna warp it. Okay, so let's hit warp. That's gonna make it short. Okay, so I need to bring this BPM up right here, stretch it out. Okay. Let's play the beat, see what we got. I ain't gonna worry. Maybe that'll work. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. First thing we're gonna do. Boom. Now that we got our drum sounds, we're gonna lay down our hi-hat first. Let's get it. 16 level. Put it in velocity. Bam. Get it. Let's 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 get it. I like that low one. I like that low hi-hat. I like it. 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 Oh, shift. U. Undo. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Like this. That low one right there. Let's go. Yeah. Take that out of 16 level. Go here and take the attack, smooth the attack out on our hi-hat. Nice. Let's go. Woo! Come on, bro. Let's do our kick and our snare. So our second pad up here, we're going to put a kick drum up there, and we're going to give ourselves a ghost kick right here. Let's create a ghost kick. You know, ghost kick going to be a little bit more hollow than the kick. That's way too much. So we need to lower the velocity, lower the level. Woo, let's go. Okay, let's get our drum tracks out of the MPC. Okay, I'm gonna do that really easy way. We're gonna do each one individually. So all I'm gonna do is go to, I see I got all of my tracks on one file. I got all of my tracks on in one program, my different drum tracks. So this is my hi-hats right here. See? Hi-hats, got my ghost kick right here, boom, got my oh, that's my open hi-hat. My open hi-hat right there. Almost forgot. Let's put that in there. Let's play it. Let's go. Let's put that in there. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. We got that. Let's get it. 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 Solid basis for the drums. Okay, so now that we got all our sound. Oh, shit, wait. We got a ride sound. Let's see if I can put that somewhere. Woo, let's go. Actually, I'm gonna need 16 level for that. I need 16 level for it. So let's put it in 16 level right here. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Let's take it out of 16. Bam. 16 level. Close. Now we gotta do 16 levels. Our riser. So I'm gonna do something like dun 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 dum 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 dun 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 dum 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 dun dun dun. See, I'm gonna do something like that. Let's do it. There it is. There it is. I got my ride time. There it is. Bam. Bam. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just see if I can get a different tone from that real quick, really quickly. Okay, let me disengage my 16 level. Go to the pad program, right? The program track right here. Ride sound right here. I'm gonna play the beat and I'm gonna just adjust the pitch of it to see if I can get a better pitch with that ride sound. That's it. That's it. So I brought it down -4. No, -2. Different pitch. Nice. Okay, so now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 drum tracks, 6 drum sounds that we need to get out of here, right? Okay, and I want them all on their individual tracks. I could just render this out as a drum break, drag it in Ableton, leave it like that. I could. But I want each sound on their own individual tracks. Okay, so I'm gonna do that one by one. First thing I'm gonna do is how many drum sounds do we have? 1. Anything that has MIDI on it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not anything that has sound on it. Anything that has MIDI on it. So I'm just looking at the MIDI notes. As I click right here, see? As I click right here, they're gonna light. The MIDI is gonna light up. See? All of the MIDI notes gonna light up with every pad that I click. You know what I'm saying? Not the velocity. Get back on that. Okay. So we got 1 up here. We have a sound here, but no MIDI. We didn't use that sound. Okay. So we got 1 here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 drum sounds. Okay. So the reason why we want that to count them is because we need to go to Ableton and give ourselves 6 audio tracks. So underneath here, we're going to do Control T. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. Okay. So I don't get them mixed up, I'm going to do my kick and my snare. Green. That's going to be my kick and my snare. Okay. Kick. Snare. Right. Bam. And then I'm gonna do my open hi-hat yellow. See, so this one right here, that yellow track down here, gonna be my hi-hat. A normal hi-hat. Okay, what else I got? I got a ride sound. This orange is gonna be my ride sound right here. And I'm just picking the colors because that's what it gave me. As I was hitting Control T, was just giving me different color tracks. So I'm just picking them according to what I like. So the hi-hat I want yellow, the ride sound I want orange right here. Put that under here. What else we got? How many tracks we got? 6. So let's see how many we got. We missing some. We got 1, the kick, snare, 2, 3, 4. We missing 2. So we got, what different sounds we got? The kick, the ghost kick. So let me give myself another track under the kick. Make that a lighter color green. That way I can tell something is up with it. See what I'm saying? Lighter color green like that. Bam. And I'm gonna label that ghost G kick. Bam. Kick, ghost kick, snare. I got the ride. I got this, and I'm missing another one. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing 1, 6. What are we missing? Snare, percussion, ride. So I'm missing the O-hat, the open hat. All right. So I'm going to give myself another track. Oh, it gave me a yellow one, just like that. How do you like that? The O-hat. Okay, so the yellow one, hats I like yellow. So it actually gave me a yellow one when I hit Control T. All right, so I'm gonna call that O-hat. My open hats. Bam. Okay, so I got all 6 of my tracks ready to start importing sound. So I'm gonna do this from the MPC right here to get all them tracks out is, see on the side of each one of these right here, there's a solo button. See? There's a solo button. See? So if I want to listen to this beat, I can listen to it with just the hi-hat. See? I can listen to it with just the snare. See what I'm saying? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna solo these different drums and render it out, drag it into Ableton. Go back, solo a drum, render it out, drag it into Ableton. Very simple to get all of them tracks out of there. So right now I got the snare soloed. See, so I'm gonna do this. Let's do the snare first. See, so while with it soloed, I can go up to this quick render. And it's what I'm basically doing is I'm rendering out the track multiple times, but the only thing that's going to be in the track is what I have soloed. See? So that's why I'm soloing the sounds before I render it. I'm rendering this whole entire program over. If I take all this off, it's going to render the whole entire drum program into one file, but I want different files. So I'm a solo and keep rendering it over and over again with all of the drums on it. Simple. Okay. So hit the snare, solo the snare. See? Let's render that. Hit the quick render right here. It's gonna render the track, but just the snare. Boom. I got my snare. So let's drag that to the snare track, which is the third one right here. Bam. All right. Now we're gonna leave that how it is just for a second. Just don't need to do nothing to it. Okay. We're just gonna drag them all first before we do anything. Okay. Now check this out. Okay. Do you see how this stays red? Where I grabbed the audio from right here in this corner right here? It stays red. So that means I can grab some more audio. See what I'm saying? I could grab some more. I can grab this again and drag it anywhere. See? I can drag it anywhere I want. See what I'm saying? But my job, I need to clear this right here so I could render it over again. See, I can't press this again if it's already red. I can't press it again to render the track again. So I got to clear this in order for it to let me hit it again, to re-render this track again, but with a different sound on it. So all you do is just real quick shortcut. All you do is just hold control and then right bracket over to the next track. If you hold control and right bracket, that's going to bracket through your tracks. It's going to cycle through your tracks in the MPC. So see, look, I'm going to track 2. See how it cleared it up there? See, it cleared it. And then I just go back to the track 1, cycle back, control left bracket. Okay? Now I'm ready to render it again. See, it's cleared now. So all you're basically doing is going to track 2 and going back to track 1 to clear it. That's it. Clear the render button to get ready to render again. Okay, so now we got the snare. Let's do the kick below it. There's the kick. Hit that solo. Make sure as you hit solo, the other one isn't gonna solo. So I gotta unsolo the snare, solo the kick. It's not going just because you hit solo, it's going to unsolo them. So just make sure you know. If you don't, then remember, it's going to render whatever sound you have planned on it is going to render that. So you can easily put a snare and a kick on the same track simply because you forgot to, I didn't unsolo the snare. I didn't do that. I had 2 solos in here when it rendered. See what I'm saying? So just make sure whatever you had soloed before, you unsolo that and then solo whatever you want to render. So I just unsoloed the snare because we just rendered that. Now I got the kick solo. See, that's all we want. Let's hit the render. Boom. Export audio up here. Bam. That red button is waiting. Let's drag that to the kick, which is right here. Bam. Got our kick track. Okay. Same thing. Control right bracket over to the second track. Control left bracket over to the third, back to the first track. It's now cleared. Let's solo this. Nope, that's the snare. We already got that. Let's solo this. That's the O hat right there. That's our O hat right there. Let's solo that and then hit the render. Bam. See what I'm doing? I'm just rendering a track over and over again, but got the instrument that I want from it soloed. But that's all it's rendering. Bam. See this? This is the O hat right here we got. Let's drag that to the O hat track. Open hi-hat track. Bam. There's my O hat right there. Go back to the software. Control right bracket. Control right bracket. Oh, shit. Control right bracket. Control left bracket. It's now cleared. My render button is now cleared right here. Then I unsolo this. Go grab my next instrument, which is... that's the ghost kick. Let's do that. So hit the render. Bam. Drag that to my ghost kick, which is my light green right here. Let's drag that there. Bam. Ghost kick. All right, go back to the software. See, control right bracket, control left bracket, clear my render. Go to my next one. There it is up here. See how I didn't unsolo. See, I didn't unsolo the goose kick. See how it's playing both. If I hit render, it's gonna render both of them in one track. So you remember, like I said, make sure you unsolo the last instrument and then solo the one you want rendered, or else you're gonna end up with two sounds on the same track. Bam. So that's what I want right there. That right there. That's my ride sound. So let's hit the render. Bam. My ride sound is right here, orange track. So let's drag that to the orange track. Pow. My ride sound. Go back to the MPC software, control right bracket, control left bracket. See, clearing my render, and that's how you can get all your sounds out real easy. If you got multiple sounds on one track, which is this how we kind of all work. You know, we drag sounds to the pads, and we tend to have all our drum sounds on one track, on one program. You know what I'm saying? So instead of stemming out, all you got to do is just quick render, boom. But just make sure you solo the sound you want. Solo it, makes sure that's the only thing playing off the track. Boom, you're good to go. All right, so we missing one. What we missing? We missing the hi-hat, right? That's what we missing. I thought I got the hi-hat track. Let me play this. Let me mute the MPs. Anytime you want to play, just make sure you mute this. You mute the program right here. Because if you don't mute it, if you don't mute the program, it's going to play twice. It's going to play the drum sounds you got in the MPC software, plus it's going to play the drum tracks you dragged to Ableton. In time, but just doubly loud the sound. Anytime you want to play what's in Ableton, make sure you come to the MPC software and mute the program right here. Just mute it right here. That way, none of this is going to play. All I'm listening to is just the drums in Ableton. Oh shit, it's soloed. Okay, don't have the hi-hat track. Okay, don't have it. Let's unmute it. Let's get the hi-hat track. Bam. This is our hi-hat track right here. So let's solo that one. Bam. Okay, I was just listening to it to see if I had the hi-hat in there. If y'all heard it was out of time. It wasn't in time. But I'm gonna show y'all how to fix that real quick as you drag stuff in there. I'm just dragging it all in first. Fix it all. Okay, so let's hit the export audio with our hi-hat solo. Boom. Drag that to our hi-hat track. We got all our drums now. Bam. We were just missing a hi-hat track. That's it. Okay, so now what we can do is we can hit the mute. Let's unsolo this just to make sure. And then we can hit the mute. So now we don't hear the MPC saw this track playing in the MPC no more. We don't hear that. We can close out of the MPC shortcut if you want to work back and forth between the two. Hold Control, Alt, and P. You know what I'm saying? If you got Ableton highlighted, if you hold Control, Alt, and P, see? It's going to pull up the MPC and then go back to Ableton. And all I'm doing is holding down Control and Alt at the same time and just hitting P. You know what I'm saying? I can literally go back and forth that quick. Okay, so I just hit Control P, got rid of the MPC. Now all I'm listening to with the MPC muted, remember, the MPC track is muted. So I'm not hearing none of these drum sounds in the MPC no more. All I'm hearing is just my Ableton sounds. Okay, if this Control P doesn't work, see, I'm pressing it right now and it doesn't work, it's because the last thing you click was the MPC software. See, see how I'm clicking it up here? See my mouse up here? I'm clicking the MPC software. That means, so if I'm working, if anything I clicked on here, the last thing I clicked was the MPC software, that Control P won't work. See? Because it's picking up the shortcuts from the MPC. The MPC doesn't have a Control Alt P shortcut. So it's doing nothing. It doesn't have that. In order for Ableton to register my Control P shortcut, the last thing I got to click on is Ableton. See? So all I did was just grab an empty spot and I could click anywhere. Just make sure you click on the Ableton somewhere. So I'm clicking up here, somewhere up here by to just make sure you got Ableton highlight. Then you can hit Control P and the shortcut work. So just make sure, again, make sure the last thing that you clicked is not the MPC software. Not that. See? If I click here, if I'm doing something in the MPC and I put a MIDI note here, I'll do something, whatever, bam, bam, bam. And then I want to hit Control P real quick, see? Because the last thing I clicked on was the MPC software. The last thing I clicked on. So the imp is, again, it's registering the MPC shortcuts, which there is none for Control Alt P. There is no shortcut for the MPC. All right. So if I want it to work, all I got to do is just go click on Ableton and then hit Control P. Bam. That's simple. So let me show you the workflow. If I'm in the MPC doing whatever, yada da, whatever, and I'll be like, all right, okay, yeah, let me go back to Ableton. Let me erase this, go back to Ableton. I can erase these notes I just got, hit delete, and before I do anything, just go click Ableton up here. See how I got them? I got them under each other like this. You can see 2 white bars. That's why I keep them like that. You can see 2 white bars. See? So that's Ableton white bar up here, and that's the MPC white bar. See what I'm saying? That's how I keep it. See what I'm saying? So now that I'm in Ableton, I'm in the MPC doing whatever, the MPC is always below Ableton. See? Ableton is right here. Well, now it's a black bar, but it was white. But MPC is always below Ableton. See? So I could click on either one up here. It's like a tab. I use them as a tab I'm clicking on. If y'all can see that. Black is Ableton, MPC is white. So if I'm in the MPC doing whatever, bop, whatever, handling business, doing my notes, whatever, I'd be like, oh shit, I want to go back to Ableton. I always click up here, bam, and then hit the shortcut, bam. See what I'm saying? But it's reflex to me now. That's how I do it so quick. It's reflex. You might have to get used to that to make sure you click on Ableton so that shortcut work. Again, bam, Control P. I'm in the MPC doing whatever, yada, handling my drums, doing whatever, bop, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh shit, I want to go back to Ableton. Click Ableton, bam, and then hit your shortcut. I'm back in Ableton. That quick. Simple. All right, so this is out of time, right? When it rendered it out, when I dragged it into Ableton, remember Ableton warped it. It has that warp automatically on in Ableton. That's always engaged on your tracks. So it warped all of this. So they're out of time. See? All you have to do, very simple, is go double click on the audio file that you dragged. So we're gonna start with the kick right here. The kick. Just double click on it. Bam. Go down here in the corner right here. Left hand corner. Hit the warp, that yellow button, turn it. It's right now it's engaged. Turn it off, then turn it on. Turn it back on. That's it. See how I stretch my kick out? See? Now the kick is in time. See? And you do it to all of them. And you're going to know it's stretched it out because it's going to give you a little tail piece of audio. I'll give you that. You're going to know it's stretched it out. Let's do the ghost kick. If you notice it's short, the second track is our ghost kick right here. This one. Second one. Okay, if you notice, when I do the warp, keep watching the track. Turn the warp on, turn the warp off, then turn it back on, see? Turn it back on. Go to the next one, and just keep doing them all. You literally click, turn it off, turn it back on, click on the next one, bam, turn it off, turn it back on. Then on this one, turn it off, turn the warp off, turn it back on, bam, click on the next one, turn the warp off, turn it back on. Done. All my tracks that I drug out of the MPC software is now in time in Ableton playing with the beat. Check it out. All audio tracks ready to go. Bam. Very simple, very easy, very efficient to go through the MPC software and Ableton. And look, remember, I got that MPC software just on the trigger. It's on the trigger waiting for me to pull it up again. Y'all remember the shortcut? Control Alt P. Remember, because Ableton got to be the last thing I'm pressing for that shortcut to work. See how I'm in Ableton? So obviously it's going to be the last thing I'm pressing. So I got that shortcut waiting. In order for that Control Alt P shortcut to work, Ableton got to be the last thing you pressed. Because that's what a shortcut is, to pull up the plugin, to pull up the MPC plugin. That's what it is. So boom, boom, Control. I'm in Ableton. I just was clicking on these tracks, so that Ableton is the last thing I clicked on. Hold it, bam, back in the MPC. If long as I don't touch nothing in the MPC, I could keep going back and forth because Ableton is still the last. I didn't click on nothing in the MPC yet in MPC software, so Ableton is technically still the last thing I clicked on. See, so the shortcut still works. As soon as I touch something in the MPC, I click here, I do this, see, it won't work. Okay, It won't work because it's looking for MPC shortcuts now. So again, if you keep your bars, you know, if keep your software a little under the you like this, see how I got the double kind of thing going on at the top? One is layered on top of the other one, but they not fully like this, just on top of each other. I got them kind of, see? That's how I work with them. That way I can always click on Ableton, bam, hit my shortcut. Wow. I can get there. I don't need to see that for Ableton, because remember, Ableton got to be the last thing you clicked. So I don't need to see them for Ableton. As long as Ableton is the last thing I'm clicking, I can use the shortcut. So even if I'm in Ableton working, doing whatever, and I want to go back to the MPC, Ableton is still the last thing that I clicked, because I'm in here doing whatever. Hit the shortcut. Pow. Hit shortcut. Pow. Very simple. All right. I'm just like, if y'all notice what I'm doing is I'm doing the same thing that y'all saw me do with the MPC. When y'all saw me bring y'all techniques with the MPC. All them videos I made and showing y'all stuff in the MPC, how to do what I do in it to make it efficient to run through. The videos got thousands and thousands and thousands of views with thousands of comments. You see what I'm saying? Them things help people a lot. That's what I'm figuring out with Ableton, and that's what I'm doing. You haven't seen any videos on it yet, but I'm figuring out a very seamless workflow that I can show you in a few videos, and y'all gonna see them coming. Y'all just seeing it all in one video right now, anybody that's live on this, but y'all gonna see less short videos, same way I did with the MPC. Let me show y'all how to move through Ableton back and forth in the MPC software real quick. And it's going to be a little 6-minute video that take y'all through this right here, how to set it up, what to do, and how the controls to go back and forth. See, then you go get another little video, and let me show you how to get the audio out of it into the MPC. So just very, very simple, very, very simple. And I'm going to take y'all to that. Y'all going to see that part of it where I was hitting the render button, you know, going to control right bracket, clearing it. When I drag it in, I will clear the track with the control right bracket, you know, to move it to track 2. Moving it to a different track, gonna clear your render button. It's gonna clear that red button. Then control left bracket back to my track to render out another sound. See, so I use that render as to clear. I use that back and forth from track to track to clear my render button, because it's gonna stay red as long as you render. See, I'm gonna show y'all that in a video. So it's gonna be simple video y'all can take, and that's gonna explain that, like what y'all seeing all in one right here. That way y'all can take in whatever part of that y'all want. See, y'all just seeing it all in one. But this is what I've been putting together all this time. Y'all been seeing me in Ableton, working with Ableton. I've been figuring out the key things about Ableton so I can now put a seamless workflow, as seamless as it can be between here and the MPC software. See, you could get stuff out of it very, very quickly. There's a few ways you can get that audio out, but see, that's the seamless one that I decided on, the one that takes all of the fluff out. Yeah, I could go to the MPC software. I could go here. I could go to the MPC software like this. Oh. I could go to the MPC software like this. I could go to the MPC software like this and then do the render. See, I could go up here, do the file, render out all it, see? And then do the render out my track, render out everything on its own, export everything individually, all that. You see what I'm saying? I could do that. Y'all can't see it because my camera in the way. But y'all know the menu in the MPC to where you can do the export, you know, the regular export. And then you can put the check mark and export as individual, export a track like this as individual stems, you know, put that check mark in that. Y'all know that. That's what I could do it that way, but see, that's not really seamless. That's me getting out of this, going into that to export it and do all of that and get the, now I got to go find it in whatever folder I saved it to, go find it in that folder, go find all them files and drag them in the Ableton. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to even be labeled. They're going to be labeled whatever I labeled this. See what I'm saying? But if you notice the way I did, see, it took care of everything. Everything is, I was able to get all of the audio out very seamless, one after the other, drag it into Ableton. Plus, everything is labeled. See, kick, ghost kick, snare, everything is labeled. I don't have to worry about whatever the title the MPC put on them tracks. Everything is laid ready for me to go. You know what I'm saying? Seamless, a seamless kind of thing between the two. I'm not gonna say seamless, but as seamless as it could be. That way, any one of y'all that want to work like this, work between the two. You like how Ableton move, you like whatever, but you also like your MPC. You could do that. And even this is the beauty. You remember what I told y'all when I made the video on me picking up learning Ableton now? I made that video a while, months ago. And I told everybody that I was gonna be picking up Ableton. You know, that video went crazy, you know. But I told you guys that I'm gonna bring y'all. As I figure out the workflow, I'm not gonna figure it out just for Ableton and the MPC. I'm gonna figure it out. The things that I'm gonna try and figure out with Ableton and the MPC, I'm gonna try and figure it out in a way to where it could work with whatever DAW you're using. Any DAW. I'm just using Ableton and the MPC. But if you get Logic in the MPC, you could use. See, that's what I'm doing. If you notice, all of this stuff that I showed, every 100% of it, you could pull this up in another DAW. You don't need Ableton and the MPC to do that. You could pull an MPC software up in Logic and do 100% of everything you saw here. 100%, 150% of it, everything, to do everything, get the audio out, all of it. The only thing is the warp, because Ableton got auto warp. It's gonna auto warp them tracks, so you got to go turn that warp on, turn it off, turn it back on to get your tracks normal inside of Ableton, which we did that very quickly. Another software might not have that auto warp, so you just drag them in. They're gonna be sunk to the BPM automatically. They're gonna be there. You won't have to do that warp and unwarp. We just like to keep that warp feature on in Ableton. It just makes it easy for when we dragging stuff in. Ableton will automatically detect the beat, no matter what BPM it is out there. When you drag it in, it'll detect it some kind of way and magically make it fit your shit. All you're doing is just dragging to the Ableton. I don't care if it's 160 something and your project session is 140, so just drag it in. Ableton go wop wop wop, and that shit gonna play in time without you doing that. That's what that's why everybody in Ableton keep that on. You could turn it off in the settings to where anything you drag in, it's not gonna do that. Anything you're dragging, it's just gonna leave it alone. Not gonna warp it. You can turn that off. But like I said, everybody in Ableton, I like it because, you know, it don't matter what I'm messing with out there. If I feel like dragging it into this project, I don't even have to worry about the BPM. Just drag it in and whoop, Ableton do that warp thing, and it's playing in tempo. It's just doing it automatically. It's just doing it, you know. That's why I keep it on. But in this case, it kind of works against you because it's warping it, but it's warping it out of time. Your drums, it's picking up something different, so it's warping it out of time. But to fix it, all you do is just click on every track. Any track you click on, see, you could just leave. You don't even have to double click. You could just click through them. One click, all of them. And as you clicking through them, you just go here, turn the warp off, turn it on. Bam, click to the next one, turn it off, turn it on. You don't even have to double click. Just click on it. Boom. Turn the warp off, turn it on. Go to the next one, turn it off, turn it on. You know what I'm saying? And just do that with any tracks you drag out of there. I like to do it all in one shot like this. If I'm doing drums, I do it all in one shot. If I'm doing samples, like y'all saw me chop up samples, pull it into Ableton, same way. I would chop up the sample in the MPC, render that sample, chop out that I did, whatever that is I did on that track in the MPC, render it out just like this, drag that file into Ableton. Y'all saw me doing that. But you see, I would do the warp right there. As soon as I drag it in, I would do it then. If y'all notice, for the drums, I just drug them all in. Then do the warp each time I drug it in. I just drug them all in. Then I go through them and do the, see, very, very, very efficient. If I just do it as I'm dragging, too clunky. As I'm dragging, I do the kick, render the kick out, drag it in, then double click, go down there, see, hit the warp, then go back in there. It's just too clunky. So why not just drag them or let them be unwarped? Just drag them all in and let them be unwarped. And then once you drag them all in, it ain't hurting your session. It ain't doing nothing to it. They just unwarped. So now you got them all in there. Just go hit click on every one by one, and hit the warp, turn it off, turn it on. Hit the warp, turn it off, turn it on. You know what I'm saying? Now they all in time, ready to go. Here they are. All of them, all 6 of my drum tracks. Now I can get a little arrangement going on. Let's do that. 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 Let's take off the loop. Okay, obviously we don't want none of this playing in the beginning part. I might want a little hi-hat coming in right here. So let's cut out all of these drums too. Leave the hi-hat playing right there, you know. Okay, so now we're gonna start off like this. I don't know if I want that playing. Yeah, there we go. And then in the middle of that hi-hat loop, I'm gonna bring in the right. Now I'm gonna bring in the open hat sound in the middle of that hi-hat that started. See? See how the hi-hat coming, the hi-hat start. You know what I'm saying? I got the top yellow track coming in to spice up the intro. Then I got the bottom yellow track coming in after that comes in. So boom. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the ride out and I'm gonna let the ride come in the second part. Let's go. I'm gonna drop the kick in the kick out right here. And I'm gonna let it drop on that snare. Ooh. Let's go. Let's go. I like that. What I'm gonna do in a second. Stop the bass right down the snare. Let's put this over here like that. I want this to take over right when that ends. let's put our let's start doing some MIDI tracks. All right, I'm gonna put another yellow one in there because I want to give myself a crash. Put on my cerebral drum kit. Grab a crash at that mug. Bam. Got open hi-hat C3. Let's go. Let's put a crash on there. Woo. Might have to pitch that down some, right? Let's see. Oh. All right, y'all want to fill out the beat some more? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fill it out. Y'all know what I like to fill it out with. I like to fill it out with some melodic content. Let's do it. Let's grab some Avenger. Let me use my lead piano on this bad boy right here. Put my lead piano on that. Look, remember, see how the MPC software pulled up with my VST? Remember, it's on trigger. Remember what I was telling y'all about working back with the control P short, the control alt P shortcut, you know, to delete that. It got it on trigger. So any other VST you pull up, that MPC software gonna pull up. Just remember that it's on trigger. You got literally on trigger. You know, so anything you pull up, that MPC software gonna pull up with it. You saw it, say how I pulled up of this VST, but it pulled up the MPC software with it. You know what I'm saying? But again, just to close it, just click on it, click on Ableton. Hit the control alt P, bam, there you go. And you're back in there. Yeah, back in there. Right, see? On trigger. See? It's gonna make visible anything you have open, any VSTs you have open. See? So right now I got Avenger and the MPC software. The MPC software is a VST enabled. It's gonna pull up any VST you got open. So just remember that. But even if it does, just remember, if you want to keep it on trigger like this, be able to just boom, pull it up and go back and forth like this. If you want to keep it on that trigger, just remember that once it pulls up any other VSTs, don't hit the X button. Don't close it. See, I can hit that and close out of it. Okay? It's no longer on trigger. Now it's closed. It's sitting on a track in Ableton, so the VST. It's sitting on a track somewhere in there. I gotta go hit double click on the track, then hit the thing to bring up the MPC software, whatever VST is on that track. See? So again, if you want it on trigger, and it pulls up with both with you know, any VSTs you have open, don't hit the X button right here in the MPC. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, that's this button right here. See, that's this close button right here. Y'all know what I'm saying? Don't hit that button. See, this is what it's gonna do if you want it on trigger. See, Control P. See, and then when I hit Control Alt P and then pull it up, it's gonna see I had pulled up my other VST as well and the MPC software. All you do is just click on the plugin you want. Click on that one. See, I want Avenger. Right? Okay, and then hit Ableton. See what I'm saying? Oh wait, hold up. Is it gonna do it? Oh, it doesn't do it. Oh shit, you have to do it. 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 You have to close it out. You have to, or is this gonna pull multiple plugins up at the same time? Yeah, you got to. Okay? It's gonna pull them both up at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Which, to be honest, which I don't mind working like this. I don't mind that it pulls up all of my plugins at the same time. I don't mind it. I don't mind messing with this plugin, you know, and seeing the MPC software too. I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? And then once I pick whatever I want in the plugin, I see I got it on trigger. Control P. Bam. And this is the thing. See the plugin. This plugin right here. Y'all remember when I told you if you click on the MPC, then you try the shortcut? See, if you're doing something in the MPC, whatever, and then you try the shortcut, see, it don't work. You Control Alt P, it don't work. You got to click on Ableton and make sure Ableton is the last thing you got selected. Then the shortcut gonna work. See, control the trigger gonna work. You go back and forth real easy. Okay, but the good thing about working in a VST, see, even if this is still considered Ableton pulled up this VST. Okay? So even if I'm working in my VST8, that's still the last thing. Ableton is still the last thing I clicked. I'm not clicking on anything in the MPC last. I'm still clicked on Ableton. See, anything I'm working with is considered still Ableton. See, so my Control P gonna still work. See, trigger still gonna work. That's the beauty of it. See, so that's why I don't mind that it pulls up in all my plug. It pulls them. I don't mind that because I could just hit Control P and get rid of them all. See, just like that. So I don't mind that trigger, you know. And if you got 6 plugins, it's gonna pull up all 6 like this. Okay? You just go click on the one you want to work with. Just click on it. You know, you might have to just kind of do this. Move this one down, move the next one down, move the next one down. Or you can click on them off like that. If you click on anything, other play is gonna put the other one behind it. You know what I'm saying? And then remember, Ableton shortcut works again. See, it's back on trigger. You know what I'm saying, so just remember that. If it's confusing you what I'm saying about having it on trigger like that, that Control Alt P. If it's confusing you, just remember Ableton has got to be the last thing you touch for it to work. That's all you got to remember. Ableton has got to be the last thing you touch. So this plugin, Ableton pulled this plugin up, not the MPC. I have this VST running on a track in Ableton. I just pulled it up. So even if I'm working inside of this VST, picking presets or whatever, it's still gonna work because that's still Ableton. See, it's still considered Ableton. You know, if I was to close this, see, and hit the MPC, see, now that I'm in the MPC doing whatever, clicking MIDI notes and see, and the MPC is the last thing I touch. So Control P does not work. No more trigger. To get around that, I would have to go up here, click the bar up here. So remember, there's a reason why I work with it like this. I don't work with them over each other, Ableton and the MPC over each other, like that. The MPC software just directly over it. I work like this, where I could see the top of Ableton. That's so I could just, anytime I want to use my shortcut and I'm working in the MPC, see, I'm doing all of this in the MPC, working here, and I want my trigger, it doesn't work. But if I just click Ableton up here in this empty space, bam, my trigger works. See? So it's like I use this as a tab, you know, to tab between the two softwares. Just right here, bam, I'm tab the MPC, tab on Ableton. So my Ableton shortcuts can work. MPC shortcuts work. Ableton, hit Ableton up here, Ableton shortcuts work. You know what I'm saying? So just remember that. Remember that. That's what I was going through whenever my control right bracket didn't work in the MPC. See, the shortcut in the MPC is control right bracket for a new track. See, new track. Okay? I can go to track 2. I can go back to track 1. Track 2, and all I'm doing is just holding control and hitting the right and left brackets. Okay, so I'll do. But you remember when I was trying to do that shortcut, it didn't work. The reason why is because Ableton was the last thing I clicked. See, so now when I went to the MPC, check it out. See, that shortcut don't work because there's no shortcut for Ableton in the MPC. There's no control right and left bracket short. At least I don't think there is. I don't know what I'm doing in Ableton if I'm hitting something and it's doing a shortcut. I don't know if control right and left bracket is a short. It probably is. It's probably a shortcut for something in Ableton that I don't know. But see, Ableton was the last thing I clicked, so the MPC shortcut's not working. Ableton was the last thing I clicked on. You know what I'm saying? If the MPC software will be the last thing I clicked on. Now, see? Now, see? My shortcuts is back for the MPC software. They work. Because the MPC was the last thing I clicked on. That's all you got to remember with keeping that on a trigger like that. Ableton has got to be the last thing you touch. So if you work with it in like a cascading window kind of thing like this, if you work with it like that, instead of putting them over each other like this to where you can't see the other one, working like that, you work with them in kind of a cascading window like this. See, you always, and you can see everything. See, I can see everything in the MPC, and I always got that bar up here to click on Ableton. That way I could trigger that control P shortcut. Ableton is the last thing I clicked on. See? To get rid of the MPC software. And I can go back and forth very easily. Bam. You know, workflow. Working in the MPC. MIDI notes. Doing my thing. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever. I'm going down here doing some stuff with the pads. Doing whatever. See, the MPC is the last thing I'm clicking on. My trigger won't work. My control right bracket, my control alt trigger won't work. See? So that's what the cascading window is for. After I'm finished working in MPC, go up here, hit Ableton, just like that. Make sure that's it, and then hit my shortcut. Bam, I'm back in Ableton. Ableton is the last thing I touch, so my trigger still works if I want to go back to the MPC. Bam. See? Start working in MPC, yada, yada, whatever. It's not going to work, remember. See? But if I want to switch back, my cascading window, hit Ableton, bam, back in Ableton. And now, you know, very, very simple workflow to go back and forth, man. Just in case y'all, very, very simple. You know, works in any DAW, however you want to use, anyone. You know what I'm saying? That was my point of showing y'all that. For y'all to understand that that's what I'm currently doing. You know, I'm integrating the two, not stopping something and moving on to something else. No. The reason why y'all see me in Ableton is because I need to understand a lot about that before I can integrate them. I can't integrate them if I know one better than the other. So I already know the MPC is over. Back, forwards, front, all that. I'm able to show it to y'all. I already know it. Very, very well, might I add. All of the shit I done in it, y'all done seen me do over the years. I know it very, very well. So I need to know Ableton well. So I need to work inside of Ableton for quite some time. So that's why y'all keep seeing videos on Ableton, me working in Ableton. I need to work in order to understand how can I integrate the two. My knowledge of Ableton has to be somewhere around the knowledge of the MPC software for me to understand the things and a way that I can, not how to integrate it. There are multiple ways you can integrate this. Not how to integrate, how I can do it the way I want to work. See how I'm showing it to y'all? I'm coming up with a way I want to work. See, the first thing I got to take care of, how do I go back and forth really quick? Where I don't have to keep hitting this X right here. Now I'm out of it. But see, I can't pull it up again. I got to go to find my MPC track, whatever my MPC VST is on, which is right here. Now I can go to the MPC plugin right here in Ableton. The MPC plugin right here, my MPC track, I got to make sure I got that track highlight. If I'm on any other track, that disappears. See, any other track. That's how Ableton works. So if you highlight the MPC track, now I got the MPC plugin right here. I can hit this yellow button. I mean, this show GUI. Now I can see it again. See? So my first mission was to figure out how can I move back and forth from this to that very quickly without going through all of that shit. You know, I found that control P shortcut. First, I just looked up is there a way for me to pull plugins up in Ableton? Is there a way for me to pull it up in Ableton without going to the track, without going here, hitting the track, and going down, all your plugins populate down here, whatever track you got highlighted, without having to do that? Can I pull up just the VST, whatever it is, on the track? Is there a shortcut to do that? Just make sure you on the track and then hit a shortcut to pull up whatever you got on the track, whatever VST. Sure enough, there was one. I figured there would be. That's that Control Alt P. You know what I'm saying? So if I got this highlighted, okay, MPC software is pulled up. Bam, Control Alt P. It gets rid of, pulls up. That was the first thing. So that fixed my problem of navigating back and forth between the two, seeing one and seeing the other one. I ran into the other problem when I started to figure out, oh, wait a minute, if the MPC software is the last thing I clicked, I was working in, that Control P don't work. See, that don't work no more. See, so that's where I came up with the cascading window workflow to work with them like this, because Ableton got to be the last thing I saw. I was like, I asked myself, how can I work? How can I work to where I can always click on Ableton? Before I was working like this, to where they was over each other. I got to close one to get to the other one. So I asked myself, how can I work to where I can always see, I can always click on Ableton if I need to? That's what this workflow, where I work with them, in kind of like a cascading thing. See how you can see both the bars up at the top? You can see the MPC software is on top of Ableton, but you can see both the bars. So instead of working with them like this over each other, I work like this. Bam. See, that's how I kind of come up with the way I want to work with stuff, and coming up with a workflow that I show you guys in them videos where I be like, oh, let me show you, a while where you could do this. All right, see, this is what I think, because that's the way I want to work. And I understand that there's ways to do it all kind of other way, but this is how I want to work in. So I got to ask myself them questions and then answer them. How do I swap back and forth? I'm not going to stop till I find a way to do that. Swap back and forth. Keep going. I'm not going to stop. So I find an efficient way to do that. Sometimes if it's not an efficient way, then that's a roadblock. Okay? And if I get too many of them roadblocks, then this is not it. I deem this not an efficient way for me to work. The MPC software and Ableton together, it's not an efficient way for me to work. I'm just trying to incorporate and making my life hell trying to do it. If there's too many roadblocks, I keep walking. So let's say I ask myself, okay, how do I switch back and forth from the two? And there wasn't no way for me to do that. The only option I had was to go click on the track, go pull up the MPC plugin the manual way on the track in Ableton. There was no shortcut for that. Let's say, see, that's a roadblock. So I write that down. It's not a roadblock to make me stop, but it's definitely a roadblock. And if I keep running into those to where there's no fix for it, no efficient way that I could do it, that's another roadblock. That's another road. And if I see too many of those, too many, 5, 6, 7, too many of them, then I will deem this as not an efficient way for me to work. It's not. It's going to hinder my process rather than help it. No matter how, the MPC software is tight and Ableton, I got both. It's hindering the way I work with them. It's hindering that. It's not hindering what I could do inside of them. No, and that's what the average person is going to look at. They're going to bypass that workflow to just get the features of them both, no matter what the workflow is. My workflow is everything, because that's how I stay creative. I have to stay in this flow state of doing this, going here to here and doing it very efficiently. If I keep running into them hiccups, I'm a start jacking my sound up, because I can't stay in a flow state to keep working. I can't stay like that. To just let stuff come and let it keep, you see what I'm saying? And some of you guys that have not taken it seriously, your flow state of creation, your flow state. Y'all don't take that's a thing. Go look at that. That's something that happens with you. You get into this rhythm. It's like for lack of a better term, it's a rhythm of doing things. And it's like it comes natural to you that you're just doing it, because you in this state of just constant doing it over and over. So it's becoming easier and easier. You're just doing it with no help. See, creativity is like that. That's what your flow state is. It's like you're getting into this rhythm of just doing something. Okay? So if you keep getting up to mess with hardware gear, if you keep doing this and doing, see, You want all of that in your studio. You want to mess with all of that, but you have no idea how that's wreaking havoc on your flow state. Just all because you want to mess with all that in your studio. If you notice when I'm making beats, where I stay. Right here in the chair, looking at that. See? I'm not, oh, let me mess with it. And oh, let me turn this down and breaking the flow state. My mission is to stay locked in right here, back and forth, and start developing a rhythm between me and that DAW, a rhythm. That's a flow state. It's a rhythm it's like a dance back and forth, a song and dance that's happening between me and that DAW. Between me and what's going anything, what's going on, me and that, what's going on. It's like a rhythm now. See, that's your flow state. And you just, now you're in this rhythm of just grabbing this, bam, dragging that in, bam, lay down a pattern, boom, 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 tweak this, tweak that, bam, bam, and you're just going through it. Simply because you're not killing your flow state by messing with your EQ and, oh, let me jump on this, or I got this hardware, and let me mess with this, and the baby crying over there, oh, hey, turn that down in the front a little bit, and see, all that's wreaking havoc on your flow state. Literally, it's turning your flow state into some wild, crazy shit, and you can't get to this rhythm between you and this thing that's happening, this back and forth song and dance that's happening. See what I'm saying? So if you notice when I'm sitting here and it's time for me to do this, look, look right here, locked into that. That's what I'm saying. If I touch anything else, then that's a flow state I'm trying to build between that. So if I say, oh man, I'm gonna be working, let me chop this up and put it in the MPC. See, my flow state switches from here to this computer to not here. Me and this MPC. See? So that's gonna be a flow bit back and forth to chop it up, to do whatever. So you see me getting the rhythm, and the better you get at it, it's gonna take you seconds for that rhythm to happen. But it could take a second for you to break it because the baby started crying, or this one, or you decided to mess with this, or mess with the EQ, or do this, or do whatever in your studio because you got all this stuff around. It take a second to break it, but the better you get at it, that's the better you're gonna lock into it quickly. Your flow state with anything you touch, anything you're doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all heard. Have y'all heard that word before? Flow state. Y'all have heard that before, right? I don't know if y'all have heard that before. Maybe you had. Maybe you had. But yeah, see, it switches from me to this. I'm chopping a sample, doing whatever. Look how fast I chop them drums. See? And if you notice after I chop that kick, it's like I got in a rhythm. I just, boom, went to the next sample, grabbed the snare, boom, tweaked it, bummed it, saved it, wop, wop, then hi-hat, boom, grabbed the sample, got the hi-hat from it. Boom. I got all of them drum sounds from 4 different drum breaks, all my different drum sounds. And I did all of that just like that. That was that flow state I locked into between me and you know, nothing I was touching out here or messing with nope, right here, bam, bam, back and forth. It's like a song and dance was happening between me and it. That's a flow state. And if you can lock into a flow state of what you're doing, you'll be surprised at what that does for your creativity. Like, yeah. And again, I will tell you, what I'm telling you is not me talking. This is game somebody else gave me. I was just like you. I had no clue what that was. And somebody, what is that? What the hell is that? I just make beats, bro. What you talking about? Look, all of that. Me, I'm always gonna do the research. I will. Looked it up. Oh, that's a thing. That actually happens and it automatically happens when you lock into something. It happens with people you connect with. We call that good vibes. That's what we call it when we get good vibes with somebody. No, that was a flow state between you and that person. They say something, you say something. So it was this song and dance y'all back and forth. So it felt good. So that person gave you good energy. That's what we talk. We just label it as good energy. That's that flow state that's happening between you and that person. You got locked into whatever they were saying. They were locked into what you saying, and it kept going back and forth like a song and dance. So you deem that as a person that gave you good energy. That was that flow state. That's what it is. It happens between you and anything, and it does it all up here. Your mind automatically does it. It tries to lock in with whatever. It's almost like our vision. You notice how you can't stop your vision from focusing on something? Unless you purposely cross your eyes or some shit. But you can't stop your vision. If you look at something, your vision gonna automatically do it. It's gonna automatically focus on it. Okay? Your vision is always looking to track something. It's always looking to connect to something. Your vision, your eyesight, it's always looking to do that. You can't stop it from, you know, if you look at your hand right now, your eyes are just gonna focus. So you see your hand very clearly. Now look at that wall right now. Go from your hand to look at that wall. See? Your eyesight gonna focus. You can't stop your vision. It's always looking to lock into something. Okay? You just looking at everything and telling it what to lock into. You look at your hand. You're telling it lock into my hand. So your vision, boom. Okay? That's what your eye is looking to do. At all times. It's looking to lock into something. Your mind just tell it what to lock into. If somebody call, you're gonna turn. See, your mind said lock into that person, right? Your vision gonna lock it up. Boom. See, it's all you don't have to turn to that person and then get something in your brain to tell yourself, okay, can you please turn on vision till I can see that person clear? It just automatically do it because it's always looking to trigger and lock into something. The reason why I'm telling y'all that is because your brain works like that as well. It does that. It's always looking to lock into something. Always looking for that, to lock into something, which is kind of why people develop habits. If we want to get into that's why people develop that. Habits, smoking weed, smoking cigarette, is because your brain was looking to lock into something and you gave it to it. Instead of going locking with that, you gave it that thing. So it formed that habit with it, that flow state between you and that whatever you're doing. It formed that. So it's always looking, it's searching for that. See? That's your habit now that you have now. It's just we affectionately call it a habit. But you gave yourself that that flow state that your brain was looking for. You put that cigarette in front of you. And that's what it locked into. That's what it did. See? So now that's a habit you have. Your mind think about it, you kind of just do it. It's just part of your everyday whatever. Part of you. That's your flow state. You just formed the flow state with something that's probably not healthy for you. You did that. You formed that flow state with that. You know, you could tell. You ever saw somebody, you know, an old school dude light a cigarette? You ever looked at him? How smooth he do it? It's almost like he, you know, just people old school player that light a cigarette. Oh, y'all probably do. Even y'all that smoke cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all probably do it. You know, you grab it. It's almost like you do it without even, you know, you put the cigarette in your mouth. You know, you look, check it out. It's not, you're not doing it thinking about it. That's what make it a flow. You're not thinking about, oh, the cigarette is in my hand. You know, okay, let me light. You're not doing that. You do it like all in a rhythm, look. See what I'm saying? It's all a rhythm. See, all one more. You just that's that flow state you form with that habit you have. You just do it all in a rhythm, literally. Now you see, boom, 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 look. See, it was a rhythm. You just and you done it so much over and that's that flow state you have with it. See, boom, 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 flow state. You know what I'm saying? So just remember that. Just remember, your brain is always looking to lock in with something like that. A lot of people choose for that flow state is always looking for, to lock in with something that can help them. So they have businesses, they have companies, they moving at this, they knew their brain was searching for that flow state with something, and they gave it that instead of that cigarette. See what I'm saying? So that's what they connected with, making money. That's what they connected with. See? That's that same song and dance you got with that cigarette, how you do it so fluent. See, that's saying that you form, just boom, boom, boom. You do it so fluent. They form that same song and dance with getting money out there. That's what they did. With whatever they doing to get money. So just imagine that. How fluent you are with putting that cigarette in your mouth. That's what they doing with getting dollars out there. That's what they doing. See? They understood that my brain always searching for something. It is doing that. It's trying to lock into a flow state with something. A flow state just don't happen. Your brain is automatically looking for it. You just have to put it in front of you. See what I'm saying? Once you put it in front of you, your brain is going to try and lock into it. If you can't, then you're going to deem that as, that's something I'm not interested in, whatever that is, that TV show or that thing right now I'm looking at. It's because that flow state didn't connect between you and that thing. It didn't connect. So that you deem that as something you don't like, whatever that was you were looking at, something you don't like. I don't really care for that too much. All right, see? When you put something in front of you and it lock, see that flow state lock into, boom, that's something I like. That's boom, it just happened. There it is. Now that song and dance happening between you and it. And the more you stay locked into it, that's the better you're gonna get at it. The better you're gonna get at it. The more you're gonna lock into it. The more you're gonna develop a rhythm with it. The more you're gonna just do it. See, some of y'all can roll a blunt literally with one hand with driving the car. Like, I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. You can roll a blunt on your lap with your knee driving the car like this. under the steering wheel with your knee and driving the car. I'm lying? Tell me you can't do it. Literally. And your knee steering the car. I'm lying? Some of y'all could do that. I can. I know I done done it multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day when I was doing it, when I was in it, I done done that multiple times. So literally on the highway, 60, barreling down the highway. I'm literally, and cool as could be. And look, I'm literally got my hat. It's like, and I developed a work. It was a workflow I developed. I'm driving the car underneath my knee. I'm not being reckless. I got the seatbelt on, everything, but I just don't have no hands on the wheel. The steering wheel, my knee is underneath the steering wheel. You know, driving it. See what I'm saying? Because I know that if you're going fast in the car, you don't need to steer that much. You know, the force of your car moving forward gonna kind of take care of the steering for you. All you gotta do is just keep it steady with your legs. So I don't need to hold, I just need to keep it steady. See? So I'm barreling down the highway, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, barreling down the highway, my knee driving the car. Now check me out. I got the blunt, I'm rolling the blunt like this. And the thing is, you can't roll it down like this. See, because you gotta put your head down. See? So that's taking my eyes off the road. So what you do is you read the blunt up like this. You roll it like this. See, so I could keep watching the road, and all I got to do is just glance at the blunt every now and again to make sure I'm on point. Just glance at it. Boom. See? Boom. For those of y'all that got tinted windows in your car. Tinted windows. Tinted windows. Nobody can't see from the sides, fronts. No, you don't have no Lord pulling up on the side. You seeing what you do. None of that. All you doing, look. And just glance. I just glance with my eye. Not my head, just my eyes. If I hold it up just like this while I'm driving with my knee, I just get a glance down. See? I'm telling y'all that because that's a flow state that I had with doing that. That's how I could do it easily. Easily. Without even thinking. I could break it up, put it on, put it in, I could break it up, empty the gall, all of that in transition. You know, break it up in route on the highway. I didn't broke everything up down, grounded up how I wanted. Really, no grind, just my hand, just my fan. I didn't grounded everything, got that on here, and I'm driving with my leg. Understand that? Broke it down, got everything right here, got the gall, split the gall, dumped everything out. See, and I ain't touched the wheel yet. Dumped everything out, and I could do all of that shit in literally 3 minutes. It's rolled up. Give me 3 minutes, 3.5. It's rolled up, ready to go. That's a flow state I had with that because I could do it without even thinking on the highway. So that's what I mean by you smoking that cigarette. You see what I'm saying? That's a flow. If you look at an old player smoke a cigarette, y'all know what I'm talking about. Them old players in the hood that light a cigarette, they do it so cool. You know, they pull a light out of their pocket. Boom, boom. It's like a song and a dance they got with that, like, and boom, before you know it, the cigarette lit, they smoke. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. I'm just giving y'all an idea of what you could lock into out there. Your flow state then locked into it, and you gave yourself a habit that you could have gave yourself somewhere else. Is that you gave yourself that. Your flow state locked into that habit right there, that thing right there that you're doing. They got some people where they flow state locked into making money. Not going to spend it on cigarette. They locked in, they connected with that really good. See? So that's what they're doing. Every time you light a cigarette, they're making another $1,000. See? That's what they're doing. See what I'm saying? That's what I'd rather my flow state if my mind always looking to lock into something. That's what I'd rather lock into. I'm gonna give myself less of these things around me for it to lock into. That could possibly hurt me or possibly harm my movements out here. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm spending a bunch of money instead of making money. See? That's the good and bad about that flow state. It's a good thing, but it's a bad thing too. It's not just all good that we have that with our mind always have that looking to lock into something. That's not just all 100% good, because you could put some jacked up shit and it's gonna lock into it. Will it's gonna lock into it? Absolutely, 100%. You know, for all of y'all porn watchers out there, see, I told y'all we're gonna talk about some edgy subject. But we're gonna bring it back to our comfortable place. See, that's your flow state. See, now that's a habit you got. That's a habit. Your mind always looking a lot. It's always looking certain to lock into something. And this is how you can tell. This is how you can tell. We do it with kids, don't we? Think about what you do with a young child. See what I'm saying? Oh no, 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 no. Don't let them see that. Don't let them see that. Or don't say that in front of them. See? Why? Because see, their flow state as a kid is more susceptible to locking into something. Okay? So you keep certain things away from a kid. See? Because you don't want them to lock into that thing as a kid. See? That's why we do that. That's how you can check what I'm saying. That's why we do that. We just call it, I don't want to expose them to something. No, what you're really saying is, I don't want they searching. They like a sponge. You know, we done said they so looking. Their mind always looking to soak up something. They see, watch it. So you be extra careful to keep certain stuff out of their view, out of their vision, away from them. That's you protecting their flow state. Because it's more susceptible. It's more susceptible as a kid. It's more susceptible. They can lock in with something very easy that they saw, heard, whatever from you. And you're gonna play hell trying to get that out, of them. See? That's we do that with kids all. That's how you can check what I'm saying. We just don't call it a flow state. We call it, you know, just I don't want my job to see that kind of stuff, or you know, they too young, or what you're basically protecting is their flow state. What you're saying is, I don't want that brain that's always searching to lock into something. I don't want that locking in with that. Not right now. Not at this age. So you keep that away from. That's what you're doing. That doesn't end because you grow up as a it's still in you. Still in that flow is still there. It's still searching to lock into something. And we give it shit to lock into all the time. We give it more of the hurtful shit than the helpful shit. So we find it hard to maneuver out here, to pay for stuff, to make money, to do our. It's because our flow state now has more of that shit. We connecting with more of that shit. That's losing us all of that, or that's making it hard for us to do that. We connected to a whole bunch of that, and not this shit that. See what I'm saying? Not the shit that actually can get us out of these jams we in, or put us in better places in life. And we did that to ourselves. We try and point fingers at the government and this and that. Y'all made it harder. We did that to ourselves. Just the shit we doing out here, you know. Calling it habits, calling it, you know, the thing we like to do, or whatever it is, you know, I like to do, you know, well, I got a lot of shit I like to do, but I don't, simply because it's gonna put me in a jacked up situation if I do it. It's gonna do that. So if you're running around just doing shit because I like it, you know, I like to do that. No, so I like to do that shit over there, but it's gonna put me in a jacked up situation in life if I do it. It's gonna do that. So nah, I'm good. Okay. But so many people go do that simply because they like doing it. They go do it, and then complain when they in jacked up situations in life. They can't pay for this. Oh no, it's the government for, man, gas probably too high. I got it. No, it ain't too high. You just did something else with that money. That's what you did. You did something else with it. That's what you did. That's literally what you did. Nope. Gas price ain't too high. Oh, this ain't too high. Oh, that's too expensive nowadays. Oh, it's too. Nope. None of that. You're just doing something else with that. Your flow stay locked into somewhere else. Not taking care of the shit you got to take care of. So it's getting harder and harder for you to do all that. But you're gonna blame you know. Let's just blame it on your government raising prices or some shit like that. Let's just do that. You know, man, the government can raise all the prices they want. That don't have shit to do with me and my pockets. I'm still gonna be good out here. Raise gas prices another $3 or some shit. I'm still gonna be good at it. See, because I know where my flow stay connect. I know what it's connected to. What I'm saying? I know what it's connected to. I'm still gonna be. I'm not gonna be doing shit out here to hurt myself and to take money out of my pocket and do it. Nah, man. I'm not pointing fingers at the government. Do whatever y'all want with the prices or whatever. I'm not worried about that. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Your flow. I want to take a little time to explain that to y'all, because that's something that a lot of people don't really give a that they don't understand how important your flow state is, especially in creativity. Out here in life, it's important as well. Like I just explained, it's important too. But with your creativity, your flow state is a really, really helpful thing to make sure you stay locked into stuff. Full state of it. Just remember that. Very, very. And I didn't, again, this is coming from somebody else way wiser than me that showed me that. And then after they showed me, of course, you know me, I'm going to do the research. I'm going to look. I'm going to see. Just sit back on my couch and read a little bit. Let me see. Oh, shit, that's actually a thing. Wait a minute. Hold up. Scientists, studies, you know, they got books wrote on. Oh, that's actually a thing. I didn't know that. I thought old boy was just giving me some game just to lock into, just to, you know, kind of make my mind think. But that's actually a thing. It's actually an actual scientific thing. Like, holy shit, let me go check this out a little bit more. A little bit more noodling around and see what's up. Yeah, that's a thing, dog. Big. Then I started reading how people have done shit to themselves because of that flow state. Harmful shit. Yeah, I started to get to that part of the information because of that flow state. So I started asking myself, man, how can you do harmful shit to yourself just based on that flow state? Then I started understanding, oh, wait a minute, that shit always, you know, I started reading. That shit always looking to lock into somewhere. They gave the example about a kid. See, the reason why they ready to soak up shit like a sponge. That doesn't disappear because you grew up. Is your brain always looking for something to lock into, something. And you giving it to it, you giving it all, it's just what you give it. What you put in front of it to lock into. For some people, it's going to be more helpful shit than hurtful shit to them. That's what they locked into. For some people, it's going to be more hurtful shit you put in front of you than helpful shit. So that's what your brain locked into. That's that flow. It is locked into that. So it's harder for you to move out here. People over here, it's easy for them to move because that's what they flow stay locked into. That thing they doing. You know what I'm saying? Really important. Just interest, you know, shit like that interests me, man. Whenever I start reading, so, you know, the factual shit about what we doing, that the fact that people don't even pay attention to, I don't even want to know. Don't you know, that's too much. Or it's too crazy for me all that time, man. It's just you taking the time out to stop reading, you know, Guide to Roll Blunts and start reading Guide to Flow State. That's what that is. That's why it seemed like, oh, that's wild. That's crazy. That's too much, man. You know, that's too deep, bro. You're getting too deep. That's why that seemed like that to you. You're reading a book to roll blunts, and you're not reading a book to you see what I'm saying? You're not you know that though. You figured out all that about what you're doing. I was just out there, and you know, I know that because I was the same way. I was the same way. Every time somebody would start talking about this type of stuff, I would always, oh man, that's too much, dog. Like you, bro, I started to figure out, no, that ain't too much. That's actually not. I actually should want more of that. The information I don't know. I should. That ain't too much. It's just that I went over here and learned how to roll a blunt with my leg, how to drive a car with my leg and roll a blunt at the same. See, that's what I learned. That's what I was doing. Me, person. That's what I was doing. Somewhere I got that piece of information. How to do that. That's why that's too much for me over there. I got that piece. I locked into that piece in that all that information. I locked into that. You know, but twist a blunt, but can't twist a necktie. Somebody gave you a necktie and told you to, or better yet, told you to tie a bow tie. Nice little bow tie for a tuxedo. You could twist that blunt up, but if somebody gave you that, you can't do it. All that shit. That's just little simple examples of what we doing out here hours. And I ain't saying nothing wrong with smoking weed. I ain't saying that, you know, I'm not saying that nothing wrong. All I'm saying is something is wrong with anything whenever you put the important stuff off. I'm just using weed as an example, but don't think I got something against weed. Hell, I couldn't go 5 minutes without smoke. Now I don't do that's just not important to me no more. They got other shit out here I'm doing than that. Figured out they got way more shit out here to like way more than just that. Way more. It took me a minute, but I figured that out. So I'm enjoying that. I'm enjoying it. I don't have to enjoy that no more. Like, yeah, way more. And look the smile on my face when I say, you know, like they got certain luxuries in life I enjoy. Simply because that ain't on my mind no more. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of hindering me from doing it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Nah, I'm good. I'm enjoying that. I'm enjoying this over here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But that's what I mean. That's, you know, I was the same way. I learned how to do all of that. And all of that other stuff was too much when people was talking it. It was too much. It seemed too much to me. Was talking it. Much. Too much. Nah, bro, you doing too much, bro. You it ain't too much. Took it wrong. Just remember that, man. Flow state is every and anything. You know? Did I say that? I forgot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I told y'all that. I was saying, I wanted to, I didn't want to give y'all the idea that I'm appalled by people that smoke weed out here. I was one of, like, like literally every day, all day. Like literally every day, all day. And anybody knows me for it. Absolutely. 100%. Matter of fact, I was pissed off if I was doing shit and I wasn't high. I was pissed off, like literally upset that I'm not high while I'm doing this. You know, like, it was so smooth. It was so smooth. Like we had a we had code that we would like if we was around people, you know, and it was time. It was time to go twist up. Like we had code, like the code, like one of the codes was, you know, you didn't say, "Hey, y'all want smoke or y'all want to burn one." Y'all didn't. We didn't say that because see, that's still dead. You know what it was? The code was, "Hey, y'all want to take a ride?" everybody that was new and whoever was knew what that meant. Everybody. That's it. You know, just open ended, not a ride somewhere. Just hey, y'all want to take a ride? See, to the unknown person, you was fitting to step in a cloudy ass car if you didn't watch yourself. You was about to do that. If you didn't watch, if you just thought, oh, they just gonna take a ride, I'm gonna go in. No. Everybody that understood what that meant, they was ready. They was front and center. Yeah, I'm good. Let's roll. Let's do it. Everybody that understood that. That was the code. You know, that was it. That's all you said. You know, so if you was chilling at the cookout with everybody or whatever, and I heard my uncle say, hey, y'all want to take a ride? Look at me. Yeah, I'm good. Let's go. Let's roll. See, yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. You taking a ride? You taking every like, no weed, no nut. Yo, you taking a ride? You want to take a ride? Yeah. Everybody was like, yeah, nah, not me, dog. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. One of them like, nah, not me. The other one be like, yeah, I'm coming. Me, I'm like, yeah, I'm coming. But you knew what that meant. You know, that's how it was. That's the code. You know what I'm saying? You want to take a ride? Take a ride. Go take that ride. But that's the, you know, so I'm not hating on people that smoke, y'all. That's not my purpose of telling. I'm just using it as an example. That how your flow state could be locked into something out there. And you're missing something over here that it could be locked into. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying anything is wrong with that. I'm not singling out weed and saying something wrong with you if you smoking or something wrong with you if you smoking. All I'm telling you is something is wrong with anything, weed included. Something is wrong with it when you start putting off other shit to do it. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to stand on that. Anything, weed included. It becomes wrong when you start putting off other shit to go do that. That's when it now becomes, you got an issue. Got something up that you're not facing. You're not dealing with. You know? So I seem to have this weed to smoke, but I'm behind on every bill I got. That shit. There are people out here that's moving like that. But I seem to have this weed all the time, but I'm behind on every bill I got. See, when you putting shit off that your responsibility to go do that, not something up with you. Something is wrong with anything, not just weed, anything that you're doing to do that. Anything. I don't care if it's food, if it's whatever, anything you doing, you putting off stuff you supposed to be doing and taking care of to go do that. Yeah, you got a problem with priorities. That's a problem with my priorities now. Get weed. That's just a problem with my priorities. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm telling you. I'm not picking on weed. I'm telling you something is wrong with anything, weed included. Anything that you are now shucking your responsibilities off or whatever you got to do in life. But yet I still seem to have that all the time. I still seem to have that. Anytime I'm good, I got that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else paying your cell phone. Y'all youngsters out there that's watching, somebody else paying your cell phone bill. For your money, you always got weed. See, something is wrong with that. Ain't wrong with the weed. Something's wrong with that mentality you got about what you're doing. Not the weed. Forget the weed. Smoke that if you want, but something's wrong with that mentality. That I got mama paying I got mama paying my cell phone bill. I got mama paying my cell phone bill, but yet I always tend to have weed. I always tend to re-up though. See? Something up with that. That you training yourself to have somebody else take care of my response, just something that I'm supposed to be, that I talk on, I pay for, I do. I deal with somebody else paying that. And I'm good with that. That somebody else paying that. But yet anything I get go on that or go on that. Any money I get go on that. See, something is wrong. That's what I mean. Something is wrong with anything. Weed include if you're doing that to something. Anything. I don't care what it is. Anything. Weed included. So like I said, don't think that I'm picking on the weed smokers. I was one of them. Absolutely. I'm with you. We cousins. We cousins. You know, I just started to understand that it's a lot of stuff that I was doing that with. I just understood it. No matter how much money I had or how much what I was, it was a bunch of stuff that I wasn't paying attention to, but I seemed to always have that. When somebody would ask me, hey, you took care of such and such. Oh, shit, damn, I forgot. Oh, damn, I didn't even do that. Shit, I'm going to get on it in a minute. See, I find myself in that position all the time. That I'm shucking all this stuff out here and passing over all this stuff that I could be paying attention to, but I seem to be stacked up. I seem to be read up every time I'm ready to twist one. I'm good to go. I got it. Then something is wrong with anything. It ain't wrong, nothing wrong with the weed. Nah, do what you want to do. But something wrong with my mentality that I got towards that. That I'm not doing that shit. But I seem to always have this going. That's what I'm telling you. If you can understand that. You know, just real talk. See? One-on-one. Mano y mano. You know what I'm saying? Negative in the bank account. Very little in the bank account to pay for whatever we got. Basically, if you broke your leg right now, you don't know how you're gonna pay them bills, them hospital bills, because I ain't got nothing in the bank to cover that. You broke your leg right now. There's ambulance bills coming, there's hospital bills, cause all that coming. You don't have nothing in the bank to cover that. But yet, you're high though. Right now, you're high. See? You don't find something odd with that? Something odd that I don't have nothing to cover that. Some necessity if something happened to me, but yet I got it to cover this thing though that I'm doing, this habit I got. Anything, something is wrong with anything you are doing that to, not just weed. Anything you are doing that to. It's something is wrong with it. Something is wrong with your mentality towards it. It is not that thing you doing, not that. Something is wrong with how I'm looking at this thing right here. Something is off. Absolutely, 100% if you're doing that. See what I'm saying? You know, it's like when me and my boy was having that talk on the other stream, you know, and he was telling me like he started to realize better about what he was doing when I was talking about the earn that habit you got. I'm of the new school. I'm not gonna tell you to stay away from that stuff, whatever it is, whatever habit you got, whether it's smoking, weed, whatever. I'm not gonna tell you that. That's you, grown man, do what you want to do. I'm not gonna tell you that. Nope. Old schoolers gonna tell you stay away from that shit. You know, I heard you. Nah, you don't need to be messing with it. You know, you don't need to be messing with drug, no type of drug. Doing yes, that's old school. I'm not on kid. I'm not gonna tell you that. Do what you want to do and enjoy. Do that. You know what I'm saying? Just understand that there are other things out here that you could take care of. So earn that. Don't just go do it because you can. Earn it. Earn your right to sit back and smoke that. Earn it. See, right now, if I chose to light up right now, if I chose to do that, if I chose to light up right now, ain't nobody could tell me shit. Nothing. You in this, you on the other side of this camera, nobody else on the side of me. The reason why is because what I didn't put in and what I didn't done for this period of my life, I earned every bit to do what I earned it. I earned it. I earned the right to sit down and do some shit I want to do, even if you don't agree with it. I earned that just by what I done with my life. See, that's why I know nobody see, but the other dude out there, nobody can tell him shit just because he said so. He ain't got no stripes to prove that mentality he got just because I said so. My shit and I said so. See, don't do that. Earn the right to sit back and enjoy your shit. Whatever habit you got, whatever it is, earn it. That way, when people look at you funny for doing all people, you know, man, you could tell everybody around you, man, I'm good, and be factual with it. You know, when somebody asks you, what make you good with it? You know, this paid for, that's paid for, or you still getting a bill? Is this paid for? Did you take care of this? Do your kids have a college education, or do your kids have a college fund that's paid for? Do they have that? Do you see what I'm saying? So if all of that's left undone, that's what you're putting in front of it. That facts. That's what you're putting in front of it. Your thing you want to do because you enjoy it. Facts. That's what you're putting in front of it. Yeah? That what somebody could tell you. So what I want you to do is prove. Don't let nobody tell you that. Yeah, when somebody asks you them questions, yep, all of it, every last bit of it, and then some. I took care of it. See, so don't tell me shit when I light up. See, that's a person that I would look at and say, you know what, have one for me, dog. Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Have one for me, dog. Absolutely, enjoy one for me if you did that. If you handle all, if you got all your affairs in order, you prove that I deserve this habit. I deserve it. Even if it's a habit and it's bad for me, I still deserve. I earn the right to do this if I want. That's all I'm telling you. Earn the right to do that shit. Just earn it. Don't just do it just because you can. The children do that. They do shit just because they can. They do it. Because nobody watching them and they got an opportunity. They do some shit. They could do it. They doing it just because they can. Children do that. I don't have no basis for what I'm doing. I haven't earned a right to do none of this. I haven't done that. I haven't done that. I haven't done none of that. All this shit is left undone in my life. All of it. It's all left undone. But I seem to have this weed on me every day. I got it. Nah, bro, you're not earning that. You're just doing it because you can. You didn't earn it. You ain't got no stripes behind you to say, man, I earned this thing that I'm about to do right here. I earned it. That's all I'm saying. See, if you notice, I'm new school. I'm not telling you to stop. I'm giving you the ticket to doing it. Free and clear. That's the ticket to doing it. Just make sure when somebody pull up on you that got these questions for you. Factual, logical questions. If you got that shit taken care of in your life, all of that. Just be able to tell them hell yeah and not be lying. Hell yeah. And then some. All of it's taken care of. See them children over there? They straight. They good. Yeah, every last one of them got college educations. That's something is being put into all the time. All of them got that. And it's going to constantly keep being put in there, whether I'm here or not, whether I die or not, it's going to keep going there. They're taken care of. See? Nah, I'm not behind on this bill and behind on that bill. No, I'm not. Everything taken care of. Matter of fact, I don't even see the bills no more. They just paid. I don't even see them no more. They just automatically paid. Automatic deduction, paid. See, I don't even see them no more. See, because I just got money coming in. I could just see. I'm telling y'all, like, get to be able to answer somebody like that. All of that's taken care of, dude. Nah, I'm not behind on shit. No, I'm not. Be able to say that. Nah. See, I don't owe this over here and owe a credit card. Owe that. Nope, nah. All that's paid, done. As a matter of fact, credit good, credit street. Not only am I currently doing it, but I have done it. Credit street. I got all of that in order. Credit street. I'm good. See, you can answer people in that fashion. You deserve every bit of what the hell you do. You deserve every bit of whatever it is you doing. Whatever that is. If you can answer truthfully them questions and be spot on them, yep, absolutely. I can prove it all. If you want, I can, every last bit I can prove it all. But not if you running from pillar to pillar, trying to get through in this world, trying to, take money from here to pay this and doing all. Not that nothing wrong with that. Everybody got to go through that at one point in time. Even if you got money, you still gonna have to do that. Everybody. So I'm not saying nothing wrong with that. That you were less of anybody because that's how your life is. I'm just saying What the hell you over here smoking if you got all of this hanging in the balance? You ain't fixed none of that. That mean that you literally, you haven't earned that shit you doing. You ain't earned it yet. Most people con themselves into believing a hard day at work is me. Oh man, I've been at work all the time, man. I can't wait to get home, smoke my blunt, man. I earned that shit. No, you didn't. Because they got a bunch of people that go to work for probably longer than you. See? No, you didn't. You didn't earn. You didn't earn it. Sit on your couch just because you went to work. You made it through a day of work. No, bruh. What's that? What is that? Come on, dude. No, you didn't earn that. You earn that shit when your life straight. You know? Not today is straight. I took care of today. Today is straight. No, when your life straight. And you earn the right to sit back, do whatever you want to do. Smoke your kneecaps off, my boy. Handle business. Choo-choo your ass off. Choo-choo train your ass off. Smoke that key, light one for your boy. 100%, dude. When you could move in that fashion, when you done took care of shit out here, like you earned the right to sit down and do what you doing. You earned it. Grown man to grown man, whoever you talking to. I earn the right to do this shit, dog. Even if it's not that healthy for me to do, I still earn the right to do it, bro. My stripes can talk. I don't have to. You see, a bunch of people just doing that shit because they can. Nothing behind them. Nothing behind they didn't earn the right to do all that shit that they don't. Nothing. They just doing it because I can. So a kid does that. That's what a kid does. That's exactly. They do shit because they can. Not because they have some strategic way to pull it off. They do shit because they can. That's why they do it, just because I can. They go do it. That's what a child. If you watch them very closely, that's what they do. They're gonna mess with shit just because they can. No particular reason for it. No, nothing. Just because I can. There's a concept that I was introduced to in life, you know, growing up very, very early. And, you know, unfortunately, it put me in some clank positions. We ain't going to talk too much about that just simply because I didn't understand this concept right here. I didn't understand it. Just because you could do something doesn't mean you should. I didn't understand that. So it put me in some very, very jacked up positions. That's all I'm gonna talk about. That's all I'm gonna speak on that. But it put me in some jacked up positions. Just simply because I didn't understand the idea of just because you could do something. Just because I could doesn't mean I should go do it. Once I started to understand that in life, it's a lot of stuff that I started to. You see what I'm saying? Because I could go do doesn't mean I should. So I could go right now. I could go get high as a giraffe's ass right now. Right now. Yeah, on this stream in front of y'all, all of y'all. It ain't no thing against smoking weed on YouTube, right? I see people smoking on Twitch all the time live. So ain't no thing on YouTube. Like you could burn on YouTube, can't you? Like if somebody y'all see, yeah, I saw people on YouTube videos in studios smoking. I've seen it. They don't have nothing on YouTube that you can't do. See, so right now I can light up in front of y'all and just go ham right now. Literally go back to my old ways, light up and just literally have this whole place smoking and crowd. I could do that. I could 100%. I could. Yeah, give me 15 minutes. I could put you on pause for 15 minutes. By the time y'all come back, let's go ahead and smoke this place out. Let's do it right here live on the stream. I could do all of that. I could, but just because I could do something doesn't mean I should. I gotta have something in me that makes me think twice about anything else. Should I be doing anything else besides that thing I could be doing? Could I be doing anything else? Could I be paying this? Could I be paying for that? Could I be paying for Lil One food? You know, Lil One in your house. Could I be paying for that food? Could I be furthering that one's education right there? Could I be doing that? With whatever I'm spending on that. See, something gotta trigger in my mind that puts that if I could, just because I could, don't mean I should. That's that thing triggering in your mind, whatever that is out here that you can put that on. See, it's triggering anytime you get put in a position where you could do something. If I should, gonna trigger because I could do this right here, but you know what? Yeah, Lil need them books for school. So did I take care of that? Did I take care of that? Or is that still put off? But yet I got my herb though. I got that. See what I'm saying? When you out here doing shit like that, something is wrong with anything you are doing that with, not just weed. Something is wrong with that. Absolutely. When you shucking responsibility off to go do some to just do some shit you like doing. Children do that. That's what children do. That's literally what they do, dog. 100%. But just because you 30 don't mean you grown. Age don't make you grown if you ain't figured out, if y'all ain't figured out about life yet. Just because you got some age on you, you think you grown. It don't make you grown, dog. That make you older. You're older. That's what that make you. You're older, but that don't mean you're a grown man, right? Don't. They got some 14, 15-year-olds that I didn't met in this world that's more grown than some 34, 35-year-olds. They have their age, but more grown than them. And it's simply because they got a better outlook on life and what they doing to say they that young. One old boy, he out here with his boys, man, at 30, 35, 40, he ain't got no direction in where he going. Man, that dude, that little kid, that 15 or 16-year-old got a path, a direction, and where they going with it. And they got proof that they working towards it. All of that. That's a grown-ass man. That's what that is. See what I'm saying? That's a grown-ass man. Now, his age don't say that. But his mentality, man, that's a grown-ass man, bro. For real, 100%. So I done met some grown-ass men out here. That's more grown. They 15, 16, 17, 18, and they more grown than some 34, 35-year-olds. That's on that bullshit out here. They more grown than them. At 1,000%, dog. I'm actually shocked by it. Hell, y'all probably didn't see some of them in y'all. You see what I'm saying? People gonna talk shit regardless. You ain't never lying. You ain't never lying. For Ferreira, Lionel. Ain't never lying, man. Love you, man. Love you too, bro. Mr. Chill. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you, man. Love you back, bro. Absolutely, man. Thanks for that love, dog. Appreciate that, man. 100%, dog. Thank you for that, bro. I needed to hear that. I ain't heard that from nobody in here, dog. Thank you for that, bro. I'm serious. I'm not bullshitting you, bro. Thank you for that. You feel what I'm saying? Absolutely, man. I appreciate that, bro. Like for real, for real. Thank you for that. I need to hear that. I ain't even bullshitting you. I needed to hear that. I would never smoked until now, so I know you're being honest with us. I've been watching you for a few years now. You would have never smoked, knew I was smoking until now? Yeah, man. It's like, you know, my life was, yeah. How you can't tell, man? Like I could look at somebody. I don't care what how they talk and what I could tell if you been in that life. I could tell if you been in that life. You know, it's like a scar leaving. Y'all ain't like the ones that know that life. You can see it. You can see the scar. I could see it on people. No matter what suit they got on or how sophisticated they may seem now, I could tell where you come from that life. I could tell. It leave a scar on you that you can't get rid of. You can't cover it up. You can't hide. You can't. It's in your mannerisms. It's how you talk. It's the experiences in your life that you talk about. You see what I'm saying? No matter how well you clean yourself up over time, I could tell that about people. See what I'm saying? Like serious. And there ain't no psychic thing on it. It's just that mark. If you know the mark that I'm talking about, you know it. That the outside that world leave on you when you in it. It's a mark it leave on you. It do. And I don't care how much you try and clean up, how many schools you go to, how many educations you go get, how well you can speak on a video. See? I be talking to y'all, how well you could speak on a video and articulate these words very correctly and clearly so everybody can understand the monumentous proportional amplitude of what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could use all, you could do it. No matter how much you try and do all of that, I could tell if you from there. I could tell. Absolutely. Leave that much. Y'all, the people who understand what I'm saying, who y'all know what I'm saying. You know. That's how you could tell. I mean, when I talk, you could tell. Them people know. If he talking like, oh, you know. They leave a mark. And no matter how sophisticated you try and clean up, if you know that mark, especially if you've been marked by it yourself, you know that mark that all of that leave on you, you can see it on other people, no matter how well they clean up. You can see it. Okay? So they got some people that I run into, you don't have that mark nowhere on you. You just tried to draw it on yourself. Okay? You don't have it on you. See, that's them stunners out there that's acting like they from shit. You know, they didn't watch too many videos somewhere and too much BET, too much Jason's lyric or some shit. That's what they want. So they thinking they hood as hell. See, that's them, dude. They drew that mark on them themselves, tried to draw it on themselves. So when they meet people, they want them to believe that, oh man, I'm hood, man, I'm hood. Bro, you ain't got none of that on you, dog. Not a stitch. I could tell. None. Zero. Period. You ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you run across that cat that you're in love. You run across that cat that got the glasses on. You know, that's real smooth with how you speak. You know, very, 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 fairly, very, very eloquent in how he talk. He kind of enunciate his words. You know, he kind of that speech he got, kind of nice. You know, he can do that. You know, he's shaking hands with this one and that one. Companies want to fool with him. All that shit. You know, but then when you finally meet him, you could pick up something. Oh no, dude, wait a minute, hold up. Bro, you got a mark, you got that mark on you, dog. Sometimes you run into you got that mark and you do. Yeah, you've been through it. You have. You've been through it, dog. You have. You know, you've been through the ring out here. You have. See? Sometimes you could tell. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. This shit out here leave a mark on you. It do. And even when you leave it and go to something better, you can go to college, get your life together, whatever. That mark ain't gonna never disappear if you can see it, if you understand that mark that it leaves. And it's just because some of the shit you do when you in that world, it mess with this. And I ain't gonna never get, you ain't gonna know. Like I said, I ain't gonna get into detail about none of that. But like I said, the people in here can understand what I'm saying. Some of the shit you do out here, some of the positions you in to take care of business and handle your shit. To make sure nobody don't mess with you. Some of that shit you got to do, it mess with this. It do that. It mess with it hard. That you out here doing. It do that. And the thing about it is, it mess with it so to well, no matter how much you clean up, after you done left that behind and you done finished with that and I done moved on in my life, no matter how much you clean up, how nice you look, how whatever you portraying out here, people can always see that mark on you because the people that actually got that mark themselves. Yeah, that outside world did it to you, dog. It did it. You know what I'm saying? No matter how well they talk, what they a lot of people I meet in meetings that same way. And they could tell same way, they look at me, same exact. Is that eye to eye contact? Yet nobody speak no words, but you could tell, yeah, you one of them. Oh yeah, you didn't woke up. you didn't woke up. You didn't woke up and with four hots in the cot. You know, you didn't woke up in them four walls. You have behind some bullshit you done done. You have. See, that has crossed your path once or twice in your ass. Yeah, I didn't walk in the meetings with people like that. We both got our own suits. And it's just that mark. It leave that mark on you. You could tell. And no matter what's up, but that usually draw you together, you know, because you know, okay, we in this shit, but we come from somewhere out here, you know, and you do too. And I could see it in you. You could see it. See, you could see it. It give you that little connection. You know what I'm saying? And what I found out is sometimes it's not the rough dudes. It's the ones that's chill. They chill, they laugh, they clown. It's them. It's not no rough dude out here that look rough or mean or you know, it's not them. Empty bag make the most noise. And it's not them. It's the dude that just chill. You know, you don't know too much about him. You know, you see him just wherever. Every time you see him, he cool. You know, he laugh, he clown, he chill. That's the one that got that mark on him. He got it. And the reason why he like that now, why you see him like that, laugh and clown and chill, is because he started to understand the beauty of that versus what he was doing. So you always see him laughing, chilling, and clowning. You know, you think he a joke. That's what you think. But he just understand the beauty of it. He understand that being in that other side so long. Get that. So that's what he wrapped himself in. That laughing, joke. But you think he a joke. Because he not stush face everywhere you go. Nah. It's usually them. That's what I didn't find. That's what I didn't understand. It's usually them. That I can identify them all. So some dude got his chest all out, puffed up, hiding and screaming and shit. Man, sit down, bro. You're trying to draw that mark on you, trying that mark that all that leave on you out there when you're in that life. That mark, you drew that on yourself, bro. You put that mark on yourself. Sit down, bro. You know, 250 pounds screaming and yelling. Man, sit down, bro. Can't eat no steel if it came his way. See? You got all the muscles and all that, but you can't eat no steel if it came your way. You can't. You know, if you could chew that shot, if you could chew it and swallow, then you the man. But you can't. See? So sit your ass down before you get taught a lesson. See? You ain't got none of that life on you, dog. Because you 250 and got all type of muscle. Man, sit down, bro. You don't have none of that life on you. Don't. None. You understand what I'm saying? Sit down. Like quick, sit down. You know? Like, you feel what I'm saying? That you lie at work, you know? So. Because every time I watch you, you are so focused. I never even seen you unbalanced. I seen you sip a drink here and there. Yeah, that's kind of like what I like to drink my drink, you know. But yeah, man, absolutely, dog. Yeah, I couldn't, and that's usually why people stay away because they get that picture. You know, they don't know how to read behind. They don't know how to do, or they haven't understood how to do that to see behind something. So they see this dude that's focused, locked in, cleaned up well. He could speak very well. He can articulate himself very well. He can talk about stuff very well. He can get a point across to you in a video to where you're like, holy shit, I didn't even understand. I didn't get that until he said. See what I'm saying? He could do all that. People run from that because they figure, yeah, a dude he's too straight and narrow for me. I ain't like that. So, but you can't read about, you can't see behind, you can't. But the people that got that mark, oh, they could see it. And I know they could see it. I ain't gonna even try and play them like they can't see it. Try and, make myself out to be some Mr. Goody Two Shoes, like I ain't done nothing in my life. I ain't done nothing crazy in my life. Because I know if they got that mark, oh, they could see right through any suit I got on, any no matter how good I try and clean up. Oh, they could literally see. They could do it. So imagine me trying to approach them, be like, let's see them people in the chat. They got that mark on them. That world out there and scarred them. They got that mark, and they can see that mark clearly than anybody else. Imagine if I pull up, trying to act like, not me, not me. I ain't touching none of that. Man, they gonna be like, man, stop your cap, stop the cap, stop it, dude. You know what I'm saying? You telling me you ain't never jokes before? Never. You ain't never jokes for a few whatever. You tell us what you're telling me. You ain't never joked before. See, stop capping. You did. You done found your ass. You done woke up somewhere in them walls and you couldn't get out. You done that. Yeah, it happened to you. Behind some bullshit. You was in there. Stop playing. See, imagine if I pulled up on them dudes that I know. Could see that. They could see that scar. They could see when that world scar you like that. No matter how good you talk, no matter what you do out or how good you clean up, they could see it. Oh man, they gonna pick me apart, dog. 100%. They literally gonna pick me apart, kid. 100%. Yeah. You know, just the fact that you could break down. You know, I broke down to y'all the mathematics of how to get your weight up if you got 36 grams. I broke down, but I did it not using drugs. I broke it down to y'all in using something else. If y'all saw that video, I broke it down to how I know that. See, I know that. You know what I'm saying? I just broke it. The people who was in the chat, they got it. They were like, "Well, hold up, wait." He do see that you're scarred. See, because you was able to tell. Oh, wait, hold up. He giving a formula for something else, not what he actually talking about. He just covering it with that. But giving I told y'all. I literally showed you the mathematics of it. Literally, how to get your weight up. I just likened it to something else out here, music wise. But I gave it that, and it had about 4 people in the chat that were like, "Oh, wait a minute." Then you're scarred. The people who recognize what I was doing in the chat, see, you're scarred. You told on yourself. You got that scar on you. See, you told on yourself. How you understood what I was saying? How you if you didn't get how you understood what I was talking about? How you understood it without me saying one word in context? How you knew? You told on yourself. You got that scar. You got it. See? That's what I mean. You could tell people that got it. You could just tell that been scar. And I'm not saying that so you could go get that scar. No, I'm not making out to be. Me personally, I would rather live without that scar. I would rather live like that because it do shit to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I would rather live without that scar. But you can't rewind time. You can't. Like, y'all know that. You can't rewind time and do some shit different. You can't. I don't know Michael J. Fox. I can't build a DeLorean and go back to the future and do some shit. I don't know him. If y'all run into him and y'all see him and we could get that popping, tell him holla at him, you know? I'll give him a few stacks to take me back and kind of zip, you know? Just a few things. It ain't gonna alter too much of the future, but it's definitely gonna put me in some different type of shit. You know, yeah, I do that, but yeah, you know. And I know you're not supposed to want to wish that. You know, you're not supposed to want. You know, everything that happened. You know, people say it happened for a reason. You in the spot you supposed you did this shit. You had to. I beg to differ. I know that's something that we do that we say to con ourselves. You know that because this is what we can't never forget. Yeah, everything happens for a reason, and you know what one of them reasons could be. You know what one of them could be? Because you were stupid. See? That's why that happens. See? One of them reasons could be that. Everything happens for a reason. We just tend to leave that particular reason out. That particular one. So if some bullshit happens, that happened for a reason. You know, I'm in the spot that I'm in because it happened for a reason. You know, if that wasn't supposed to happen, then it wouldn't have happened. You know, that's in the plan for me. You know, whatever that was. See, we try and con ourselves into that shit because we try and take the stupid reason off. One of them. Yeah, everything does. I believe that everything does happen for a reason. Absolutely, 100%. I just never forget that one of them reasons could be I was just dumb as hell. I was literally stupid. Dumb, stupid as shit. That's why that happened to me. See? I never forget that reason. So we tend to forget just because we're trying to ease our mind of any bad thing that happened out here that was supposed to happen to us. It was supposed to, no, yeah. There was a reason for it. Absolutely. You are up. I am with you up until that point. Everything happened for a reason. Absolutely. Yeah, see, so if that wouldn't have happened to me, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. Hold up. See, hold up. That's what we got to part ways. Hold up. No, that happened to you because you was dumb. That's why that happened. That's the reason. See, everything happened for a reason. We good. But the reason that you forgot, one of them reasons you forgot is because you was stupid. You was an idiot. Literally, you wasn't thinking and you was literally doing some dumbass shit. That's why that was the reason. That is. We can't, that's a reason. We can't take that reason off the table if we believe everything happened for a reason. We got to keep that reason in there too. That I was dumb. I was stupid as shit. That's one of the reasons it happened. Not make it seem to be like everything was planned for me. Everything. No. Nah. Don't try and ease your mind. I was dumb. That could be a reason. I was stupid. Yep. Dumb. That's why that happened. You know, and I can't calm myself to believe that, oh, if that didn't happen, I'd be in a better place. Probably be in a better place right now if that didn't happen. Or that happened. I mean, I can't calm myself to believe that just because that happened, it put me where I'm at now. I'm supposed to be right here with y'all. See, if that wouldn't happen to me, I wouldn't be right here. See, I can't con myself to believe that. That if that never happened to me, Drank, well, just think about it, bro. If you never went through none of that, you wouldn't be where you at right now to talk about this game, be as passionate as you are about it, develop the focus you have, and all that. That's somebody trying to get me to believe that my stupidity was somehow a win. My stupidity was somehow a win for me. My dumbass, stupid ass movement I just made that put me in some bullshit was somehow a win for me. Somebody out here trying to convince me of that. You know, and quite possibly they're trying to use God to do it. Oh, that was God's plan. But what? Was God's plan for me to be stupid? That's what that was. You know, yeah, it was his plan for me to be stupid. To me, literally, to have this choice on the table and that choice on the table, and I picked the stupid one. That was his plan for me to be stupid. Nah, man, that's called free will when he give you that. For those of y'all that the God's plan, that's called free will, dude. You know, I never understood the concept of somebody planning something out for you and then giving you free will to go do it, to go make your own choices. Free will is one of the biggest things that we had, that the biggest gift that he gave us all. So how can he plan something out for you if he gave you free will to go out here and choose? Seems like contradiction, doesn't it? I plan some shit out for you, like how your life's supposed to go. But then I tell you, you got free will. See, all of y'all right now could go walk in front of a bus right now. Yeah. And nothing is going to stop you from doing that. Nothing. Mm-mm. You can go jump off a bridge. I'm going to stop you, man. See? Mm-mm. All of y'all could go do that. Anybody in the chat could go do that. That's your free will. That's the gift he gave you to go make that choice, to do whatever you want with that life you got. So I never understood the concept of somebody giving us that beautiful gift, and then turning around and planning that gift out for us. I never understood that. Kind of contradicts it kind of contradicts each other if I think that they both exist. That he gave us free will as humans to do something. Choose what we like to do. See, I can make my mind up to smoke right now if I want. I can make my mind up to have 3-4 butt naked holes up here. And don't excuse my terminology. Not to talk bad about the ladies, no. But I could do that. See, I could choose that, and nobody gonna start nothing. That's my free will choice that I could do all of that. See? That's the gift he gave, to choose what you want to do. See? So my question is, the plan that we are, how did he give you that and then turn around and plan that out for you? How he did that? Well, you know? People always ask me my sign. You know, what's your sign? What's your sign? What's your sign? Man, I don't know. I don't live no way to that. The reason why, because again, that works in with that same. I don't understand how somebody can create me with free will and then turn around and write how I'm supposed to act in the stars. They wrote it. How I'm supposed to act. But yet they somehow gave me free will to make the choice and be who I want to be. Then they turn around and wrote how I'm supposed to act in the stars. That's what they did. Sometimes you got to think it through. I know this right here is blowing some of y'all mind, right? Because it's literally facts what he's saying. Like there's that he ain't used no scripture, no nothing to do that. It's just literally logical. 2 + 2 = 4. Without getting into no spiritual shit, no nothing. Just think it through. Literally, just think it through. How can somebody like think about how? Give you that free will. Give you that. All just do whatever you want right now. You can scratch your ass right now if you want. Just nobody gonna stop you. Nobody gonna appear and say, "Oh, hold up! Before you put that finger in your ass, stop." Nobody gonna do that. Yep. Yeah, you could be digging for gold right now if you want. All up in your ass crack. You could do that right now if you want. Matter of fact, all of y'all right now in the chat, go ahead on and scratch one out your ass right now. Go ahead on and do that. So you see if somebody stop you. Go ahead on and do it. I'm talking about get deep up in that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about take your fingernail, get deep up in that. Scratch, get scratch one out your ass right now. See if somebody do something. See if somebody see. See? Ain't nobody gonna say. See, it's a choice you made, free will to do what you like to do. See? There you go. So here's what I'm trying to say. Somebody gave you that. You believe that you were created and somebody gave you that. Somebody created you and gave you that. That thing, they made you up in your image of them, you know, all that. What a plan come into play if they gave you that? Seem like that's somebody that don't want a plan. That's what that's saying. If I just do the mathematics of what that mean if they gave me free choice, free will. Seem like that's somebody that don't want me to have a plan. Think about it. That's what it seemed like. If somebody give me that gift right and that amazing gift at that, like literally nobody else could have gave you that. Nobody in this world could have gave you that. But your creator. If you believe in that you got to create. If you do, nobody could have gave you that. So just 2 + 2 = 4 without no religious shit, no crowd, just simple math, just simple logical facts. How somebody gave you that free will choice and then turn around and plan some shit out for you? Simple. Answer me that. Riddle me that one. Sometimes you just got to think it through. Not what you was taught, what you was raised with, what granny kept telling you, what mama kept telling you. You take a little time and think it through yourself. Just take a little time to do it. Trust me, dude. Like it's gonna be a lot of shit. It's gonna be a whoa, wait a minute. Hold the hell up. Whoa, wait. And the thing about it is when you start thinking in them factual terms like that, them factual, logical terms, when you start thinking like that and understanding shit out here, that everything I'm seeing that I'm hearing ain't what I'm seeing in here. It ain't that. When you start understanding that about what we in out here, when you start understanding that, it's going to start to test your ability to go with tradition, something that you've just been taught, or something that you can clearly see the logic in. 2 + 2 = 4. There it is, right there, clearly in your face. Or do I just go with what I've just been trained to do? Tradition, type of tradition. Do I do that? That's the choices. That's why a lot of people don't want to face that. That's why a lot of people get quiet when you start talking like this. Start bringing them logical things like that. It start testing that choice they gotta make. Do I go with that lot? Like literally, that 2 + 2 just = 4 right there. What he said. From start to finish, just that little simple thing. How somebody gonna give us that gift of choosing whatever you want to do right now? You could choose. Free will, y'all all know it. All too well. Free will as a human. How somebody gonna give you that? Create you with that, and then turn around and plan whatever you doing out for you. That sound like some wild ass shit a human would do. Contradict themselves like that. Not a God that you believe in. Not that. Nah. Give him a little bit more credit than that. Whatever God you serve, and give him a little bit more that he don't make human errors like that. That's what I tell people. Give him a little bit more credit than that. That he don't contradict him. He don't make human errors like that. So something else got to be up. That's not what humans do that type of shit. They'll say one thing and then literally go do that literally contradict what the hell they doing. They just did. That's humans do that. But give him a little bit more credit than that. Your creator. That he don't make human errors like that. Create you with free will to do whatever you want. Then turn around and plan it all out for you. Yeah, that literally some human shit. That's all man, right? Do some shit like that. Give him a little bit more credit than that. Just a little bit more. That he's somehow higher form of thinking than contradicting himself like that. Gotta be something else, bro. You know what I'm saying? If y'all understand. But again, that's why I kind of don't get into religious stuff, you know, on religious or political stuff, because I know it's a bunch of stuff that I could tell that's probably gonna step on that thing that you've been taught and that tradition you've been taught. It's gonna step on it, and all I'm gonna do is it's just gonna be literal logic 2+2. Yeah, I don't have to go get technical and go open up no scriptures or none of that. I don't have, just literal as shit that common sense that's not being used. Common sense that's not being used. That's what it is. You know, somebody gave it to me. I heard this phrase just recently. Somebody said, you know, people like common sense ain't that common no more. When I heard that, I literally fell on the floor laughing. Common sense ain't that common no more. It's not. That's just something we put on it. Common sense. Nah, it ain't common no more. It's not. Just using that thing that you just to 2+2, 4, and come up with the 4 at the end. See? That's not being done. What you was told and what you was taught and what you hear all the time and what you just went with all that, but it's not being done. You know? That makes sense, what you're saying. Or at least gives you people a different perspective to look at that. See? I'm not saying what you was taught or believe is wrong. I'm just saying that makes sense what I say. Just understand. And if he can make sense like that, then something must be up with it. That's all I'm telling you. Something. If he could make sense with just that simple thing he said. Okay. Yeah, man, God's plan for me, God's plan. And I be like, oh, everybody that's out here, like, look, I don't tell them, I'm serious. I just sit there. I don't say nothing. Because that's not my place to challenge your belief. That's not what no, it's not my place. So I just sit there, and the only thing I'm thinking in my mind is, if you was to scratch your ass right now, who gonna stop you? You know, if you was to literally take a handful of your balls right now and just scratch the shit out of them, right? Who gonna stop you? Who? Any choice you make right now, anyone, that's that gift that you get. So if somebody did that to you, which no one could have done that, no human could have done that to you, no human nowhere could have done that, gave you that, the ability to choose what I want to do. No human could have given that to you. So if somebody did that to you, gave you that, the ability to choose whatever you want to do right the hell now. Right now. If you want to get up and go to the bathroom, you can. If you want to get up and go get some coffee, you can. If you want to get up and go smack the shit out that lady that's on the side of you that's been bugging you at work, see, you can. You can go do it right now. Literally, get up out your chair and reach back into yesteryear and knock the living shit out that woman that's been pissing you off at work. You know, for all y'all ladies out there. You just literally want to lay into her. You just bam. You know, you walk around thinking one more. She got one more time, bro. I'm sick. She got one more time to get in my face. I'm sick. Today ain't the day. One more goddamn time. I'm up. It's over with. I'm losing my job today. You know that person. You know the one that you be looking at your job. You know, dude, you know, like you be, bro, this dude, bro, I swear to God, if this dude, not today. Cause see, yesterday I was cool, but today, if he mess around with the wrong thing today, you know, that direct deposit didn't hit. I'm already late on pants. It didn't hit like it was supposed to. You know, you start fanning the flames in your mind with all the shit that happened to you, man. That direct deposit already didn't hit, so I'm pissed off about that right now. See what I'm saying? I swear I forgot my phone at the crib, moving too fast, you know, and that got my best. So I couldn't get no gas. So I don't know how I'm gonna get home in fumes. I can't get no gas because I can't pay for my shit on my phone. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So this dude got one more time. This ain't the day. If he do, I swear to God, you know that dude right there. You could go knock the shit out that dude right now if you want. You could choose to do that, bro. Like literally go pull back into the recesses of your soul and knock the living shit out of homeboy right there. Literally, you could do that if you choose. Ain't nobody gonna stop you, dog. That's free will. To go do the wildest shit you could think of right now. That's free will. Whatever you could pop in your crazy ass brain, you could go do it right now. See, so no human could have done that. Put that in you. That thing right there. That. ability to do that. Like whatever pop into my mind. If I want to stand on my hands right now, if I could physically, I could do it. Nobody gonna stop me and say, "Oh, nope, don't do that." Anything pop into your rabbit ass mind, you could go do it like you want to do. So if somebody gave you all that, let's think about it. Somebody gave you that. How did he turn around and started planning shit? How did he did that? That don't seem kind of strange. how they did? They turned around and started planning out how you do that, how you do everything out here. Like, yeah, give you whoever your creator is, whoever you worship, give him a little bit more credit than that. Don't put him in the same category, because that's human shit. Do that type of shit. Literally contradict something they just did. Put him in a different category than us out here, human, with the shit we be doing. You know, go and do this right here, and then turn it around and go and do that over there. Not understanding. Holy shit! I just literally contradicted myself just a minute ago because I was doing that, and then now I'm doing that. Right? See, that's human shit. We do that. Make something for this right here, and then turn around and with that same thing, we made it for this right here, but then we go do this wild shit with it. See, we do that. We contradicted everything we did. We do that. Give your creator a little bit more credit than that, bro. Like, that's not what you do. Just try and do it. Give him a little bit more. You don't create shit with all that to being able to, and then run around and go plan out what you. That's not what you do. It's something else that you're missing. I ain't gonna tell you what that is, but it's something else you're missing. It's some other piece of information you're missing. That's all I'm gonna tell you. It's something else. And you're just going with what somebody told you or what you picked up or you're the tradition of what you was taught at. Oh, plan. It's something else you're missing. Guarantee 100. And when you find out what that is, you're gonna be like, holy shit. Oh, it's something else I gotta put in there before I start thinking plan. That explains the free will and the thing he purposes for you. How you did that. That explains it. How you could connect them to. Your plan, you got to understand this. A plan ain't the same thing as a purpose. And that's what people not understanding. They intertwine them. You hear some people say purpose, plan, and they intertwine these things to where they start talking both of them in the same sense. No, a plan is not the same as a purpose. Once you understand that. You got a purpose here. You do. Not a plan. You got a purpose here. 100%. You have a purpose. And he's going to let you choose how you carry that purpose out. See how it fit now? The fact that we got free will plus it's something that he designed for, something that he given us to do. It fit now. A plan don't fit with free will. It don't fit. Simple. A purpose do though. And it ain't the same. You can go look them both up. That's not the same. As a matter of fact, they're totally different. You're not planning shit for you, my dog. You're not. You have a purpose, you do. And he's gonna give you the choice on how you pursue that. He's gonna give you that choice, that purpose that he has. Okay? Now free will fit now. It fit. Free will now fits in that realm of me having this free will, but still there's something higher for me to achieve. It now fits. But if I keep saying plan, yeah, something up with that. It don't fit. Somebody could give me all that free and then turn around and plan out how I'm gonna do it. It don't fit, dog. It don't. Just 2 + 2 = 4. It don't fit. No scripture needed, dog. Just literal 2 +. It don't fit. You know what I'm saying? So just make sure you understand your purpose out here. And the beautiful part about it is not only is he capable of giving you the purpose. Not only is he capable of that, but he's capable of letting you interject whatever you want in the purpose. That gracious. See, a plan, Can't that's him. You can't do nothing about that. Man. That don't sound like that sound like a parole warden. That's what I mean, not a parole a warden in the press. That sound like your PO. You know, you can't you can't plan this. Stay on the yellow line. Nope, don't no foot off the yellow line. Toes and heels. You feel what I'm saying? Toes and heels on the yellow line. All of y'all. String single file. See? That's a plan. But he made you different. He made me different. I could think some stuff up here. You could think some stuff. I see, all different. All different. He made us so different that my fingerprint, none of y'all got my fingerprint. None of y'all. And I don't have y'all's. That's how different he made us. Think about all of that he did. Does any of that physical shit that you got say anything that he wanted you in a single file plan? He wanted to plan some shit for you. To have you in this thing of doing something. The differences we all have, our color, our features, our everything about it, we just all different out there. See it? Purpose just explains that, not plan. Purpose explains that. Purpose. What the purpose is. And the beautiful part about it is he lets you interject that. He allows us to interject that in there. What we feel, what we want, and what he allows that. That's the beautiful thing about our purpose. A plan, there is no interjection. There is no you get to do something. Nope, it's him and what he wants you to do. Follow it. But a purpose, see, I get to enter that thing that I get to talk to him and conversate with him and all that about what I'd like to do. And can you please show me how to do it? Or the way, if this is something, can you please do? You see, I get to interject what I want to do in that. See? You have purpose fit a little bit better than plan. I get to talk to him and me and him converse about how I feel about what's about to go down, what I'm gonna do. And then, he might do something to where he allow me to understand how he viewing whatever it is. He might put something in my path. So you see, that are all aligned with purpose. That I have that freedom to talk to him and go back and forth. Me and him can talk about whatever is going on in my life. Not him just tell me what to do and that's it. Shut the hell up and do it. I would even go as far as to say this. Hell, if you got a plan for what the hell I need to talk to you about. Just give me the game plan and I don't need to have to talk to you again. I ain't even have to talk to you. Just as long as I follow this plan you get. Is it? What the hell I need to talk to you? It's kind of like when somebody give you instructions at a job to do something. Once you give them the instructions, well, what I need to talk to boss man. If he gave me the instructions, to me just going over there gonna be bothering him. He gave me this plan to fight, and that's what I'm gonna go do. I don't even need to talk to him. Some kind of way, we encourage to go talk to him, go pray, and go encourage to do that. So why all of that exists? If we plan to do something, we planned out, all of that's planned out. Why all of that stuff exists? All of that suggests that you have a purpose, not a plan. All of it. Factual information that I just know, no Bible being pulled. I just common sense. 2 + 2 = 4. Plan and purpose. Go look up the definition. Go look them up. You're gonna find something very distinct in there. If you know how to read and understand stuff, you're gonna find something very distinct in there. You're gonna see something that you see in one that you don't see in the other. See something that you see in one that you don't see in the other when you look at both them definitions. It's gonna if you understand how to read stuff and use your context clues up here to piece what you're reading together, you're gonna see something that is a phrasing that exists in one definition that does not exist in the other. You're gonna see something in the definition of plan that you do not see in the definition. Because if they put it in there, it would not be a purpose no more. It wouldn't be a purpose no more. But a plan got that. It does have that. You'll see it if you can just kind of see the definition between it. But all of that is just, some stuff that's what I mean, man. I was just giving y'all an idea of why, like my boy was talking about a guy. He asked me, like, what's my beliefs and all that. And I just kind of politely told him, I don't really get into too much God and all that on my channel. You know what I'm saying? Because that was just an example. Like if I get into all of that, I probably could shatter some stuff that you hold deeply to you, that you have been taught through tradition. Somebody told you. I probably can do, and I don't want to do the one. I don't want to be the one to do that to you. I just don't. I can, it could possibly be done. That it just with some logical, simple facts that you do using the things around you that you do, and that happens to you using that will literally shatter something that you hold deep and true to you for years and years and years, and it's gonna make you think. See? It's gonna literally start because that's actually true what he said, and that does not go with what I'm being taught. It doesn't go with that. Or whatever granny or whoever put in my hair or whatever, my mom, the tradition that was passed on to me. It doesn't match. That's very factual what he said. Just 2 + 2 = 4. See? But that's why I stay away from that type of stuff. Politics and religion and all that, discussing all that on an open platform. I just don't do. That's just not me. I just gave y'all a little piece of what could happen, just a small piece. Just me using common sense. That's all. No preacher, no none, just common damn sense. But sometimes that's what following can do. That's what it can do. Just remember that. That's what following can do. That's how dangerous it is to keep following shit. That's how dangerous it is. It can do that. It can make you following something all the time. Following something all the time. It can make you forget about the common sense you got to figure something out. It could do that to you. Just because you follow whatever somebody told you or whatever, you just followed it. It could take that completely off the table. Your common sense, that gift he gave you to cipher things out for yourself, you just took it right off the table. To cipher shit out for yourself. And it's just simply because I followed the tradition or whatever was given. I followed. I did not question. I did not want to dive deeper and understand it. I didn't want to do it. I just followed. That's all I did. What was passed to me, and it's what I'm currently passing on to my little one right now. Okay? You did that. And you never ever you just followed. That's all you did. You just follow whatever it was we do in our house. So that you never really stopped to just, wait a minute. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not none of that. All I'm saying is just I like to do it of my own accord. Not because it was taught, not because it was taught to me, not because it was passed down to me. Now, I know I'm going to go do the research and the information and get it and understand it. And then if I decide to do it, it's not because you passed it down to, it's because I understand about it now and I choose to go do it, whatever that is, whatever tradition it is somebody passed down to you. I chose to do it, not just because it was passed down to me, but no, I went I understand it, I get it, I got the facts about it, I understand what I'm in, what I'm doing, all of that, and now I choose to do it. Not see, I know I didn't leave it, I didn't do whatever I didn't leave it alone, I didn't do nothing, nope. But all I did was I just made my own decision to do it, not the one that was passed down to me. And the only way I could do that is if I go do the research, if I go get the information on, if I go do that. That's the only way I can make that choice for myself. If I don't have that information, it means that I'm following something. See? I never made that choice for myself to do this thing that I choose to do in my life. I'm following what somebody passed down to me. And like I just told y'all, that's a dangerous thing, doing that. Blindly following shit. And just because they're your kinfolk, they're your mom or your dad, does not make them immune to harming you with some shit, passing some shit down. It doesn't make them immune. Just because they got that title, mom and daddy, and they pass that down to you, whatever that is. Don't make them immune. That title, make them immune from mistakes or that they didn't understand themselves or never get the knowledge on themselves or do the research themselves. They just followed them too, and they passed it to you. It don't make them, 100% on the money with everything there just because they got the title mom and daddy. Nope. They make just as many mistakes as you. And sometimes they are ignorant to a bunch of stuff, just like we all are. That's not washed from them just simply because they got the title mama and daddy. That don't apply to them. Being ignorant of some stuff out here. That don't apply to them. Nope. Very possible. They just missed a shitload of information on some stuff and never ever went get it. And so they passed it to you. And now you grew up and you're currently doing the same. You never went get them. So you passed it to Lil Wayne, and Lil Wayne probably never, until one of y'all stop and say, you know what? How many generations we been doing that for? 8, 6? Why? See, why? Why we do it? Why? What's the reason behind why? Like, why we do it? Why we keep doing it? Why? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying I want to stop. I'm just need to know why. Why am I doing it? One of y'all got to stop and say that. One of y'all, one of the people in this line of that's being passed, shit being passed down. One of y'all got to stop and do that. So if you didn't do it, hopefully it's your Lil Wayne. You know, that you just pass some shit down. You know, he don't know why he just pass it down. And that's what he do. Sooner or later, somebody got, you know, somebody in the cycle got, okay, why? I just want to know why. Yeah, just give me the basis behind what we doing. Just give me that. But you know, that's what your grandmother did, your great grandmother and your I get that, but that can't be the reason no more. I want to know why, not because somebody else did it and that's what was taught to me. No. I want to know why. That's one somebody got in the generation that you pass and shit. One of y'all got to stand up and say, hey, I'm not saying I want to stop. I'm not saying I want to quit doing it. All I'm saying is why. That's it. Just give me the why behind it. Just give me the why behind it. That way I could understand the information. Y'all can point me in the direction to get the information, to understand what I'm doing. That way I could be the first one out of this whole lineage of following shit that was passed down. I could be the first one to say I made it because I understood what was going on, not because somebody passed some shit down to me, a tradition down to me. I understood because I knew what was going on. I made that choice. I'm fully aware of the situation and what it calls for, where it came from, the origin of it, everything I'm fully aware of. Did all the research, all of it. And now I go do it. Because I decided that, yep, I'm good with that. Whatever I found out and whatever I pieced together, whatever I got, I'm good. But not that somebody told you. Not in no church nowhere. Not, you know, some people in your, nope. You. Go get the info. You. See it for yourself. Don't deem that somebody else telling you is the info. Nope. You go see it for yourself. Go just open it up and read. See the history behind it. The factual history, not the conspiracy theory history behind some shit that traditions people are holding fast to out here. Just go see the factual. There's the wild and crazy conspiracy theory shit that you can get into. I don't suggest you messing with that shit. I don't suggest that. I suggest you just stick to the pure 2 + 2 simple facts of it. Trust me, it's a lot that you're gonna understand. Abso-freaking-lutely. 150 million%. But you won't. You won't. You're going to go to work. That's what you're going to do. You're going to go pay these bills. That's what you're going to do. You're going to go have some fun and you're going to go on vacation and you're not going to just sit back. Go pull up the history of what you're doing and just take it in. You're not going to do it. No, sir. That's not happening. You know what I'm saying? You won't. Guaranteed you won't. 100% you won't. And my boy told me, he said, you know why a lot of people won't do that thing that you're saying? That's absolutely, yeah, why not? Why not go find it? Why am I running from information? Why am I doing that? I just want to stick to what somebody told me. I'm running from the fact that I can go literally search for myself and see what's up with what I'm doing. But what was passed down to me, what am I doing? What am I into? I could go at any time. See, free will, at any time I could go do that. Why am I purposely staying away from information, just going with what I'm just going to do that. I'm choosing to do that. Why am I doing that? Okay? That's what he told. He said, why you think people do? I was like, man, I don't know why. He said, because. He said, deep down, people know the answer to it already. Look at me. You know how you have that. They already know the answer. They know. They know half the shit that they're doing is bullshit. They know it. Deep down, they know it. It don't line up with some shit. But I just do it because that's how I was raised. I do it. They know. They already know. That's why they're not gonna do what you said. They already know the answer. I never thought of that. I was one of them. Yeah, that's why they're not gonna go do it. Deep down, they already know the answer to it. They already know. Absolutely. They already know. Yeah, it don't really make no sense what I'm doing, but I do it every year. I do it. They already know the answer. You know, whole another topic, whole another discussion, all that. Studio session. Oh shit! I just saw that. Damn, I've been on the stream for a minute, huh? I've been talking to y'all for a hot minute. At least we put drums on this beat, man. Like we had a nice little conversation, bro. Like let me tell y'all something about this, about what we did here. I enjoy this. That's why I like talking to y'all, like this, even about this type of thing. Even if it's uncomfortable for you to hear, or like I said, we can always bring it back to a comfortable place. No matter what you heard, or you probably might take offense to, or maybe it was something that was kind of stepping on your toes a little bit because it kind of applied to you or whatever. You know, I'm not going to even sit here and tell you, hey, that's your business. Take it how you want. I'm not going to even do that. See what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm a little bit more thoughtful than that. This is simple. I'm a little bit more thoughtful. I'm not even going to say, man, take it out however you want. I'm not going to even say that. You know, what I'm trying to always do is bring it back to a comfortable place. You know, but just don't forget what I say. It was just the stuff that just don't forget. That's all I'm saying. Just don't forget it. Don't act like you didn't hear that today, or, you know, all that sense that was made. Don't act like that. That's all I'm asking. See? But let's bring it back to our comfortable place. Or let's bring it back now. All that shit we probably talked about, that, you know, the mentalities of people, everything that we talked about for the last past, whatever. Let's bring it back to a comfortable place now. It's how I'm going to do that. Every last one of y'all in here, I wasn't talking about y'all. I was giving y'all how I understand some shit. That's all I was giving you. That's it. That's all I was giving you. I wasn't telling you how to move. I wasn't telling you how to think, how to do. All I was telling you was the 2 + 2 that I've pieced together about things. That's all I'm telling you. Now, here's the thing about mathematics, not science, English, not them subjects. This is the thing about mathematics. See, You could pronounce a word differently. I could pronounce a word differently. See? We could both have our view about it. You can take these two compounds in science and make this. I can take these two compounds and make that or close to it. See, similar, different compounds, but we still are. See, so that's how I want to do it and how you want to do it. This is the thing about mathematics, though. You can't do that in math. That's why I always say 2 + 2 = 4. It ain't your view on how I do it. In my view, it's only that. 2 + 2 = 4. There's no more of that when you deal with that particular subject. Any other subject, it's a way you could think, a way you could do it, and a way you could do it. And there's a way you could do it, and we could still arrive at some common ground. We could still do that. Math. So that's all I want you to understand. All I was telling you is the 2 + 2 that you can clearly see. And you can go anytime you feel like you need to go get the information behind it. I encourage you to go. Please go sit down on and get the information behind anything you hear me say. Go get it. Please go. Please go do it. You know what I'm saying? 100% go do it. That's all I want. That's it. But I just told 2 + 2 = 4. That's it. Yeah. So if you want to say after I say 2 + 2 = 4, yeah, wait a minute. If somebody gave me free will, how could they turn on and plan something I'm doing out? If they gave me that thing to make them choices, how could they? See, that's 2 + 2 = 4. Simple. I don't need to get into no crazy shit to understand it. To get that 2 + 2 = 4. How could somebody do it? Like, whoa, what's up? But see, if I change that to something, not a plan, wait, hold up. That's a purpose. I got, wait. See, now that fit now. It fit that I would have choices to make in this. I got an input in it now. I can converse with him back and forth to understand how to get this done in my life. Him and I work as a team, a duo. We work as a tandem. Me and that creator of mine or whatever, whoever it is you believe. See that just switching that to purpose, not plan. See? Now it fit that I would have a choice in the matter now, a say-so, not a plan, something planned out for me. It fit now that I have that free will. Just that word purpose. See, 2 + 2 = 4. If I change 2 + 2 = 4. See? Absolutely. When it fits. That's all, man. 2 + 2 = 4. So you keep hearing me say 2 + 2 = 4 simply because math is the only subject where that don't exist. It doesn't exist. To where you can have a viewpoint and I can have a viewpoint and we could still arrive at, nope, math don't work that way, dog. It doesn't. Yeah. I don't care how you slice it. You put that 2 right there and that 1 right there. 3 gonna be at the end. I don't care how you slice it. Math, the only subject like that, the only one that's based in a realm of factual is based in that. Unless you're Terrence Howard and you're coming up with some wild shit that, unless you, but y'all understand what I'm saying. Math is that world of that factual basis. That's the only subject that don't operate in that. And if you notice, that's the subject that a lot of people fail. That's it. That's the one. I tutored math in college. I tutored math. I tutored. I don't know how for what 7 years. Tutored. At a high school level and a collegiate level. I tutored. Means I was that dude you come to if you had to pass your exam to stay on the basketball team. Yeah, you might want to go lock in with him, though. You might want to go get with him. I basic math, advanced math, and then in college, pre-cal and trig, pre-calculus and trigonometry. I tutored them. See, this thing you don't know about. That dude that's scarred by the streets, he actually could do some shit. Why I gotta be one way? Why I can't be educated and still be